Superiors, each of us has the ability to think independently and has different personalities, although it is a separate bowl of sand, but nonetheless in a bowl. If she only relied on force and the unruly habit of forcing them to submit, the sand bowl would be difficult. This reconcentration may fall apart faster than you imagine. Don't tell others, just say Trak Mok Kwong Ba, I understand this student very well, he is the one who thinks what to do immediately, never submissive before power or what. Much stronger, I've never seen him give in and admit defeat. This time participating in the special training, I used to think that convincing him was also a very difficult thing, but he probably learned a lot at Ka Te Lai, know yourself. I lacked many things, so I agreed to train with us. Equal. No, with his personality, it's already on the snowy mountain by now, not in this training center. If she said she wanted him to submit to her orders, then there was only one outcome. Only, it is he who will defy their own safety, go alone to search for Bakbala temple, then all the possibility of cooperation will also be cut off. Lu Kan Nam tilted his head to listen, then asked, so, according to the professor's opinion, what should I do? Professor Fung Tan confidently said, it's very simple, manage with humanity. Don't use rigid rules in the army to limit them, try to explain each step clearly to them, do the same. So what are the benefits and intentions? Treat your brothers and uncles like that, educate them like you educate people. In that house. Lu Kan Nam's willow eyebrows furrowed, this was too difficult for her, but she still nodded and said, I know, thank you Professor for reminding me, let me think carefully. After that, Dr. County chatted with everyone via video once again. Professor Fung Tan jokingly said, finally, I met my other satisfied student. It is truly amazing industry, two tall and strong guys can't beat her. Dr. Company. Suddenly, in panic, he said, don't get me wrong, I only teach wing. Men only have knowledge of archaeology and living in the wild. One's fighting technique is learned from another teacher. An old man like me doesn't think he can fight that well. Then drive. She talked privately with Lu Kan Nam again. I Luke Kak, the content of the conversation. Their story is unknown. Before going to bed, a few people were still complaining that the bed was too hard when Lu Kan Nam suddenly entered the room to give an explanation. One more time, explain that sleeping on a hard bed is to train people to be able to adapt to having to sleep most of the time on the ground in the wilderness, and the rule of time is for people to get into the habit of grasping every second. Exactly, because in many cases can be given time to save lives, and going to bed on time can be ignored, depending on each person's habits, but with the condition that should not affect the next day's training. As soon as the regulation was announced, the room immediately resounded with clapping. Lu Kan Nam looked at Professor Fung Tan and nodded slightly. Trak Mok Kwong Ba coaxed Wang Man to go sleeping, and then gently walked out of the barracks alone. The gentle and peaceful mountain wind brought a little cold that made people's spirits up. Sleepiness completely disappeared. Raised his head. Looking at the sky, stars spread everywhere. The bright moon shines brightly in the vast night. The stars are connected into a silver thread that seems to be swaying in the deep dark sky. The Milky Way, that's it. It is the beauty of the infinite universe displayed before the eyes of mankind. Trak Mok Kwong Ba remembers the night scene in Ka Te Lai. At that time, it was also a new moon. In the blink of an eye the moon was full and then waning. To be honest, for this expedition, he began to feel doubt and worry, whether he could find the taboo door at all. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one has opened it. Is Sikilin a divine beast that protects the Silver Bala temple? Thoughts used to be so simple. Why did his thing become so complicated and messy? Now that he has become a scientific surveyor in the name of the state, he secretly feels that something is wrong, but in the end there is something wrong, he can't say it. The night is windy. What are you thinking, my friend? I Luke Kak's passionate voice makes people unforgettable once heard. Trak Mok Kwong Ba chooses a rock. Cleanly sat down, looked up at the stars, said, Dr. It's late, why haven't you slept yet? They split up at 3 rooms, Tang Min and Lu Wing. Nam shares a room, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Trong Lap, Yu Yang, Ba Tang shared a room, while I Luke Kak, Lama Allah and Professor Fung Tan lives together. I Like smiled and said, no need to be so strange. In the past, the members of the survey team called me Uncle Mauler. You can also call me Mauler in English. I also know my friends. You also call him Kwong Ba. If you don't mind, I will call you that too. Please. Trak Mok Kwong Ba knows I Luke Ka's full name is Mauler, I Luke Kak. It's just that he doesn't know Mauler. What does it mean? Just say. Of course you can, Mr. Mauler. I Luke Kak said, I'm used to sleeping late. I didn't expect you to be here, considering that you are full of thoughts. Can you say it? Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head and replied, nothing. Today when I first came to a strange environment, I was not used to it, so I couldn't sleep. I Luke Kak speaks with a Tan accent. His signature Kwong, hey, man, it's not right to deceive others. You can't hide your feelings from anyone, your eyes can tell. If it's not happy because of what happened in the morning, then I can apologize to you on behalf of Kan Nam. I know, Kan Nam's pressure is also great. She is forced to train people who have almost no experience. Wilderness survival experience like the members of the survey team going on an expedition. She's also worried. Trak Mok Kwong Ba comfortably said. Actually, it's okay in the morning. I don't take it to heart. Of course I understand her intentions. Actually, I've been to Tibet's no man's land a few times before, all in search of clams I like. You have to know that true mastiffs need to go deep into the mountains to find them, but those times I always organize a very showy dog search team. Different from this time, to tell the truth, before the trip to Ka Te Lai, I had never encountered any problems. Too dangerous, but from what I know, the place we want to go this time is more dangerous than Ka Te Lai, so dangerous that, to the point of know how dangerous it is after all. He paused for a moment, then looked I Like straight in the eye and said, do you think I'm crazy, for a clam? I Luke Kak showed an affectionate smile. No, just or vice versa, I can understand your mood. If he said that he was looking for the temple of Bak Bala to do all these things, it would only prove that he was an ordinary person. Usually, but for a dog. It's clam, Tibetan clam. Okay, doing that for a clam, even I respect you. I Like's visionary eyes began to flash. He said in a nostalgic voice, human, living a lifetime, should at least do something. Everyone has a purpose and a purpose, own pursuit. But the vast majority of people are tired of living just for the sake of survival. Among them there are many people who, until they're old, have no idea their whole life. There's not much to remember. Again, if asked what they live for, they will tell me, you've lived anyway, so let's go on living. So what is the meaning of life then? It's sad, when you have something to pursue in spirit. God, no matter what you're after, as long as you firmly believe that it's right, then do it. Even if time and history forget about you, as long as you feel satisfied with what you've done for yourself is enough. I Luke Kak said a word that startled the people in his dreams and woke up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba has always been stubborn to do the same thing. Some people support and also oppose. Even his teacher is Professor Fung Tan. Sometimes he couldn't fully understand what he was doing. Now hearing I Like say that, he suddenly felt a surge of deep sympathy. He clasped I's hands tightly, said with emotion, Thank you, Mauler. I Luke Key's eyes were also slightly wet, and calmly said, no need to thank me, these are the words of my teacher. Drive County to an Enon said on the first day I joined the scientific investigation team, so many years, through so many life and death tests, but I have never hesitated once. It is because of these words of Dr. the Old Faithful are still ringing in my ears, I don't dare to forget a word. Are you both here? Trong Lap also came out from the room. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, what's wrong? Soldiers also don't follow the rules, running around in the middle of the night. Trong Lap replied, I used to be on duty before. That night, just now, it seemed like I heard a voice outside, so I went out to check it out. The three of them didn't want to sleep, so they stayed. Always the empty space outside the talking houses, Trak Mok Kwong Ba told. Tell the story about the dog to the other two, whenever. When it comes to dogs, he is always especially excited. Moreover, he talks and talks without ending, from the puppy story to Shiba Inu to Duke Charles's dog, and from the Pekingese poodle to the first dog, cows, as long as they are famous dog breeds, he has certain professional knowledge. Trong Lap and I Luke Kak had a chance to open their eyes, not expecting that only about dogs but also so much education. Trak Mok Kwong. Dad said, it is said that domestic dogs will be loyal to their owners for life. People, absolutely loyal, in fact, they were wrong, which is not correct. The loyalty of dogs to humans is built on the basis of mutual trust and understanding. They also have their own conception of right and wrong, being able to understand what is good and what is not. I've seen a lot of dogs in the city is abandoned by people. They fully understand that the owner does not need them anymore, has completely abandoned them, so many animals, after integrating into the new environment, are very dependent and please the new owner. Because dogs raised in human families have not adapted to the external environment too, after being possessed. Abandoned person, that feeling of bewilderment and helplessness is more intense than a child who has lost his parents many times over. Therefore, if they meet a benefactor to take care of them, they will try. They do their best to please their new owners, but, how many people know, when they try their best to please their owners, they also hope to be masters. How much do people receive and respond? Or not? Trong Lap asked suspiciously, listening to you, it seems that their IQ is very high, isn't it? Trak Mok Kwong Ba affirmed, it's not wrong. In many Western countries, those who own a dog will definitely consider it as a dog. Such a family member, absolutely not just a pet. There is a fact like this, if you are interested, you can experiment and see, large dogs such as clams, police dogs, bulldogs, as long as they are large dogs. If the owner gives them to someone else, keeps them somewhere else, or sells them, they can tell the difference. Especially if the owner counts the money in front of it, it can discern this fact. If it is a gift, many years later its former owner visits it, it is still very friendly. If it were to be sold, even if it was only half a year apart, it and its owner would have become complete strangers. I Like also said, that's right, They also think that their intelligence far exceeds the current calculation of humans, cousin. My son, who lived alone in France, at the end of his life suffered from brain disease, could not take care of his own life, and could not even control his urination, changed 7 maids in a row, but they all couldn't stand it one by one, just let her go. Later, they brought her a Labrador dog named Euler. I have seen that animal, intelligent beyond your imagination, even with a glance from my cousin, he already knew what to do. My cousin couldn't move very well. The room was on fire 3 times, but every time Euler saved my aunt from death. It is in with my aunt for 11 years, until in old age and death. Euler died. My cousin's spirit was very shaken, forever refused to believe in that fact. Only half a year later, my cousin also passed away. During the last years of her life, my aunt's encephalopathy worsened, panicking, forgetting the names of her dead husband and son, forgetting the God she worshipped, even didn't know who she was, just kept repeating, Euler, go get some vegetables, Euler, bring your shoes, Euler, your good son, Euler, your good son. Until the morning she died, she was still looking at the sun outside the window, smiling and saying to us, "Euler, get the newspaper and cow's milk in here. Euler, we have to go. Euler, we have to go." When I called Euler's name, my eyes filled with satisfaction. That feeling of happiness touched my soul. Then I knew that Euler was absolutely not a pet, it was a part of my cousin. She can't. Without Euler, just as man cannot be without a soul. The corner of Trong Lap's eyes also began to get wet. He saw in Euler a carefree spirit of dedication, that spirit in human society, expressed only in one place. Mom and son love. Only a mother's love for her children is pure and carefree, completely without calculating what to give and receive like that. Trong Lap in that moment was like returning to a small town full of the wind and rain, lying on the braided bed for 3 days and 3 nights, but at any time. Himself, he also saw that thin figure of his mother, who was wearing a blue cloth shirt sitting on a small bench in front of the steps, smiling. Smiling gently like a bodhisattva, each needle pierced the sole of a canvas shoe. "If you come back, I make a little bit of noise, Mom. Will come to the bed, gently stroke your back, muttering, 'I'm going to be sick. I'm fine, I'll be fine, tomorrow is Mom. I can buy my children something to eat.'" During the day, the carriage was like water flowing past his mother's back, along with his mother's quiet figure forming a very clear contrast. At night the stars and sky sparkled on top of her head, the moonlight dyed her mother's blue hair to silver white, 3 days 3. At night, his mother was always beside his bed to take care of, quietly sewing the soles of his shoes. No matter what time, he could feel the warmth of his mother. Many years after waking up from a dream, no matter where he was, he could clearly see the image of his mother sitting in front of the other door, quietly sewed the soles of his shoes. That figure was etched into his soul, unforgettable for the rest of his life. I Luke Kak continued to tell Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "Therefore, I completely understand your pursuit of this particular breed of dog. Dogs are truly a wonderful animal. If you consider them friends, they will be the most faithful friends. If you watch their relatives, they will become your closest relatives, just like your children." After a moment of silence, Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you?" Trong Lap, although listening to the story of I Luke Kak, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also had some sympathy, but he was surprised to discover that Trong Lap couldn't help but shed tears. Trong Lap dried his tears, shyly said, "Nothing. Just now when I heard about Dr. I Luke Kak, I suddenly remembered my mother." He began to speak slowly. "When I was a child, my family was very poor. My father went out to earn a living, mother. I have to sew the soles of rented shoes for people. To earn some money to cover expenses." Under the quiet starry sky, for some unknown reason, emotions surged. The 3 men who had just met began conversing late into the night. The next day, the special orientation training of Trak Mok Kwong Ba officially started. According to the arrangement, the morning was for theory lessons, and the afternoon was for practical skills lessons. The content they need to learn a lot. The morning lecture includes outdoor safety, outdoor first aid, wildlife identification, archaeological theory, and a part of knowledge related to meteorology and geography. Afternoon practice starts with the simplest things, such as climbing, simple weapon manufacturing, close quarters combat. In the evening, they have to take supplementary classes in Tibetan and Ancient Tibetan, and they are forced to learn the language of the Kwe Ba people, and the Chinese language. The Kwe Ba's characters are said to have been lost for a long time, so they gave up and did not study. Everyone saw that as if they were granted amnesty. Particularly, this part of the theory has also been reduced considerably by the Southern Wing flood. Knowledge about survival in the wild temporarily includes only a basic part that must be mastered in the range from snow boundaries or more, between 4,000 and 8,000 meters above sea level, and animals and plants. Scientists can only make a few simple points, trying to teach them how to recognize harmful and harmless plants and animals, recognize the most dangerous and unique animals and plants as examples, and know how to find the most widely distributed edible plant and animal species, while other species of flora and fauna cannot be forced to find out all of them. And the afternoon practice lessons are for creating the foundation. That is the real challenge. At this time, Tang Man's ability is shown. Don't just look small. Her lovely message was mistaken. When Tang Man was training, he grinded his teeth to endure, completely did not show weakness. The first day he returned to his hands and feet, they were grinded to swell. At night he used a needle himself, punctured the bruises, and the next day did not heal in time to continue training with high intensity, but she did not complain a word. And at night is the time that gives everyone the most headaches. Those ancient Tibetan writings look weird. It's really difficult to understand the meaning of those symbols, let alone understand. Just read it's already great to be up. However, Luke Kak and Lu Kan Nam also gave their opinions, wanting everyone to learn all kinds of basic characters. The basis of representing the beginning of civilization, too. People know the reasons for the production and evolution of those symbols, so that when people are faced with a completely symbolic text, strangely enough, I can somewhat speculate on their meaning. As a result, the proposal was strongly opposed by the majority of the team members, including Professor Feng Tan. The reason of those who object is that knowledge belongs absolutely to the category of those who for people with IQ. Such a range is indeed too harsh. Special training. During the training process, the personality traits of each member also gradually revealed. Ma Tang was always cold and arrogant, rarely interacting with others, as if he was a completely independent person inside. Outside of this group, this makes Trak Mok Kwong Ba dissatisfaction. But if we say alienated from everyone, it seems that Lama Allah is even more difficult to approach than Ma Tang. Every day except completing the training content, he only recited Buddhist scriptures. Even Luke Ka could not talk to him, but Lama Allah's memory was amazingly good, even if it wasn't. Whatever the content, it was almost as long as Luke Kak and Lu Kan Nam talked about it once, and he completely remembered it all. Lucky draw, only Trak Mok Kwong Ba knows the memory of lamas who can recite no more than a few 100,000 words wrong of this Tibetan canon, all of which are acquired through training. Unexpectedly, the person with the worst memory is Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Professor Feng Tan has a partial knowledge of biology, Trong Lap, Yuyang, and Tang. Man is still young. Ma Tang has experience. Wilderness survival experience is relatively rich. Only Trak Mok Kwong Ba is like a complete newbie. But he is certainly the most austere of the members participating in the training. Reviewing his notebooks, recalling what he has learned almost takes up Trak Mok Kwong Ba's rest time. He even reached the state of death. For example, when eating rice, he was surprised to realize that the porcelain bowl they used was Tsinghua porcelain, probably fired in the middle. In the 1980s, the sign Can Duke Town under the base of the bowl was fake. The chopsticks they used were made of ironwood, grew in the same geographical environment with the bamboo suitable for making bows and arrows, and the rice they ate was cooked with rice in the northeast. Only the black soil accumulated in Tuyanbu Nha can grow rice grains that are both flexible, soft and fluffy, but not sticky to eat. Before he went to sleep, he reviewed his lesson again. This double-decker bed was made of ordinary wood, assembled with percussive wedges, only barely able to withstand it. The weight of 2 people, and the best wood types are agarwood, followed by eucalyptus, royal flower, wood sandstone, ironwood, octopus, boxwood, ironwood. Bed sheets are all fabric. Cotton, among the materials used to make blankets for clothing of the ancients. The silk from the Tap Lai Lake area is considered relatively elegant, while the cicada silk discovered in Ma Vuong Mound is still being examined to see the origin, from where. Even in dreams, these roommates sometimes heard Trak Mok Kwong Ba muttering, butterflies. Blue-eyed, scaly-winged silkworm, belongs to the genus of large silkworm butterflies, northwest of South America. The wings are 1 meter long, blue eyes on the wings, 7th on the abdomen, there are 2 poison-secreting glands, which can produce cyanide, extremely toxic. Australian jellyfish, extremely poisonous, one who touches it 30 seconds later is dead. Not only that, every day at the hour. After lunch break, Lama asked Trak again. Mok Kwong Ba recited the ancient Nyingma Sutra that his father asked him to narrate, until a word was not wrong, because the mythical stories in the ancient scriptures are most likely true, can lead him to discover the correct direction. After that, it was also Trak Mok Kwong Ba who asked to study the relationship between the beginnings of writing and the evolution of civilization, although it didn't go anywhere in the end, but having free time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba came to ask Nai Luke Kak about the origin of writing and the difference between hieroglyphs and signs where, cuneiform, Mayan, seal-shaped letters. What is special about Egyptian armor and hieroglyphs and what do they have in common? Even I Luke Kak had to scratch his head and scratch his ears, and in the end, he couldn't help but use a sentence, I have overcome you, to conclude. End unanswerable questions. Among the people who are most interested in Trak Mok Kwong Ba, I am afraid that Lu Can Nam must be counted as one. She feels helpless. The same strangeness in front of the strong man. Always filled with this energy and questioning, almost always answered the questions he posed in a very detailed way, and several times implicitly expressed. I want to talk to Trak Mok privately. Kwong Ba, but he either pretends, do not know, or choose to refuse, all. His love was completely devoted to Tang Min. He didn't want to go back. In terms of personal feelings, there is another way. In practical training exercises. In fact, the worst one is of course Tang Min, but she cries a lot. Although he has failed many times, he has never shed a single tear. No matter how much tribulation conquered her, finally Tang Min also passed all the tests. But the most amazing thing was Lama Ala, this unremarkable old man like a great hermit, making it impossible to understand what he was able to do in the end. Notwithstanding, no matter how difficult the training category, he passed it once, as easily as he remembered those theories. Sometimes even Trak Mok Kwong Ba also passed. Could not get it right the first time, but Lama Allah still managed to pass it, so comfortably that even I Luke Kak also had to sigh in self-pity. But during the first period of training, Trak Mok Kwong Ba still always feeling unwell, feeling people are watching, their spines are cold. He knew, the blonde man didn't give up so easily, but he still couldn't find the whereabouts of the enemy. The more he did it, the more he got worse. Feel dangerous. Another problem is, the commander-in-chief of this action has conducted training for so long, but still has not seen the leader appear. Trak Mok Kwong Ba brought this problem to ask Lu Can Nam, is paid. The answer is that the person has gone abroad to survey. It seems that it is a large irrigation project. Time goes by, the temperature blinks. The highest daytime high in the training area was up to 26 degrees. That afternoon after the end of training, the male members of the team all changed into camouflage tank tops. Under the sun, their muscles were almost perfect. By Trak Mok Kwong Ba exudes a powerful hegemony. Guys this time and some. The last month has been a huge difference, climbing, tying ropes, digging caves, finding springs, fighting. Each subject has achieved the best results, and the theory test has also passed the standard. At least I already know what Lu Can Nam tested him on the first day he came here. That grass is called sedge grass, very common in the Tibetan plateau. That rock is weathered red sandstone, looks solid, but is actually fragmented, unable to cling to climb up and make a permanent object. And the animal is bigger than the other ant, which is the famous army ant in the desert, making many people afraid to hear the name alone. At the same time, he also knew a little about plants and animals that sounded. That monstrous miracle that Ba Tang mentioned, the tree can kill people. It seems to be a mutation of Tu Dang, the roots of a climbing plant in its growth period. Touching the entity is entangled, A day and night can reach a few meters. If you wrap it up and then let it find a big tree to climb, the next morning you will find that the other person is dead on the trunk, and the Tibetan 5-color leech is even more terrifying. They can be up to 10 centimeters long. As soon as the weather warms up, they begin to crawl away. About this leech problem, the Tibetans have a proverb to imagine. A white horse passing by turns into a red horse, the white dog passes by with only bones and skin left. And other things. Like ice chisels, iron claws, number 8 rings. Padlocks used by the survey team in car. Karte Lai, now Trakmok Kwong Ba understands them as if he understood his own arm, but still lacks the opportunity to apply it in reality. How much is Trakmok Kwong Ba remembering? The catch movement that Lu Kan Nam taught, slowly practiced alone. Tronglap and Yuyang sat under a tree to rest. These two close-in-aged soldiers only hate to know each other too late. Now they are a couple. Close friend. Ma Tang sat on a tall tree fork, still cold as a lonely falcon. He was hot-tempered, easily angered, but he suffered before and after at the hands of Trakmok Kwong Ba and Lama Allah, and later recovered. Calculate. Somehow, Professor Fung Tan and I Luke Kak always discuss all kinds of things. Academic affairs. Tang Min and Lu. The south wing was standing in the distance, but Juo Mok Kwong Ba could sense them. Everyone was looking at him when suddenly Lama Ala, the most mysterious person in the team, walked up to him. Guy. Lama Ala looking at Trakmok Kwong Ba. Practice, then asked suspiciously, are you Kobai? Juo Mok Kwong Ba nodded, then said, first, I won a few periods. Later went to work in business, no longer participating. Trong Lap suddenly jumped up and asked. Young Master Kwong Ba, I have heard from Ko. How many times have I prayed that, it's finally the title. What's up? Trakmok Kwong Ba chuckled and said. It's like calling the champion in a regular sports competition. The Alala Lama said seriously, not only. As simple as that. Ko Bai is the title of glory and divinity, the way to call the warrior of the Tibetan people. For a long time now, in the Tibetan area, there were many competitions on a large scale. At that time all the kingdoms sent the strongest young men to compete for the Ko Bai, the content of which included horse riding, archery, bullfighting. Tibetan feathers, Tibetan wrestling, pressure, nada, all add up to a dozen. Currently, only the southwest region of Alice still retains the Ko Bai tradition, but the competition content has also been reduced to only 4 subjects, pressure, sparring, dandy, and rope throwing. Lama Ala looked at Trakmok Kwong Ba and said, Tat. Getting Ko Bai is not an easy thing. No matter how easy it is, in all respects it has to be excellent. Yuyang also stood up and asked, a family, a multi-family, what is it? Trong Lap also knew a little about these competitions of the Tibetans, so he explained to Yuyang that the pressure was an elephant tug of war, the two men leaning against each other, putting ropes around their shoulders like a boatman. When competing, each person comes out. Forward momentum, posture like. It's elephant, besides the rules are the same. Normal traction. Russia is throwing rocks flying, is to use rope to tie the stone, take advantage of the skill and inertia of the rope to throw it far away. The more accurate the better. It's like weightlifting, lifting a big rock. In addition, there is ox horn pulling, fighting. Lama Ala asked Trakmok Kwong again. Ba, the first time I saw him take action, I felt that there are techniques like sealing, carding, juggling, piercing adhesion, closeness, turning, rounding. It seems that I don't have to learn, while practicing Ko Bai right. Trakmok Kwong Ba secretly praised. Advantages and disadvantages, explaining, when I was in Chengdu trade, met an old man in Qingyang Palace, he taught me Tai Chi. Lama Allah nodded, Chuo Mu. Kwong Ba immediately asked back, there are things that must be said again and again, A's bodyguard. It was the new monk that surprised us. It is true that a true man has no form, I don't think there is a more appropriate word to say about the master. Lama Allah's voice is still as calm as always. I've been cultivating at Saklap Temple for decades, and I've also learned a few dance moves. After saying that, he went to chant some mantra again. Trak Mok Kwong Ba feels good. Strange, why did Lama suddenly think of that question? In that moment of bewilderment, he saw on the mountainside there seemed to be something sparkling with reflection. Kwang. On the screen, the time, the distance from the target, the angle, the slope all appear clearly. The whole face is full of confusion. Doubt of Trak Mok Kwong Ba is okay. Magnified right before your eyes. Merkin, dressed in a military uniform, stood majestically in the deep forest on the mountainside, lowered his electric binoculars, and mumbled suspiciously, "Are you sure? What the fuck is that special training? How do you know where it is?" Max. Merkin shouted loudly, "One." The armed elemental with brown hair, raised eyebrows, small eyes, high nose, wide mouth, hurriedly ran through the bushes. His body is also 8 feet tall, but also everyone is in a state of being ready to stoop, with a little stooping inside. "Sir, what is it?" So, Max's English is very fluent, so he is the guy who lit Merkin's cigarette in Te Lai. Merkin adjusted the brim of his hat and asked, "Has the madman recovered?" Max slowly replied, "Yes," the American side said, "mainly because it is too difficult to communicate during the treatment process for people with mental illness, exchange and treatment. Psychology is very important." "What about the session name?" Translator we got in Lhasa, he's not very good at Kwaybar when translating. Like I can't speak Chinese. So eloquently. "You're Chinese. You mean my Chinese is just as bad, right?" "Huh. Not. No, I dare not." Merkin lit a cigarette, exasperatedly exhaled a puff of white smoke, muttering, "Is anyone good at barber?" "Yes." "Then why don't you come and invite me back?" "Go." Max pointed down and muttered, "Exactly. It's down there." "Huh," Merkin said, "you said that person is also training." Max nodded and said, "Yes, his name is, the pronunciation sounds weird, called Vio Ban Chia Luo or something." Merkin glared at Max and yelled, "Damn it." After walking 2 steps, he turned his head and cursed, "Bad food." Suddenly he had an idea, saying, "They train, we train too. Max, go and arrange it, let me train the guys from Te Lai to come. Even if you die, you have to die a little bravely." Max indicated that he would go to work right away, and then timidly asked, "Boss, son of a bitch. That Saw's locked himself all day in his room, carrying all kinds of bottles and bottles for experiments. The Tibetan people around here reacted very strongly. I don't know if it will expose us or not." Merkin pondered for a moment, took a sip of his cigarette and said, "For the time being, whatever he needs, try to satisfy him. Can we be successful, I'll have to rely on that guy's little animals in the future." Max and Merkin both left. The forest returned to its inherent silence, almost like nothing ever happened. The basic training phase is over. From now on they start to conduct training to adapt to other environments. Each other on a worldwide scale. The first confrontational competition between the 2 groups is the most simple wilderness survival skills contest. The first subject is to build a fire. All kinds of tools are placed in one place, then the members of the 2 groups come and choose for themselves what you need. The nest that can ignite the ignition first is considered the winner. Lu Kan Nam's whistle sounded. 4. The big and strong man is Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Ba Tang, Trong Lap and Yue Duong took advantage of their physical advantage to run first to the place to store the furniture. They picked up the driest and roughest piece of wood, then drilled a small hole in it. Fill it with wood chips, then with a small sharp stick, poke the sharp end in. In the hole, start twirling the stick vigorously with both hands. The 4 great athletes rushed into the battle one by one, not letting the stick stop, 5 minutes later, the wood chips in the hole began to smoke. The Trak Mok Kwong rejoiced. Despite the sweat pouring out of his face, the more he turned the stick, the harder it was. Half an hour later, the first spark of fire started to dance. The faces of the 4 people on the side of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's nest were all blackened by smoke. The sweat dripping down made everyone's faces streaked like a camouflage suit of the special forces who were wearing them. But when they turned to look at the side of Professor Fung Tan's nest, all of them immediately froze. The other was holding a burning torch. Since when? Looking at us. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looks like a group of primitive people. Duo Muchang Ba stared at them with wide eyes, feeling the professor's side. Fung Tan is both relaxed and comfortable, seemingly without any effort at all, Ba Tang and Yuyang. He was also stunned. Only Trong Lap was still blowing into the hole to make the fire bigger, joyfully shouting, "Fire, burn, ha ha, burn up." A few people on the side of Professor Fung Tan's group took the torch and walked over. Looking at the 4 dirty-faced men panting like buffalo, they couldn't help but laugh. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was unwilling to exclaim, "Teacher, how can everyone do it so quickly?" Professor Fung Tan spread out his left hand, trying. "Try not to laugh, try to pretend." Seriously explained, "Raymond's lighter, right below the wooden stick you took away." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh twice, but still tried to hold it back, saying like an advertisement on TV, "History. Use compressed acetylene mixture, prevent wind and prevent water. At the highest level of gas injection, the flame can reach 3000 degrees, enough to fuse ordinary iron and steel. However, it is very raw material. A liquefied gas tank can only maintain the strongest flame for 5 minutes. The whole body is made of alloy, can resist the direct shot of 8mm gun bullets. Using the contact button method to ignite, the purpose is to be in a situation where 2 hands can't. Operation can also use the igniter. The design is reasonable. The curves all follow the human physiological structure. The material is tough, and it is the top igniter of the special forces. Trak Mok Kwong Ba wants to cry. Unable to shed tears, he turned and asked Lu Can Nam, "Isn't this arrangement a bit too much?" Lu Can Nam did not hesitate to say, "I told you to choose your own tools and materials. When you see wood, you only think about drilling holes to ignite the fire. Where is your ability to observe and distinguish? I declare, the first fighting match. Hey, Team Trak Mok Kwong Ba lost, Professor Fung Tan Team won." What no one expected was that this was just the beginning of a series of failures of the group Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Then during the training period around the world, when they passed through Dhaka, road vehicles, the school is constantly exploding. Tires, again because of the actual route and on the map. Amazingly different, by the time the group reached the destination, the professor's team. Fung Tan has been waiting there for several hours, while training in the desert in Sahara. Yuyang let a scorpion get into his pants and burned his butt, resulting in the 3 of them having to take turns. Carry him on the road, of course cannot be as fast as people live. Sijuangbana 4 people were chased by a herd of wild elephants, still lost his way in the primeval forest. It took 4 more days than the plan to go outside, investigate the cause. Unexpectedly, because Trong Lap took out a banana to lure a baby elephant, the result was his mother. It detects, when climbing Witch Mountain in Australia, Ba Tang studs couldn't close properly, and Trak Mok Kwong Ba is constantly leading the wrong way, often dislocating his hand, causing all 4 people to slide down and hang on the cliff. When crossing the Black Desert, Trak Mok Kwong Ba commanded and misjudged. 4 people unfortunately met. Must have a sandstorm, luckily find a cave in Ma Tok Mountain to hide for a day, otherwise the consequences would be hard to imagine. And then regardless of steppe, swamp, desert, or ice plain, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's nest all failed before Professor Fung Tan's nest. Even Lu Can Nam often nagged, for some reason. Nest. This seemingly strong person is all such a dark-minded person. Another few months, I don't know if it's the physical training that goes beyond the usual rules that paralyzes people. Every day each person only needs to grind their teeth to bear all the pressure from the training items. Training. It's enough to consume all my energy, making time for thinking less and less. The time for the members to discuss the horrors encountered during the training process is increasing. Only Trakmok Kwangba and Professor Fung Tan always remember the purpose of the training session. During this special training, on the way to training, the two often came to Lu Kan Nam to discuss when it was appropriate to go to the temple of Bak Bala. Every day, they spend 2 hours online to collect documents and clues related to Bak Bala temple. The platoon just returned from training, went to the training center in Lhasa to adjusted. They only had 2 days to rest, then waited for the next destination that Lu Kan Nam set. Trakmok Kwangba could not wait any longer. He went to Lu Kan Nam's room again, knocked on the door for a long time. Lu Kan Nam opened the door to ask him what was wrong. Trakmok Kwangba expressed her concern. She frowned and said, "The training sequence is only half done, and during the training process Ma Tang has always received psychotherapy. Until now his memory is I'm slowly recovering. If I'm anxious to start the search right now, I'm afraid the effect won't be great." Trakmok Kwangba seriously said, "I think we passed. If you have been tested on adapting to different environments, is it possible that there is still no training? Personally, I think that I have enough strength to go to find that place. Moreover, we don't know what to do. Know where the other group has progressed." Lu Kan Nam said, "You don't have to worry about it in this regard. Bak Bala temple has been searched for hundreds of years. If it was so easy to find, we wouldn't need to continue training here. What else? No need to worry, no need to worry, you always say that. It should be known that organizations and groups of people. Previously, I went to find Bak Bala temple. The failure was because their clue was incorrect, but now, the Kweba people have appeared in the outside world. Moreover, they have been taken away by those people." She said, "I can't worry, okay, or what? Of course, it doesn't really matter to me if the shrine is damaged or not. Well, I shouldn't worry too much about it, but I'm impatient to know that those people are a bunch of terrible villains. Even dare to bring illegal weapons in Chinese territory. If they find that place, the creatures there will definitely be harmed." Trakmok Kwangba spoke faster. Lu Kan Nam hummed, "I know, you're afraid that your Zikilin will be taken by someone. Shoot to death, right?" Trakmok Kwangba said fiercely, "Of course, you say it directly. In the end we have to reach what level to be able to start. You can't force us to keep training and training again. As for the search for Bak Bala temple, we did not do anything, did not investigate and research. Don't go looking for evidence. No clue analysis. What a fart with such training." Trakmok Kwangba said a sentence, slammed on the table again. The papers and glass of water on the table bounced up. His tone was also quite heavy. After he finished speaking, his hands pressed down on the table, his eyes widened. Lu Kan Nam. Lu Kan Nam patted the table and stood up, also raising his voice, you know what? Departing, all day he could only scream like that. What clue do you have? Trakmok Kwangba said, "That picture, didn't I give you that photo already?" Lu Kan Nam sat down again, crossed his legs, looked up at Trakmok Kwangba, "Is there more?" Trakmok Kwangba searched his memory and said, "And, at first he only had a photo, then they found a madman in Mongha, but the crazy person was already taken. Arrested, still do not know where. Later on, they knew Ma Tang, but Ma Tang's memory still unable to recover. Later, I heard that Tang Shou had a diary, but until now, that diary also has no trace. If he really has to say if there is any information to confirm it, up to this moment he only has that one picture, a blurry photo, inside is a student, it looks like a Tibetan clam. How much information do you think this picture of you can provide?" Lu Kan Nam looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba with pitying eyes, then continued, all. Your documents are all in my hands. I know very well the information you have. That picture, based on the reference information that you Professor Feng Tan provides, can line up. The ellipse has a radius of thousands of kilometers. That's an area of over 10,000 square kilometers, my young master Kwong Ba. An uninhabited area over 10,000 square kilometers, including almost the Himalayas. Lu Kan Nam raised his voice, then sullenly said, only afraid until my grandson becomes General Secretary. Signing the United Nations, I haven't found it yet. See that place anywhere else. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately became jealous. But still not willing, loudly questioned, if you don't have a clue, maybe. Looking for clues, without conditions. Conditions can be created, opportunities will arise during action, but like now, we don't do anything. We are not. We can't just train and not listen or ask about that temple of Bo Bala, so what the hell are we doing here anyway? Lu Kan Nam patted the table again and stood up. Who told you we didn't listen or ask? How do you know? As soon as she said this, she realized that she had missed words, hastily stopped. But Trak Mok Kwong Ba heard. When he saw it, he quickly asked, what? Officer Lu, can you repeat what you just said? Lu Kan Nam hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed, okay, if you are so impatient to know that, I will let you know, so that you can understand how ignorant you are. She got up and opened the safe behind her, took out a pile of thick documents, put it down in front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, said, this is all things you have never known. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stammered, this is what? Here, he flipped through the stack of documents. Unexpectedly all of them were documents related to Bak Bala Temple. Inside there were top-secret documents stamped with black and red seals, and even letters with official seals, even news clippings in small newspapers. Not to be missed, what surprised Trak Mok Kwong Ba the most was an envelope from the 14th year of Tuyen Thong dynasty. Fan signed Ung Nha Gm Dai to a certain Mr. Warner, the letter contained. Mentioning that there is a mysterious legend in the ethnic area in the far western region of Tibet, asked if Mr. Warner would be interested in visiting with him. The content of the letter except for the mention of Bo Bala Temple, also secretly mentioned the legend of Zikilan. This pile of documents, as early as 1902, covering 7 countries, the time and the vastness of the area made Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but roll his eyes and tongue, compared to the thoroughness of the content. The materials that Trak Mok Kwong Ba collected were also unmatched. He was very surprised and said, what is this anyway? Lu Kan Nam explained with a blank look. By Trak Mok Kwong Ba, actually. The things related to Bak Bala Temple are not as simple as you imagine. From the late Qing period to the beginning of the nationalist years, until the Kuomintang established the government, then the country China was born, it always received the interest from many sides. The country soon paid attention to the Bak Bala Temple, because it is not only a great complement to the Tibetan tradition of Buddhism, but also the best evidence for the cultural exchange and fusion of Tibet and Han, which are in Vietnam. That reflects the inner history, life, religion and culture of the two peoples of Tibet and Han more than 1,000 years ago, and more importantly, from 1914 to the present, foreign forces have also increasingly shown themselves. Get excited about the inner shrine. This legend, the number of their poles, continuously increasing, but that place has a very large area that is no man's area without a border post, so we have to go to Bak Bala Temple before outside forces find it, and conduct excavation work immediately. Before you guys came up with a plan to find this temple of Bak Bala, there was an organization that always researched and investigated about Bak Bala Temple, because the state couldn't invest too much money, so most all members are responsible for the investigation costs themselves. Like that, they also collect much more material than you guys. This time, you propose to form a survey team. The assassination was just a coincidence, or at that time there was a group of members of the research association who discovered and deciphered the meaning of suggestion on some overseas painting scrolls. Back to China. At the same time the state also thinks that it is possible to organize an exploratory survey. So, having just had this special training, know that with just a little bit of according to your data, the state will not arbitrarily agree to establish a survey team. Even if you sponsor the entire budget, it will not be possible. Axis of scrolls of paintings abroad bring. Back to China. Track Mok Kwong Ba flipped to find a pile of documents, but couldn't find anything that looked like a scroll. Lu Kan Nam said, "You can't find it here. Here are all documents that have been translated into Chinese, just the most basic and simple documents. As for the documents on the history of ancient Tibetan literature, they are all by assistant researchers responsible for research. On the surface, you guys are always receiving special training, seemingly unprepared. Whatever for this survey, it's actually just to make foreign forces suspicious. There's always a very large research organization that's preparing the most comprehensive plan for this trip, of you, non-stop. Collect and update relevant documents 24/7. These jobs, only the state can do, if only. Depending on the individual, maybe you should investigate. Life can't have that much material." Lu Kan Nam paused for a moment, then said again, "We still don't know where the scrolls came from, which is predicted to be a precious artifact discovered by foreign explorers and discovered by foreign explorers, take away from the turn of the century. This is like Dunhuang literature. Because the contents on the scroll are all written using gold powder, experts call it the ancient style of Kim Tu. Coming to these scrolls, there are also 3-color patterned discs of the Sui dynasty, gold glasses of the Sui dynasty, a statue of a person holding over one socks. All are first-class state-level documents. The value of these scrolls is extremely great, the most important of which is the mention of some secret content, which has a key effect on the search for the Silver Bala Temple. This is also the reason why you were founded there." Track Mok Kwong Ba greedily went through clues and documents everywhere. Only now did he know that there was a team of experts doing analysis for their trip. No wonder. Let's find Lu Kan Nam and ask. In fact, she is also very confident. As he read the document, he asked again. "I didn't expect this much, so there are always experts who research the clues. Hey, but, why not tell us?" Lu Kan Nam prevented Track Mok Kwong Ba from continuing to voraciously read the documents, collected them, and put them away, saying, "These contents, I should have waited until everyone had completed the training criteria before I said, now the more you know, the more useless it is. You guys right now, most of all, you need to focus on training the most. You think you've trained enough, don't you? Then I give you a chance, you and I will fight alone regardless of tricks. If you beat me, I will acknowledge the fruit of your training." Track Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. "No. You can say that, the battlefield is death, the battlefield is life, can't. Using the matter of who beat who as the standard of judgment, the actual situation can. Any changes happen, and I'm assuming that our team has enough capacity to deal with those changes, so it's turn after turn to come up with a starting plan, looking for traces related to Bakbala Temple. Of course, I was completely unaware at the time that there was a group of experts helping us with our preparations." Lu Kan Nam stood up, looked directly at Track Mok Kwong Ba, and asked, "I'm sorry. See, I train you like this because..." "What?" Track Mok Kwong Ba suddenly encountered this unexpected question, and immediately replied. "Strengthening the practical capacity of us to sell the network to the expert team." Lu Kan Nam showed pity, shook his head and sighed, "You are completely wrong. I train people like this, because I want to teach you to live. Proceed. Such arduous training, just to. You learn how to survive in different environments and conditions. Need to know that, no matter how much money you have, how many equipment you have, how many plans you have, you must stay alive. Yes, that is the basic condition for you can do anything. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's voice became small. Gradually, do you think we can't survive in different environments yet? Lu Kan Nam laughed. It's not long enough. I think this team has enough ability to cope with any change. Well done. After a long training period, I'm preparing to conduct a comprehensive exam as your midterm exam. She held up the document in her hand and said, if you want to see these materials, wait until you pass the other test and then talk. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes lit up. What does the test include? Lu Kan Nam replied, at that time I will tell everyone, you go on vacation first. Trak Mok Kwong Ba holds a full belly. Lamented, crept out, just reached the door. Lu Kan Nam again reminded, Mr. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, I need to remind you, pay attention to your status right now. Your team is only a temporary test team. If you don't pass it, if you are tested, you can face the risk of disbandment at any time, not to mention wanting to have one. Get the number of documents of this state due. The state does not lack a bit of his exploration funding, so please don't always put on your boss like that. You have to remember it clearly. I just an ordinary team member under me. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his head away, didn't answer, just nodded and slammed the door behind him. When he was gone, Lu Kan Nam mumbled as if speaking to himself, as if to someone, looks like he can't wait anymore. Behind the unexpected curtain someone also said, it's only natural, because he has absolutely no idea what we're doing. One ancient weapon that looks like a spear. Chapter 8, Export. Developing Forest. Amazon. 4 people walking on the river, the 2 sides of the big tree. The river bed is a bit narrow. The more you look at it, the more immense it is. Sometimes there are a few American macaws flying over their heads. Brilliant feathers glistening in the blinding sun. This scene compared to the spruce forest in Xishuangbana they had passed through, it was 2 completely different worlds. Tapped size. The curtain lifted unexpectedly was Lama Lama. A black hawk perched on his shoulder. He, claws clenched, eyes sparkling like lightning, cautiously surveyed this unfamiliar environment. Lama Lama looked at the scroll in his hand and said calmly, it's about time, we have to see the training achievements of this group of people. Lu Kan Nam asked, is there a new clue? The Alala Lama gave a rare smile and patted onto the shoulder. The hawk immediately flapped its wings and flew up, turning into a black point in the deep blue sky in the blink of an eye. Never appeared. Lama Allah said like ordered, map. On the table, a world atlas the size of A3 paper is quickly opened. Lama Elas quickly turned to the page with the map. America, muttering, in the epic of Katjuk Namangan 1 that we have gathered, there is a passage where the great messenger. The most powerful citadel is illuminated by light. Everything sacred is perfectly preserved in Bakbala temple. After that, the citadel, which was illuminated by the light, had to be handed over to the Western Holy Envoy by Yuong, who did not give up. But Ytaoc Ba did not want to reconcile this radiant light, so he secretly used mud and bricks too. Restoring another castle, because he did not dare to destroy the holy object, he ordered his subordinates to secretly bring that divine light to a faraway place where no one could find it forever. Still, the newly translated words of gold powder are not quite like that. The greatest messenger to bring to the city the light shines, but when the messenger to the concession earth, the owner has changed. Noting that, he did not give the citadel that could shine the light to the Western Holy Envoy by Uong, but directly ordered Ytaoc Ba to send an escort to the horizon. This point is very different from the epic. The Western Medicine Oc Ba gave the emissary money for the highway, sent the best brave men with war clams, and the messengers climbed mountains, crossed the immense sea, to a mysterious faraway country. The trees are far away, growing to the foot of Troy FW, densely multiplying, creating a murky forest. All sides are dangerous, everywhere there are cannibals and plants that they have never seen. Even humans. It is also brutal murder, cannibalism. The buildings there were tall and majestic, more massive than any palace they had ever seen. The shrine there is like a mausoleum. The triangular faces are clustered together, looking like a high mountain. The stairs lead straight up to the blue clouds. Old document. There were figures of human heads and drawings of animals. Lu Kan Nam muttered, "Golden temple. Tower, but it's a desert, why? Strange jungle." Lama smiled calmly. "You still don't understand. It's a tropical jungle." Those who returned to serve said, "They let that shining citadel in another civilization's temple." The king there agreed with them, leaving the god's citadel forever imprisoned in darkness. Lu Kan Nam immediately understood, but still couldn't believe it was true. She asked, "Maya pyramids, impossible. How could they cross the Pacific Ocean to the Americas at that time? Besides, it's okay to come back." Alas, Lama said, "In this world, what modern people can do, who can say that the ancients couldn't do it? Don't forget the stories in the Sun Haikin and the people who crossed the sea. That time was not earlier than porcelain. Fake of the ancient dynasty thousands of years ago. The castle is illuminated by light. After all, what is it?" Lu Kan Nam pondered. The Lama said, "I don't know either. But a person who can take it secretly, it's probably not very big. So let's use the story of crossing the jungle to take the midterm exam." The Alala Lama drew a circle on the map. Lu Kan Nam looks at the Lama ring. "Just drawing," exclaimed in amazement. "As far as I know, Mayan civilization is limited to the Yucatan Peninsula. Isn't this a bit far?" Lama said, "It's not wrong, although I don't understand it very well, but their clues are very clear. You see, here there are traces, relics of civilization Maya discovered so far, mainly distributed in southern Mexico, Guatemala, Brazil, Belize, the western region of Honduras and El Salvador. The furthest also stop at the Andes. And in the east of the Andes, the average elevation above 6,000 meters was the scope of the civilization. Ancient Inca civilization. The prevailing view today is that the ancients could not cross the treacherous Andes. But a few years ago, archaeologists Brazil has discovered that deep in the Amazon jungle has another civilization completely different from the ancient Inca civilization, whose pottery is very finely crafted, has characteristics of tribal life, has sugar, bridge, farming area, herding area, temple to God and sacrifice, is a relic of a highly developed civilized society. 3 years later, they discovered in the deep forest an astronomical observatory very similar to that of the ancient Maya. An unimaginable thing is that they used the material is huge rocks. Very sophisticated construction techniques. This is completely contrary to the view of this area before the explorers. The danger of landing in 1942 was a wild forest with no sign of man. And the Amazon rainforest. There can be no large-scale stone works. Research results show that the ancient Mayans were completely capable of crossing the Andes to the jungle. Amazon laid the foundation for a new life, and the path they took was probably after descending the Andes along the Amazon River forward. This explanation has been agreed by archaeologists in the country of the Amazon basin. Each country sends at least 2 archaeological teams to search in that dangerous forest. A few days ago there was a shocking discovery. Quote, Lu Kan Nam could not refute anything. She just skimmed the history. Ancient relic culture of South and North America, so I had to ponder, from Putumayo, a southwestern province of Colombia, close to the border of Ecuador and Peru, to St. Mary, is this place a bit too dangerous for everyone? Moreover, basin Amazon is so vast, how can we determine what we want to find is still in this land? Lama Allah explained in a low voice, yes, no one can say for sure, but according to reliable information, a dead city has recently emerged in this area, on a very large scale, and there must be a shrine there, just haven't found it yet. Lu Kan Nam again asked, still divided into two groups. Lama Ala nodded. Yes, that is the test. Lu Kan Nam looked worried. So should we really tell them all? Again Ma Ala lowered his head to think. His eyes now revealed a heavy contemplation. After thinking for a while, he finally said, temporarily not tell them. Hurry! Lu Kan Nam exclaimed. Why is that? Lama Ala smiled and said, in Trax Ka Te Lai trip. Mok Kwong Ba, there are some very strange things, I want to find out first. Lu Kan Nam nodded as if she understood something, but she couldn't confirm it, hesitated for a moment, then asked. Teacher Ayla, are you sure it's there? Even though the site is within this range, it's still not certain that our two groups will definitely pass through it, right? Lama said, the great living Buddha Almighty will show us the bright way. Don't miss any opportunity, just go and try it once. I will lead my team straight to that place, and the group of young Master Kwong Ba, they will obey the arrangement of fate. Either way, we must go to that ruins. His voice is strong and resolute, not even Lu Kan Nam. What does the judge object to? Lama Ala raised his head, looked in the direction the hawk had disappeared. The darkness had gradually subsided. He said to himself, Maya, where did you come from? After all, how many secrets do you hide? Then he remembered the great nun, the great Lama standing in front of the cave on the top of the mountain, the wind blowing his beard and hair, the hem of his shirt. He spread his arms, raised his face and shouted to the blue sky in the midst of the storm, flamboyant. It's been 1,000 years. We've been waiting for 1,000 years. Echo from the mountain cave sounded like a god replied. 1,000 years, 1,000 years, ellipsis quote, countless. Sounds like the sound of drums ringing in the heart of Lama Ala. And in a corner outside the barracks, a black shadow from beginning to end was still standing in front of Lu Kan Nam's window. That person pointed. Listen quietly, quietly. Track Mok Kwong Ba leaves work. By Lu Kan Nam, go straight to Professor Phung Tan. The professor is sitting in front of the computer to summarize the recent field trip in the jungles of Vietnam. He has classified and arranged the problems encountered in the forest and the new shortcomings revealed in a very positive way. Detail period. Track Mok Kwong Ba disgruntledly recounted to him his conversation with Lu Kan Nam, finally saying, Teacher, tell me, there are obviously as many clues as. So, why don't you tell us? So that we can still find Bo Ba La. Unexpectedly, Professor Phung Tan only smiled calmly and said, Kwong Ba, it seems that you still do not fully understand your position. Before taking part in the special training, I told you very solemnly and seriously, the State Special Training Team is not a small expedition team that we organize ourselves. Moreover, the trip there's also this one. More exploratory. Do you really? Do you understand what the two words explorer mean? Track Mok Kwong Ba said dully. What does it mean? Professor Phung Tan replied. Before us, the state organized countless times. Many professional teams have been searching for Bak Bala Temple. Their ability to survive in the wilderness, their teamwork, their expert knowledge of history, all surpassed us by countless times, yet, they, without exception, all have failed, so-called failure. The professor's eyes darkened, his voice lowered. It must be said that all of them have been sacrificed for the sake of the mission. After the loss of a large number of experts, the search for Bak Bala Temple has had a degree of stagnation. One is due to the lack of new leads, the other is that it takes time to cultivate talents. Here, suddenly a clue appeared. The state did not dare to take the risk. Team of experts, that's why a specially trained expedition team like us appeared. If we say, the teams searching for Bak Bala Temple organized by the state in the past were professional level, then, our group here can only fall into the category of amateurs within amateurs. Everyone knows, searching for Bak Bala Temple is not sent to travel, but it is a dangerous matter of life and death. the forebears sacrifice because it has reached thousands of tens of thousands. And the main purpose of forming our group is to navigate, even if we sacrifice in the search process, as long as we can transmit or record useful information. Our work can be considered as complete. So, without training us to be a warrior of steel, they will. It's not easy for us to rush to the battlefield. As for our benefit from joining this team, one is possible. Improve our own strength. Secondly, if we can survive the search, we will be the first to find the traces. Do you really think that this group of people will become the main force in search of Bakbala, the state's temple? Haha, we're not even there yet. At this point you have to try to understand. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was depressed. No wonder I caught the trainers. He continued to train, but again refused to tell them about the Bakbala temple. He also thought that they were the only main force that the state had hoped to find. Sword of Silver Bala Temple. There was even a degree that thought that after joining the special training team, the government would bring all the documents about Bakbala Temple intact and give it all to them. He devoted all his efforts to support the guys in search of the other temple, who would have thought that he would be poured a basin of cold water by Professor Feng Tan. Quench all the fire of enthusiasm burning in the heart. Just listen to Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, but, even a little information is not revealed to us, then. It really doesn't work at all. Professor Feng Tan gently patted Trak Mok Kwong Ba's shoulder, smiled and said, what do you think the state needs to tell us? Now, first let me analyze for you our team made up of. Who's going to make it? Professor Feng Tan broke his fingers and said, people in the business world, retired professors, overseas Chinese. Min Man can be considered half of overseas Chinese, nothing more. People from the religious side too, 2 lowly soldiers, even a man serving a prison sentence, you say, a mixed army of people like that. How much do you want to know? Moreover, didn't he also say Lu? Is the Southern Wing telling us not enough training? You need to be patient. When it comes time to tell us, she will naturally say it. How? Have you thought about it yet? It doesn't matter if you don't understand, think about it carefully. You have to think about the deeper level of the problem, not just the side of things. The state has the mind of the state, we have our own purpose. These two things are not contradictory at all, think about it carefully. See. The melancholy in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart also gradually dissipated. Lu Kan Nam also said that if she passed this test, she would send him to find Bo Ba. He came out of the room, went to the training ground alone, hung upside down on the ladder for a while, then climbed the rope again, went over the wire, down another cliff, feeling strangely comfortable, not even breathing, change a bit. At this point, both his body and mind were both at their peak. He felt that this was the most suitable time to start. If he hesitated any longer, the weather would turn cold and heavy snow would block the way to the mountains. Sometimes we have to wait until next year. The midterm exam. Will. How's the test? Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't put any effort into grabbing the rope and swinging his body over the sand pit filled with spikes, dropping himself to the ground. He practiced for about half an hour. His body was covered in sweat, and he was about to go home. Restroom. Suddenly, apart from an hour, the ground next to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Splashes of fire flowers. Trak Mok Kwong Ba jumps up instinctively, still dim. Seeing a flash of fire in the distance, he did not hesitate to roll on the ground in a circle, and at the same time shouted loudly at the barracks, there is an ambush. The second round of ammunition almost grazed his head. Hearing his screams, a black figure with a gun rushed into the forest. If it's changed back to the past, Chuo Mo is sure. Kwong Ba had already rushed after him without thinking, but now he understood very well that in a sunset like this, the distance where the firelight was and he was at least 500 meters, and yet the enemy could use a gun without a special rangefinder to aim at him with such precision. This guy must have having undergone special training almost like that of a professional soldier. chasing him with bare hands like this is like hiding your head in a place. Die. The people in the barracks were shocked. Zhang Li and Yu Yang ran out first and shouted, "Who ambushed?" Dang Min ran behind and asked, "Kwong Ba, are you hurt?" Professor Feng Tan also followed and asked, "What's going on?" He carried 2 guns. M4 submachine gun, and then threw it to Trong Lap. Trong Lap rushed forward. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also chased after, and also caught a gun. 2. The coordinator was very good, Trak Mok Kwong Ba said while running, only one person, apparently holding an AR-15, but very dimly, ran to the west, apparently. Is it aimed at me or something? Zhang Li turned his head and saw that Yu Yang and the others had returned to the barracks to take the dance. Chi followed, immediately raised his hand to signal Trak Mok Kwong Ba, 2 people divided by 2. Turn left and right in a roundabout way. The person in front kept running and running, then suddenly disappeared and disappeared. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap immediately reacting, both of them dodged, and hid behind a tree large enough to cover their bodies. Trak Mok Kwong Ba gestured to Trong Lap who was standing about 20 steps away from him, then looked up. Trong Lap understood, immediately put the gun behind his back, hugged the tree trunk with both hands, rustling quickly climbed up the fork. The movement was as flexible as monkey, immediately signaled to bring down. The enemy was hiding behind the 4th tree on the left of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, about 300 steps away from the 2. At this time, others also rushed over, first Ba Tang, then I Luke Kak, Professor Feng Tan, Lama Ayla and even Lu Kan Nam. Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his hands, thumbs turned backwards and split into 2 sides. Professor Feng Tan and the others immediately dispersed to find shelter. A quiet encirclement formed. City, closing the other in the middle, 9 people each about 100 paces apart. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's sign language told everyone about the current situation. Yu Yang carefully inserted the grenade launcher into the lower part of the M4, took out a tear gas grenade. Lu Kanna nodded. They were about to capture this suddenly appeared ambush alive. Whist. Trak Mok Kwong Ba gives a thumbs up to Yu Yang, NHAC. Kwong's eyes widened again, indicating that he still hasn't fired a shot. Everyone be careful. The kidney poked its head out to observe, only to see a white smoke rising in the middle of the encirclement. It's a smoke grenade. It seems that the opponent is also aware of the difficult situation and takes action first, and a few more smoke grenades are thrown out, all at once. The group has not been located exactly where the besieged anymore. 2 shots were fired. The first was from Trong Lap. He gestured with his hand indicating that the enemy had climbed a tree to escape the encirclement. The second shot resounded from I Li Ki. Everyone quickly gathered in that direction. The movement was very quick and neat. The other person runs very fast, sometimes turns his head to snipe a few times, yes. When he threw back a Russian-made F1 hand grenade, extremely powerful, making it extremely difficult for Trak Mok Kwong Ba to pursue. Kwong Man, I Luke Kak almost got injured a few times. Trak Mok Kwong Ba extremely angry. What if? Want to kill the opponent, he just needs to pull the trigger. He will be able to shoot him through the hole. Like beehive at once, but mind. Everyone agreed. Must clarify what this is. Can't kill people indiscriminately. Trak Mok Kwong Dad suddenly crouched down, pulled the crocodile hunting knife out of its sheath, threw a wow sound, clearly heard the knife smashed into the body, but the other guy still didn't make a sound, continued to bring the knife and dashed away. Chasing and chasing, the footsteps of Trak Mok Kwong Ba gradually slowed down. They have been training for a long time, very familiar with the terrain around here. Everyone knows well, ahead is a steep cliff, though only tens of meters high, but falling. It is difficult to avoid breaking a leg and arm. The other guy is injured, definitely can't escape. The other guy saw the same road ahead, immediately turned his head and raised his head. 1. Harrowing gun. volleys of bullets, then pulled out the pins of 2 grenades, shouting loudly, "Don't come over here. No one can come over here. I just need Trak Mok Kwong Ba to pay for his life, no connection. Nothing to do with you." Duo Mok Kwong Ba was only about 100 steps away from him. Seeing clearly the other's face, he immediately exclaimed, "Is it you? That guy is not anyone else, but it is Niu Wai who was taken by Duo Mu." Kwong Ba beat up smoke in car. Te Lai. At that time Trak Mok Kwong Ba also almost died under his knife, so he had a very deep impression. Niu Wai laughed hysterically, raised the grenade towards Duo Mo. Kwong Ba said, "Do you still remember me? Very good, it's time for you to pay for your life." The crocodile hunting knife stabbed into his butt, the blood dyed his dark jeans red. At that time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also held back, so the blade was not very deep. Niu Nhi Wa didn't seem to give them time to think, waved his hand and threw the grenade at Trak Mok Kwong. 3. He quickly dodged to rush into the grass behind the tree. The explosion sounded, everyone immediately dispersed. Niu Wai threw out another smoke grenade, and the crocodile hunting knife flew past and the smoke flew to where Yue Yang was looking. He pointed the gun at the Niu surname. The cold blade brushed over Yue Yang's cheek, making him break out in a cold sweat. The smoke cleared away. The other Niu Nhi was already below the cliff. A few people were preparing to continue their pursuit. Suddenly heard a click sound. Another sniper appeared. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and others did not. Do you know from which direction the bullet was fired? Game had to continue to hide behind the trees, staring at Niu Nhi with eyes wide open. Wow, we hurriedly ran away. 10 minutes passed, after making sure the enemy had left. A few people were slowly coming out of the groves. Yue Yang's face was pale and he said, "What is this? Do you know him, young Master Kwong Ba?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba recounted the feud between him and Niu Nhi Wa. At that time, the person who shot and killed Niu Nhi Wa's brother was himself, not him. After that, he asked, why did he know and come to this place? Why know my name, with the previous encounter? Is he also this useful to me? Everyone just looked at each other. When everyone thought that this training group was already a very strong team, unexpectedly letting an injured person escape right in front of their noses, many people in the group asked themselves, after a whole training period of time, after training for so long, have I really gotten stronger? From the beginning, Lu Kannam still only stood on one side to observe, not take action, then asked Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Don't you think you've trained enough? If the guy just now and everyone's enemy here, that is, the group of people who want to find the shrine, has something to do with it? Do you still insist that your current ability is enough to deal with it? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was speechless. Tang Min immediately spoke up to help him. It's different, it's just because we want to capture him alive, and he wants to risk his life. If he had fired earlier, how could he have escaped? Lu Kannam blooms one bud. Smiling scornfully, he said, regarding the barracks, I will announce to everyone the location of the midterm exam. In a place 2 mountains from their training camp, there was a smaller camp. Inside the tent the smoke billowed like smoke. Wanting to suffocate people, Max stepped inside and couldn't help but cough. Merkin asked with a cigar in his mouth, what happened in the end? Max replied, it's Niu Nhi. Just now, Lei Ba returned to report, Niu Nhi. Investigate that the others have returned. Immediately could not bear to go there to avenge his brother, now he is back injured. Fortunately, there was a sniper Lei Ba from afar to stop them, otherwise he would have been captured by those people. Quote. Damn it, Max jumped, Merkin slapped the table and cursed, what a bunch of idiots, almost ruined my whole plan. Don't know who the opponent is first, thinking that training for a few months is enough to fly, heaven for sure. Is the Special Forces training officer so easy to touch? There is a closed file on Merkin's desk. Red top secret seal, photo on lake set. That profile is clearly Liu Kan's photo. Naam. Merkin closed his eyes, couldn't help but remember the auction a few months ago. 20 million, Mr. 012 paid. 20 million already, who wants to pay more? It's a battle of dragons and tigers. Fight. It seems that people have a special interest in this item from the East. I think its value is definitely more than the surface value that we see. 20 million times. Best. The auctioneer's forehead was beaded with sweat. A standard scroll of antique paintings has a price of $30,000. Just declared the price has been raised to $3 million. Several times in a row, unexpected. Up to more than tens of millions of dollars. Their auction floor has never had a case like this, and at the same time, looking at the calm demeanor of that mysterious buyer, the adept auctioneer guessed yes, if someone competes with this collector, the final purchase price of this item may exceed $50 million or so. First time $20 million. If no one wants to pay more, this precious antique scroll will belong to the gentleman with number 012 here. As can be seen, this boat is full of mysterious and ancient Oriental beauty. It is a rare thing to see in this world. 21 million. Mr. 103 pays 21 million. The customer who bought number 012 was Merkin. He couldn't help but look back curiously. Who just bid is an Asian man. Looks very ordinary, absolutely nothing special. On the contrary, the beautiful Oriental girl next to him attracts more attention. She exudes the charm of a woman who has mature, arrogant but beautiful. It's just that the eyes are full of as cold as the person from above looking down. Others might think that she was the kind of cold beauty, but Merkin understood very well. Those eyes weren't the eyes of a normal person, but the ones that were cold enough to kill people. You can only train on the battlefield. Is she the man's bodyguard? That's interesting too. At this point, Merkin was still not panicking. He decided to get this picture book. He had prepared $100 million in cash and checks from the Swiss bank. This is also the rule of the underground auction house, accepting only cash and Swiss bank checks, which most other series are not accepted. However, when the price climbed to $80 million, Merkin began to panic, because the ordinary-looking man still kept the calm and relaxed expression. This was absolutely impossible. Which can happen. Should know that auction. Not only is it a demonstration of financial ability, but more importantly, it is a survey of the ability of buyers to recognize the value of the item for sale. For something like this type of scroll, the quoted price has never exceeded the actual value of it. Of course, this price cannot, compared with the hidden value in the scriptures, is certain. The problem is, the opponent's goal is clearly the same as his, determined to get this ancient scroll. Do they also know its value? That can't be the case. Okay, this is only half of the book. Besides himself, is there anyone else who also learns about this? What's the background of these people? Merkin gritted his teeth, raised it again. Sign up. At $85 million. Oh my God, this price is so unexpected. $85 million the first time. Number, $88 million. Am I mistaken? Make no mistake, it was $88 million. $88 million the first time. 8.9, 90 million. 91 million. Merkin began to sweat. He turned his head in surprise. The other party didn't need time to think. What is this guy doing? Should we assassinate them? Wait for them to get out of here. That girl doesn't seem to be the average tall guy, and the man, he really deserves to die. Why can't you guess it no matter how you look at it? Why did they show up here? Thinking about that time, Merkin said with a slight irritation, how long do they want to train? Max didn't miss the opportunity to say immediately, this Niu Yi has brought news. Merkin immediately asked, where are you? Niu Nhi was lying on the bed. His face was pale, another person was helping him to stop the bleeding. He was in so much pain that he gnashed his teeth. The other knife of Trak Mok Kwong Ba had pierced his artery. No. Even when spitting it out, it helps. Just spitting it out is like a stream of blood. Merkin couldn't help but crouch down next to Niue Wai, listening to him whisper and groan. The more he listened, his his coldness gradually showed a smile. Really? Merkin asked. Niu Nhioa weakly nodded in response. Merkin immediately returned to the big tent, and at the same time instructed, "Find a map here for me, a detailed map of South America." There. Max nervously stood beside him, pointing. See, Merkin so excited that he forgot. Light a cigarette, constantly using a pen to trace different circles on dirty things. An hour passed, and he finally raised his head and happily said, "That's right." Then, as if suddenly thinking of something, he angrily shouted, "Huh! How dare you deceive me?" Max didn't understand in the end if the boss was angry or happy, only trembling and timidly asked, "In the end, what happened, boss?" Merkin's sharp gaze swept over, making Max even more restless. After a long time, Merkin's face softened and smiled and said, "They have a new clue. It seems we have to start and get there. Prepare a plane ticket to Colombia for me. Let me think, which city is more convenient?" Max thought he heard wrong. What does finding treasures in Tibet and Colombia have to do with each other? He asked suspiciously again, "Colombia, boss. You said Colombia, didn't you?" Merkin raised his head and said, "Of course, since the 50s of the last century, it has been speculated that what may have been brought to the US by the Tibetan ancestors and disappeared along with the ancient Maya civilization. I excavate so many Maya sites. Is it for historical research? My purpose is that I want to find one of the 3 important clues that Stanley took his whole life to find, but unfortunately I still haven't dug anything up. Later on, Maya's remains were discovered by people. The more you dig, the smaller the chance of finding that item is. Discovered this time, most likely the last group of ancient Maya ruins. I also received it a few days ago. Believe it, but didn't pay much attention. Now that I think about it, it's very likely that it was discovered in the old city this time." Looking at the symbols on the map, Max said, "Master, I remember you told me that even the Maya Empire at its most prosperous couldn't cross the mountain range. Andes, the place you just painted." The corner of Merkin's mouth curled into a cold smile. "Well, that was a long time ago. I was just an apprentice back then. No things in books. But this time is different. I guarantee 100% in the Amazon jungle there are remnants of Mayan civilization, from Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, extending to Brazil, where have it all." Max exclaimed in surprise. "Why, boss? Are you sure it is?" One descendant of the Thophan king, Tung Jan Kanbo, fled to Tibet after the extinction of the Tibetan tradition. "Prepare before you go," Merkin said, "because a few years ago, I myself was led to excavate a huge ancient Maya citadel in this area. Those theoretical guys can only say, what if there are not many stone materials in the tropical jungle? It is not possible to build a big stone fortress. They underestimated the strength and wisdom of the ancients too low." The person who led me away at that time said, "The ancient Maya could not only cross the Andes 5,600 meters high, but also mine hundreds of tons of stones in the Andes, and then use the waterways to transport them deep in the jungle thousands of miles away, kilometer. To build a city-state, to build a new civilization. So what are we supposed to find in the end?" Max asked again. Merkin smiled mysteriously. "If I make no mistake, it's probably a mirror." After saying that, his smile turned cold and gloomy. "They are also cunning." "It's so cunning, it's just a normal training exercise, which has almost nothing to do with the search this time. In fact, there's definitely a team left. Other people in the dark specializing in collecting clues for them too. I almost got ripped off too. Looking for a dog. Ha, How did I tell you in the first place? In this world, it's basically impossible. No one would pay such a big price for a dog. Surely they were aiming for the temple. It's not wrong. Looking for dogs is just an excuse to cover up. The Chinese, so crafty. This time we must be one step ahead of them, tell them all, set off camp for Lhasa. Tomorrow I want to see the sun over the port of Assis 1. Speaking of the sly Chinese, the smile on Merkin's face instantly disappeared. I remember that person. Led him away, remembering those melancholy eyes. For some reason, every time he saw those melancholy eyes, he always felt his heart tremble. Lu Kan Nam announced the detailed regulations of this test trip, still divided into two groups as before. The team that draws the red lottery will be departed 1 day in advance, departing from Putumayo in Ho Chi Minh City. Ecuador, do not use the modern means of transport, must think how to avoid the border guards of Ecuador and Peru, maybe also go through Colombia. The destination is St. Mary in Peru. Everyone has only 1 day to gather and organize their materials, since equipment cannot be transported, and dance hard to Ecuador, so everything. Essentially, they can only go to Ecuador and find it themselves. This journey totals about 200 kilometers. Each team has a time of 10 days. If after 10 days they do not see the meeting place, they will carry out rescue action. Finally, Lu Kan Nam said, we have to consider the worst-case scenario. If the person who just escaped is a competitor's person, unfortunately. If he hears this news, then on the way everyone will most likely encounter great obstacles. Moreover, we have to get there before them. Trong Lap asked, isn't that right? We're just taking the exam. If we're there dangerous, they don't need to follow us and suffer. Maybe they want to practice together. Are we sure? People around. Everyone around heard that, laughing. Lama Luo secretly beckoned to Lu Kan Nam, and she said, in short, be more careful. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pondered, question. What does this mean? What's the point of getting there before them? Having undergone systematic training and learning, everyone now knows that, before departing to a certain place, collecting and correcting relevant data is indispensable. Such data is not necessary. These help them get there one way. Convenience, but can also save their lives in the most critical moments. Internet connection to webmail. Institute Britica. Very quickly, they searched in that world's largest database of information related to South American countries, especially all information about the 3 countries of Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador. Trong Lap said while hovering the mouse, I think this midterm exam is also easy. Isn't it too much? 10 days to travel 200 kilometers. Even if it's like a walk, it's fine. Yu Yang was using the computer on the left of Trong Lap, and when he heard that, he said, no, it seems that you don't understand the situation of these 3 countries very well, so let's talk about it. Another way that's sure to make you more attractive, the Amazon jungle. Trong Lap suddenly understood, Amazon. But since we've been to Xishuangbanna, isn't the terrain roughly the same? Trak Mok Kwong Ba is sitting on the right. Trong Lap, who was entering some search terms, also asked, what do you know about Amazon jungle? Trong Lap thought for a moment and then replied, I know of fish that eat people. Seem. It is also the largest tropical rainforest in the world. Gender right. Ba Tang sat to the right of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, copying online documents into a notebook, listening to Trong Lap answer immediately. Sneered a laugh. Yu Yang also started taking notes. Data on the internet, recording and saying, it's not just that. River basin. The Amazon is the world's largest primary rainforest, also known as the canopy of the planet. Of the more than 20,000 known plant species in the world, South America has more than 19,000 species, 70% of which are distributed in the rainforest area. Tropic. The Amazon forest accounts for 2/3 of the world's forests. Think about it. Suddenly he shouted, "Found it, look at the Amazon River running across South America, see. Originating in the Andes in Peru, river, 6,440 kilometers long, is the second longest river in the world, only 6,695, long behind the Nile. Kilometers only. The amount of water is very abundant. Every second pours 116,000 cubic meters of fresh water into the Atlantic Ocean, accounting for a part-year river discharge flows into the sea globally. Among the tributaries, there are 7 branches over 1,600 kilometers long, the longest being the Madeira River, which is approximately 3,200 kilometers long. Trak Mok Kwong Ba added. Not only that, the flora and fauna resources of the Amazon River basin can be said to be the richest in the world. Now the number of discovered fish species alone has reached more than 2,600 species, birds there are more than 1,600 species, in addition to countless other species of flora and fauna that have not been recorded in books. Ba Tang said coldly, in addition to the name of the lung of the earth, it is also called by another name, which is blue hell, which means that people in the forest are as dangerous as entering hell. Only, you need to be a little careless and die when it's not good, but you won't play. Trong Lap laughed softly, suddenly staring at a photo with wide eyes, mouth gaping like wanted to drool, excitedly said, "Look, look. It turns out that women are earthling. The people living in the forest don't wear any clothes." Yue Yang next to him, when he heard that, he poked his head back to see it, then praised, "That's great, you can come here to be a husband. Look at the introduction below, don't get too excited and don't read it famously. There you are." Trong Lap looked at the English word below the picture on the screen, really did not know what to say, so he had to ask Yu Yang for help. "What does it mean?" Yu Yang lowered his voice and explained, "Cannibal tribe." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Don't. Just kidding, the more I watch it, the more dangerous this place is. I'm afraid it's more dangerous than all the places we've been to combined. Mainly because of the risk factor. The danger in this area is too much, if let. Only after 10 days will you reach your destination, you will lose face." Trong Lap said, "Actually, crossing this forest is not too difficult. The problem is that there are many things that have been used by hand but cannot be carried, without tools. It's very difficult to advance with a forehand." Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his wrist and said, "Wrong, only weapons cannot be carried, but most of the tools we use often can be carried." On his wrist is an atomic watch. The design at first glance is no different from an ordinary electronic watch, but this solar-powered watch will never have to change batteries. Time difference is no more than 1 second per 300 years, water resistant to shocks. Also meets special standards, can withstand pressure at a depth of 50 meters below the surface of the water, can also withstand the shock waves of 10 pounds of TNT manufactured explosives. Berth within a square meter. Moreover, in addition to the luminous screen, it also has a small headlamp. The lighting range is up to 5 meters. In a distance of 100 meters or less, it can be used as a small signal transmission device. In addition to there are also a few other small uses. Wearing this type of watch on the hand, no customs at the airport will keep it for questioning. Of course, due to the price factor, apart from people like Trak Mok Kwong Ba, the number of adventurers using it is also extremely rare. Trong Lap thought for a moment and then said, "That's right, young Master Kwong Ba, I wonder if your military dagger can be carried away." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Probably okay, then think about it at that time." Saying that, he involuntarily reached out and touched the crocodile hunting knife hanging from his shin. He really likes this knife, shaped in an antique style. The body of the knife is wide and thick, the blade is about 3–10 centimeters. The knife has hooks like crocodile teeth, so it's called crocodile hunting knife or crocodile dagger. The blade is extremely sharp, even rhinoceros skin is as thick as But it's also easy to cut it apart, so. Also called rhinoceros scalpel. This knife is even bigger than the paratrooper's knife of the special forces. In the forest can be used directly as a knife to cut trees to pave the way. The crocodile's teeth on the knife's spine can cut steel wire with a diameter of 5 millimeters. People who do not have health cannot use it. Trong Lap and Yang like to use a special knife of the US Navy SEAL team. Small but sharp, can be used as a flying knife. I heard it was made by a Chinese. National design and production again. Ma Tay Tang is used to using the Kurdish knife, a very famous ancient knife. The upper part of the knife is slightly curved like a drop of water. The blade is facing inward, heard of a qualified Kurdish soldier. Can cut off a bull's head with a single blow with a dagger. Yue Yang glanced at the door and said, "Young Master Kwong Ba, your princess is here." Tang Min stood outside door, widening his big eyes looking for Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba led Guang Man out. In a low voice, he asked, "My team is ready. Are you done with the documents?" Tang Min lowered her head and nodded, "Yes." She shyly wrapped her arms around Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He buried his face in his muscular chest, didn't say anything for a while, then raised his head again, countless emotions welling up in his beautiful sparkling eyes. Sol pursed her lips and said, "Kwong Ba, this journey is very dangerous." Trak Mok Kwong Ba gently stroked the roof. Her soft hair, softly said, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Tang Man stubbornly sulked and said, "Not scared." She pressed her face closer again, whispering, "As long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid." But as soon as he finished speaking, his eyelids turned red. Juo Mok Kwong Ba knows well, Tang Min, because she wanted to follow him. She joined this plan. She also suffered. Not a few, those hands like bamboo shoots were calloused. Pearl-white skin was exposed to the sun until it turned coffee color, just because of that promise, even though he lived. Death will never leave each other again. As for this trip, Tang Man was actually very scared. She wasn't afraid of traps or floods, gun-wielding thugs, but most afraid of ugly little animals that don't know any names. But in the tropical jungle, that breed is the most. Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his face. Set her up, kiss her forehead like dragonflies point water, gently comfort. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Professor Feng Tan and Uncle Maula will take care of me. Be strong, be brave, you know. Tang Man shook his head, smugly. Naughty said, you also have to be careful. Your whole team is one by one. All of them are vandals. I'm worried. This time is different from the previous ones. There's a lot of fatal danger in the forest. Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled. Yen. Mind, they know how dangerous it is. You have to pay attention. No. I'm too stubborn. I have to listen to the professor. I'm the naughtiest person in the group. There, what do you do? Ellipsis. Trak Mok Kwong Ba returned to the computer. Sat for less than 2 minutes. Trong Lap was all ready. Shush, whispered. Kwong Ba, young master, come here. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sighed, looked up, and sure enough, Lu Kan Nam was already standing in front of the door, pointing his finger at the door. His side wiggled, gesturing for him. Outside, Trak Mok Kwong Ba stood up again and left. Lu Kan Nam looked at him with a very serious expression. At this time no one knew what she was thinking in her heart. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked first, "Officer, what's wrong with looking for me?" The corner of Lu Kan Nam's mouth twitched slightly. She pondered for a moment, and finally released only one sentence, this time, "Be careful." Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled politely and replied, "Thank you." Looking at Trak Mok Kwong Ba going in and out, Trong Lap said, "Oh, why is no one looking for me?" Yang laughing said, "Don't look back at yourself, that person is Kwong Ba. Rich, tall and handsome, with a strong body, a fortune of millions, with life experience, and knows how to care for his wife. What's wrong with a woman? having a man's sense of security and trustworthiness, wanting wisdom with wisdom, wanting muscles to have muscles, and a baby like you. Zhang Li scratched his head and said, "It's right to say." Yu Yang continued, "The kind of top-class men like that, I haven't seen anywhere else in novels and movies. If I were a woman, I would probably just want to follow you." "I spent the whole day, then called once," Yu Yang said while doing it. The set of two hands clasped to the chest, said in a low voice, "Brother Kwong Ba, Brother Kwong Ba, Brother Kwong Ba," makes Trong Lap shiver all over. Hair on the back of his neck, but in his heart he was still in dismay and said to himself, "What is a superior man? So why get a divorce?" "What are you doing?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked behind his back. Yue Yang was startled and quickly said, "Back so quickly?" Zhang Li immediately stood up and asked, "How's it going? What did that bitch say to you, young Master Kwong Ba?" "What does that have to do with you?" "Say it, young Master Kwong Ba." "Yue Yang, even you want to mess around again? Did she show any kind of attitude?" "That's right, isn't it? You're so idle, why don't you follow that Ba Tang brother, go prepare the materials. Ask more." The port of Assis is far from the capital city of Bogotá, Colombia, more than 800 kilometers, because it is located in a remote area. Transportation is not very convenient, so this riverside city is very similar to a small American town back in the day. The 50s and 60s of the world. Previous century. On the quiet streets rarely passed by, the street vendors chanted rhythmically. It was completely impossible to see this as a place of frequent conflicts between local armed forces and government troops. The port of Assis connects with the Inca River, down the main river downstream to Putumayo. Along the way there are many Indian tribes living. Merkin only led Max to a European-style mansion on the outskirts of Assis, the owner of which was short and black. Both his face and smile exuded a sinister look. This person wore gold-rimmed glasses, gold-plated teeth, a gold necklace the size of a thumb, and 14 gold rings on 10 fingers, 2 of which were inlaid, 2 large sapphires. Both wrists and ankles are wearing gold bracelets with gold bangles, wearing a short-sleeved silk shirt. Almost like lines, 2 white glittering gold. The whole body looks like it dazzles the eyes. Merkin and this person talk very friendly, sometimes bursting into laughter. 2 Cuban cigars that are similar also show how close the two are. Over and over again, Merkin told Max to put the suitcase of money he was carrying on the table, and the fat man also told the muscular guy to stand behind. Carrying a suitcase of white powder on their backs, they all laughed again. The fat man was about to ask his subordinates to collect the money when Merkin put his hand on the suitcase and said, "Wait a minute. Gonzales, I want to ask you a favor." That fat guy Gonzales grinned, showing yellow teeth. "You are not sure about our relationship. If you have any request, feel free to say it." Merkin said, "These people, in a day or two they will arrive at the port. Putumayo, I hope you can take care of them. I don't want them to suffer much, nor do they leave this port too quickly. Hold on. They are best for a few days." Gonzales picked up the documents about Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others, looked at them, smiled and said, "No problem. We will wait at Ospina 3. As long as they show their faces, they will help you stop them." "They are there." "Ah, that's right, the quartz. Africa last time. I love it, price doesn't matter." Merkin smiled and said, "You have to see it to find out. You see, I have too much stock. Not everything is as clear as the palm of my hand." Gonzales laughed even harder. "Ha ha ha, very well done, my friend, you must remember that." Half an hour later, Merkin and Max were sitting on a wooden boat going through the quiet Amazon jungle. He opened his suitcase, and scattered bags after bags of finished cocaine into the water. Max looked at it and felt regret in his heart. Anyway, it was 12 pounds of drugs, not a joke. He wondered, "Boss, what are you doing?" Merkin said, It's okay to bring it with you, and it's more troublesome and dangerous. Even if it's brought to the US, it's beneficial. The profit is too low. I've never been interested in this dish. Max didn't understand. Then why deal with that poison owl? Merkin laughed. This is you. I don't get it. Gonzales is a stupid cow. As long as you buy from him, he will consider you as a friend, and if you don't buy, he will suspect you, always thinking of ways to calculate with you. He has a very close connection with the armed forces. Revolutionary site, the power in this area is also relatively large. My purpose is just to use him to hold back the people. That's China again. Max said, I still don't understand. We have troops, send guys to wait. Putumayo is not the end. Sao, why go around in a big circle and ask the Gonzales to handle this? Wow, Merkin poked the tip of his knife open again and emptied the bag while sucking in the potion. Cocaine into the river, and then said to Max, you fool, our soldiers are as precious as gold, we need to keep them for big things. These trifles are signed too. The local armed forces are familiar with the terrain with drug traffickers who cross the border of these countries all year round. Isn't it better to solve this, but it costs money each year? A few bucks. Merkin emptied the last bag of white powder, rubbed his hands with satisfaction, and stood up, buy the right fuel. In the production area, not very cheap. Or what? Max quickly flattered to please. I didn't expect the boss to know it so well. Even the Colombian poison owl was willing to help. Us too. Merkin said scornfully. It's not worth it. Who wouldn't want to wash it? Money? What better way to launder money than by collecting a work of art? Saying that, he glanced at Max. The two understood each other, sharing a sinister smile. Suddenly, Merkin seemed to remember something. He stopped laughing, said to Max. Right, speaking of our people, I wonder how they are now, especially those newbies. Back then they were a group, moreover, they just follow the rules of their own game. It's best not to cause trouble, especially when I'm not around. Max said, Boss, don't worry, they are all conducting hellish training in Tang County La Mountain, under the care of Taekwon, and Taimi is also responsible for keeping his subordinates under control. Moreover, at night, I also arrange a special performance for the energetic group of them to have a place to vent, to relax completely, surely. They don't do anything. Merkin nodded. Well, that's good. That Mexican guy is a character too. South side of Duong County La Mountain, this place has been converted into a secret military camp, deep in the forest, even with the use of guards. Even the camera can't detect it. On an open field, two guys as tall as bulls were wrestling, one of them gesturing like a training officer. Practice standing by the instructions. Everyone else was sitting scattered under the tree. Taimi sat alone with her back against a shady tree. This is also the best position to watch the match. It's been a while now, and Western Mexico has gradually become acquainted with Merkin's organization. This is very strange. The vast majority of members are hired by Merkin from international celebrity recruitment companies. There are even people who are bought from the prisons of some people. Country too, everyone is a ferocious killer who kills without blinking an eye. Merkin gathered them in one place, teaching them how to kill people efficiently. At the same time, it also teaches some knowledge related to survival in the wild and types of traps. Other than that, Merkin has never revealed where they will go next, what they will do. However, from Merkin's questions last time, she may already guessed a few parts. Already. This organization has its own special rule, which is the strong being the superior. When Merkin was present, he was the strongest, no one dared to protest. What surprised Taimi the most was that Merkin's public identity was unexpectedly an advisor of the special forces. If Merkin has something to do, get out of there, you. The strongest in this organization is Taimi and the guy who looks like a training officer. His name is Taekwon. I don't know where Merkin rented or bought it from, but it looks like Asians. He also knows how to speak a few Chinese sentences. Not very well, not very tall, only about 6 feet, but he is very quick to shoot. Western Mexico has seen Tai Quan fought, but never fought him. He never challenged Tay Mi. He led the Merkin daredevils to gather from everywhere. Tay Mi led the Ho Chi Minh poachers. Lang, within the organization, secretly formed 2 separate groups. The 2 people who were dueling were over 6 feet tall, Lei Ba and Ivan respectively. Lei Ba is the leading general of the Western U.S., 40 years old this year, as strong as oxen, before Western Mexico reached Ka. Tay Loi family is the leader of those poachers. It is rumored that Lei Ba was a hunter before, had amazing health since childhood. Later, because of a dispute, he had 2 yuan to cut a man in the village. Dozens of knives, killing the enemy on the spot, reluctantly stepping into the path of hiding, finally stopping at Ka Tay Lai. Tay Mi himself also had to admit, he couldn't win against Lei Ba when he fought, but this Lei family's mind is relatively simple, everything just likes to be aggressive, so Tay Mi doesn't spend much effort, captured this bull. From then on the name, Ho Lang has just begun to circulate widely among the Ka rangers. Tay Lai. Ivan is a Russian, heard that he is a rapist who has raped and murdered 5 women before. Woman, sentenced to electric chair. I don't know what channel Merkin got it through. He come here. This guy is even a few inches taller than Lei Ba. His tall body is out of proportion. Anyway, everyone else behind his back called him a Russian bear. Ivan's face is fierce, his temperament is both aggressive and arrogant. The first day Ho Lang joined the organization, he swaggered to ask for the Tay Mi's body, the result after being bullied. Lei Ba taught a lifelong lesson, he became a little more honest. Exame has no doubt about Ivan's identity. Last night that woman entered his room, could not get out in the morning. But he was also surprised, with a bunch of people like this, how could Merkin get them across the Chinese border? Finally his conclusion is, these people are just like him, they are all illegal immigrants. Bark. Lei Ba once again threw the giant Ivan down. Ivan clapped his hands, seemingly saying no more, but Taijun still demanded. They do it again. Tay Mi narrowed her eyes, remembering what Merkin and I had said a few days ago. At this time, someone next to him said, Big brother, the face wash is already boiled. Tay Mi turned his head. The person with this ant beard is named Ho Chi Quan. Behind his back is called Sun Beard. This guy is very smart and adept. The story of Ho Lang's antelope skin trade today. Before, it was all handled by one hand. West. Mi tilted her head and stood up, realizing that Beard was looking reverently at her left shoulder. He immediately pulled the shirt lap. Raise your eyebrows to hide the sign that had once been a symbol of that honor. And ever since Merkin told his men the meaning of the sign, the crowd has shown great admiration for the tattoo. Mi secretly sighed. After all, he himself was a member of the Blue Spider team, and it was ironic that he would fall to the point of forming a party with this group of people. 1. Assis, name of an autonomous region in Brazil. 2. A type of traditional Chinese dress, ruched, buttoned up, modified from the clothes worn by the Manchus, forcibly worn by the Han during the period. Early Qing dynasty. At the conference APEC in 2001, the heads of state wore this type of costume. 3. Autonomous city in the province of Nariño, Colombia. Snake blower in Putumayo. Track Mok Kwong Ba and the others on the plane. Came to Quito first, because none of the 4 knew Spanish. In Quito it was very difficult to find a native who knew both English and agreed to go with them as a translator. He went to Quito. Is Castle. Castle has 2 India bloodlines, teaches English at a high school. His income is not very high, so he is very moved by the conditions that Track Mok Kwong Ba offers, while the other Track Mok Kwong Ba came to Castle because besides Spanish, he was fluent in 5 local languages. Moreover, He has 3 times experience as an interpreter for foreign expeditions, but this is only the first time translating for the Chinese. The problem is that Castle's English is only mediocre, not even as fluent as Trong Lap. Sometimes when he wants to translate it, he can't help it. His face was like a round apple. When he laughed, his face turned red. He didn't look like a middle-aged man who was 46 years old. When talking, Castle likes to wiggle his oval head, wide mouth and short chin. Narrow, plus chubby cheeks. Looks a lot like a cute puppet. Standing next to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, looking. He is even shorter. Looking at Castle wearing a short shirt and shorts, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but think of old Tiu, who tied himself up like a bantet in the scientific survey team in Kar Te Lai. For the customs and aviation safety of Ecuador is strict to the point of displeasure. Usually, most of their equipment has to be left in the country. Coming to Quito, they have to prepare to buy some things for forehand use. Trak Mok Kwong Ba made a list for Castle, told him to take them all to buy. Castle looked at him and was surprised. It turned out that the list was full of words and lists. Produced no less than 100 different types of items, classified so meticulously that people had to stick their tongues out in admiration. Castle took some people to buy some things. Essential activities, then say, tools. On the contrary, even Putumayo is easy. Buy more. It's a border port. Moreover, deep in the forest, most locals have essential tools to go to the forest, such as hunting knives, bows and crossbows, seat belts, folding shovels. If acquaintances, can also obtain weapons such as double-barreled shotguns. More than 8 hours by car from Quito. Just reached Putumayo. Here there is no dense forest as they thought. On the contrary, it is sparser than other places. The buildings are grey, the roads are grey and white, but a bit sketchy. The architecture is roughly similar to the Chinese cities and towns in the early 80s. Look at Juo Mo's disappointed faces. Kwong Ba, Castle explained, city. Growing, forests are cut down a lot, then loaded into trucks to be transported to a far-away place for processing and export. There's no road in front of this place, absolutely. Using canoes to find their way in the forest, but since the Putumayo side of Colombia discovered a large oil well, the government has also deployed to search for oil sources in the vicinity. The roads are also open, and vehicles overflow. About the cultural concept and way of life of the local people are changing. Now there are small towns with harbors like that. This is development. Less than 10 kilometers from the town, it is possible to return to the old jungle era, but in a few decades, I am afraid that forest will no longer exist. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sighed and nodded in agreement, but who doesn't want to live better? Protecting the ecological environment is the business of those who have enough to eat. Where they planned to stay in Putumayo for a day, find shelter first, and then ask Castle to take them to buy tools, if prepared. If you get it all today, you can leave early tomorrow morning. They studied the map, and they all agreed that it was appropriate to take the water to St. Mary. First of all, this river goes straight to St. Mary. Only on the way you need to get ashore. Just set up a tent for the night. Castle has no idea. He said he was just translating and helping them buy equipment. Did not intend to follow them to leave Putumayo, since he had never been a scout in the woods before, nor had any intention of trying. Whatever he said, he also had a job with enough vegetables and porridge, not so much that he had to risk his life to do anything. And when Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked him in how dangerous the forest is, Castle just said that exploring in this forest strip is a joke to his life after all. He had heard a lot of rumors saying that countless adventurers had departed from Putumayo along the stream of water into the forest and never come out again. The people of Juo Mok Kwong Ba don't worry much. As long as they get the right tools, they have confidence to cross this stretch of forest. They didn't have a plan to lead the scout in the first place, because if there was a scout, there would be no challenge, wake up anything. Castle took 4 people to stay at home. 1 Friend in Putumayo, a single Indian man named Human, about 30 years old. I don't understand how Castle knew anyone anymore. The two people who just met warmly hugged each other, then spoke in Quechua too. Then he told the Chuo people. Mok Kwong Ba, each person only needs to pay $30 to have a comfortable night's sleep like at home. Chuo Mok Kwong Ba can see it must be the word. Their way of trading, Castle considered them as fat goats for meat, and fat goats should of course not be. I can live in someone else's house. After arranging a place to sleep, Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately asked Castle to take them all to buy tools that could not be bought. Castle immediately introduced Human, saying he also spoke some English. Although Trak Mok Kwong Ba knows Human's English level is not much better than Castle, but time is urgent, so he and Ba Tang become one. The group that went with Castle, Tronglap and Yuyang followed Human to share. Buy the rest, after specifying the time and route, go shopping. The two of them, Chuo Mok Kwong Ba, responsible for purchasing equipment for climbing and trekking through the forest, such as safety ropes, safety belts, number 8 rings, stone chisels, backpacks, sapper shovels, nylon ropes, and Tronglap, NHAC and Tronglap and others. Yang then, responsible for purchasing weapons, picnic supplies, first aid supplies, and medicine. Putumayo is not big, but Tronglap and the others want to buy weapons. They have to go to the suburbs to get them, and Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang live in the city. Tai Ba Tang. He doesn't talk much, but he has one advantage, that is, he never causes trouble, like a lonely falcon on high, looking at everyone with disdain, not bothering to start a conversation or have anything to do with other people around. 2. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and his friends shop very easily, because this place is a stopover for many adventurers. There is also a shop specializing in selling forest equipment. The two of them stuffed the things they bought into their climbing backpacks, mountains and back. Castle went on introducing Indian customs and local landscapes. Method, although only stammering, the grammar is also wrong, but it is enough to. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's group understood roughly. On the way, Castle suggested stopping to rest at an ice shop. Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't want to at all. But you both have to carry your luggage. 4 people, it is indeed a bit of an effort. The weather in this area is really hot. In this equatorial Ecuador, ice bars are everywhere, very popular with young people. In the cool and refreshing atmosphere, hiding in the ice bar to avoid the summer heat has become fashionable. Upper, 3 people entered the bar. Castle ordered cold drinks, then told them, times have changed, now even the tribes deep in the forest have famous drinks like Coca-Cola, Pepsi to drink. Trak Mok Kwong Ba likes iced coffee. Pepsi is here, and Ba Tang likes a mixed fruit mocktail. Such as dragon fruit, tomato, yellow eggplant, banana pepper, refreshing and pleasant drinking, through the mouth and still leaving the taste. They rested for a while, were about to stand up when suddenly there was a loud noise in the bar. Only 7 or 8 tall men pushed an Indian girl in. The girl wears a wide-collared blue shirt, a loose skirt underneath, and sandals. Her body is slender and graceful, exuding a beauty with aristocratic aura. She raised her voice and shouted something, seemingly extremely dissatisfied with the men. The tall guys were all naked, all over their bodies painted with strange drawings. Monster, with ancient bronze skin and a Central Asian appearance like an Indian. Castle whispered, being an Indian in the woods or a tribe, it's best not to get involved. He only spoke halfway, already seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba walking there. The tallest and strongest of the Indians was standing across from the girl, arguing with her about something, raising his hand to strike down, but his hand was raised up was held tightly by a pair of pincers. The other man turned his head and saw that Trak Mok Kwong Ba was wearing a large climbing backpack behind his back, holding his wrist with his right hand. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also surprised, so the British people. This guy even drew some totem-like shapes on his face. Under the eyes of this tall man were 2 red crescent moons, like two fangs bared at the corners of his mouth, and in the middle of his forehead was a symbolic drawing of an American tiger's head, which looked streaked with stripes, extremely weird. The others also turned their heads. The drawings on their faces were not the same, lest there be a distinction between high and low status. The man who was held by Trak Mok Kwong Ba with his other hand chirped for a few hours, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba was completely not understanding anything. Castle rushed over to stammer to translate. He asked. What do you want to do? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, tell him. Men can't bully women. Castle stammered again, trembling and translating. The man grinned, suddenly put strength into his hand, jerked his wrist back, waved his hand and said something. This time even Trak Mok Kwong Ba realized that he wanted to fight him. Ma Tang stood beside him coldly watching, glaring at the rest of the Indians, in case the other side made a sudden move. Castle opened her mouth a few times but still couldn't translate, obviously not knowing how to choose the right words. At this time the Indian girl suddenly said, thank you, you dare to read it. Strength with him, unexpected girl. This guy speaks American English very well, but in his words is clearly defending the British man. More crazy. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head, showing who was afraid of whom. The other Indian men in unison let out strange cries. Damn, it's like laughing, it's like growling and screaming. The other customers in the restaurant saw that the situation was not good, and soon left one by one. Trak Mok Kwong Ba originally thought it was going to be a battle, but unexpectedly the other Indian put all the glasses on the bar aside, and then put his hand on it. It turned out that he wanted to wrestle. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was not afraid, went straight to the bar, two people's hands. Hold each other tight. Just now, when Trak Mok Kwong Ba held this Indian's hand, he judged his strength. Come on, who would have thought that as soon as he entered the game, he realized the strength of the opponent was far beyond his imagination. Because of a misjudgment, the original Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not use all his strength, so he immediately fell into a weak position. His arm was tilted at a 45-degree angle, struggled to hold on for a while, and finally gave in. The Indians howled again. The other man slowly shook his head. Trak Mok Kwong Ba just sneered, suddenly put his left hand on the bar. The Indians chirped again, 5 or 10 discuss at a time. The other man hesitated, then also raised his left hand. This time Trak Mok Kwong Ba took the victory. Absolutely, because there are really few people like him who practice especially with both hands. No matter how hard the other Indian tries, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's arm is still as hard as an iron pillar, not moving. Do die even an inch. The other person also seems to have understood the fact that Trak Mok Kwong Ba is much stronger. Just a moment ago it was just a surprise attack, so he just won against him, so he immediately gave up and surrendered. Then the Indian reached out and shook Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand, patted his chest, then patted Trak Mok Kwong Ba's shoulder again, talking nonsense. Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw. It's surprising that the opponent's attitude before and after changes so quickly. Just heard the other girl say, my brother said, the Yucatec tribe we respect the most are men with strength. He is the strongest warrior in our tribe, but unexpectedly. You're even stronger. He admires you. Castle listened and breathed a sigh of relief. Your brother, Trak Mok Kwong Ba silly. When she left, the girl smiled again, and continued, there are some things in the family, and we disagree. But I still have to thank you. If you didn't hold him back, I would definitely have eaten that slap. Trak Mok Kwong Ba only now knew that it was just a misunderstanding. He glanced at Ma Tang. His face was as if he wanted to say who said he likes to take care of other people's affairs. The other girl asked, my brother said, do you want to go to the forest to explore? Trak Mok Kwong Ba nodded. Yes, I intend to go to the forest for a tour. The girl said, why not go to Brazil? The forest there is much bigger than here, it's safe, and there's a professional guide. Industry, tourism is already planned as a resource. Seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba showing an awkward expression, she immediately smiled. Smiled and said, "I'm just asking, my brother wants to tell you, if you explore here, you can go to the west, going against the current, but going south, north, and east are all extremely dangerous." According to the girl's self-introduction, her name is Babatu, and her brother's name is Sharp-Fanged Honey Bear. Trak Mok Kwong Ba rarely sees Indians who is both enthusiastic and knows English like this. With Babatu as the translator, they talked for a while longer. Ba Tang must speak up to remind the time is not early anymore, knew Trak Mok Kwong Ba. "Goodbye, Indians." Babatu smiled and said, "If you have a chance, invite you to our tribe." Having said that, she was like thinking of something. His cheeks turned red. "Outside the bar is a noisy neighborhood. I don't know when there was a crowd." Crowds gathered around the nearby vacant lot, seemingly watching something. The high-pitched trumpet sounded among the crowd. Ba Tang, in stark contrast to his usual indifferent attitude, went to the crowd. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also had to step in after him. Only seen in the crowd is a snake handler, covering his face like an Arab. Arab, not wearing Arab clothes. Dressed in a normal blazer, with a bamboo basket in front of her, along with a high-pitched trumpet sound, a snake's head slowly stood up, contorting its figure to do all sorts of different movements. A monkey, squatting on the other's shoulders, curiously observing all kinds of people standing around. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the animal. It turned out to be a very poisonous big-tailed coral snake. The venom gland of this snake does not protrude completely. The head and tail are both spindle-shaped. At first glance it does not appear to be poisonous. In fact, it is extremely dangerous. It is one of the poisonous snakes that the guys must pay attention during this trek through the forest. With the sound of the conductor's trumpet, the coral snake raised its head and wagged its tail, swaying its body, pretending to attack. Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not help but break out in cold sweat instead of surrounding guests around. This type of snake is cold and aggressive, extremely excitable, fast like lightning. Unfortunately, it is bitten by it. Before he could get to the hospital, he lost his life on the road, but didn't play. The snake blower blew for a while, then suddenly put down his trumpet and pulled out a fat white mouse that looked as if he wanted to feed the snake. The white rat was even bigger than the snake, but when it encountered a natural enemy, it immediately showed its horror. Its tail was held by the snake blower, its forelegs hugged its head and curled up in one place, the red coral snake hissing, a sound coming like a flash of red lightning on the back of the mouse. The snake blower did not let it swallow the mouse, but pressed on the 7-inch tree on its back, carefully removed the snake, and then threw the mouse on the ground, only to see the mouse jerk twice, less than fall. 5 seconds later, he fell motionless and died. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, feeling how dangerous this snake is, but the snake blower just laughed, ha ha, unexpectedly reaching out his hand to the snake. Both Trak Mok Kwong Ba must also sweat. Cold sweat for him, but the snake seemed to have an instinct, did not bite its owner, but followed the person's finger to blow the snake up his arm, then wrapped it up to his shoulder, then kissed his mask like kissing a lover. Viewers still had not stopped whispering and had the opportunity to applaud enthusiastically. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also secretly surprised. He has met many people who play with snakes, but training snakes to this level has never been seen before. This person must have some secret. It's so special that I dare to play such a dangerous game. By the time Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang arrived, this performance with snakes had come to an end. Minutes, the monkey on the other man's shoulder jumped down, imitating the owner's handout. The red coral snake also slithed up his arm onto the monkey's body and wrapped it around its neck, raising its head to the top of its head. Co-star. The monkey seemed to put on a snake hat, casually picked up the copper tray on the ground, and began to collect money from the viewers. Everyone is scared. Giving money is also afraid, but not giving money is also afraid. The coral snake's cold eyes sent chills down everyone's spine. when they arrived. Some people don't want to take out the money. The snake sticks out its tongue again, making threatening, hissing sounds, until they just take the money out. Just a moment, the monkey went in front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba put his hand in his pocket, looked at the snake, but still glanced at the person blowing the snake. His eyes flashed a sinister smile, as if he knew Trak Mok Kwong Ba was looking at him. Slowly pulled down the visor. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately froze. Is that a human face? Everywhere is full of pits and pits with all kinds of scars. Masking meat. Lower eyelids droop, green eyes roll round. As if to fall out, the lips were the same color as the scars, pulled so that they were crooked and twisted, unable to close completely, revealing their crooked teeth like saw. The snake blower flashed a sinister, terrifying smile, his throat screeching like a whistle, right at the moment Trak Mok Kwong Ba froze. The snake curled up on the top of the monkey's head suddenly jumped up, rushing straight into the neck. His throat. Immediately there was a cry of terror in the crowd. Looks like Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not be avoided. Suddenly he turned upside down. People behind, taking advantage of the weight of the mountaineering backpack to dump people on the ground, Ma Tang standing next to him was also agile. Caught the red coral snake, then immediately threw it at the snake handler. The other monkey threw the bronze cow away, bounced 2 or 3 times, jumped back on the owner's shoulder, bared his teeth at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others, making threatening snarls. The snake blower chuckles and makes a weird, demonic sound. You won't get away. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was dumbfounded. Ma Tang stood beside him and said, French, tell us we won't be able to escape. In the crowd, a few more tall guys who didn't seem to be very friendly came rushing in. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Many people saw that the situation was not good and immediately moved away to avoid the market. Phi Castle, who had never encountered anything like this, was completely stunned as to how to handle it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shouted, Castle, ask clearly, what is the matter? We didn't come to have sex. Castle stammered forever. Before he opened his mouth, someone slapped him with a slap and fell back on the street, holding his face and unable to get up. It seemed that there was no longer any possibility of negotiation. Now Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ma Tang had undergone many harsh tests. Except for the specially trained Special Forces soldiers, ordinary soldiers could hardly be his opponent. Duo Mok Kwong Ba flew out a kick the nearest ruffian to the ground, then turn around. The iron rod of one of the guys next to him hit his climbing backpack like a hit cotton, and Trak Mok Kwong Ba did. Punched out a punch, knocking off the other guy's front teeth. Ma Tang is not a lamp that runs out of oil. In the past when he was in the Green Spider Army, he had been trained in all kinds of melee techniques. Recently he has undergone special training, so his actions are even more cynical, treacherous, completely without mercy. Whoever was hit by him should not be able to get up immediately. The other snake blower put on the veil again, and stood beside his chin with his hand on his chin, watching with interest, as if watching a sports game, as if all the This has absolutely nothing to do with you. Every time there is a special kicking scene, the other monkey also claps his hands, laughs, screams loudly. Trak Mok Kwong 3 and Ma Tang fight. Fell 7 or 8 thugs, discovered that the situation was getting worse and worse. One of them, when they weren't paying attention, ran away and called 10 more tall guys with a cruel gesture, each of them holding iron chains and iron rods. Enthusiasm. Boldly rushed forward. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ma Tang won each. The side grabbed Castle's armpits, shouting, "Run!" Before rushing away. Chuo Mo Kwong Ba also turned to look at the snake blower once, only to see him indifferent, but his eyes exuded a divine smile. Mysterious, almost like to say, "See how far you can run." The other thugs caught up briefly. At this time the Indians in the refreshment shop also pulled out and saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba, too. just finished greeting, immediately discovered that the situation was not good. The Indians split up to help Trak Mok Kwong Ba fight against the thugs. Sharp Fang noticed the snake blower's snake, immediately stepped forward, loudly questioning something. Babatu explains that the red coral snake is the sacred object of their tribe, absolutely inviolable by others. Suddenly, Sharp Fang shouted loudly. Chuo Mok Kwong Ba was startled, guessing it must be he was bitten by that snake. The Indians went on a rampage, quickly defeated the thugs, then pulled Sharp Fang back, but they seemed to have an inexplicable fear of the other snake blower, not daring to approach. Fighting a battle until the sky and earth were cloudy, I don't know who bellowed. The Indians immediately picked up Sharp Fang and ran away. The three of them, Chuo Mok Kwong Ba, also followed the Indians one by one. Then, during the chaos, the other people were no longer chasing. But the Indians did not stop. They carried Sharp Fang and ran in the direction of leaving. Putumayo, Babatu anxiously said. My brother was bitten by a red dragon, had to go back. For immediate treatment, come on, we'll go first. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered something, immediately said, wait a minute. He took out a tube of medicine from his pocket, then said, this is a snakebite medicine and gel, one pill at a time. Gel applied to the outside of the wound can slow down the time the snake venom takes effect. This gel is a special product of the Special Forces, although it does not have the same detoxifying effect as the serum, but it has the effect of slowing down the duration of all types of snake venom, which can be considered as a life-saving drug for people in need. Babatu looks at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. With grateful eyes, he left without saying a word. Castle stood there and said, it's okay, they'll have their own antidote. 1. Capital of Ecuador. 2. The language of the Indians in South America, used in Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, Chile and Argentina. 3. The spot 7 inches from the snake's head is the weakest point of snakes. Enter the deep forest. The three of them, with great difficulty returning to Human's place, were exhausted. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang discussed for a while, but still no clue. The two of you. I don't understand why I suddenly clashed with local people for no reason. Sighed okay, I don't know if those people are aimed at people. The madman doesn't, but if that's the case, why don't they give chase? Finally, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang temporarily put aside what just happened, divided the tools he had just bought into 4 parts, not finished yet. He saw the sleazy Trong Lap and the others return. Trong Lap and Yu Yang were sweating profusely, their mouths were panting, even Human was sweaty, the dust on their faces mixed with the sweat running through them to look half white and half black. As soon as the three entered the house, Yu Yang closed the door tightly, sighed and said, it seems like I shouldn't chase after it. Trong Lap took off the big bag on his back, resting his hands on the ground, panting. For a moment, unable to speak a word, Trak Mok Kwong Ba hurriedly asked, been done. What's up? The three brothers, one sentence, me one, and the trio spoke for a while. It took a lot of effort to put together a complete story. To put it bluntly, they are just like Trak Mok Kwong Ba, who have been attacked by a bunch of people who don't know their identity. Attack, siege, brawl. Why that is, right. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thinks more. The more difficult to understand, the more he questioned Trong Lap. You guys don't cause problems with people, how can they be chased? It's definitely time to have a dispute with people when buying and selling weapons. Is that so? No. Trong Lap complained loudly. Human was a connoisseur of old, so they bought and sold very smoothly. On the way back, they met the other group of people. They didn't say hello or asked anything and rushed to fight. They speculated whether the other party looked at the wrong person or not. Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly thought, how can I buy it? Weapons are a bit too much, so someone stops robbers in the middle of the road. After thinking about it, he said, for the time being, Don't worry about this, buy any weapons, open it and I'll see. Trong Lap took out the backpack, the knife, the iron rod, the chain, and even the iron gloves. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was surprised. Asked, "What is this? We're going to the woods, not the streets to fight." Trong Lap quickly said, "Wrong, wrong. Okay, here's the new loot." Okay. It turned out that his and Yuyang's situation was almost identical to that of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. First of all, 5 or 6 names were fierce. Rushed into a battle, was beaten down by Trong Lap and Yuyang. 2 people naturally can't waste their energy fighting, so they confiscate all their weapons. Enemy air. Unexpectedly, they suddenly rushed in with 2 or 3 dozen other names. As a result, Trong Lap and the others were left with nothing. Just run away. Trong Lap opened another bag. This time it was the things they needed, such as emergency medicine, hunting knives, bows and crossbows. All are complete, only unfortunately can't buy any guns, not sure if there are no doors in human or not. Yuyang also opened the bag, the inside is full of stuff. Different tools, Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, immediately categorize so that you can leave at any time. Still not starting but was attacked for unknown reasons, Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt very unwell, especially the snake blower on the other side of the road, making him cold all over. That feeling made him very insecure. Yuyang didn't understand and asked, "Why? So urgent? Are they still chasing? Are you sure you can come here?" Tang's father coldly recounted what he had just encountered, and finally said, "Do you think this is just a normal coincidence? Definitely a planned action. Plan, although the purpose is still unknown, but the more we resist, only fear the action will continue to a higher degree this time." Trak Mok Kwong Ba nodded in agreement, he also thought so. Trong Lap says, "Is this part of the test?" Yuyang immediately protested, "No way, they are all people here, moreover, they are thugs and thugs." Land. He glanced at Human once. And then continued, "Even when they attacked, they used all their strength, as you say, to drive us to our deaths. There's no need for the tests to make fun of your life, they make me feel like." The 3 of them, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, stopped working in their hands and looked up at Yuyang, only to hear him continue, Someone wants to keep us out of the woods." After listening to Yuyang, the rest all think this is possible. The only ability, but who can? The 4 of them didn't seem to know. Trak Mok Kwong 3 strokes. Suddenly remembered Lu Kant's warning. Nam, in the heart of the machine, could it be them? But why would they do that? Human has been green since coming back, hasn't said a word, seems to be thinking something, but the more you think about it, the more you fear. Castle saw you like that, and immediately asked, "What's wrong? Do you know those people?" Human said fearfully, "No, it's just that I feel like there are a few people in the crowd, it seems like they are looking for it." Castle translated for the people who were packing. Yuyang curiously asked, "Who is Basaka?" Human replied, "A rebel in this area, they specialize in causing trouble, undermining, harassing, and opposing the government. It is said that he has a connection with the Poison King in Colombia. It seems that the armed forces from Colombia infiltrated or something. But, why are they, can't it?" He raised his head, staring at the 4 of them, clearly suspicious of Juo Mu and others. "What does Kwong Ba have to do with the Poison King?" "Some Poison King," Trong Lap laughed and said. "What kind of joke is that? We're coming to this country for the first time, let alone a Poison King or something, but we haven't even seen any poisonous ants yet," they newly said. Halfway through, suddenly he looks away. Looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and thought to himself, "I don't know if the young master Kwong Ba has anything to do with the Poison King or not." Trak Mok Kwong Ba adjusted his lap and said, No way, I have never done anything illegal, nor have any relationship with criminals. My business scope has not reached the limit, reached the Americas. Alright, are you done with the split yet? Then one bag each. Prepare your own hiking backpack. Yue Yang arranged his backpack and asked. Do I need to report this to headquarters? Not. All three people track Mok Kwong Ma Tang. Tronglap at the same time widened their eyes. Looked at him, then Tronglap said, I've been in the forest for less than a day and contacted me. With headquarters, that's a bit too much, Chuo. Mok Kwong and Ba Tang also nodded. From the beginning, their team was in a weaker position. This time when they went to the forest, they encountered a little thing and immediately reported it to the headquarters. Anyway, it was not good. They have not fully realized the reality, my own strength. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, I just found it to be so unexpected, but no one is watching us, in completely unfamiliar circumstances, just arrived at a place that has been chased and slashed, then who can understand? Looks like Human heard something, then peeked out through the gap in the door, then exclaimed in surprise, Basaka. Basaka personally brought you here, you. His face was full of panic. You guys can't stay here anymore, hurry up. Jump out the back window, you won't be able to wait any longer. How can that be? Track Mok Kwong. My father was suspicious, and Tronglap looked out, saw a tall, fierce man with 30 or 40 men, holding all kinds of murderous weapons running over there. It was clear that Tronglap was being attacked by criminals. They tracked down here, then informed their accomplices to come for revenge. Track Mok Kwong and Tronglap immediately turned around, each carrying one. The big backpack, urging Ba Tang and Yu Yang who are still checking things. Surveyor, there's no time, hurry up. After saying that, he pushed half, jumped out first. On the calm Putumayo River, a diamond-shaped wooden boat gently glides on the water. The Amazon River changes immeasurably. Sometimes the riverbed is several hundred meters wide and tens of meters deep, but there are also narrow sections, a few meters wide, knee-deep. Apart from the improved diamond-shaped boat from this dugout, other boats are very difficult to use. On the boat, 3 wooden bars are crossed like 3 benches dividing the boat into 4 parts, 2 in front. Armed elements, armed with guns, carefully observed the river bed and the surrounding situation. Behind were 4 rowers to gently wipe the water. In the middle of the boat there were 2 people sitting. Merkin was smoking a cigarette. Beside him was a wrinkled face like bitter good, no one else, but Soras, the snake blower in Putumayo, the monkey wearing a vest, stood on Saw's shoulder, looking around. How, are you satisfied with their expressions? Merkin smiled and asked. Disgruntled Saws said, no, completely without vigilance. Wait until danger occurs before reacting, if encountering the impossible. Avoid it, then death is certain. Seeing that Merkin's face didn't look very good, he comforted him with a few words, it's fine. The fighting technique isn't bad, it's almost on par with the guys we trained. Merkin sighed, said, stop talking to them, about that place, do you have any idea? If that's the right place. Then we don't need to go anymore, so we don't have to waste time. So where are you going? To the Chalapi Tower, according to new information, in the forest 100 kilometers south of that tower, when the Solace Company installed a transnational oil pipeline from Colombia to Peru. Dug a shrine very similar to the ancient Mayan pyramids. Currently, this company has blocked information from the outside. Even the scientific research teams of the 2 countries do not know this news yet. I plan to go there and check it out. Any. Saws chuckled and said, then you go there first. I plan to go see how they go through the forest, and check their strength by the way. Merkin's face darkened, then immediately said sincerely, please hold back a bit, don't kill them, those guys are really important to me. Saw's movement seems to say, don't worry, stop. Ordered the boat to dock. The thin figure disappeared into the deep forest like a cold moldy python. Merkin couldn't help but be startled. He knew well that now was the time when the most feared soars. The shadow that was in the forest, was now back in his forest. The four of them, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, were carrying large backpacks on their backs, running like flying on a strange road. If they were to say four people were afraid of Basaka and the others. Strength is not certain, it's just that if there is a conflict, the first victim will be the landlord who rents them a room, human, after that they can leave, but human can't stay. Putumayo is okay too, moreover, if this becomes a big deal, it won't be the problem of one or two more people, but also have a certain influence on the country's diplomatic affairs, not play. Father Tang asked, "Where are we going now?" Yu Yang said, "I don't know. How many people are there? I don't know what's going on. This city doesn't seem to welcome us. It seems that we can only go to the forest first." Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, "But still. What about the boat?" According to the original plan, they planned to go by waterway. Trong Lap confidently said, "We have already booked a boat near the river, now we just need to come and use it first. Lead the way." 30 minutes later, the four of them saw the bustling harbor. This diamond-shaped boat was about 6 meters long, 2 meters wide in the middle, also 3 horizontal bars dividing the boat into 4. Backpacks were placed right next to each person, in case it happens. Something unexpected also ensures that nothing is lost. The four of them row the boat together. Around a river is no more architecture of the civilized world can be seen anymore. The surrounding space becomes completely quiet. The river water murmurs, almost as if space has stopped moving, allowing people to enjoy peace and quiet. In the old forest is deep and deep, everywhere. Every place is a tall tree. American spruce can be up to 100 meters high, a diameter of 10 meters wide, yes. 17-18 men. Only grown-ups hug a full circle. Moreover, the top and bottom are the same size, worthy of the name of a giant in the forest. From time to time in the forest, all kinds of sounds. The song of birds and beasts, no one knew the name, but looking out into the distance, apart from the dense forest patches one after another, nothing else could be seen. 4 people walk on the river. There are big trees on both sides. The river bed is a bit narrow. The more you look at it, the more you see it. Sometimes there are a few American macaws flying over their heads. Brilliant feathers glistening in the blinding sun. This scene compared to the forest. The spruce in Xishuangbana that they passed through were 2 completely different worlds. Either way, the 4 of them were lazy and didn't want to paddle, only occasionally controlling the direction of the boat, then enjoying the scenery on both sides of the strange country. Arriving at the shallow water, the river bed is clear to see the bottom, colorful fish swinging and swimming on the rocks, although Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others are forced to remember dangerous animals, also. Researching through documents about South America, but encountering so many colorful fishes, we can't even call our names. Watching them swim freely, mind. Some people's condition also slowed down. The weather seemed to be cooler. People's hearts were quieter, just felt as comfortable as if they wanted to jump into the water and swim with the fish to their heart's content. Once someone rowed the boat, Tronglap decided to put down the oars, put his hands on his head and lay on his back, looking at a strip of sky above, satisfied saying, "This is better than going to Hainan Island for tourism. At this rate, we'll get there ahead of time." Yue Yang dipped his hand in the water and cooled the air conditioner. Looks like someone was so happy that they forgot the way back. Tronglap said, "Yes, I also heard someone. Although this place is dangerous on all sides, every step is dangerous to life, but it seems that practice is the only criterion to test the truth." Ba Tang holds the paddle to control. Boat, cold snort an hour. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "We have just left Putumayo less than 10 kilometers. We can't be considered to have entered the forest at all. If there is danger from here, then the people living there Putumayo can't sleep peacefully for a day. Yang raised his head to look at the sky. It's getting dark, the problem we need to solve is where to camp now. Trong Lap said, or find somewhere else. Can you come ashore soon? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, no, the people in Putumayo can't find us, maybe they will chase after us. If they want to camp, they have to go deep into the forest to find somewhere relatively hidden. Quote. Speaking of being chased, music. Duong mused, this really has no clue at all, how can it be related to drug traffickers? Ha. Ma Tang coldly said, I just met drug dealers, but you guys are not alert yet. Are you still in the mood to lie here and enjoy the view? If it were me, I'd be afraid of the breeze blowing through right now. Drenched in sweat. Zhang Li sat up straight. Why do you say that? Ma Tang said, this area is the domain of the drug traffickers. They live in the forest, and even know the distribution of rivers and forests here more than the government troops. Or the scientific investigation team. Otherwise what do they rely on to smuggle, but cross the border? It can be said that encountering them is even scarier. You'll have to deal with the local government twice as much. These are Ma Tang's experiences from when he was a poacher. Trong Lap changed his face and exclaimed, brother, you are not intentionally scaring me. Is it? Trak Mok Kwong Ba further affirmed. No, Ma Tang is telling the truth. From now on, our danger level should at least double. Yu Yang said, then it's dangerous. 2, if that's the case, maybe they will. The canoe squad, 7 or 8 fully armed men, armed with 2 grenade launchers and another machine gun, chasing us to shreds might not be enough. Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled and said, it's not that bad, voice. His words were immediately interrupted by Trong Lap, only. Saw his face stiffen, eyes wide and staring back, saying like. Cut nails and cut iron, no, that's bad. That's it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his head in surprise, a high-speed canoe was frantically turning waves chasing. Behind splashed white water bubbles, on the boat you could see a few people holding guns, even a pipe. Both big and black on the bow of the boat, no one would believe it if it was the chimney of the stove. It's not. Trak Mok Kwong Ba uttered a voice. The 4 immediately rowed vigorously, saying that they were going down the water. All 4 were stronger than humans, but human power compared to machines was still a world apart, anyway, only. Suddenly a canoe was approaching. Already. Fortunately, the Putumayo River branched, complicated river routes reaching out in all directions. The group took full advantage of the special advantages of small boats, turned into narrow tributaries, then rushed out from the river. Another direction to avoid pursuit, only that it went back and forth like that, and by the time Trak Mok Kwong Ba themselves did not know where they were going around. Not only that, the distance between the branches of the river is only a few meters apart, although it is said that the forest can prevent a part of the bullets, but wanting to escape the enemy's sight to abandon the boat and run ashore is certainly not possible. Finally they, around another small tributary, suddenly realized that the other party had also circled outside, rowing a few more 100 meters back. In front, unexpectedly did not see the place. No more branching, so I only know how to plug my neck and race at speed with high-speed canoes, what the consequences will be without thinking to guess. In a moment the canoe was about to chase the place. Trong Lap constantly grumbled and complained. What on this river is only suitable for using this type of boat? I am so stupid, I did not expect to fall into the trap of that guy selling boats. Knowing that, bought a canoe, so that now at least not slower than others, it's not like this. On the canoe is not the national flag. Colombia, not Ecuador. The uniforms of these armed elements look quite bizarre, but the weapons in their hands are absolutely not to be underestimated. The people approached, took up the amplifier and shouted, although both Jua Mok Kwong Ba didn't understand anything, but you can also guess it's probably not. Sentences like, stop, let boat ashore, otherwise they will be killed on the spot. Yu Yang sat in front while rowing hard, muttering, This is the Colombian guerrillas. Oh my God, what the hell is going on? Shang Li smiled bitterly and said, It seems that this place is not welcoming to us, right? It's really bad. It's already at a disadvantage when it comes to the army. Ma Tang said coldly, Guerrillas are not like the government army. Let them catch them, hope to live is zero. Yue Yang nodded in agreement, saying whatever they said before they left. They also studied the situation here. The people behind were getting closer and closer. Seeing that the people on the boat in front did not react, they swept a series of bullets. A few water pillars splashed right next to the small boat. All of them knew, this is just it's only the enemy's threat. If the boat doesn't stop to land, the bullets won't shoot into the water anymore. Trak Mok Kwong Ba rolled his eyes. The remaining three, and then ordered, Surrender, we'll land. Undoubtedly, even cold weapons are still in their backpacks. The four of them are unprepared, can't do anything to fight those people at all. Now they don't even give up. I'm afraid there will be bullet holes in the holes. Like a beehive. At this time, Ma Tang was extremely calm again. He did not change his face and said, Don't stop, just keep rowing. Just hold on for 2 more minutes, maybe there's a chance. The river ahead suddenly turned to the right. Whether they could succeed or not depend on this turn of events. Trong Lap said suspiciously, Is it true? I'm not married yet. I don't even have a girlfriend. How much are you sure? Saying that, but the oars in his hand still went up and down like flying, not stopping even for a minute or a second. Yu Yang also said, I seem to haven't found any way yet. Can you get rid of them or something? At this time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also noticed, immediately put strength into his hands. Now let's rowing hard for me, but be prepared to stop at any moment, I shouted. Everyone has to row in the opposite direction as well. Trong Lap saw the light behind the canoe. The fire flashed, quickly ducked his head to avoid the bullets, and said in a low voice, What's the matter? What did you guys discover? Don't make fun of it. The speed of the flow was noticeably faster. The 4 rowers all felt it clearly. Unexpectedly began to distance themselves from the chasing canoes, and the other people also started shooting, hesitant. The canoe suddenly accelerated. Now it's less than the boat of Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others. 10 meters, even can see clearly. Shoulder to shoulder on their uniforms again. Bullets flew. The boat was hit in many places. There were also bullets that grazed the skin. Trak Mok Kwong Ba could only see wings. My hand throbbed a bit, knowing I was injured, but I didn't know how others were. Just past the bracket, Trong Lap bowed his head as low as he could, suddenly exclaiming, What's going on? What's that sound? A strange sound began to grow louder, at first like a drop of water, just. In a few short seconds it became like thousands of horses are running. On the face of Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ma Tang smiled at the same time, only to hear Trak Mok Kwong Ba say, Stop. 4 people at the same time tried to row in the opposite direction. Then, Trong Lap and Yu Yang felt very clearly, their boat was floating in the middle space. First night. That natural falling situation made Trak Mok Kwong Ba's group all jump. Then the surrounding water splashed up. At this time Trong Lap realized. Waterfall. The small wooden boat and the people on the boat, diagonally dived, and the canoe following closely behind them were not so lucky. When Trong Lap was still floating in the air, he saw the canoe, screaming loudly. Right after that, in his ears suddenly heard the gurgling sound of the water bubble bursting. His body seemed to be held by something, submerged for a meter or 2, and then pulled back to the surface. Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his head, spat out a large mouthful of water, and shook his head. Splashes of water, followed by Ma Tang, Yu Yang, and Trong Lap respectively. Out of the water, a wooden boat. Theirs is stuck in this cascade, spinning. This waterfall is almost like a terraced field, with a total of 5 floors. Each floor is about 30–40 meters high, the waterfall is about 4.5 meters wide, and the water must be 4 or 5 meters deep. Because in the end everyone tried to row in the opposite direction, the small boat was almost stuck in the waterfall and drifted down to the first floor, while the speed of the other canoe made it rush straight through 5 cascades, one head. Crashed into a big tree along the river and shattered. The explosion was probably right at the moment Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others fell into the water, now only the debris left in the blazing fire. The number of guerrillas who were able to jump out of the canoes survived very few. Only 3 people on the 3rd floor of the waterfall fell and rolled over, and it is not clear what direction they were taken by Trak Mok Kwong Ba. The two sides had a language disagreement, so it took a lot of effort to explain back and forth but still couldn't understand. In the end, Trak Mok Kwong Ba had to release all 3 prisoners and let them return on their own. The prisoners were scared, so the guerrillas here have a habit of intentionally releasing. Prisoners went away, then opened fire in their backs. These people also often used it for fun. This time they were released, free of charge. However, he also thought of this in his heart, took 2 steps and turned his head to look, until he stepped into the forest where he could cover his body to avoid bullets that he suddenly accelerated and ran for his life. Ba Tang raised the M16 he just took away, frowned and said, "That's not good. They will come back and spread this news. We will become the object of them regardless of everything too." "Hunt down." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "I know, but what else can I do?" "Kill them." "Sure, I cannot do it. Just know now. 1 step counts 1 step." Trong Lap floated up under the water, cheerfully said, "The harvest is not bad." The harvest is not bad. He and Yu Yang found 2 more bodies in 4th cascade, obtained weapons and ammunition strapped to their hips, so they had an AK-47, an M16 and 1 Steyr, 2 M4s, 4 B-76 automatic pistols. Each pistol only holds 6 magazines. The other guns have over 60 rounds of ammunition. Automatically they become a squad special forces. Yu Yang poked his head out of the water. Mouth holding an American elk scorpion knife, climbed ashore, turned out to be. Having received a lot of ammunition, the guy sighed softly and said, "This is not a good thing, Carry so many weapons, encounter government troops, they will consider us drug dealers or armed guerrillas. Meet guerrillas and drug dealers will treat us as government troops," so it was a mess. She was in a mess. Just set off, but met both smugglers and guerrillas, the 2 most dangerous forces in the jungles of Ecuador. Colombia. How could it be so unlucky? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Temporarily. We'll go in the jungle of Ecuador first. The Colombian guerrillas won't dare. There is no danger of crossing the border. At best they send only small armed groups. It's not a big deal. The forest here is too dense. They must have found us." Trong Lap now thinks about the consequences. The seriousness of this incident was far beyond what they had planned for this trip. He looked around and said, "But just wriggling back and forth on the river, now we don't know. Am I in Colombia? Where's Ecuador?" Ba Tang held up the compass on his watch and said, "We need to go southeast. It's just not enough time to study the map. I'm afraid they'll use hunting dogs to track down, so first need to take a boat to go a few more kilometers. Here the rivers are crowded, they can't be searched along the river banks, so at least we also avoid the tracking hounds. Now, take the boat down." I checked it. Although it was pierced by bullets in many places, it did not affect the load of the boat at all. With 1 foot on the boat, Trong Lap said, "No matter what, it's better to have a weapon anyway, at least meet the military. Page can also resist, unlike before, getting kicked out or something." He raised the M4 he was holding and aimed. Thought, and then continued, "These weapons are well maintained. Wait until the water dries up and they are ready to use. Speaking of which, Mr. Ba Tang, how did you know there was a waterfall here?" Ba Tang looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his head to look at the waterfall and said, "It is possible to detect based on objects drifting on the water. The drift speed increases markedly, then it is confirmed, is that the difference of the forward water flow increases significantly. At this time, looking at the forest can also be recognized. The forest in front is clearly much more sparse, which means it is very likely that there is a vertical waterfall in front, but we don't hear the sound of water rumbling, so I guess this waterfall is not very high, we just. If you need to use rowing power in the opposite direction, this small boat will cling to the waterfall and slide down. And the canoe behind has propulsion, even if they see the waterfall, they can't change direction. At that time, I just thought, once we get into the water, we will have a way to change the situation, but I didn't expect this waterfall to be like that." "But Ba Tang, how did you discover the waterfall so early? How much has the flow rate changed when you remind us?" Ba Tang replied, "Dust, waterfall splashes water, causing the sky above it to change color, not difficult to detect." "Very. Besides, the riverbed is so narrow that they can't change direction at all, they will definitely rush ahead of us." The boat continued to drift downstream. The 4 people sitting on the boat checked their own injuries. Most of them were just grazed by bullets. The only one hit by the bullet was Yu Yang, but he also luckily, the bullet hit the knife on his hip. Music. Guang used the American elk knife he had picked up earlier in place of the poor quality hunting knife that had been disfigured by bullets. For the next hour, no one was in the mood to see the scenery above. Once again, just row hard down the stream, go about 10 kilometers more, then find a shallow area, get off the boat and go ashore. The 4 men pulled the boat ashore, camouflaged and carefully marked it, raised the footprints, sprayed the air with a gas that disturbed the hound's sense of smell, and all that was done, they dragged their bodies. Tired and exhausted, carrying large backpacks on his back, he went deep into the forest. Yu Yang looked at the color of the sky and saw that the moon was already hanging in the distance, but the sky was still like daytime, completely unnoticeable. Who wanted the night to fall, confidently said, even if they received the news, they probably wouldn't chase after them. It's okay right now. Trak Mok Kwong Ba agrees. The 4 of them all know, although it is very late at night, but just one night, those who have experience in the forest will not choose at that time to go deep into the forest without people, because there are many animals to eat. The night is ready for the hunt, they will bring the consequences to the uninvited. Very dangerous. Plants in the tropical forest are extremely complex, despite very thorough investigation, but standing in the middle of the forest that accounts for 70% of the world's plant species, 4 people still cannot name most of the plants. The upright tree trunks are beautiful and elegant, the giant trunks are as big as umbrellas, the branches and leaves are intertwined, making the color of the sky, which is close to sunset, almost like it was in the evening twilight. From time to time in the dense bushes came 1 or 2 calls of unknown animals, some long screams, some high-pitched, some raspy lows, all kinds of sounds blended together. Neither chaotic nor disordered, but low and high, wave after wave, like a symphony of nature. But within about 20 paces around the 4 people, very few animals could be heard, only occasionally heard the wind blowing the grass. A black shadow ran past one, just the small animals run away to the cave. The creatures of the jungle were all lurking in the shadows, watching with vigilance for the mysterious visitors who first set foot in this place. 4 people followed in a square formation. Trak Mok Kwong Ba went ahead. Zhang Li, Yu Yang in charge of the flanks, and Ba Tang in the rear, did so mainly to deal with emergency situations such as a large wild beast attack or a sudden attack. Early this morning they went to Quito, then drove again for 8 hours. Putumayo, then immediately went to buy a large amount of furniture, then clashed with drug dealers and guerrillas. Colombia, not even a chance to stop and catch your breath. Even though the 4 of them, Chuo Mok Kwong Ba, are all hard as strong as cast from iron, At this time, having to carry a backpack weighing up to 30 or 40 pounds, I also felt so heavy that I couldn't breathe. Trong Lap gritted his teeth and said, "Can you stop already? After all, how far to go? It seems that the division is not very good. I think my backpack is heavier than yours or something." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "No. Was it soaked in water? The 4 people's hiking backpacks are all double-layer polyester, made of water-resistant materials, but just fell into a waterfall. Very large, the backpack being soaked in water is not a strange thing." Yu Yang shook his head. "Not yet. Where? This is still too close to us to go ashore. Cooking rice will be discovered immediately. Making a fire in the wild, almost impossible without smoke, but the plume of smoke straight up into the sky is of course the most obvious target, so we need to choose a place very deep in the forest, so that the foliage will soften it. Kitchen smoke, enemies in the distance are difficult to detect. Moreover, the campsite must also be chosen very carefully. In this tropical rainforest, there are 70-80 poisonous creatures without names, and there are countless ferocious carnivores too. Just a little careless can be dangerous. Immediate life. Going deep into the forest, the sky is completely dark. Yu Yang looks at the surrounding situation. Around, Trong Lap went to measure the distance between the big trees. Yu Yang asked, "Is it okay to camp here?" Trong Lap threw the backpack like thousands of pounds of weight on your back. Breathe. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's right. This is the place." 4 dense thickets of trees tens of meters high. Under the root there are low bushes, most of which are thorny plants, mixed with some unknown wild grass, less than a hand high. In a situation like this, a large carnivore can't break through the bushes, but not even the crawling animals like snakes or pythons. If there is somewhere to hide, at least the danger caused by animals in the forest is reduced to a minimum. The clothes worn on the body were already dry. The weapons and things in the backpack now only need to be dried a little, and can be used. Normal use. Putting down their backpacks, the 4 of them were like children going on a spring trip, forgetting about the danger of being chased, and began to release the last bit of energy left. Trong Lap and Yu Yang took the knife to punish the tree dust, forming a sufficient space. Activities, and at the same time use mud and tree branches to build a fire, and Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang were also not idle. The 2 chased in the forest for a while, bringing back a kangaroo, because no dared to risk using guns, so they tackled it with daggers. The fire is lit, the burning branches say, crack and crack, although not spicy enough, but the smell of burnt barbecue is enough to make people salivate. Even though there's enough in the backpack. Modern ready-to-eat foods, canned foods, and even nutritional products, but according to previous experience, when you can still find food in the wild, it is best to try to keep those foods, in case of emergency. Water taken from the river goes through 3 stages of settling, filtering, boiling, then burying half in the mud to cool completely, drinking it. The mouth carries the smell of earth. Sometimes, sweet to the heart. Trong Lap lay on the ground for a while, finished half of the water bottle, then got up and said, "Can we camp yet?" 4 people. Standing people sitting and starting to move their hands and feet to work. Trong Lap took out the tools from his backpack, chose a big tree, about 1 meter in diameter. The trunk was 15 or 16 meters above the ground before turning. Branch. He wrapped a rope around the trunk of the tree once, then put it around his back, pulled the 2 ends of the rope with both hands, used his 2 feet to pedal forcefully, borrowing the rope's pulling force to stand firmly on the tree trunk, then the hand jerked upwards, the rope moved up a little, vibrating. 1 step forward, soon Trong Lap climbed up to a place about 10 meters above the ground. After choosing a position, he took a rivet to drive it into the tree trunk. All the laces, the tip of the rivet caught, the tip spread out, fixed it firmly to the trunk, then he put a steel alloy tube on the other end of the rivet, and so on, connecting each segment one by one like an antenna. The remaining 3 people also divided to do the same in the other 3 trunks. 4 steel pipes meet at the space between the 4 trunks, forming a cross. Then there were 4 other steel pipes surrounding the 4 trunks to form a square. Tronglap continued to climb up to the fork and then slipped the rope down, took the pipe inserting pipes. Steel together, so a solid foundation has been completed. Some Yuyang and Ma Tang split rattan ropes on the ground and on other trees and squeezed them onto the steel frame, then used a small cut tree branch to insert it into the gaps, spray glue to fix it firmly. Tronglap stands in the middle of the scene. Jumped a few times, did not see any branches and dust falling down, nodded to show that it was okay. The 4 of them started to set up camp on this platform, and when it was all over, a camouflage tree tent about 10 square meters wide appeared. For ordinary people, this is an extremely difficult matter, but for 4 Trak Mok Kwong Ba and others, setting up a tent in the air like that and setting up camp on the flat ground makes no difference. It only takes 10 minutes to complete the whole thing. If necessary, they can even set up a tent at a height of 30 or 40 meters, and even set fire to cook rice on it. Yue Yang was in charge of the cleanup. He had to deal with traces of the fire on the ground, then sprayed 4 tree trunks 2 meters above and below the tent with a colorless chemical to prevent insects or animals. Climbing animals harm their tents. Mission finished, he threw himself into the tent. Next to the tent there was a radio station. Observe about half a square meter close to the tree. The tent is sprayed with camouflage, and the top is covered with some camouflage. It looks safe, but Ma Tang still insisted on leaving a guard at the observatory. He took the initiative to accept it. Guard the first session, take the steer outside to guard. In the tent, the other 3 turned on the lights and began to study the map. Because the geological map was not very complete, so they also had to combine with satellite photos to determine the location. His current mind. After comparing many maps, you came up. Make a preliminary judgment that you are within Ecuadorian territory, and at the same time determine direction for the next day to continue on the road. They worked hard all day. They should have buried their heads and fell asleep, but the 3 of them were exhausted and still could not sleep. They had also crossed mountains and forests many times before, but they were hunted down like that. This is the first time, in the group other than Ma Tang. For the other 3, these are absolutely new experiences, including Trak Mok Kwong Ba. The spirit of all 3 is in a state of excitement mixed with a bit of panic. This is also the first time that Trak Mok Kwong Ba feels that they are far below the requirements. In any situation, they are calm and do not panic, saying that sleeping is Lu Kan Nam's instant sleep. But come to think of it, these things are not something that ordinary training content can teach. The 3 of them started discussing the day's happenings again, in which the word the most appearing is still 4 letters. Couldn't understand the connection. Can't understand why the mysterious snake blower suddenly attacked. Can't understand why he's suddenly being chased by drug dealers in the city. And still can't understand why even in the forest he's being chased by drug dealers. Guerrilla chase. Now there are a few lives. In the guerrilla team charged the debt on their head. Encountered a bunch of villains who have revenge. But stick around like this plate. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is really black to the limit. I can't understand, said Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Actually ever since that guy showed up at the training camp I've found it unbelievable. Just think, they're in Karzili. We are in Tibet, both are uninhabited areas with an area of over 10,000 square kilometers, yet he find me too, if you use 2 words. Coincidence, to imagine, can't help but be a bit excessive, isn't it? Tronglap said. Yes, I also feel that this is too troublesome. Yang listened to Trak Mok Kwong. Dad told the story in Te live from first, now ask a few more questions, then analyze. I think there is only one way. Just explaining is the answer to this question. Hey, how to explain it? Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked. Yang said, the people who are chasing you, aren't they also in Ka Te Lai? Trak Mok Kwong Ba pondered, You mentioned. Yu Yang said, maybe they went to Ka Te Lai to look for poachers. Lang to cooperate, poachers are just for profit, in front of the greater good, of course they will think. Those people have been watching us from the beginning, so the poachers can find out the base. We are no longer strange. Maybe he couldn't help but want to seek revenge on young Master Kwong Ba alone, so he let reveal identity. This is the only way to explain why he found our training camp, why he knew the name Kwong Ba young master, and why he became. Should be that strong, shouldn't we be trained like we are? Shang Li nodded. Well, this is also very likely. Yu Yang continued. Besides, if the poacher wasn't a coincidence, stopped by, but deliberately came to explore, maybe we just arrived in America and was attacked by guerrillas. It should also be related to them. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, however. If your theory is correct, what's the point of them letting the guerrillas hinder our American voyage? Trong Lap said, do you want to borrow the hand of the guerrillas to eliminate? Are we competitors looking for Silver Bala Temple? Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head, probably not, based on the previous behavior, the possibility that they want to manipulate. We are much better, otherwise they would have dealt with us from the time we were in Ka Te Lai, so it would have been a waste of time to arrange for the guerrillas to take action. Yu Yang said, the situation was in a flash. The eyes have changed thousands of times before. It is impossible to exclude the possibility that Trong Lap just said it. Previously in Ka Te Lai was the young master Kwong Ba acting alone. The possibility that they wanted to entice the young master was a little larger. And now that we are a special group of the state established, it is impossible to entice us. Attracted again. Besides, we don't know what they've learned from the kidnapped madman. Now the possibility of wanting to get rid of us is a bit greater. Also, the clue in their hands is not just one. It's just the crazy person. We don't know anything about them. We don't know how long they've been looking for Back Bala Temple, and we don't know at all in their hands. How many clues are there? But I'm sure, the organization couldn't help but investigate such an important person. Maybe right from the time our team was formed, the organization has investigated the people you encountered. That's it. Shang Lap said. But when we were training, we didn't hear any sound. Yue Yang smiled and said, it is possible too. The official said it was not yet the right time to announce it. In short, the organization has their thoughts, and the reason why we do not understand. Also, Trong Lap, do you feel that this time the teacher is different from the previous times? Trong Lap said, how is it different? Yu Yang replied, I can't speak. These speculations should not be taken as inferences, but they are indeed very suspicious. I remember back in the day when the magistrate trained us in the scout team, that was absolute authority, say one never say two, say do is effective. But during this special training, I always found the officer uncomfortable. It seems that there were times when she trained without her will. You see too, Professor Feng Tan proposed to humanize management, but she also agreed. This feeling of restraint is as if in our team, there is one other people, but it is the person who actually gives the order. Trong Lap said, what do you mean, Mr.? The true commander-in-chief who had not appeared until now used a different identity to join the ranks of are we. After saying that, he immediately looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba with suspicious eyes. Or, Yu Yang said, this is just my hypothesis, don't make it up. That argument, something has to be said over and over again, isn't it? Is that you? In front of music's attentive eyes. Guang, Trong Lap puffed out the chests, fixed the lapels of their clothes, sat up straight, and said, cough cough. Out. Before the words could finish, Yu Yang added a sentence, there's something that doesn't look like you, it can be ruled out. This possibility. Trong Lap was like a defeated child, immediately fell down. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly said, "There is one more point that is very suspicious." When declaring this midterm exam with us, Lu Kan Nam said, "If you are unlucky." That poacher heard the news of our arrival in the Americas, saying that perhaps on the way we will encounter great obstacles, and moreover, we still have to be one step ahead of them. Trong Lap said, I remember. I also said, do they want to take? We go out to practice, my mother. Didn't I say the right thing? Yu Yang said, this sentence is right. Really suspicious. I was skeptical at the time, just had to collect data later. Whether, should temporarily put it aside and forget about it. Now that I think about it, the magistrate must have been inadvertent, no, maybe intentionally hinted to us something. She doesn't say it all, nor does it make it clear, which otherwise reflects that the other decision maker is on our team. Trong Lap said, who is that person? Reason. Which is the Mauler uncle? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, this. Doesn't matter, the point is the sentence. What did her words imply? Yue Yang, let's analyze it. Yu Yang said, a couple of sentences, 3 words, just. Based on the first sentence, it is difficult to infer anything. At most it is just a hint that the danger level of this action is extremely high. So far this statement has been tested. The key is in the second sentence, need to be one step ahead of them. It is necessary, to emphasize, to proceed, to emphasize, to them, who are they? If combined with my previous speculation, they are probably the same people who chased you and Kwong Ba young master in Ka Te Lai and cooperated with the Ho group. Lang, we can assume these guys are the number 1 opponent. The official continuously uses 2 emphatic words to talk about these people, proving that she respects this number 1 opponent of ours. They are, I'm afraid, even scarier. What we imagine. If what we encountered today were all tricks used by the other opponent, then they could not only acquire weapons within mainland China territory, but also maneuver guerrillas and drug dealers as far away as Colombia. It's scary. Also, to be one step ahead of them, this sentence is clearly bizarre. Our test content is only through the jungle, and the opponent has no reason. Let's go to the forest to see who can run faster with us. In summary, based on the teacher's statement, we can only draw the following conclusions. First, the opponent number. One of ours most likely cooperated with the Ho Lang poachers in Ka Te Lai, either conquered them. Rank. Second, our opponents are relatively fearsome, and the range of power they hold in their hands is now beyond their capabilities. Our imagination already. Third, the magistrate has something to hide. Us, this time to America. I'm afraid it's not just the jungle. Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly breathed in horror. Long, based on only 1 sentence to deduce. To be so thorough, yet to say only. There are only a few conclusions. Yu Yang fruit. It's too modest, more than that, at all. These 3 conclusions are all very reasonable. How many documents does Lu Kan Nam have related to Bakbala temple? But he did not tell them. If this is not something to hide, what is it? Trong Lap said again, your first and second conclusions are still audible, but the third one is. We went to the Americas only to have a mission in the jungle. It's only 10 days, what else is there? Yu Yang said, at this point, not sure, looks like our group received no other orders, but what about Professor Feng Tan's group? They left earlier than us, who knows if they have a new mission or not. As for this clue, it can only be discovered slowly while traveling through the forest. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, the other group was made by. Professor Feng Tan takes the lead. Why give them special tasks and not us? Trong Lap also chirped and added. Besides, what special quest could there be? It's just a general exam, but our job is to find the temple of Bakbala. We can't say no matter what. Crossing the jungle in America is related to finding Bakbala. the right temple. Or not. Yu Yang glanced at Trong Lap with a light, strange eyes, raised an eyebrow and said, "It's also very possible." "There's his head," Trong Lap exclaimed. "Here is America, Back Bala Temple is in Tibet, 108,000 miles away, in the middle there is a whole Pacific Ocean. It seems that you are not only able to reason, but also have a rich imagination." Yu Yang did not show any attitude, just said, "This is the crux of the matter. We've been training for so long, and yet things related to Bo Bala. The temple organization doesn't tell us much. As young Master Kwong Ba said, when the training requirements are met, they will let us in contact with things related to temples. To be honest, I had never received such rigorous training as a scout before. Bao is not respecting us, so why is the training so strict? And tell them to take us seriously, why not tell us anything about the material related to the final destination?" Yu Yang paused for a moment and then continued. "When it comes to Back Bala Temple, young Master Kwong Ba, as far as I can tell, every day he spends an hour or two. Clock and Professor Fung Tan studied this place. Can you tell us, what is this temple in the end? I also want to find out what its background is." Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment, then replied, "Talking about this temple of Back Bala, I'm afraid I can't finish talking all night. Go to sleep, I'll tell you later when I have time." At the same time, Gonzalez contacted Merkin, inform him that the guerrillas have suffered heavy losses. The situation is no longer under his control. The guerrillas have obtained documents related to the Trak Mok Kwong Ba, at the same time ordered the chase and slap. All of this, Gonzalez was helpless, only apologizing. The sky was still black, everyone in the tent was asleep. Ba Tang outside was also holding his steer gun, nodding, all around so quiet that only the sound of insects could be heard. On the other side of the forest, less than 200 yards from their tent, the moon cast a silvery light, softly covering a giant tree stump. On that erect tree trunk, a scene that made the hairs on the back of one's neck rise. Spiders, all kinds of spiders, as big as a hand, as small as a grain of wheat. The colors are also brilliant. Black is as black as coal, red is red. Like chicken blood that wants to spit out every drop, green. Glistening gloomily but flamboyantly, sound. They received some general summons that gathered together to join the party tonight. Chi-cha-chi-chit, crowded, surrounded the whole giant tree. This tree is more than 20 meters high, more than 2 meters in diameter. Now it is like wearing a shaggy coat of spiders. On the fork, a gray figure was standing tall. Unexpectedly it was Saws. He stood there silently, staring at the dark tent in front, holding a small device like a book, smiling and said, "Well, camouflage is also good. It's not easy to detect with the naked eye. Where are you?" The snake attacked Trak Mok Kwong Ba in market just to cover his eyes, what he really wants. That is, the plastic cap nail in Poochie's hand. By the time Trak Mok Kwong Ba dodged the snake's attack, the pointing hat nail was already firmly attached to the heel of his shoe. Completely unafraid of the terrible creatures around, Saws muttered, "They seem to be very tired, don't they, Poochie? Act now, afraid they will hardly survive." Surely none of them survived, right? The monkey wearing a waistcoat on his shoulder swings the branch above his head, baring his teeth. 2 cheeky sounds. The spiders were unsteady, shaking and falling to the ground. Saws reminisced, didn't expect to be able to make someone like that person appear successful. It's so urgent, I wonder what clues these people have to make him so interested. Saws couldn't help but recall Merkin's unexpected phone call a few months ago. "Hello, Khan, how are you?" "Not at all. I am the Firefox." "I know, say anything." Don't show such disapproval of people from thousands of miles away. It's a good thing I'm looking for you this time. I'm about to plan a massive action, possibly even more dangerously stimulating than the one 7 years ago." "Sorry, I'm not interested. Oh, wait, aren't you even interested in your own research? What do you want to say? Poison, are you interested in this? Where? The origin of the beast trainers. Say whatever you want, come back and see. A little bit is not too much, right? What did that person say? For thousands of years, they have lived a reclusive life cut off from the world, once the source of all diseases and plagues in this world, gathered 4,000 years of Eastern viticultural technology, and have lived many lives, war of the most mystical pharaohs, also. What plan? What do you want to find? I told you, I want to find a lost shrine, the legendary Bak Bala. After thinking about it, Saws finally slammed the lid of the stove-like box in his right hand. Losing the strange scent, the spiders seemed to wake up from their sleepwalking, and they were surprised to realize, why am I on this tree? Also, still on the same tree as the natural enemy. The spiders immediately looked like broken ants. Nest, quickly scattered, there were also hordes. Spiders specialize in eating spiders, not politely eating other spiders. Saws seemed to suddenly remember something very interesting, showing a scornful smile. But I can't give them comfort either. Roof like that. Poochie, let's go. The monkey in the vest jumps forward, grabs a branch and then swings skillfully to another. Saws takes out a long whip, swings his hand, wraps it precisely on another branch, swings gently, walking, grey shadow in the moonlight like a giant bat, in that thin body, unexpectedly contained the unimaginable power of a demon. But Saws didn't know one thing, in the tent, Trak Mok Kwong Ba still had his eyes wide open. It didn't seem like he was sleeping. He felt danger, the danger was unprecedented. Visible feelings of insecurity along with tension. This nerve, he really did not know how to describe. Even the sound of insects rustling around became scary. He is not a person who is easily stressed. Straight, but the feeling of danger now compared to when meeting the rats in Kar Te Lai was much stronger. Maybe. Made him feel that way, only once, when he saw those eyes like those of a viper. Until Saws left, Chuo Mok Kwong Ba's muscles that seemed to be tense did not relax, although he did not know what was happening, but he felt like the rock that weighed heavily on my heart just fell, but my clothes are already soaked with sweat. Foul. Chapter 9, Nguyen. Danger in Children. Forest. The road is full of thorns, or huge tree trunks fell across the road, on the places where the branches turned. Branches, in the bushes, behind the trees, where there are unfriendly eyes, the animals are hiding, looking at them with a look of horror, suspicion, greed. 4 travelers. Strangers are forced to concentrate 120% of their mind, paying attention to deal with all sorts of unexpected events. Hiding in the deep forest. The first night passed peacefully and quietly. I don't know if it was because I was too tired or not, but they are all very deep sleep. Early the next day, Chuo Mo Kwong Ba was awakened by the chirping sound of an unknown bird. When he poked his head out of the tent, Ba Tang was no longer on the observatory. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was startled, because too. In case when the night watchman fell asleep, Ba Tang had already tied his seat belt. Now even the seat belt is nowhere to be found. If it weren't for Ba Tang automatically climbing down somewhere, it's hard to imagine he would have encountered something dangerous. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stone. In Trong Lap and Yu Yang are still there. Not awake yet, calling, wake up quickly. Ba Tang is nowhere to be seen. Shang Lap rubbed his right shoulder. His face seemed to say, people are sleeping. Delicious, broke the party, leaning to the side, as if he didn't want to get up, while Yu Yang opened his eyes vaguely. Next. The man jumped up like he was bitten by a venomous snake, rolled his eyes and shouted, what? Can't you see Ba Tang? He was. What did you eat? Trong Lap also panicked and woke up. The 3 dropped the rope to the ground as fast as they could, but soon discovered Ba Tang standing right next to it. Under the tree hut, not a scratch on his body, holding a pot in both hands. Water. It seems that the water is ready to cook rice. Trong Lap yawned loudly and said, "Oh my, Kwong Ba young master, you are really, early in the morning made a fuss. This guy Yu Yang too. When I heard that people were nowhere to be found, I thought of being eaten by something. This forest is so scary, the tribes living here have all been dead for a long time." "What?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked. "Why did you kill yourself? Mean down alone like that?" Tang's father replied, "I saw that you guys were asleep so I didn't call." Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the pot of water in Ba Tang's hand, then didn't say anything more. To take advantage of the road before being caught. When the enemy discovered it, after having breakfast, the four of them quickly packed up their luggage and carried back to the paper boat. But when I quit disguises, all four were dumbfounded. The sign is right here, the camouflage is also made by their own hands, there is no trace of being moved, so. But, however, the boat is nowhere to be seen. A myth like this affected them even more than directly encountering the enemy. This is so weird that it makes people completely unable to explain it. If they say that they have been discovered by the enemy and taken the boat to another place, then those specific signs confirm that they have been destroyed. Such as the small transparent hair-like strings tied on the branches as camouflage, or the shape of leaves that have been sprayed with solid glue on the ground, these once damaged, the enemy cannot be restored. But the facts proved, all traces of camouflage were perfect without any loss, but the boat was already flying without wings, almost as if there had never been a boat there. The two of them were still looking at each other with big eyes and small eyes. It was still Yue Yang's careful thoughts that he discovered first. In the original place of the other boat, there were still a few small wood chips as fine as sand. Yu Yang picked up a handful of wood chips, wiped it with his fingertips, "Feel it. How big and small the wood chips are," then mutters, "Smaller than a grain of sand. If I'm right, our boat has been eaten up by something that considers breakfast. But there's no excuse for that." Hearing Yu Yang say that, the rest of the people were awakened. Trong Lap said, "Termites. As everyone knows, termites are masters of wood eating. Although rodents such as earth rats also have a habit of gnawing on wood, the wood chips they leave behind are absolutely not as fine as this one." Yu Yang said, "But normally, any boat is not soaked in chemicals to prevent termites and hollow holes. Moreover, such a big boat, only 1 or 2 nests. Termites can't eat so cleanly. This is okay. If it's true that termites ate this boat in one night, then last night here at least must have gathered all the termites in a few square kilometers around here. In this forest there is a lot of rotten wood. Our boat is nothing special. How could something like this happen? Is this okay? Think of the whole scene." The boats were all swarming with termites, and Yu Yang couldn't help but shiver all the hairs on the back of his neck. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pondered for a while, and then said, "Or maybe there's some other creature that we don't know about. Quit. Go, no matter what, the boat is gone. Then again, we have to think of another way, try to speed up, absolutely not let the gorillas catch up." Without the boat, the four could only look at the river and sigh. Trong Lap said, "Can you make a wooden raft?" Yu Yang shook his head. "Conditions do not allow. First, you have to cut down trees, so the trail will be detected by the enemy chasing behind. Secondly, they go down the water. Time does not wait for people. I am afraid that we will not be able to finish the raft before we will be caught up by them." Losing the boat, their speed was obviously greatly reduced. First of all, the 30-pound mountaineering backpack on his back was the greatest test, let alone, to avoid. Discovered by the gorillas, they could not. If you don't leave the riverbank, it's hard to lift one step deep in the forest. Deep in the forest and by the riverside are two worlds. The world is completely different, murky, humid, hot, misty on all sides, and the atmosphere makes people feel uneasy. The road is full of thorns, or Huge tree trunks fell across the road, on the places where the branches turned. Branches, in the bushes, behind the trees, where there are unfriendly eyes, the animals are hiding, looking at them with frightened, skeptical, greedy eyes. 4 strangers are forced to concentrate 120% of their spirit. Pay attention to all kinds of unexpected events. Not even an hour had passed, someone could not stand it. Yang twisted his leg, leaning to the left. Tronglap followed behind and reached out to help. The result. Both of them fell down. If they only had to carry a 30-pound weight on their backs, for them it was capital. It's not that difficult, okay. But, under their feet is not. Road, the mud below was mushy, the unknown wild grasses were wet with dew, wet and slippery, the surrounding groves were full of thorns, only. A little carelessness is an instant injury, that feeling, it's like wearing on the back of the 30-pound object, and also had to control the balance on the high and low undulating ground, and then had to avoid all kinds of obstacles. Trak Mok Kwong Ba let out a breath and couldn't help saying, "Rest for a while." There was a large horizontal tree in front, and 4 people leaned their backs on that tree to rest. Ba Tang briefly calculated the way they had just walked, the result. It's downright depressing. For an hour, a total of them progressed less than 2 kilometers, most of the time clearing bushes to clear the way and warding off animals that had yet to show up but made him feel threatened. Ba Tang is forced. Rice stroked his beard, said, "Based on this speed, I want to go 20 kilometers. One day is impossible. You can't go out at night, with a speed of 2 kilometers an hour. You need to have the basis that you don't need to eat, don't need to rest, your physical strength will never be consumed, then you can walk 20 trees, number in 10 hours. Yang took out a field map taken by satellite and said, "If our map is correct, then this forest is 37 kilometers long and 19 kilometers wide. Because we go parallel to the shore. River, so you have to go the longest way, then you will have to cross a river about 10 meters wide, followed by an area. Another forest. This area has many rivers that divide the forest into sections like a field, and the rivers are like small dirt roads on the edge of the field, spreading in 4 directions and 8 directions, intersecting each other. Moving forward in such an area, while also avoiding the gorillas scouring the riverbanks, was no easy feat." Shang Li opened the compass inside the watch. "Out. As long as the direction is not wrong, you can go out. The key is when crossing the river to explore it clearly first. Don't let the gorillas when crossing the river, that's bad." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Don't worry too much, watch the scenery on the road. We have just passed, this is an uninhabited area, so it can be said that the gorillas are not familiar with the environment. The school is so good here, it's not that easy to find us." Tronglap said wryly, "I hope so. What's that smell? Looks like it's on the other side." Without a doubt, Chuo Mok Kwong Ba and the others underestimated the extent. Pine of the old forest of local gorillas and potential dangers. Treasure. At this time, on the riverside of the forest, a motorboat carrying people. Armed is slowly descending. No engine noise, speed of the boat is not very fast either. The fat guy Gonzales took off the jewels. Ivory jewels worn all over the body, wrapped around a magazine, a gun. Minami, one used by him as a staff. Against the deck of the boat, because of the pressure from on many sides, Gonzales could not help but personally lead his brothers to support the guerrillas to launch a comprehensive pursuit. The bright sun just rose, shining on the fat man's face. Sweat quickly ran down his cheeks. Aside from his boat, there were about a dozen or so others, where they started. Guerrilla canoes were destroyed, divided into several search routes along the riverbank. Gonzales knew all too well, the guerrillas had never been provoked like this before, and this time it was really angered. "Stop." Gonzales waved his hand, and the motorboat came close to the shore in the direction his finger pointed. The place where the boat was hidden, which was carefully disguised by Trak Mok Kwong Ba, had turned into a temporary mess. The mark was so obvious, Gonzales recognized the word in. Far away, his fat body did not wait for the boat to come to a complete stop. He jumped down, quickly moved, swaying like a duck running to the camouflage. Gonzales poked through the branches with his gun, discovering tiny bits of wood when, with a slight flick, the old jungle fox immediately said, "Inform the other teams, it's likely your boat. They've been destroyed, these four will most likely choose to go hiking, block off the waterways of this area, we go to the forest to hunt 'em down." Following the strange scent, Tronglap circled around the big tree and soon saw a brilliant flower. Petals like spring snow, wrapped around the yellow pistil of a rice flower, looks like a cup of tea. The long, grass-like leaves spread out in the shape of the sun. At first glance it looks like a graceful peacock hiding her snow-white face in a thick fur collar. Especially the scent, cool and absorbent, similar to the scent of orchids, makes people immersed in that natural fragrance. Sweet-smelling, Yue Yang couldn't help but blurt out praise. Ma Tang was suddenly alert. Looking at all four sides, around the big trees that obscured the sun, the vines entangled like spider webs, the mud under the feet was wet and wet, the sun could only shine through the leaves, scattered a few speckled gold dots. What is that feeling? Heavy breathing sounded in his ears. Ma Tang turned his head, but found nothing. No, that's not right, that sound was directly in his ear. There must be dozens of people. Who are they? In the forest, there was the sound of footsteps crunching. They were running very fast, but, in front of no one. Could it be an illusion? So fragrant. What flower is that? Who is speaking? When the language of Country N was once again awakened in his spiritual depths, Ma Tang's eyes widened in horror. It was the sound that resounded in his mind. Sounds so familiar. Don't want to live anymore, hurry up. It's a man-eating flower. Who's screaming again? Ma Tang seemed to see a faint figure reaching out his hand towards that flower. Suddenly the meter-long irons around the flower suddenly closed, clamping down on the three closest people. Countless black spiders crawl out. The others seem hit by the body determination technique. It's okay. Move, save them. Tang's father suddenly woke up. What happened in his memory and what was happening at this time overlapped. He quickly rushed forward. Tronglap took another step closer to the lovely flower, suddenly pulled away by Ma Tang, coldly said, "Don't want to live anymore. Flowers eat people." Tronglap felt like he was splashed with cold water. All his sweat was gone. Looking back, it's true. Of course, that lovely flower and that intoxicating scent are not the cannibal flower's trick to seduce the uninformed. Is that so? And the meter-long irons showing their claws and the man-eating spiders lurking behind the canopy are the killers. He is transient. I mean, almost fell in love with one of South America's deadliest charms. Covering his ears and eyes, fortunately Ma Tang was able to remind him. The thing is that everyone has never seen a plant before, but when I went online to search, I couldn't find any photos. I didn't expect Ma Tang to look at it. Immediately recognizable. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Yuyang. They all turned to look at Ma Tang with surprised eyes. Tronglap patted his chest and said, "It's too dangerous, it's too dangerous. Big brother Ma Tang, fortunately you reminded me. How can you recognize it just by looking at it?" Before Tronglap's questioning gaze, Ma Tang still coldly explained, "I've met, there, I had two teammates who were injured. Day of death." As soon as everyone understood, a hint of doubt appeared in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's head. Where? Everyone knows what Ma Tang said, but the place is extremely high. It should be snow and ice. Why does the man-eating plant of the rainforest appear in the middle of the plateau? Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't think. Added, just saying quickly, "Looks like it's enough to rest for a while, keep on going." Stop. In his heart, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. Strange, why does it feel like someone is peeking? He gazed out into the distance. but there was nothing else except the woods that blocked the sun. Not long after Duo Mok Kwong Ba and the others left, a grey shadow appeared. Stepped in front of the cannibal flower, reaching out without hesitation to pick the small flower that was emitting that peculiar scent. Touched, the sunflower immediately launched a counterattack, its leaves radiating like a ray of sunlight suddenly closed, like a mousetrap gripping the flower picker, regretting that the arm was retracted, right when the sunflower closes its wings. Next, countless black spiders lurking underneath. Sunflower foliage rushes out with tremendous speed, special markings on the back of the flood. The black spider makes people instantly recognizable, the world-famous black widow spider. That grey shadow is not afraid. Scared, hands like magic tricks, big shiny plastic bag covered with flowers and countless black spiders. Then just listen to him as if teaching a child who refuses to obey. Last night I had a party, why didn't you guys come and join? Don't make excuses, I'll take attendance properly, obviously I can't see you. 10 minutes later, another group of people arrived. When he saw the flower of the sun double, Gonzalez sneered and said, "Ha, looks like they bumped into something. Should not be touched. It's confirmed that someone was poisoned, chase me at full speed." The pursuer discovers the enemy's tracks, and the forerunner hides. The road, the speed of the wings is fast. It's too far. Tang's father sent him to a nearby bush, frowned and said, "Something's not quite right." Ma Tang's feeling is not wrong. Since entering the forest, the distance is about 20. Every step around them was a sound of birds and animals, but beyond 20 steps was an area of fragrant flowers and birds chirping. Now behind them, silent as a sheet, so quiet as to do. One must be startled, obviously there is something. Something else that forced them to shut up was coming. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pondered, yes. The chaser came, but isn't that the feeling just now? Could it be, there's someone else behind us? Could it be anyone? The effect of the special training immediately showed, and as soon as they discovered that the situation was not right, the four immediately turned their heads and walked in the opposite direction, walking with amazing rhythm. Yu Yang said, "What to do now? This, shall we declare war on them?" Zhang Lap raised the gun. Raised hand, of course, we. It's just being forced to defend themselves, so why not just stand here and wait for them to shoot and kill you? Unexpectedly trained to fight. The enemy army kept imagining it, and the first time it was used in reality, it immediately met the Colombian guerrillas. Yu Yang worriedly said, "That's not good, a few people died last time, if this continues, I'm afraid of hatred. It will go deeper and deeper, will it be an international problem?" Stupid. Ma Tang lifted the collar of music. Yang rose, growled and said, "Now. This is not the time for you to be compassionate. It's people who want to take our lives, maybe. Will they still listen to your explanation? And are you too? I don't know what these guerrillas are like, it's better to say they're called guerrillas, in fact. It's just that social gangs come to be managed in a military way, smuggling, drugs, opposing the government, there's nothing they can't do. Still. Deadly thing, every day in this forest a few people die, but no one asks where, what the hell are you worried about?" Tang's father let go of his hand, pulled the gun bolt to put the bullet in the barrel, and continued, "If you still keep this attitude to confront those daredevils, you will not only die, but also kill everyone else." Finished, he glared at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, expressing his displeasure with his behavior of releasing the tiger to the forest. "Guy yesterday." Yu Yang blushed slightly because of shyness. Trak Mok Kwong Ba nodded, father said. "It's not wrong, it's impossible for such people to be soft-hearted. We can't kill them, but we can't teach them morals. They only believe in strength and want them to stop chasing us, unless it makes them realize that they are not real enough, forced to do it. Let's go, prepare the ambush." At this time, they were about 100 steps away from the fine bush. The four of them split up and hid in a secret place. Trong Lap and Ma Tang in turn climbed two big trees on either side. Yu Yang hid in the bushes. While Trak Mok Kwong Ba hid behind a big tree. A moment later, the footsteps of 5 or 6 people came. Did not hear the dog barking. The 4 people felt much more secure. 5 gunmen entered the attack range. The other 5 went a little further, suddenly realizing that there was no road ahead. One of them asked, "The road is gone in front, where are they?" Gunshots rang out immediately. Ma Tang's steer has just exploded. An arrow fell, the bullet broke the skull. The unlucky person, the blood is splashed, the corner of Ma Tang's mouth blooms a smile. Rare smile, as if coming back. With the bloody days of old. The remaining 4 were shocked, but the drug traffickers who had been operating for many years in this deep forest were not oil lamps. 2 immediately fell to the ground, plunged into the bushes, the other 2 raised the guns to spit. The fire returned to the third fork where Ma Tang hid, and then separated. The place where Ma Tang was hiding was extremely beneficial to the ambush, with just a slight shift to dodge the bullets. Then he raised his gun again, looked over, finished another enemy hiding in the bushes. One guy hid behind a tree to watch the front, but didn't notice how long Trak Mok Kwong Ba was behind him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hesitated a bit, didn't use a knife or a gun, just cut his hand down. The other guy didn't have time to say anything and fell down, disarming the opponent's hand. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked back at his hand. "I don't know if I should feel happy or worried about the effectiveness of this training." 1. Short for mini mitrailleurs, French 5.56 mm light machine gun, manufactured by the Belgian company FN, approximately 1 meter long, now widely used in the militaries of many countries around the world. Break through the encirclement. Trong Lap was aiming for an enemy, but before he took action, he suddenly felt cold all over the back of his neck. Trong Lap glanced. The eyes swept over, only to see the tree branch as big as a child's bicep slowly. Movement, the rough, concave bark. It turned out to be also divided into distinct tuber-shaped patches, especially the patterned rings of a dark gray and a light gray that also became more and more obvious. Trong Lap finally suppressed his horror, turned his head around. That triangular snake head stuck its tongue out, eyes open. Glared at him with no sympathy. When I realized it was a cobra. Pointed-headed, one of the 10 most unique animals in South America. Trong Lap stretch. Straight to the point that he almost dropped his gun. One person and one snake keep snarling. Each other, both seem uneasy at the sudden appearance of each other. Direction. Finally, it took until later to regain his composure. Trong Lap pulled the trigger, did not expect the M4 with such superior features to sometimes jam. His fingers just moved, the cobra did not even open its mouth politely. 2 sharp poisonous fangs threatened to attack Trong Lap's hand. That moment of life and death, Trong Lap. Without thinking too much, I stabbed it. M4 was holding the snake's head. Both the gun and the snake fell to the ground. Yu Yang squeezed the gun he was holding. Held in his hand, the enemy in front kept popping in and out, always within range of his firepower, but Yu Yang could not take action. So far, music. Guang was always praised as an elite scout for his natural talent for tracking, but in this headless war he could not find comfort. Not as bloodthirsty as Ma Tang, he did it after all too. Keep yourself, to kill criminals, or to. Except for the people's security. He needed to find himself some good reason to shoot. At that moment, something suddenly fell from above, followed by Trong Lap's cry, "Get out of the way, poisonous snake." Without hesitation, Yu Yang immediately pulled the trigger, until the animal that was wriggling in front of him broke down and stopped moving. Thus, Trong Lap and Yu Yang. At the same time when he was exposed, enemy bullets immediately shot mercilessly. Trong Lap ducked behind the trees, but the tiny fork that was not so sure was swept away for a barrage of broken bullets. Trong Lap jumped quickly from a height of 5 or 6 meters down. So unsightly. Yu Yang rolled on the ground, frantically avoiding the bullets. Ma Tang was angry and scolded. "You too, what are you doing?" The spear in his hand that was firing one by one turned into a long shot. A volley of bullets hit the ball. The grenade was slung across the waist of an enemy, a loud explosion sounded, and the shrapnel almost fell on Ma Tang himself. The enemy also seemed to be aware. Ma Tang was the main force of this group of people. He just popped his head out, was forced back in by several rounds of bullets, followed by an American grenade that fell accurately on the enemy, exactly the fork he was hiding in. The familiar sound of gunfire, the sound of grenades exploding. Also familiar. Ma Tang's vision suddenly became hazy, when he was trying to. When I could see clearly the situation around, I only saw very familiar faces: Banduba, Giduba, Mada. That's right, everyone with guns, retreating while firing counterattacks. What's the point? Finally, where are you? What is chasing them? He saw familiar comrades. They were also in the depths of the forest. Everyone's face was filled with terror. The trees there were taller, bigger, denser. The plants were all kinds they had never seen before. They were even scarier, monstrous shapes, strange, as if they were moving, as if they were lost in a forest full of man-eating trees. Moments before the grenade exploded, Ma Tang was once again immersed in a hallucination. Before his eyes, everything was so familiar. Everything that happened today was a repeat of the past. When Ma Tang shook his head vigorously to regain his senses, the grenade was close by. Saying that Ma Tang jumped down, but it seems that he was blown down. Is that correct? I only saw Ma Tang rolling into the bushes, and soon disappeared. The other enemy leaned back against the tree trunk, towards the grass. The muzzle was all ready. Aim at Ma Tang from above. Jump down. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was on his left, pulled out a hunting star, whistled the knife, and the other guy stuck the knife into his wrist, both. A series of hits passed by Ba's side. Tang's father regained his composure. The muzzle of the gun released a tongue of anger. Shoot for the other guy to bloom all over his body. Until the magazine ran out, Ma Tang stopped. At this time, Ma Tang's clothes were torn and ragged, blood and sweat were flowing, and his face looked like an evil god. Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw him drunk. Blood-like that couldn't help but be terrifying, and quickly said, "Okay, now the enemy is here. This place has been completely annihilated. Before the rest of them can surround us, let's quickly withdraw." Look at Trong Lap and Yu Yang's faces. With a dirty nose and a grubby nose, he stood up from the bushes. Ma Tang got angry and shouted, "Flashy hands and feet, nothing like special forces." From opening fire to the end of the battle, the whole process took place in less than 5 minutes, except for Trak Mok Kwong Ba, who was able to counter an enemy. Trong Lap and Yu Yang all failed, compared to the expression. Currently, training is still far behind. Trak Mok Kwong Ba walked in front of Ma Tang and said, "Although they have all undergone special training, they, like me, have never shot and killed people before, and this is not their fault." "Okay." Ma Tang angrily glared at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, and was about to say something, suddenly pushed him aside. Trak Mok Kwong Ba froze, then heard the gunfire, only saw Ma Tang's shoulder bleeding, then he fell back. The hunting knife jumped out of his hand. An hour. The gunman hit the knife right in the throat. The blood shot like a stream, making a gurgly sound. Only seeing the blood still bubbled, but the victim could no longer breathe, soon convulsed. Crouched down and fell dead. It turned out that the guy who was knocked unconscious by Trak Mok Kwong Ba earlier, Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not use enough strength. Later he woke up, but he accidentally forgot to take all his weapons. Gas on him. Are you seriously injured? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was about to help Ma Tang get up when he was. He rudely pushed away, then shouted loudly, "Mother, killing does not kill. What the hell are you doing as captain?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face fell. "No. Say anything more." Ma Tang sat on the ground, gasping for breath from the hallucinations he had just seen. Trong Lap thought he was seriously injured, so he gave him a bandage, but was attacked by Ma Tang. Refuse. Tang's father calmed his mind, then tore his torn shirt and tied it to stop the bleeding. Watching the cobra being shot by Yue Yang to cut it into 3 pieces, he sarcastically sneered, "Very well shot. Actually, I want to shine and say music. Huang, you didn't hit any enemy." Yue Yang turned over a corpse, saw that there was no military rank on the dead person, and his clothes did not match the uniform of the army, so he asked suspiciously. "Not the guerrillas?" Father Tang heard the sound, immediately grabbed a body next to him, pulled his shirt hem, his face immediately hardened. "It's drug dealers." According to the documents they looked up, the tattoo. This 2-headed snake is used by members of a sub-organization within the organization of 3 top drug lords. In the jungle, the Colombian guerrillas are of course the largest force, but their main scope of activity is limited to Colombian territory, although they are also involved in the cultivation, processing and transportation of drugs, but opposition to the new government is their aim. But these smugglers are completely different, they rely on drugs to live. Deep border forests have always been the most suitable way to. They transport drugs, they are in this so-called no man's land, it's like going back. Own family, and also traded cross-border with Indian tribes. If it is said that guerrillas are tigers and wolves in the rainforest, drug traffickers are everywhere, complex forces spread across the Americas. Is the fox, the snake of the jungle. In this jungle, getting involved with them, compared to clashing with guerrillas, is much more unpleasant. The guerrillas pursued the Chuo Mox. Quang Ba is because the guys are involved in the deaths of their members, why are these drug dealers also joining the ranks of the pursuers? For a moment, before they had time to think about what was the reason, the gunfire sounded again. A sound, this time the person hit by the bullet was Yue Yang. Several bullets shot through the mountaineering backpack. It hit the guy's butt. Fortunately the backpack had reduced the bullet force so it was not seriously injured. At the same time, the 4 of them understood who the enemy was. Not only 5 people, but divided into 2 groups. The 5 guys in front were just cannon fodder to lure them in. Reveal the figure. Don't know enemy number. How was the equipment? The 4 of them opened their mouths to curse, while they scattered and ran for their lives. Before leaving, Tronglap hid behind a tree, pulled out a thread at the torn spot on his shirt, tied the safety pin of a grenade in the hand of a corpse, wrapped it in a bush and forced to pass, a total of 7 seconds, finished a simple mine trap, hoping to hold back the enemy for a while. Gonzales is indeed the old fox of the rainforest, based on the documents Merkin provided and the information brought back from Putumayo. He knew that the 4 of them were definitely capable of fighting. As soon as he entered the forest, he immediately relied on the density of trees to judge the target. The range of sight in the forest was about 200 meters, so he divided his subordinates into 2 groups, walking 500 meters apart, detect the enemy once and respond to each other. Side. Before the sound of gunfire was heard, his group slowly and quietly approached. Who? The enemy hides very well, temporarily can't. Grasping all of the opponent's movements, so they just kept silent. Observe. But he himself could not have expected that the enemy would react so quickly. As soon as the encounter had finished 5 of them, it seemed that these 4 people were not ordinary people. Towards the fleeing Trakmok Quang Ba, Gonzales held a gun in one hand and a magazine in the other. His chubby body in the light of the fire became fierce and fierce. Nearly 100 bullets were empty, and I don't know how many people were hit. Gonzales finished his life before giving orders to the men next to him. Continued chasing. The 2 subordinates next to him had just run a few steps, when Gonzales suddenly heard a sound. How, as if something had just slipped out, he. Extremely fast reaction, the stout body slides to the side like a balloon, then just. Hear a bang sound. By the time Gonzales got up, 2 more men had fallen. One of them standing nearby, still not fully recovered, said, "Big brother. Are you still chasing? Gonzalez's face gradually turned blue, and his subordinates sensed a cold aura that was so cold that it suppressed others was radiating from their elder brother, and at last, Gonzalez coldly said, "Block the river, call the helicopter." After saying that, he led the remnants of soldiers to retreat. Overgrown thorns, large trees in the way, hidden beasts, these are all. Can't stop the people who are running, can't think too much anymore. If you want to survive in this tropical forest, then you have to compete for time with the people chasing behind. The first shot rang out, must have attracted the armed groups in the surrounding area. If you want to get out of this forest, you must escape before the enemy. The enemy blocked the river, forming a closed encirclement. The clothes were torn, the limbs were rubbed until they were blistered, the backpack on the back was as heavy as a banyan mountain. These things are nothing compared to a noble life. The four people seem to have chosen the path of tall grass, dense forest trees. It seems to be the most difficult to walk, but this is the result of a. If you choose carefully, although going east will bring you to the destination, but it is the longest road, you have to go in the horizontal direction only. The pursuers behind did not know how many people were still there, but only hearing the continuous sound of gunfire behind them knew that the enemy's firepower was extremely strong. 4 worthy fugitives. Sad, the most tragic is that until now, I don't know what happened in the end. It seems from the moment I stepped into the area. This forest, they've been prearranged for number. Destiny is being chased. Although they were angry and discontented in their hearts, their mouths were constantly cursing, and some people were lame. All run as fast as flying. Gradually, there was no longer any movement behind. The gunfire seemed to have stopped, but the 4 of them had no intention of stopping. They all understood that this area was the enemy's world, the surroundings were empty. Do you know how many other names there are? The enemy didn't move. It didn't mean that they stopped chasing. There must be some action of a larger scale waiting for the 4 of them ahead. The forest trees in front were sparser and sparser. The river bank was right in front of their eyes. The murmuring water seemed to beckon them to the bright path. In the hearts of the 4 people a ray of hope arose. However, right when they stopped, forced themselves behind the tree to observe the situation, suddenly saw 2 canoes banging, going in reverse. Opposite each other on the river front, and a strip of forest edges seems to have countless. The figure was moving, there seemed to be even. Yap. Obviously they were a step behind, guys. The enemy had completed the encirclement, not only blocking the river, but also sending people to start searching the forest. Ma Tang looked up, then started cursing again. Yu Yang flipped over and over to look at satellite maps, hoping to find a way to break through the encirclement. Trong Lap kept his M4 gun and counted. How many magazines are left? How many? Bullet. Yu Yang looked around. Preliminary analysis. The group in the forest on the left was no less than 50, and on the right there were also about 30-40. Based on their clothing, at least part of them were guerrillas. A few of us couldn't fight at the same time. So many enemies. Moreover, they can be hunted, soon they can rely on the smell. Found these guys, and on the river, he's already a father. Patrol boats, almost every 5 minutes a canoe passed, with a view on the river. No matter how they rushed in and out, they were immediately detected by the enemy. Jumping rope from above, swim. Fire, explode the boat to attract the attention of the enemy, take the opportunity to escape. Each thought formed in Yu Yang's mind, then was vetoed in turn. The guy sighed and said, "There are guerrillas and drug dealers, can't fight but can't run, now it seems that we can only obediently wait to die." Trong Lap said, "It's really bad luck, I don't even know why I died, where is the reason?" Ma Tang hoarsely shouted, "Shut up. A little bit of difficulty is not worth it. Sigh like that. A little difficult, huh? Damn Trong Lap. Person, my big brother Ma Tang, don't you think we're together? Is the road deadlocked?" Ma Tang only sneered in response. "Not sure." Finally, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also spoke up. He told the four of them to gather together and said in a low voice, like this. Like this. The search team received an order, searching hard in the riverside area, but do not go deep into the forest. The group of hounds on the left wing were carefully examining possible hiding places, when suddenly the hound stood up, stretched the leash, and ran east. The dog walker discovered something was wrong and immediately called his accomplices to run after him. Following the hounds, they found a vase-like object wrapped in a pile of cloth, emitting a strange scent. It was this smell that drew the hounds here. The dog walker immediately picked up the cloth-wrapped item. Clicked, with a sound, the cloth-wrapped rope underneath broke in half, and the dog walker was momentarily dumbfounded. Flames flashed, mud splattered, sending both humans and dogs up. The rest of the men saw the shadow of a person, clearly hiding in the forest, and they hurriedly ran after them. The people on the right heard the explosion, also ran over, clearly hearing the person in front of them asking, "Where are you?" They were just about to answer, but a hunting knife flew somewhere to stab a person, followed by gunfire. The enemy's firepower seemed to be quite intense. Paralysis. The people on the right got mad and didn't politely shoot back. When the two sides shot each other, the four aggressors snuck back more than 100 meters, bypassing the two sides fighting, and reached the river crossing. Originally a patrol canoe blocking the river, responding from afar, there was absolutely no gap, but when they realized that the two sides fighting were clearly their own, they naturally had to scream to stop them. While the attention of the people on the boat focused on the shore, no one noticed, 4 giant green balls rolled into the river. Next, 4 unremarkable wooden stakes sank into the water, blinking away. Disappear in sight. The gun battle lasted for 10 minutes before it subsided, and after it was discovered that they were on their own, both sides criticized the other for opening fire first, but in the end it was not clear why. They rushed to shoot each other like that. How would they know, if we talked about guerrilla warfare in the jungle? China is the cradle of development of modern guerrilla tactics. Across the river, a person is hiding. In the deep forest, he put down the electronic binoculars. His thin face showed a scornful smile. Even so, he managed to escape. It seems that he is still lucky. Who are you? Stand still there. Raise your hand. Saws raised both hands in love. At the request of the enemy, and at the same time, using the local language, don't open fire. I'm Gonzalez's friend. Why slowly? Turn around. A group of guerrillas of about 10 was standing in front, the leader said. What did he say? Did I hear you wrong? He said he was a friend of the fat guy. Ha ha. Hey, don't move, don't swing. One of the guerrillas raised his gun to aim at Saws, telling him to stay still just to get a better shot. The sound of gunfire rang out, only the grey shadow in front of it flashed. Unexpectedly it didn't hit. Saws has dived into the forest. Sentence before the bullet fired for a second, the back of the gun fired continuously. In spite of Saws dodged all of the bullets, but this unexpected encounter sent him rolling around a bit. Face covered with mud. Saws burned with anger. Stupid rats, unexpectedly dare to open fire on your grandfather. Let him give you a taste of training mind with small bullets. Saws Khan, I swear, I'll make you die a miserable death. Not knowing what was thrown in the bushes, the guerrillas thought it was a grenade, and immediately crouched down to the ground. That thing explodes. Mid-air, but not splattered nits, but countless fluids. The sticky green tincture splattered like flowers were watered, a peculiar smell pervading the air. The guerrillas stood up one by one, ran to the place where Saws was hiding, but they were nowhere to be seen. At this point, they pay attention to the translation. Over there, looking at the speckled green patches on their teammates, they all frantically asked each other, what is this? What's that smell? Ha, phew, this thing is so bitter. Hey, a little too sweet. What the hell is that? Ah, my eyes, That thing fell into my eyes, can't see it anymore. Is it poisonous? Help me clean it up. The gorillas who live in the forest all year round know what it is to be more poisonous than the average person. They are shocked. Panicked, hurriedly ran to get the serum. Saws stood leaning against the tree, still angry, muttering to himself, "This is not something. It's for you, you can bring it in yourself. Ha, run. As long as you're in America, don't try to escape death." Saws took out a glass jar again, mumbling as if chanting, "My queen, go summon your men, bring those ignorant people. Going to hell to show them what is called mind training." The lid of the bottle opened. A huge yellow bee about 5 centimeters long squirmed out of the narrow mouth of the bottle. As if stimulated by something, it excitedly stirred the air for a few laps, then flapped its wings and flew. Fly away. If those gorillas knew what was going to happen in the future, I'm afraid they would be scared to death. That golden bee has a name that people just need to hear and see, Bee American Killer. The bang bang sound was heard in the distance, but it wasn't the yellow bee that flew away and returned, but something several times bigger than the yellow bee flying from the west to the east. Saws looked at the 3 helicopters in the distance, frowned, and said, "You came so fast, it seems you should leave the town. This one is better first." Memories reappear. Bum. Diving under the water for a while, the 4 of us, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, looked for a relatively hidden place to disembark, escape the encirclement, enter another forest. Although there is a slight deviation from the route in the original plan, it can be said to be safe for the time being. Still not standing still, heard the sound of propellers pounding overhead, 3 helicopters hovering like 3 black dragonflies, their armpits constantly scattering a white powder over the forest. Even though I don't know what it is, I can confirm that it is absolutely not a kind thing, only seeing countless birds flying up and running away, but as soon as I touch that powdery mist, I immediately freeze to death. My body freezes in an instant, stiff body fell to the bottom. Trong Lap still has not stopped being afraid to say, "It's too dangerous, I almost didn't come out. Let's get out of that forest." Yu Yang wondered, "It's just to deal with just the 4 of us, isn't using a helicopter like that to use a cannon to shoot mosquitoes. Moreover, by spraying disinfectant like that, the leaves in the jungle will cover it all, so it won't fall to us." The words were not finished. Trong Lap froze and nudged the guy's hand. "You. Look at you, leaves. All the leaves have fallen." The forest was originally luxuriant. As soon as the leaves touched the chalk dust, they turned yellow, withered and fell off. Yu Yang exclaimed in horror, They dare to use biochemical weapons, it's scary." Ma Tang said coldly, "Have time to stay. This is scary, just run a little faster." Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not stop walking. Foot said, "Yes, as long as they didn't find our bodies in that forest, they would know we escaped. What we need most now is an accurate route, quickly escape from the pursuit of the enemy. These kegs are so scary, it's like we're caught up in a war." Shang Lap and Yu Yang rolled their eyes, looked at each other, as if they didn't want to talk about something, but Yu Yang kept nodded and cheered for Trong Lap. Last. In the end, Trong Lap had to hurry and catch up with Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ma Tang. "We don't do anything too much, we can't offend both the gorillas and the drug dealers at the same time. I still persist in the opinion that this is intentionally arranged by our superiors to improve our actual combat capabilities." Young Master Kwong Ba, before leaving, "Don't you always feel that we have the ability to find the temple of Bak Bala? I think it is for this reason that we are tested like that." Trak Mok Kwong Ba bent down to think. Thought, then shook his head and said, "This. Probably not, if the magistrate does that. Then it's not too much. No matter what, if I can escape, I will definitely contact that bitch, definitely ask her to find out what she is up to." The 4 people just now, all full of injuries, just ran at full speed in the forest, in many places being scratched, injured. Tearing flesh, some plants even contain mild toxin. The wound began to swell and redden. Just now, because of saving their lives, they all forgot about the physical pain, but now they have run away from the encirclement. The burning pain began to become evident. 2 of the 4 were hit by bullets, but they didn't even have time to stop and bandage their wounds. Looking at the situation in front of you, what makes Trak Mok Kwong Ba worry the most? To his group of people, how is Min Min's group now? Do you have a clash with the guerrillas? I'm not sure there's anything wrong with that. Trong Lap turned his head to look at their forest. Just besieged, the people inside are slow, but the helicopter is just 25 minutes to complete a round. He turned to ask Yu Yang. Do you have any ideas? Yu Yang said, spray poison like. They're like this, I'm afraid it only takes an hour to finish. Until then we don't detect our bodies, they will definitely increase their speed to chase. Even if we say that we are heading north, it may be a bit out of their expectation, but it is still going deep into the guerrillas' lair. They are so powerful that it is difficult to guarantee that we will not survive, was detected. Therefore, I see, the most important thing is to choose a way to escape quickly, leaving the range of their influence. From here cut across this forest, go straight ahead, then pass 2 or 3 more forests, then turn eastward, make a simple wooden raft, go down the stream. This is how to dig fastest of all the ways I can think of. What do people see? The 4 of them walked briskly. Exchanged glances, indicating agreement. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, but with speed. Hours now, I'm afraid they won't be able to go that far before they catch up. Yu Yang again said, yes, in this thorny forest, it is impossible to go fast by relying on human strength alone, so I think we should not go like this anymore. Seeing everyone's eyes widen to look at him, his eyes flashed, have you ever seen apes in Tai Sun? Saying that, he raised his head to look up, just as a group of marmosets stopped on the top of the tree. As if he knew that the people below could not harm him, they were still carefree and playful. They jump from one fork to another. Another fork, when the distance is too great, the smaller ones can't jump over. A big monkey will hook his hand and foot on a tree branch. His tail will be wrapped in another branch, his body makes a bridge. Baby monkeys passed easily. The other 3 also understood, immediately raised their heads to look at the huge trunks lying close to each other. The branches connected to each other as big as a person's hug. Some trees still had roots where the fork fell close to the ground, many others were not, surrounded by vines and vines. Trong Lap looked at Ba Tang's bandaged arm and muttered, is that okay? But you should give it a try too. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, no problem. Nothing, it's time to see how our training goes. If you want to go to the tree, you must first leave a part of the equipment, otherwise, not to mention the Taishan apes, but also Tarzan. You can't even carry 30 and 40 pounds on your back and dance like you're flying in the woods. As they said, they did it. The 4 of them threw all the iron things, from iron shovels, iron pots, iron water bottles, climbing rivets, number 8 rings, pegs, winches, for their sake. Feel in this old forest seems. There is no land for these things. After that even the big tent is no longer needed. Good days are good, but take up too much weight. There are a lot of things. The 4 of them prepared because they considered this trip just like a picnic. Now everyone is tired of trying to save their lives. Those things don't mean much anymore. In addition to the canned food, the 4 of them kept only a portion of the compact nutritional food, until each backpack was only about 10 pounds, and they climbed the tree. Before they went through the primeval jungle they did the same thing. That's it, so it's not difficult to advance in the way of monkeys like this. Just see the silhouettes of 4 people rising and falling, completely no less than those monkeys. Place. If there are many vines, they directly swing over, look in the right direction, then cling. Swinging from one thread to another, the movement speed is much faster compared to avoiding the thorns on the ground. to a place where there were few vines or could not hold. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's group immediately went directly in the air, jumping from one tree fork to another, although it was a. The number of dangers is slightly higher, but compared to the guns of guerrillas and drug traffickers, it is nothing. Moreover, on each shoulder, each person wears a life-saving rope with one end tied to a heavy object. If something goes wrong, the cuffs can still throw the rope to save lives. History. Using this method, the four of them moved further and further away from the combined encirclement of guerrillas and drug dealers. However, in the forest there was another grey shadow, completely unaffected by the speeding of the four. He held a long whip in his hand, lightly swung one that was already wrapped in a tree branch more than 10 meters away, wandered away, dashing to the highest point. Right at that moment when his body froze slightly, he shook his hand once, then swung it again, the tip of the whip entangled with another fork. With such speed, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's group is still far behind. After swinging for a while, he stopped for a moment on the fork, took out the other device, looked at the moving point on it, laughed and said, "The speed has increased significantly. Using the same method as mine, these brats are getting smart. In the jungle, should be going." "That's right." The four men accelerated forward, swam through 3 rivers, crossed 3 forests, reached a relatively large river. The water flow was quite fast, cut trees to make a raft, used a sapling the size of a human arm to make a raft, pole, start downstream. On the riverbank, a row of trees about 2 or 3 meters high, with large oval leaves, looks a bit like tea. Tang's father didn't even think about it, picked up a big handful and carried it on the raft. Thanks to their tenacious energy and their bodies trained in hell training, the four seemed to have endured until they were lying on the wooden raft when they began to see the bones. Exhausted, lying down and then not wanting to sit up again. At this moment, 2 people were still moving. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, that muscular body was still standing straight up. It was necessary for someone to control the direction of the drift of the wooden raft, timely prop up the pole to keep the raft from being exhausted. Ma Tang also did not stop. The bullet wound penetrated from the front shoulder to the back shoulder. Fortunately the bullet passed through the space between the collarbone and shoulder blade, without damaging the tendons. However, they have been running continuously since then, without a chance to properly bandage the wound and handle it in time. Now the wound has begun to become red and swollen. Round the red swelling is a color ring, pale green, a liquid. Light yellow oozes from both ends of the stain. Love. Looking at that horrible wound, Trong Lap couldn't imagine how Ma Tang could hold out during the whole way of jumping and swinging in the forest. At this moment, Ma Tang was sitting in the middle of a wooden raft, mechanically using a hunting knife to pry the copper shell of the bullet, pour out the gunpowder inside, and at the same time take the leaves picked by the river, put each one in his mouth to exert himself, chewed. Trong Lap wanted to ask what Ma Tang was doing, but when he saw his cold face and fierce eyes, he stopped talking. After a while, the gunpowder was enough. Ma Tang opened the wound, poured gunpowder into it, his teeth clenched into the handle of the hunting knife. The pain was stimulated by the relic nervous system, causing his forehead to drip with sweat. Only now did Zhang Lap panic, and quickly asked, "Dad. Dad Tang, what are you doing?" "Do what?" Ma Tang raised his head, took out a hunting knife, kept chewing on leaves in his mouth. His face was white and scary. "People, voices sound like machine sounds. We don't have drugs. Antibiotics, no pain reliever. I have to figure out my own way." When the fire flower flashed, the smoke rose from at both ends of the wound. Ma Tang was still shivering. Next, he was covered in sweat and raised his head. Yu Yang and Trong Lap both looked up at the steel man in front of them full of respect. The only game. Stallone in the new movie, Unexpected. It's actually happening right in front of their eyes. When Trong Lap took out a bandage to bandage Ma Tang, he took out a syringe. Tat. Brand picnic chest. Self-injection, although absorption is a bit slower. But compared to injecting into the biceps, the effect is no different. Trong Lap carelessly touched Ma Tang's wound again. He forcefully spit out the crushed leaves in his mouth into the river. Looking at the pile of leaves left in front of Ma Tang, Trong Lap asked, "What is this?" Ma Tang blurted out, "Coca leaves. Coca, used as an anesthetic. It's much better now, the pain is gone." Yu Yang said, "Brother Ma Tang is really good. Even though I looked up the data, I couldn't tell at one glance that it was a coca leaf. I thought it was a tea leaf." "Yes, how did I immediately recognize it as a coca leaf?" At this time, Ma Tang pondered deeply. When he saw the coca tree he didn't think twice and picked up a large handful, and then Trong Lap asked. He also blurted out the answer. Now that the wound has been bandaged, he finds it difficult to understand. How do I know this is a coca leaf? At the same time Ma Tang questioned himself. The river water, the trees, the sound of the forest trees, the images simultaneously rotated like a pinwheel in his head. Tang's father clutched his hair, not wanting to let it. Those vague images flowed out of memory, and eventually, they slowly stopped, merging into a complete picture. Correction. Those wooden rafts, also floating on a river like this, there were 4 or 5 people on each raft, each of them trembling in fear, glaring at the trees on both sides of the river. Lalaki was lying in the middle of the raft. His whole body was bleeding like a stream. His head was pierced by something. A tall man was shoving coca leaves into his mouth. Who is that? Why is the silhouette so familiar? Why is he? No turning back. The other was saying to Lalaki, "Hurry, chew. This is coca leaf. Chew it and the pain will go away." Lalaki's bloodless lips moved slightly, forced a smile. "Just kidding." "What are you kidding? How can there be coca leaves here?" The other man shouted and ordered, "Crush it. Hurry up." Lalaki had to do as he said. Lalaki's gut-wrenching scream sounded like it was right above. Ma Tang involuntarily tilted his head back. "That thing has already pulled out. What is it?" "Looks like a weapon." "No, it's dance. Made from animal bones. Or teeth. Animal fangs." "How is it possible? The fangs are 30 centimeters long. What animal is that? Is there such an animal?" Ma Tang is preparing. On closer inspection, the wound throbbed with excruciating pain, pulling him back from memory. Realistic. "Sorry, I hit the wound again. Big brother Ma Tang, are you okay?" Shang Lap asked lowly. Ma Tang said, "Nothing. In that place, we also use this leaf to heal." Trak Mok Kwong Ba tilted his hand, almost supporting the wooden raft to bounce off the water. Yue Yang also sat up and stared at him with wide eyes. Ma Tang couldn't believe his ears. Yu Yang quickly asked Trong Lap first, "Does China have coca?" Trong Lap shook his head and said, "Don't know, but surely Tibet doesn't have this, right? This is a tropical plant." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said again, "Do you remember anything else? Is it Tang?" Ma Tang muttered, "I saw some vague images. There were a lot of people. We were drifting along the river, just like before." He described the image he just saw. Making a few people on the raft was both terrified and joyful. Trak Mok Kwong Ba continued, "Ma Tang. Think about it. What did you see? What were you chasing after? Can you remember?" Ma Tang tried to enter that memory world again, only to realize, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember anything. The images that had just appeared in his mind became blurred. He shook his head and replied, "The coca leaf is starting to work. Now I can't remember anything." Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly sighed. Sound continued to push forward on the pole. In his heart, as well as Yu Yang and Trong Lap's group, there was still a big question mark. The 4 of them all applied medicine to the small wounds all over their bodies. The bullet shot. Yu Yang's butt was only half pierced, but when he ran away, it disappeared. The wound has also dried into a scar, now. and handled according to the standard, there is nothing to worry about anymore. They all know, right now we are on the whole Putumayo River system. The rivers are crisscrossed in all directions, but if we keep going downstream, we will definitely encounter guerrilla forces on the main river. So they always use the compass carefully to avoid this situation, keep the boat going west. If the river flows to the southwest or to the south, they would rather leave the raft in the forest, go around one winglet, to the other side of the forest make a new raft, choose a small parallel river flowing west, to continue down current. Either way, everything is lacking in the forest, just knocking is special. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others have sharp tools, making wooden rafts is easier than setting up tents. Just like that, he ran away for a whole day, and finally did not face the miserable situation of being surrounded and killed like in the morning. At noon, they hit the riverbank and caught some diamond fish. In the evening, they caught some spider monkeys, although it was a bit cruel, but the 4 of them were hungry and full of stomachs, ate like a wolf like a lobster. Although there were helicopters flying overhead several times along the way, they were hiding in the thick forest. So special, can be guaranteed not to be detected, unless on someone's helicopter. The enemy has an infrared thermometer installed, but the possibility of such a thing appearing in a place like this doesn't seem to be very high. The whole day can be said to be extremely bad. Harmful. Using Yu Yang's words to summarize, the 4 of them went to a strange place, encountered a group of strange enemies, and fought a strange battle. In the end, he was chased by the enemy and ran away, both. The 4 oysters seemed to have to throw away all their armor to save their small lives. By late at night, the hammock was already hooked up. But Yu Yang was different, chose a sleeping bag and hung it on a tree to sleep in. Standing, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't sleep, flipped to the ground, tormented for a while and then hung up a tom tree on a tree fork. There was already a person lying on his side, Ma Tang. Ma Tang still looked up at the starry sky, seeing someone climbing the tree did not look back, just said, "It's 10 o'clock, you still haven't gone to sleep." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "I have not slept either. I want to apologize to you about this morning." Ma Tang said indifferently, "It's like that. No need to apologize. I understand your situation very well at that time. Anyone who plays with life must go through this step, the first time murder, that is. A deep hole that is very difficult to cross. You'll get used to it after you kill a lot of people." When he finished speaking, he once again stared at the vast universe. Trak Mok Kwong Ba finds it very difficult. Accepted Ba Tang's way of saying, but he did not seem to find any words to refute. In the wild, especially when encountering an enemy, man's right to choose becomes exactly the same as that of animals, the strong live. When hunting animals for food, perhaps very few people feel guilty, but when that animal turns into a similar-looking fellow, moreover killing him is not for survival, who can kill completely without hesitation, or perhaps as Ba Tang said, the purpose of those two things is the same, eating is to survive, until necessary, killing others is also to survive. Carl Rogers too analyzed this point of view in a very rational way in his ego-centered doctrine. After people are born and have a self-centered personality, the ego-centered psychology is also was formed. The things that come to mind first are usually for their own benefit, then next to their relatives and friends, and outsider relatives and compatriots, furthermore could be people of the same race, same clan, nation, then the whole human race, and finally all the things of the natural world separate from the human population. These. The concentric circle line, focusing on personal interests, has shown in a very symbolic way the weight of community interests in each individual's heart. If there is a conflict between yourself and others, then the first thing that comes to mind is to protect your interests. If relatives next to them and strangers have a dispute, all will side with their loved ones. If compatriots and people in other places have conflicts, who does not defend their countrymen a little? When humans and animals go head to head, it's almost All help people, but do like. Yes, is it true or not? Or, people still hold ingrained bad habits. The soul of an animal, or fake speaking according to a. Another point of view is that humans are forever just animals, nothing else. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thoughtfully thought, but did not say anything for a long time. In the darkness, Ba Tang blurted out a random sentence. I've seen the stars in the sky for 2 days, things don't look good. 1. Originally English is green terror. Fear of blue, scientific name. Equidens rivulatus, a colorful freshwater fish that lives in South America. The chief diamond fish can reach a length of about 25 centimeters. 2. Carl Roger, American psychologist, egocentric theory. His person-centered theory is applied in many fields such as psychotherapy, patient-centered therapy, education, learner-centered teaching method, organization. He was awarded the American Psychiatrists Association Award for the year 1972, and was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. JAR. Historical evidence. What? Trak Mok Kwong Ba woke up. He suddenly remembered, just now when he climbed the tree, Ba Tang didn't look at the clock, but could tell the time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his hand to check. 10 o'clock exactly. Ba Tang said again, the humidity of the air is increasing. The low pressure seems to have been affected by the equatorial air mass. Today it is sultry and hot, but it can't go anywhere, the energy is still constantly accumulating. Look, the moon has fur. I really don't want this bad weather. Bad weather, what do you want to say? Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not quite understand. Ba Tang calmly let out a voice. Storm. Looking at Ba Tang's face seems like. It's not like he's joking, but he's also someone who never jokes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba understood somewhat. He knew from before, even though they all had the same special training, but Lu Kan Nam was a. The strict teacher pays great attention to practical methods and effectiveness. For each student, she always relies on each person's qualities to set up plans. Different training plans, while guiding students in their strongest direction. Like himself, for example, his combat skills and religious knowledge were of particular interest, his achievements in these two aspects. Others cannot match, and Yu Yang, it seems to have. Go a step further in your scouting expertise. Tronglap only needs daily communication to know, this guy is arranged to focus on the use and processing. Create practical devices, with qualifications. Currently, in addition to the extremely fast speed of disassembling the gun, making a few rabbit traps is not a problem at all. Only Ba Tang, he still hasn't felt it. In what ways is he outstanding? At first, I thought that with his cold and cruel personality, I was afraid that he would be interested in killing skills, but now it seems that Lu, the South Wing, told Ba Tang to have the ability to observe the weather. Although the ancient Chinese knew that the constellation Big Dipper had different arrangements in different time periods, the clock used the expression, died to move sperm, to describes time, but at first glance it is possible to change from star time in the constellation of the Big Dipper to time in hours. In modern times, it seems that Ba Tang is not ordinary at all. Originally thought that Ba Tang would be upset by what happened today, but now it seems that such worry is a bit superfluous. Trak Mok Kwong Ba wanted to ask if Ba Tang remembered anything in the past, but as soon as he saw his cold eyes, he also felt cold in his heart. He patted Ba Tang's shoulder to show goodwill, then climbed down to rest. Just landed, heard Yue Yang, hanging from a tree, whispered, young Master Kwong, what did Ba Tang say? Trong Lap also asked, does he remember? Get anything? Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, what, you guys still haven't slept yet? Yu Yang said, not today. When on the raft, Ba Tang remembered some things. What happened to him in the past? Can you remember anything else now? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, I don't know, I didn't ask. But I feel that, in fact, Ba Tang really doesn't want to remember that time. Even if he can remember anything, it is unlikely that he would have told us. You like to ask questions later. If Ba Tang doesn't want to talk, it's best not to ask too much. Yu Yang stuck out his tongue and said, "How dare I ask? There are things, what he. It's weird to remember this day so clearly." Trong Lap said, "When Ba Tang remembers." On the other hand, his face was very painful, just like the first time we went to see him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba leaned against the tree he hung the hammock on, crossed his arms over his chest, looked at the ground intently and said, "Yes, they have been there before, probably on the snowy mountains of Tibet. Why do plants appear? America okay, I also think. Forever without understanding this problem, music. Guang, what's your view?" Yu Yang said, "We are temporary. Regardless of whether our country eventually has this plant or not, the point is, this is a tropical jungle, is very close to the equator, and Tibet is clearly a snow-covered plateau. Tropical plants grow in cold climates, distances too big. Young Master Kwong Ba, tell me, is Ba Tang mistaken? What if it was not their experience in that mysterious place, but somewhere else?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba is sure. "Definitely, not at all. Although I spoke to Ba Tang very little, one point was clear, except for getting lost in that mystical place while hunting, he had never been to the jungle. Before he became a poacher, he never left country N." A thought suddenly popped into my head. Trong Lap, is it geothermal? I seem to remember being in Tibet. There's a lot of geothermal, isn't there? Nothing. What is Duang Bat? Scene 1 or what? Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head and said, "No, yes, geothermal in Tibet can be said to be the most abundant in the country, but it is impossible to change the entire geographical environment in an area based on geothermal alone. There is one thing, about the adaptability of plants to the environment. We do not have specialized knowledge. Maybe the adaptability of these plants is very strong." Yu Yang said, "Just guess so. No effect either. However, based on the psychology of our scouts, the situation of the Ba Tang brothers and our situation these days in the forest, there must be a place similar. It was those similar experiences that stimulated his memories to overlap with reality. In his recollection, fearing that it is not simply a plant or two, Mr. Ba Tang's subconscious is clearly avoiding that memory. He must be afraid of remembering things, even more terrifying. I'm afraid their circumstances then and ours are very similar." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, point. This is very likely. Free Tang once said, where they go, there are tall trees and grass. Blue, the forest is as deep as the eye can see, but he didn't say the forest was there like. Anyway. Yu Yang raised his head to look. In the dark, the tall forest trees were like mystical beasts bared their fangs and claws, muttering, "Here is another problem. According to the official, what Ba Tang experienced, maybe from a height of 7,000 meters above the sea level dropped to 5,000 meters above sea level. 5,000 meters above sea level is almost the extent of snow cover. Normally, the higher above the sea level, the more air dilute, the lower the temperature, the more chaotic the air flow, plus the dry climate. The result of these natural factors is that the highland plants are mostly low and strong. Moreover, the flow must be in the headwaters. In short, at 5,000 meters above sea level, to have a rainforest-like environment, this is almost impossible. In a situation like before, there are probably only two possibilities, Most of all, Mr. Ba Tang's memory was chaotic, and confused memories appeared. Second, we misinterpreted. His mental image doesn't go like what we just imagined. Trong Lap said, I don't understand. Cannot understand. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, we have to take it slow, maybe Ba Tang will remember it later. Add more, then it will be clear. Okay, go to sleep. In the dark, silent for a while, Yu Yang whispered again, Young Master Kwong Ba, Young Master Kwong Ba. Are you asleep? Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, No, why? Haven't you slept yet? Yue Yang grimaced. My butt hurts, I can't sleep. That's right. Don't you go apologize to Ba Tang about this morning. What did he say? Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, he said. No, we're killing people for the first time. After you kill a lot, you'll get used to it. Yu Yang said, I don't like this character of Mr. Ba Tang at all. Like we're all evil killers. But, oh, it seems that we're really caught up in the war. If we want to save our lives, we can't even kill people. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly asked. Damn it, how do you know I'm going to apologize to Ba Tang? Yue Yang smiled and said, There's nothing wrong with this. Right now it seems. The guy is about to move, the sleeping bag hanging from the tree like a swaying cocoon, seems to hit the spot. Yu Yang's pain, he softly, oops. An hour, and then continued, It's so late, but I don't go to sleep, I'm still young to find Mr. Ba Tang, more than half of it is because of morning affairs. What happened this morning, it can be said that we were all saved by him, moreover, Ba Tang was also hit by a bullet because of his young master Kwong Ba. Along the way I noticed that he was always looking at him worriedly. With an apologetic look, I thought, if it wasn't for the apology, it wouldn't have been enough to scold him, right? Juo Mok Kwong Ba understood and said, I say, Yu Yang, do you always maintain the observational instincts of scouts? Long stay with you, it's not like we run out of secrets. Or what? Yu Yang said, What's wrong? What shouldn't be asked, I've never asked before. Actually, I also want to apologize to Mr. Ba Tang for an hour, but he is really too cold, every time I come near, I feel cold all over. Trong Lap continued, That's right, Mr. Ba Tang doesn't like to talk, he's used to living alone. It's already hard to say 10 sentences to him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, You too? Have you slept yet? Trong Lap smiled bitterly and said, Kwong Ba. Young master, although I come from a special background, my psychological qualities are not very good. Joining for the first time. Into a fight, I'm still excited, how can I sleep? Okay, who knows if the guerrillas and drug dealers will suddenly appear at night. Yu Yang mumbled, Jundu. Size, drug trafficking. Young Master Kwong Ba, can you describe a little bit about the people you encountered in Tibet? Characteristics of the person who chased and killed him in Karte Lai. If he can mobilize the two great forces of guerrillas and drug traffickers at the same time, then it's a bit too scary. Trong immediately added fish sauce. Salt describes the appearance and shape of the brand. Yu Yang nodded and said, From what Zhang Li described, this person is absolutely not an ordinary person, can drive an embassy car, his outer cover must also be a character with a bit of blood. Here's the face, it's probably a private search. It's not too difficult. Back. We have to double check, we can't look down on this enemy. Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, Actually, we have not been in contact with him at all. Glass is never close, just glance at a word. Just far away. However, based on what we already know about him, he must be a very scary person. Moreover, if Bakbala Temple represents the place where all the wealth of Tibet was accumulated during the prosperous period, the most prosperous, then, on the way to find it, you will encounter fearsome forces. Besides, there's nothing strange about it. Yu Yang said again, speaking of Bakbala Temple, Young Master Kwong Ba, you should also tell us today what Bakbala Temple is. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sighed, Okay, but you have to be patient. Okay, actually, now the documents that I have about Bakbala Temple, maybe. A large part of what I am saying here has nothing to do with the Temple of Bakbala, it is necessary to give you a brief understanding of her. The previous piece of Tibetan history was, or could be said to be, the most glorious piece of Tibet's history. Yueyang and Trong Lap both showed. I was very patient, then urged Trak Mok Kwong Ba to tell quickly. Trak Mok Kwong Ba rearranged the whole thing. The material he had grasped up to now, then began to use his low voice to say slowly, "It is written in the book of the Pentateuch, in the year 629. AD, Tung Tan Kanbo was next. The Tantric ruler, moved to Luo Suo, i.e. today's Lhasa, then pacified the rebellion, conquered the Tatian Duong Dong ministries, unified the Tibetan plateau, under the help of the great god Lok Dong Tan. Officially established a kingdom based on slave ownership, he developed livestock farming, expanded the irrigation system, ordered his courtiers to regulate documents, and issued a great ordinance throughout Tu Lufan to handle the relationship between the Tan Pha royal family and the aristocracy, family, neighboring countries and social classes, establish administrative and institutional systems. Military level, building the rank of officials, promulgating laws, uniting units. Measurement and tax regime, culture and technology imported from Trung Nguyen, Enibala present-day Nepal theme truck, made the Fon society more and more developed. Tung Tan Kanbo was married to two princesses, Chi Tun and Van, before and after. Van returned to be his wife, when they arrived in Tibet, the two. This princess has brought a lot of precious things with her. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looks at Yueyang. Listening attentively, scratching his head continued, "Well, let's just talk about the dowry of Princess Van Than, according to the record of the Fon dynasty, when Princess Van Than came in. Land of Tibet, followed by thousands of carriages. Vehicle, besides the golden statue of Shakyamuni as big as a real person, it is also full of treasures and cabinets. Book gold and other kinds of gold jewelry. There are also many kinds of items. Eating and drinking, brocade blankets with decorative patterns, divination classics with more than 300 types, books on distinguishing good from evil, construction and crafts also come. 60 kinds of medicine, 100 remedies, 4 medical research works, 5 diagnostic books, 6 kinds of medical instruments, and even seeds of cereals and radishes. Those who followed besides the maids and officials, there were more than 3,000 craftsmen, writers, musicians, farmers. According to the ancient books such as Tung Kanbo Dai Training, Mani Bao Tuan, Sage Rejoice. Record, there's so much more. In the old book of Tang, it is said that the number of precious clothes and jewelry of Princess Van Than amounted to 20,000 things. On such a large scale, you can probably imagine. In addition, the dowry of Princess Chizun must be equal. As many as the stars in the sky, as many as the green grass on the steppe. Yueyang and Zhang Li's eyes widened, as if this was the most unbelievable of their stories. Heard Finns today, music. Yang stammered, "It's a bit too exaggerated, isn't it, but the princess is married, almost sending a whole delegation of cultural and trade exchanges to Tibet." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "History has. How many parts are true, it is impossible to know, nor is it convenient to speculate. Some scholars have pointed. It was discovered that, at that time, the Tang dynasty had just calmed to die, the world was also peaceful, people's hearts were only thinking about peace and quiet, how much damage was still waiting for revival, where to get wealth. Such a lot of money as a dowry, but after checking in many ways, I personally think that this point is not impossible. Because this time of filial piety is very closely related to war. From 638, Tung Tan Kanbo sent messengers Lok Dong Tan came to ask for close friendship with the Tang dynasty, but was refused by Duong Tai Tong Lai the Dan. Song Tan Kanbo became angry, immediately led 20,000 troops, first defeating two Duke Hun located between Tibet and Tang dynasty, chased away. The Tukuu people come. Coastal area, then fought all the way to Tung Chau, threatening the imperial court. Tang, if you don't marry the princess, you will fight straight to Chang'an Road. Tai Tong also launched a counterattack. According to the books of Tan Siu Duong II, Book of Funa Wien Kwai, at that time, the Tang army displayed the divine power. Tung Tan Kanbo was subdued, had to ask for peace, and then prayed again. But in the bibliographies such as the Sage of the Banquet, the Tibetan King Tongji, and the Lada Kak Vuong, signed by the president, it took more than a year for both sides to struggle, and the Tang dynasty could not. Do not take a peaceful marriage to compromise. Princess Van Phan got married according to the policy of peace with neighboring countries, but though Phan was the largest force in the western part of the Tang dynasty, so the wealth and bibliography the princess carried was not only as much as usual. Later, Tung Tan Kanbo built Dai Chiu Temple and Tiu Chiu Temple for 2 princesses, and then built a mall. Father Dalai Lama, that's right, you too go dad. Have you ever been to the Dalai Lama? Yue Yang shook his head, Zhang Li nodded. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked Trong Lap again, how does it feel? Trong Lap said, oh, yeah, it's brilliant. Royal, heroic atmosphere. Well, how should I imagine? It can also be considered a sacred criterion of Tibet, making people feel calm and peaceful. In short, what's inside can make a person with a hot temper become reverent, as if in a distant darkness, there is indeed a God who is staring at us, telling us to react. Wake up, what I did in the zone was right or wrong. Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw Trong Lap feeling overwhelmed, but unable to say it, he signaled that it was enough, and then said, so, do you know what Bodala Palace was like in history? Trong Lap thought for a moment, then hesitated, fathers in history. Yue Yang was a bit impatient, and quickly asked, what does this have to do with us? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, I told. Then, don't be impatient, listen to me and you'll understand. In history. In the Book of Records, Bodala Palace is the residence. By Tung Tan Kanbo and Van Phan. After the princess got married, there was 1,000 pavilions, lapis lazuli tiles, jade walls, 9-story high palace, built along the mountainside, as if stepping into a heavenly palace. In the Book of the 5 Dynasties, it is recorded that Bodhatla Palace built on the mountain, the attic overlaps with the message, the palace is palatial, majestic, soaring to the sky, the atmosphere is high with blue clouds, the Tibetan prince wrote, Princess Wencheng summoned many masons and masons. Handmade Buddha statue, the lower floor is based on the layout in front of the hall after the street, around the Buddha hall, the roof is curved up, the place. The design is designed in the style of fighting two. Above there are lucky objects such as Dharma wheel, lying deer, along with a corridor of sculptures of lotus flowers, flying birds. Dotted with columns carved with images of Buddha and vase 3. Ghost fish 4. Golden scorpion 5. In the Tibetan record of the King of Kings, Hong. Newly built palace, 9 stories high, inside and outside with 3 layers of walls, thousands of rooms, walls 5 meters thick, the side is poured with liquid silver, the inside walls are gilded, inlaid with enough gold, jewels and ivory, the 2 palaces of Tanfa and Zarp Sa 6 connected by a silver bridge. Trong Lap frowned. I don't pay much attention, it seems that there is. Trak Mok Kwong Ba continued, so what else is inside? The wall below the eaves is decorated with gilded bronze, the images are all Buddhist treasure bowls. The poles are filled with colorful drawings and flowers. Carved text, inside the crisscross corridors, the palaces are countless, the space is winding and confusing, people step into it, tell me you're entering a mystical world. In the sage's feast, it is recorded that in the palace there are many precious treasures and documents, nearly 10,000 thangka plates of all kinds, and Buddha statues made of gold, silver, jade, wood, and earth must number 10,000. In particular, the floor is made of gold, the wall is made of jade, gold and jewels are inlaid everywhere, combined with colorful frescoes and splendor, the auxiliary hall in the house. On both sides of the main hall, there is a standing statue of pure gold of Tung Tan Kanbo and Princess Van Than, up to 3 zhang high, weighing 99,000 pounds. In addition, there are Buddha statues and Tung Tan Kan statue. Dad, the statue of Van Than and the Princess Chichtun must have several thousand pictures, and there are still many wonderful things. Precious objects, such as mantras 7 made of 10,000 pearls, 1,000 Buddhist scriptures on blue paper translated personally by Princess Van Than, porcelain. Infinitely sophisticated. Yu Yang's eyes lit up, and Trong Lap couldn't help but blurt out his rebuttal, "You're joking." "What's the joke? There are many murals and thanks a lot, but it's not as ostentatious as you say. The 3 zhang high pure gold statue, 100,000 pearls, and the floor isn't made of gold either." Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, "It is not that I say, but the history books say. I know it sounds hard to believe, but you guys patiently listen to what I have to say, coming to the main topic soon. First of all, the Bodhisattva Palace that we see today is not at all the Buddha Palace of 1,000 years ago. It has been destroyed twice by the fire of war. This is the second restoration, 3 years ago, although the overall scale is larger than before, but the unique products inside are still far from the Bodhala Palace of 1,000 years ago. But the palace and 2 pagodas Dai Chiu and Tiu Chiu were built mainly to serve the Buddha image and the dowry of the 2 monks. Princess brought. At that time, the 3 great palaces could not contain all those rare treasures, especially the items that Princess Van Than brought with them, so they had to build 4 more temples to serve these treasures. Hey, come to think of it, that must have been the origin of 2 Feng Temple. However, I found some documents about these 4 temples in the Nin Ma ancient scriptures at my house, but in the official history, absolutely nothing was found. Only the so-called political history of Tibet that we can read and look up. All were compiled after the era of the Buddha's extinction, a few hundred years ago when Princess Wencheng entered Tibet, Orthodox Tibetan history before his death. Buddha did. Can't look up any more. As we verified in history, we discovered that Princess Van Than used it after coming to Tibet. The advanced measuring and drawing technology at that time drew a map of the entire region of Tibet, showing the terrain of Tibet like a female ghost, wanting the land to be peaceful, all year round. If you are wealthy, you must build a temple in the heart of a female ghost, build a pagoda in the hands and feet of a female ghost, build a pagoda at the joints connecting the limbs and body. Female ghosts built pagodas at the joints between the arms and legs of ghosts, 12 in total, in addition to the temples and shrines built by Princess Chichtun and other concubines of Tung Tan Kanbo. Plus 108 persons. If follow. Like the ancient capital Ning Ma, 4 temples in. The turning point in the swastika is called the 4 Methods Temple. Try to find the Tibetan female ghost map 8 and look it up. Then you will find that the female ghost raised 1 hand. Raise 1 hand and lower it, kneeling with both feet in the pose of shooting arrows, without tilting or deviating, just or into a Buddhist word 1,000. Then 2 Feng Temple, probably 4 temples built at the joints between the limbs of the female ghost. In fact, those 12 shrines soon disappeared in history. Then, even if there are still temples of the same name today, they are all restored by later people. According to my father's speculation, and what is recorded in the ancient Nyingma scriptures, 4 temples in the 4 directions are respectively Jiang Zhen Ji. Kiat Pagoda is in the northwest, Satlakang is in the southwest, and Bo Kuk is in northeast, and Sakkat Lakang Temple in the southeast. Trong Lap heard the old man Duke Enon mention these 4 temples, then secretly nodded. Trak Mok Kwong Ba continued, Dad. Dala Palace, Dai Chiu Temple, Tiu Chiu Temple, Tu Feng Temple, these places since. When it was built, it became the political and religious center of the whole land of Tibet, both the Palace of Supreme Power and also the supreme religious holy place of Tibet. Then, until 841, the Tufan dynasty experienced its greatest prosperity throughout the world. There are countless places on the land of Tibet built. Temples and temples, strange treasures hidden in temples and shrines everywhere. Powerful, brilliant and colorful, in which, Bodala Palace, Dai Chiu Temple, Tiu Chiu Temple. There is even a degree of anxiety because of too much wealth. The usual gold and silver items have to be divided into local temples. Of course, the most complete historical record is the precious jewels of Van Than. Lord, Prince Chi Zun. The Lord brought it into Tibet, and the annual tribute was very sketchy. The most prominent characters were much, delicate, beauty, until 841 AD, 200 years after Tungtan can be unified Turkey. Prosperity, unprecedented development of national power. Unprecedented wealth, right at this time, suddenly the incident of Lang Dat Ma killed Buddha, Lang Dat Ma killed the Buddhist monk, then though Fon fell into civil unrest, this civil war lasted for hundreds of years, history no longer recorded, temples and pagodas worshipping Buddha were sealed. The book was burned, and in the end even Bodala Palace could not escape the fate, being destroyed in the fire of war. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's intonation became faster. During that period of unrecorded history, no one knew what happened. When the war subsided, people rebuilt the wasteland after the war. It was surprising to discover that, during the war, something seems to have been lost. But lose what? Is all the wealth hidden in the temples of the time when the Fon dynasty was at its most prosperous. The small jewels and ivory can be lost and forgotten. The big things, the most precious treasures of the Buddha, no one knows where they went. 3 Shanghai gold statues of Tungtan Bo, Princess Van Than, Mandarin made of 12,000 pearls, Jade Wukong in Bodala Palace, Shakyamuni gold statue in Dai Chiu Tu, Tiu Chiu. Letters, 360 classics of literature. The princess brought into Tibet 1,000 sets of sutras on blue paper. Her body translates. They all don't know where. They only appear in history, but does anyone know where they landed? Was destroyed, hidden away. This became the biggest riddle in the history of Tibet. All disappeared, all. Those are all gone. Just like Professor Feng Tan when he first heard the legend of Tu Feng Mu, Yuyang's eyes are red. Defend, pronunciation is also not clear, just over and over again, disappear, disappear, it's gone. Juo Mokchang Ba looked at Yuyang and explained, about how all the wealth accumulated during the most prosperous period in Tibetan history suddenly came to an end. Of this disappearance, countless historians have tried to verify it, countless archaeologists have explored and searched, but all did not detect any clues. The most precious treasures and also the most legendary shades in the history of Tibet, no one knows where to find them now. They have appeared in history, but they seem to be just appeared only in history, but in reality, it has almost evaporated, disappearing along with the years that the war erased history. Yue Yang excitedly exclaimed, then Bodala Temple, that is 1. The first experimental geothermal mining site in Tibet. 2. A special type of structure of Chinese architecture, consisting of horizontal slats from protruding pillars called Kongnan pillars. Square millet inserted between the also called match. 3. Also known as peacefulness, virtue peace, peace of mind, auspicious peace, is a kind of Dharma tool of Buddhism. 4. The type of god fish in Buddhism, the head of a dragon and the body of a fish, similar to the Chinese river god. 5. The full name is golden eagle bird, also known as Jia Laola, a kind of god bird of Buddhism. 6. Tibetan language, the intention of Princess Van Than. 7. A kind of Buddhist sacrifice, translated, which means Dan Trang in Chinese. 8. The map of Tibet was drawn by Princess Wencheng. The image is like a woman kneeling, one hand raised up, one hand down. The Silver Chronicle of Bala. Trak Mok Kwong Ba waved his hand to say, Yuyang, don't be impatient, he said. Listen to me, If you want to know about the Bakbala temple, you need to know about that war period first, but when it comes to that war period, it's not enough for a day or two. I can't say it all, but it also involves the struggle between the two religions. Now I can only use the simplest, colloquial language. Just tell you a little bit about it. Let's say this, since ancient times, we Tibetans have settled in this highland of Tibet. According to the changing history, they started to appear primordial cult, and then went a step further. It evolved into a royal religion, which is the original Tibetan Buddhism, and later divided into Black Ban, White Ban. We won't elaborate here. In short, remember well, Ban Tao is the religion of Tibet, and always occupies a very important position in the local government, until Tungten Khenpo married two princesses Van Than and Exik. Religion: Buddhism officially entered Tibet as a religion other than Buddhism, because of ideology. Of Buddhism was more systematic and rational. It soon took its place in the Tibetan politics of Theravada Buddhism. Since Tungten Khenpo Ban Buddhism developed Buddhism, until 841 Langdat Ma revived Buddhism, destroyed Buddhism. This historical period is known as the Pre-Prong dynasty. Tibetan Buddhism does not distinguish between sects, but only competition. The battle between Buddhism and Buddhism, these two religious forces are constantly fighting, hoping that their faction will achieve a higher status, as well as more political interests. Since Buddhism was introduced to Tibet, its status has been steadily improving. Always have the upper hand over Ban Buddhism, but because the Tan two generations attach great importance to Buddhism, even to the point where the people can't stand it, until the 41st Tibetan king Chizu Duke Tan in Hyat Ba Wei, Tibetan Buddhism flourished immensely. Tang Wang Chi to Duke. The canopy is very reverent to the clergy, fully nourished, braided hair tied in a white cloth on the left side, a red cloth on the right side. The red cloth represents welcoming the monk, the white cloth represents welcoming the yogis. At the same time, the king of Tibet also established a system of 7 households to serve a monk. But Cantonese only know how to make offerings to monks, but forget about taxes. Heavy lockdown is making people miserable, leading to people suffering. Poverty and hatred spread to the Buddhadharma, burying a bad predestined condition for the event of Buddha's destruction later. The second Tibetan king, 42 Langdat Ma succeeded, immediately tried to destroy the Buddha, banned the translation of Buddhist scriptures, destroyed temples, destroyed Buddhist statues and Buddhist scriptures, murdered monks. Tibetan Buddhism began to sink into a stage, dark. This is the beginning of the war. In the history of Tibet, the act of killing the Buddha forbid the Buddha not only once, but this time is the most serious. Later, Langdat Ma was assassinated by a monk. His 2 sons fought for power, sent troops to fight, in history books called Chaos 5 Wishes. At the same time, people are also dissatisfied with the domination regime. They fought to rebel against each other, eventually leading to more than 100 years of turmoil in Tho Phon. Before and later separated and formed several different governments. The furniture in the temples is the lost in this period. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's voice rose a little. Now that we talk about Bakbala temple, it is easier to understand. Since Langdat Ma killed Buddha in 841, in a blink of an eye, 1,000 years have passed. There are many Tibetan Buddhist texts that record that, suddenly, an English explorer came to the peninsula. Indochina, which is China in the old way of saying, after coming to China, he did not stay in China. Scenic ancient capitals like other explorers, but go all the way to the region. Tibet was cold. His name was Henry Morton Stanley. After that, he began to explore all over Tibet, researching in the great temples. According to Stanley, he was looking for a place called Silver Bala. About this man, we have only gathered very little information at present, except to know his name and know that he is an adventurer. Found some articles from that period in the Britannica Library, learned a little about expeditions around the world. His time, but has absolutely nothing to do with Tibet. As for why he knew about Bakbala temple, the explanation is handed down. As far as we know today, Stanley was at the junction between India and Tibet, listening to Tibetan artisans, listening to the mystical epic of Ali Vuong, in which there was mention of silver Bala. As for when he went to India, and where he heard from, we have not been able to clarify. In short, from Stanley onwards, the phrase Bakbala temple began to appear in everyone's eyes. The teacher called the year Stanley went to Dai Tiat Mountain for the last time, i.e. 1844, the year of the beginning, source for the search for Bakbala temple later. Although Stanley could not find the temple of Silver Bala in his whole life, he had, one after another, promoted every people that in Tibet there is a treasure that can be said to be the largest in the world, called Bo Bala. At first no one believed him, but later on, he seems to have found some clues on this point. We are still waiting for confirmation. Perhaps the scriptures and some valuables were hidden during the era of the Buddha's destruction. It is heard that these treasures were secretly smuggled, moved to England, but never made it public, until Stanley went missing for a long time. Rumors related to the temple of Bakbala gradually spread. This time, no one left any doubts. Its authenticity too. Why not be skeptical? I guess maybe because what Stanley brought back to England made them believe that there was still Tibet. A large number of strange treasures have yet to be unearthed. Also means since. From then on, innumerable explorers began to flock to Tibet one after another, their footprints imprinted throughout the no-man's lands of Tibet. Trak Mok Kwong Ba glanced at Trong Lap and Yuyang, who were coming to breathe hard too. Did not dare, continued to say, the relationship between Bakbala and Tu Fung Mu, between both Dai Chiu Tu, Tiu Chiu Tu, and Bo Dala Bo can't directly draw an equal sign. But at home, I have an old book, rumored to be an heirloom from Buddhist revival period. One, now known as the ancient Nyingma scripture, is actually a history book written by the monk of the Nyingma school too. Ancient records about the era of the eradication of Buddhism. In that history, there is such a record in the book, when Tanpani Lang Dat Ma ordered to destroy the Buddha, Dai Chiu and Tiu Chiu themselves were the first to suffer, while the monks at Tu Fung Mu had already received the news, because at that time Lang Dat Ma advocated worshipping the Japanese religion and destroying Buddhism. They disguised themselves as followers. The teaching, in turn, divided the treasures in the 4 Fung temples, but in the end, where they were sent, they did not record in detail. In the scriptures there was only one sentence. The general idea was that it was a place where the sun was not visible, rises in the east, nor does the sun set in the west, but bathed in the bright sun all year round, sole believers forever loyal guard there. This sentence is the only clue about the 4 Fung temples that we know, and the meaning of Bakbala temple is nothing else. It is a treasure as numerous as the Great Sea, sacred and supreme. This name, in itself, is a curse of the devil, making the evil-minded people forget both their identity and dignity, and let greed destroy themselves. Yuyang was the first to lose himself, his pupils dilated, sparkling with strange rays of light. He didn't know whether to accidentally or intentionally lick his dry lips, with difficulty swallowing every mouthful of saliva, lowering his voice and muttering, drunkenly murmured, Bakbala. It turned out to be Bakbala. Silver Bala. Trong Lap looked at Yuyang's face and was surprised, waved his hand in front of him to see if he still had consciousness. Yuyang pushed Chang Lap west to rebuke. Don't look at me like that, I'm still sane. Trak Mok Kwong Ba ignores the two of you. Quarreled, went on to say, because Stanley's time is so far away from us, it is difficult to gather information about him on the internet, which is why our research on this man is not very in-depth. Only know that he was probably the first pre-modern man to search for Bo Bala. His whole life, since knowing Bo Bala, he has always been associated with Tibet, and finally seems to have died in Tibet. Yes, but for some reason, the map he discovered in Tibet was strayed out, rumored to be a map The number marked the entrance to Bakbala temple, which later led to a very fierce competition. He recounted the story of the map contest that Professor Feng Tan had found once, making Yu Yang and Trong again. Once more holding his breath, his heart fluttered. Trak Mok Kwong Ba continued. How fake this map is still unknown. If there is a map, you can find more than one map. If you haven't seen it in 100 years, it doesn't seem very good, but there are many things. The event related to Bobala was indeed happen. Let me take an example, like in Russia. After Stanley went missing, there was a very long time when nothing could be found related to Bobala. The teacher said, temporarily we call this period Bobala's quiet period. After the First World War, the mystical phrase, Bakbala, suddenly reappeared. Henceforth, we call the Renaissance of Bobala. During the 2 years, 1927-1928, which was also the early Renaissance period, then still under the Republic of Korea, the Soviet Union twice sent expert delegations to Tibet. They brought letters from the Soviet government, sent the authorities, Tibetan administration. After arriving in Tibet, they went to the temple in the name of giving alms, taking pictures, filming, collecting information. After all, they already know what are they looking for? We have only found this far when we have no clue about. After the 13th Dalai Lama died, relations between Tibet and the Soviet Union also seemed to have severed. Especially after the outbreak of the Second World War, among the elite Tibetan monks and aristocrats began to gradually form a separate force in the direction of Anglo-American. They considered the Soviet Union to be social, ferocious beasts, from refuses to have relations with this country. Although on the surface, the Soviet Union was also affected. Caught up in the battle, no longer free to worry about Tibet, but in reality, they never stopped searching in this land. In fact, during and after during World War II, not only the Soviet Union, but also Britain, the United States, Germany, and Japan also had many active people in Tibet. But what do they end up doing in Tibet? This is also projections that we have not yet investigated. We can only speculated that perhaps their activities were related to Bobala, but could not find any clues in the sources. Whether public, from the time Stanley went to Tibet in search of the Silver Bala temple, to the time he went missing, until there were countless. The expedition to Tibet did not know what they were looking for. In the middle was missing a link, which is a very important link that we have always seen has not been investigated, especially those who came to find Bakbala temple after World War I and World War II, not to mention you. Even I couldn't believe it. If those stories are true, then, what they're looking for, only you. It's simply wealth. After all, what secret does Bakbala temple contain? Trak Mok Kwong Ba mentioned here, suddenly remembering the thick document in Lu Kan Nam's hand, he said to Tronglap and Yuyang, perhaps this important link is some event that happened after Stanley went missing in Tibet and before countless forces come here. The state must already know. If we can successfully complete this forest crossing, maybe Lu Kan Nam will. It's okay to reveal a little bit of material. Tronglap said. One more time. Young Master Kwong Ba talked about Bakbala temple in detail, making my whole body full of strength, not to mention crossing the jungle of South America, but even crossing the South Pole wouldn't be a problem. Yuyang's heart is still pounding. The guy glanced over at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, still looking calm. Often, surprised to ask, young Master Kwong Ba, there is a question I have wanted to ask you for a long time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, what's wrong? So, tell me. Yuyang asked. Accordingly, young Master Kwong Ba comes from a Buddhist family. His father is called a great scholar. Almost half of the Buddha's position is already alive. Then, the relationship between Kwong Ba young master and Tibetan Buddhism must be it's so profound. Juo Mok Kwong Ba nodded. Well, you can say the same thing. Yuyang said. That silver Bala temple is the most precious wealth of the most glorious dynasty in Tibetan history too. Again, just now I heard you tell the legend of Bak Bala temple, still excited to this day. So, why do I keep seeing that your attitude seems apathetic? Yes, it doesn't seem to care about excavating that shrine. Could it be that in the heart of young Master Kwong Ba, besides Tangklam, other things could not interest him? I'm a descendant of the Buddhist world. But Trakmok Kwong Ba smiled and laughed. Ha! Ka, you probably don't know, although I come from a Buddhist background, I myself am not very interested in religion. In general I do not believe in any religion, I just believe in myself. Fate is in my control. As long as I live well in this life, happiness is not expected. Life to the next life, misfortune does not blame the previous life. Found silver bar. Whether it is a temple or not, does it affect me? Even if I find all my wealth in the silver Bala temple, it won't bring any change to my life. I just need to find that place. What I'm after is. Trong Lap said, but the proverb has a sentence. It rains for a long time, but you are not interested in religion. He thought for a moment and then said, so. Hey, Yu Yang, I ask you, you are from the generation born after 80, do you like going to school? Go to school, Yu Yang is amazing. Fuck. Trakmok Kwong Ba said, for example. Like when you were in high school, did you enjoy that time? It is required to sit in the classroom, can only listen to the teacher lecture, the limbs must be placed neatly, cannot wiggle indiscriminately. Trakmok Kwong Ba hasn't finished speaking yet. Yu Yang laughed out loud. Ah, this life. Who would like to live like that? If I wanted to go to school, I wouldn't be a soldier, maybe I'd still be studying for a doctorate at any university. Juo Mok Kwong Ba nodded, so. That's right, the Buddhist teachings that I have come into contact with before, just like you guys going to school, have to sit in the little sutras every day, reciting passages of sutras that I just can't understand. Well known and difficult to pronounce. Until now, I still see that pile of scriptures is a headache. What is the Buddhist school? What is keeping the Buddhist scriptures? The Dharma Stupa? I am not interested at all. This time, if it weren't for Zekilan and the Temple of Bo Bala having a complicated relationship, I don't think I would be able to join this team. Trong Lap and Yu Yang cried. Looking at each other, they also thought to themselves. It seems that the old Dukenin is a great scholar, but the way to educate his children still has problems. Then think again. Go to Bak Bala, Trakmok Temple. Kwong Ba just said. The whole night was excited. Can't even sleep. The next day, forest birds still rust. When the sun was up, the two sides began a journey to escape in the deep forest. Like the story of the African lion and the antelope, when the sun rose, the two sides they all try their best to practice running, for the sake of living. Who knows today what is waiting for them in the deep forest? 1. Originally, in the period of restoration, restored treasure refers to the sutras for tantric monks of the pre-Prong period, which were buried during the time when Buddhism was banned, only to find them back in the late period to propagate the Buddha. France. 2. That is, Hunjism. Self-sufficient tour group. In this vast old forest, when the weather is most pleasant, of course, early in the morning, a cool breeze blows away the heat in the rainforest, bringing with it the scent of mud and earth. Plants that cannot be named, and with the wind, there is also the chirping of birds. Although the four of them did not dare to delay even a minute, they still closed their eyes to relax in the middle. However, feel the pleasure. The task of supporting the pole has been transferred to Trong Lap. The remaining 3 people either lie down or sit, reclining on the wooden raft to admire the scenery. A few of them now seem to have understood what is called destiny. What will come will come. Come, you can't avoid it even if you want to dance. The air does not leave his hand. At most, he decides to fight a battle. The sentries of the Howler monkey clan let out alarmed howls. A porcupine rushed out, startling the whole herd of South American llamas to scattering. The warbird stopped chirping too, flapping his wings and soaring high. River water is only hip deep. Under the bright sun, you can even see every grain of sand on the river bottom. Sometimes you can see a bunch of orchids. The fragrance drifts along the water. A layer of hidden seaweed lies quietly at the bottom of the river, like a Maije's soft hair. Beautiful, let the mother light water. Gently stroked, sunfish and angelfish. The fairies always swim in large groups, swaying gracefully. The rose marlins and crystal marlins are no less competitive, competing with each other to show off the colors. Yuyang leaned over the wooden raft. Stir the water gently, as if touching those fish like that. A bright smile like the sun has returned to his face, for Yuyang. This moment of peace and quiet is a great enjoyment. Ma Tang looked up at the sky. A fluffy white cloud like cotton passed through the sky. He immediately caught this sign, thinking in his mind, gathering strength, still accumulating ha. When they gather together, the power will be terrifying. How? As for Trak Mok Kwong Ba, he gripped the gun butt, cautiously observing the situation and moving around. In his heart really didn't want something like yesterday to happen, really not. Departure was very smooth. Even the four of them felt a little too convenient, compared to yesterday's events, today as if they were joining the delegation. Visit so, it was at the moment they had this meaning that Duo Mok Kwong Ba suddenly. However, warning, there are people. The speed of 4 people is relatively fast, and the movements are also very rhythmic, almost at the same time jumping into the water, swimming to the river, and quickly pulling the wooden raft into the forest, hide on the spot, then hold the gun and wait. In order to prevent the enemy from detecting from afar, they had previously used rattan ropes and leaves to camouflage their clothes, also smeared on their faces, now lurking in the middle of the forest, not being able to hide unprofessionally. The sound came closer, 3 wooden boats. Small upstream came into view of the 4, like the previous boat, a diamond-shaped wooden paddle with oars. There were 3 to 5 people on each boat, and there were people on board with black hair and blonde hair, apparently of different races, speaking in several languages. The facial expressions of these people seem very serious. Their vigilance is also very tall. It seems there are some people in charge of monitoring the trees on both sides of the river. River, yes, but apparently unarmed. Look at Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand. Signal. The rest of the people understood. The people on the boat did not know whether it was an enemy or a friend, so they should not be alarmed for the time being, so that they pass. Just when the 3 boats were about to leave their sight, suddenly a voice rang out, although the sound was not very loud, but in the quiet early morning in this deep forest, anyone could recognize this human sound. There was an immediate reaction on the boat. Someone said something loudly. The rest of them were also panicking. Looked around, but Duo Mok Kwong Ba didn't understand what they were saying, apparently. Is the local dialect. Trak Mok Kwong Ba glared at the person who had just revealed his whereabouts. Tronglap grimaced in a reluctant expression, pointing at a hairy spider less than 5 centimeters from his cheekbone. This spider is very big. Its whole body is covered with dark hair, no matter who it is. Surprise. Seeing this large animal must also be startled. Either way, they were shocked to the other people, only to be immortalized with strong hands. Seeing that no one was carrying hot weapons, the 4 immediately stepped out with guns, only to see a black man on the boat. Coffee, a gesture that seems to be honest and loyal. Is Loki explaining something? As soon as I saw 4 people with guns coming out, the person who seemed to be a scout spoke even faster, talking while waving his arms and legs, and the people on the boat also seemed to be very self-disciplined. No need to give any orders. Put your hand on your head. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head at Tronglap and said, Ask him, what is he talking about? Tronglap was embarrassed and said, Ask that. What now? Yu Yang noticed that in this group of people there seemed to be all kinds of people. Could it really be a tour group? Then he asked in English, "Does anyone know English?" As soon as the words came out of his mouth, someone immediately responded, "Don't shoot, we are tourists. We just passed. Just the way, I don't know anything. Please don't shoot, we will listen to your orders. I'm Kutu, I and Division Chief Salison are good friends. What division are you in?" The whole group of 5 mouths and 10, stabbed out. "Can't hear anything clearly," Ma Tang immediately shouted, "No noise. Send someone out here to talk." This method was very effective. The people on the boat quickly fell silent. On the boat in the middle someone said, "Officer, can I stand up and speak?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw that person shouting very hard, immediately called, "Brother, come over here to talk." One person stood up, suddenly felt like a crane in a flock of chickens, tall. About 1'85" or more, this white man had silver hair, a sharp handsome face, large white hands, deep blue eyes like a scholar. Gentle and gentle. When he went to the side of Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others, their first impressions were peaceful, sure, having been educated at a high level. White felt hat, white short-sleeved shirt and shorts, white leather shoes, white socks, clothes on the body are neat and clean, gestures are even more elegant and polite. The other politely adjusted his hat, then said, "My name is Sean, we are a group of spontaneous tourists. Each person in the group has a profession. From different countries, we are only assigned to survey the situation of rivers and the distribution of flora and fauna in the area, tropical forest of the province." Putumayo. "Ah, this spider belongs to the red rose variety. It's so cute. Sorry, can I take a photo?" His Irish accent must have captivated many girls. This man in his 30s spoke politely, clearly and concisely presenting the purpose, itinerary, and number of people in the group. 4 people listened patiently, can't deny. Received, the voice of the man named. This Sean has a magic that makes people feel comfortable. It's just that when he mentioned Putumayo province, Yu Yang almost jumped up. What? Putumayo province, that said, was still in Colombian territory. As it turned out, this was a spontaneous tour group that met each other online and then organized it themselves, or it could be said to be a self-funded adventure group, claiming to be backpackers. It is said that the group was started by an Asian man named Kite. Organization, a total of 15 people, including 4 Asians, 7 Europeans, 2 Americans, and both from Africa again. They disembarked on the Nicoya Peninsula of Central America, and began to follow traces of the Maya civilization, passing through Honduras, Mexico, Guatemala, and then to Colombia, preparing from the Chalapi Tower to go upstream, through Putumayo province, making a great adventure in the primeval forest. People from. The first one who kept talking was the guide they hired, named Mark, who spoke Spanish and English. Yu Yang asked, "You have 15 people. Why are there only 2 people on the boat?" Sean explained, besides Mark not counting, there were 4 other people on another boat, including the starter. Initiating the operation this time, just now while going upstream, suddenly encountered the element. Armed attack, everyone was scattered. Fortunately Mark was very familiar with the guerrillas, so they were able to save their lives. The road from there to here was all thanks to him getting through the guard posts. Sean also said that the danger level of this jungle tour is much higher than expected, because it is said that the primeval forest here is the most perfectly preserved, so he planned to come here to survey. It's unexpected that the perfect state is preserved in this way. Next time absolutely won't make the same mistake again. The 4 of them, Chuo Mok Kwong Ba. Negotiating, feeling that Sean speaks very sincerely, probably not. What lies? It is better to let them go, but I'm afraid that someone will report to someone. The enemy, especially the one named Mark, was very suspicious, always looking at them with an unfriendly face. Suddenly Sean said, "Ah, you guys aren't exactly It's the four of them. Tang's father hugged the man much taller than him, growling loudly, "Which four people? What do you already know?" Sean raised his hands to show no malice, saying, Don't be shy. It was just that on the way we were questioned, the guerrillas were looking for 4 Asians. Carrying weapons, encountered 3 such interrogations along the way, they even set up a station. River control again. I can assure you, we will absolutely not reveal your whereabouts. Those sincere blue eyes, really. Making people not dare to look directly, Sean seems to have seen through the 4 people's minds, almost swearing. What to do now? The 4 whispered negotiations. Track Mok Kwong Ba only. Hands on Mark, you can go, but the other person has to stay here. Sean furrowed his brows and said awkwardly, but what if this soul guide must be at? Come back to you, a dozen of us, all of us can't talk to the gorillas in the jungle. Or, will you go with us too? Look. Sean's gaze, the 4 of them were embarrassed. If you go with a group of people. Hey, it's hard to avoid getting involved with them, and if you take Mark away, it's hard for these 10 people to leave the gorilla's sphere of influence. But according to Sean introduced, in this group of people, there are zoologists, botanists, hydrogeographers, all talented in different fields. They put themselves in danger. Apart from Ba Tang, the other 3's consciences can't accept it. Finally, at Sean's suggestion, Mark swears by local beliefs that he won't reveal their whereabouts. The group of tourists is released safely, but to the track Moks. Kwong Ba, without a doubt, this action has buried another bomb. According to the clue Sean provided, they carefully stayed away from the river patrolled by guerrillas and set up a checkpoint, cutting through the forest. Loud screeching noise again sounded. The 4 people had just finished hiding. A black dragonfly flew overhead, but this time they felt it's not as safe as it used to be. Waiting for the helicopter to fly over, Ba Tang said bitterly, actually, it's possible. Confiscate all their means of communication, tie them up and throw them in the forest. Until they are discovered, we have reached a safe enough place. Trong Lap disagreed, saying, but in the forest like this, I'm afraid that no one will find out, they're all dead. Tang's father said coldly, if that Mark considers the oath as a fart, or if there is anyone in the crowd that says just one sentence wrong, then maybe we'll all be dead in no time. Track Mok Kwong Ba interrupted the 2. Okay, it's already happened, there's no need to argue. However, that guy named Sean is Irish, isn't he? Listening to him talk, he seems to be very educated. 4 people still use the swing method. Rope, quickly moving forward while talking, despite meeting time. Short, but Sean's elegance and platinum hair left a deep impression on them. At the same time, the grey shadow that followed the other 4, was also secretly thinking, that silver-haired guy, looks like he's met him somewhere behind him, right? Strange. Really, why don't you remember? Farewell to the strange self-sufficient tour group for about 2 hours. The 4 of them had traveled about 5 kilometers to the east, through 3 small rivers, crossing 2 forests. When entering the 3rd forest, they starting to feel unwell. This forest, much larger than the previous ones, the deeper you go, the more you feel like you can't find the end, you can't even identify yourself. Have you reached the center of the forest yet? The air was humid and sultry, the forest covered the sun, stepped on the soft mud. The surrounding light was obviously not enough. There were no speckled rays of sunlight through the leaves. The 4 had to borrow light the flashlight forward. Chrysanthemum, 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 sounds like night owls echoed in rhythm, adding to the mystery of this dark forest. Yu Yang took out the compass and said suspiciously, we must be on the right track, but why are we still in the territory? Colombian right. It turns out that they are still in their territory, no wonder there are so many gorillas chasing us. Trong Lap said, or is it the first time that the pursuing gorillas have already crossed the border? Yu Yang shook his head, this possibility. Not very big, these rivers that originate in the Andes all flow from west to southeast. We can't change direction to the north. If there is a mistake anywhere, it is only possible to walk. In the woods we're going in the wrong direction. Actually, when first heard they were still in the territory. Colombia, all four people feel very lucky, because they completely rely on the wrong map, and still manage to pass through the jungle. It can only be said that the rivers and forests here are so similar. It doesn't make much difference whether it's a map or not. Climbing and swinging for half an hour can. The strength of four people is limited anyway, both. They went down to an empty lot to rest. Resting, Yang slid down a tree about 30 meters high, saying, "This forest seems to be a bit big. I haven't seen the edge of the forest yet." Ma Tang said in a low voice, "Then there's trouble." The rest of the people understood what he meant. The previous forests were a bit small, although there were some wild animals, but not suitable for large carnivores to survive. If this forest was big enough, again, rarely anyone sets foot. It's very likely to encounter predators. Suddenly attacked, not to mention encountered people like American leopards, American lions, just a herd of wild boars, a few bears, American termite snakes hiding in the dark, snakes shaved and popped out. Enough is enough. Let them fumble for a while. At the riverbank beyond that forest, Saws stood on the tallest tree in the surrounding forest, looked out, only saw the green spreading as far as his eyes. He shook his head and said, "The forest is so wide that you dare to go in, you guys. Does this kid have any experience with survival in the wilderness after all? Besides, there's obviously a layout in there." The four of them sat back, replenished with water to accumulate stamina, occasionally saw branches and leaves swaying overhead, black shadows gliding through the canopy. The distance was too far, the movements were so fast that they basically couldn't see their bodies clearly. Their appearance, possibly monstrous, but also possibly chimpanzee. While analyzing which way to escape, suddenly a popped sound. A frog did not know which tree to jump out of, fell right in the middle of the map. Yang was about to put the map down to catch it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba kicked both the map and the frog away. Hearing his heavy breathing is immediately known, maybe. Yang just flipped back and forth. The border from death again is not. Although in this jungle everywhere, there are unknown poisonous animals appearing, but Yang only froze for a moment, then his face immediately turned pale. That species you also know, one of the 10 most poisonous species in America, the poison arrow frog. 4. The yellow skin and black stripes on the body are a warning to those who want to harm it. The body looks petite and lovely, rarely more than 10 centimeters long, with ruby, turquoise, gold color. Ellipsis. Most of them are bright and eye-catching, like to live in a dark place in the middle of a deep forest, can climb trees, soil. Commoners used the toxin secreted on their skin to make a liquid, and applied it to the arrowhead to hunt. This type of frog usually doesn't live alone, said Zhang Lap. Looking up, the surrounding trees are all flickering with all kinds of captivating colors, green like hazel, red like chicken blood, yellow like pure gold, blue like turquoise. Their shape is more and more used. The jade sculpts the city, causing people to see it and immediately feel a surge of impulses. I want to hold it in my hand and caress it. Each of these frogs is extremely poisonous, but the toxin secreted on the skin of this poisonous frog in Colombia is even more terrifying. Just 0.003 of a gram is enough to make people lose their lives. Duo Mok Kwong Ba carefully avoids the place. There are poisonous frogs on the stump, so that the person behind kept the formation, and said, "Looks like we've entered their resting area, so it's better to change places, otherwise." They enthusiastically give a hug. The words didn't end. White. Something fell on his head. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was about to raise his hand to throw it away, suddenly felt something, stopped in midair, and at the same time Trong Lap also shouted, "Don't touch it." Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his head. Asked again, "Is it?" Yang said, "Golden, speckled, black, It looks very nice. Trong Lap gave the idea. Bow your head. Hurry down, it will jump off on its own. Ma Tang raised his gun. Don't move. Trust me. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said. Only if you are crazy to believe him. It is better to bow your head and let it jump on its own. As he said that, he lowered his head. The other yellow poisonous frog on the contrary was still clinging to his hair and refused to let go. The membranes of its legs stretched out and stuck to the scalp, keeping it from falling. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said too. Trong Lap took the lead. Come on, help me knock it down. Trong Lap was in front of him, taking a step back. Kwong Ba, young master, it rolled its eyes at me. I was trembling a bit, or better, it's better to keep a little distance. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said. Afraid of what? If it's not harmed, it won't release poison. Yang, you do it. Yang raised the barrel of the M4 and pushed it. Push. The poison frog seems determined to make it difficult for you guys. Hold on tight. That piece of junction, as if Trak Mok Kwong Ba's head was its nest. Yang pushed and pushed 2 or 3 times. The animal got angry, puffed up its cheeks and raised its head to look at Yang, as if. I really want to jump. Yang rushes. Yellow took 2 steps back, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Young Master Kwong just finished his words. A few scratching sounds sounded. I don't know what he stepped on. A rattan rope wrapped around his leg, hung him upside down, and suddenly left his face. Several meters of land. 1. Howler monkey. The monkey is considered the loudest animal in the world. 2. Also known as the alpaca. 3. Scientific name. Kabomba caroliniana. 4. English name is poison arrow. Frog. Horrible murder bee. With no omens or omens, Yang was suddenly wrapped in a rattan rope, hung upside down, and suddenly lost his hands and feet, and lost his gun. Ma Tang quickly took a quick look, immediately pulled out a hunting knife, tapped, with a sound, the knife flew out to cut the vines and then dug deep into the tree trunk. Yang just fell to the ground. Gunfire was heard in all directions. 8 directions around. Trak Mok Kwong Ba jerked his head. The poisonous frog was forced to jump. The 4 people no longer thought about anything else, all rolled to the ground, divided to find a place to hide. Each person looked for a big tree to hide behind. The gunfire still didn't stop. For a moment it was impossible to know how many enemies were around. The bullets caused the bark to fly, splashing in the face, causing pain. Fortunately for Trak Mok Kwong Ba, the poisonous frog did not know where it jumped. Compared to him, Trong Lap was a bit more unlucky. On the tree he was hiding, a poisonous green jade frog was slowly crawling up, a few feet above his head. Shang Lap was less than 10 centimeters, and moreover, it looked like he wanted to approach him. Around the bullets whizzing, the distance between the frog and Trong. Set up like that, making the guy fit. He did not dare to shoot, did not dare to use a knife, and did not dare to change his hiding place. He could only plead and beg, "Big brother, don't come so close, can you show me some respect?" The jade green poison frog looked up at Trong Lap with wide eyes, blinking and blinking, with a very vague gesture. The enemy shot very hard. Soon the 4 people heard and guessed a little clue. Yang waved his hand and said, 6 semi-automatic rifles, 5 submachine gun, and 2 light machine guns. The 3 east, west, and south sides all have fire points. That is to say, the enemy must be at least 30 men, and moreover, they have already ambushed here. Even though the north doesn't exist. People, but it is very likely that it is a trap they intentionally set. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought of Mark's face that was both cunning and malicious at first, and his eyes blinked when he swore, couldn't help but curse in his stomach. A moment later, the enemy stopped attacking. Ma Tang prepared to counterattack, just poked his head out of the tree, was shot by 2 bullets and had to retract his head. I just heard in the forest that someone laughed, ha ha ha, it's equal to 1. English, ha ha ha, there are ambushes around here in the forest. I didn't expect that we would be lucky to stop you first. He, man. China, surrender your weapons. We won't kill you. The identity was revealed. Of course, all four people, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, was surprised, especially Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He quickly calculated in his mind. Finally, where is the loophole? Maybe. Is Lu Can Nam playing tricks? Impossible. These days the guys being hunted for are absolutely not the dead. I'll die, Lu. Even if the South Wing had more than that, it wouldn't be able to make it to this country. Huerman and Castle were forced to testify. It's not quite right. Those two know very little about them, moreover, both. I don't know what the reason for the chase is. Filtering out these things, there is only one reason left, that is, those mysterious people lurking in the dark, since Ka. Tai Lai had been following him, seemingly wanting to entice him to join the gang. However, in order to entice him to join the group, he was able to act on his own last time. This time he did not expect to follow him so far, and even shook hands with the armed forces of guerrillas and drug smugglers. Is it necessary to spend so much effort? He himself can't provide them. What can be of real value? There is no reaction outside of the forest. What? Shouting? As long as you throw your weapons out, I guarantee it won't explode. Guns, we are a regular military force, we will keep our word. Only the devil believes you. The four of them were almost in the same place, but the enemy's fire had locked their hiding place, basically unable to escape or dodge. In the case of having to deal with an attacking siege, smoke grenades, blind grenades, or explosive grenades can all open a path, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba's men who crossed the forest this time did not think about it. There was going to be a clash on such a large scale. Moreover, even if you thought about it, you wouldn't be able to find such weapons in their hands when besides guns, there are only knives, not even the stones that can be thrown, no powder. Washed away the lake, for a moment no one could think of a way. Yang rolled his eyes at Trong Lap. He didn't have time to react, only to see Yang constantly puckering his mouth. Trong Lap rolled his eyes forever, and finally understood. Yang was cursing a poisonous frog next to him. Trong Lap also widened his eyes, gesturing like an evil god, gesturing, tell me to throw the debt. Here go. Never. Watching the enemy shoot wildly, they had grasped the enemy's fire position. Right in the bush behind the Zhang tree. Lap hide. There are 3 enemies, moreover that range is 100% within his throwing range. It's just that the person who throws the frog is poisoned or not, it's hard to say. Trong Lap's head shook like a drum. It was a blessing that this big brother didn't come near him. Now tell me to go and touch it first, then. It's not like making fun of your life. Things like this, you can only do what you want. Only Ba Tang can do it. But the other 3 people all turned to look at him and cheered. In those eyes, there was a part of orders, a part of begging. Even Yang expressed that if Trong Lap sacrifices, he is ready to set up a stele inscription, public for. I feel sorry for Trong Lap, oppressed by the 2 forces inside and out. I had to wrap my arms around the hem of my shirt and point it towards the blue animal. Zhang Lap mumbled and recited, Big brother, can you help this little brother with a little thing? Jump, jump, just a little jump is enough. The blue poison frog glanced at it, seemingly listening to Zhang. Lap said, jumped slightly, and jumped right into Trong Lap's hand. Trong Lap did not dare to hesitate at all, just picked it up, hurriedly threw it out. While the enemy bullets had not yet reached, he immediately withdrew his hand, apparently hearing the rustling of branches and leaves. I don't even know where it went. A moment later, another grunt was heard, followed by an ah, tragically extremely tearing the gourd. The quiet atmosphere of the deep forest grabbed this perfect opportunity. Trong Lap appeared behind the tree, swept a series of bullets at the 3 enemies who had just jumped out of their hiding places in panic. The other 3 also coordinated closely, opened fire to suppress the enemy's fire in 2 other directions, 4 people just shot back to the west. The enemy chased and did not let go, launching a fierce chase in the deep forest. The sound of gunfire tore through the quiet old forest, dense as pearls falling into a jade tray, and all of a sudden the birds and beasts ran everywhere. The forest was in an uproar. 4 people were fighting and running. Less than 3 meters, the bushes and tall old trees in front suddenly became a strip. Blocking the way, the enemy behind was chasing closer and closer. The fire was so intense that the 4 of them couldn't even raise their heads, and worse still, the ammunition was consumed more and more. They were no longer there. More ammo. The plight of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's group was quickly recognized by the enemy. The encirclement was re-established. The babbling English voice said, "The China, if you don't want to drink, you'll want to drink fine, prepare to die." A few Smurfs sounded. A thick yellow smoke rose in the dark woods. Poison, poison gas bullets. Yue Yang exclaimed in horror. The 4 of them quickly tore their clothes. Urinating, then take that wet cloth to cover your nose and mouth, although it is really rude, but this is really the best way to detoxify when there is no other way. However, that does not hold. As long as they could, even the man hiding in the tree would worry for them, and Source said in disappointment to himself, "Well, it doesn't look like a team specially trained to fight, it doesn't look like I'm out. It's hard for them to get out of this forest. Well then." Quote. Source stood on high, and discovered in the distance a dark cloud drifted by, a strange cloud hovering in the sky, sometimes spreading like a cloud of smoke, sometimes converges to the multivariable virtual variable. Sometimes, that dark cloud is like a magic carpet, drifting away. Seeing clearly the direction of the carpet, Source used binoculars to observe the armed guerrillas surrounding the Trak Mok Kwong Ba below, and finally, he also recognized the 2 guerrillas who had stood in front of him. Female. His zombie-like mouth bared a grin. KH this time, consider your life as big, consider this guy to help you pick up a life. The wind direction in the deep forest was unstable. The guerrillas ambushed around did not dare to come too close, but just lay in the bushes outside the diffusion range of the toxic smoke. A guerrilla hid on the left and said to the bearded man on his right, "For some reason, I still see him. Something weird threw it out yesterday, it's still itchy now." The bearded man rudely interrupted, "Don't talk too much, be careful they suddenly rush out now." The people that Source used mind training. The bullet that was thrown, although it was not found to be poisonous after that, also washed the sticky fluid away. The big and small blue spots on the body can't be washed off no matter what. Look at it. As if the whole body had a rash. Being teased by their comrades, this time they all hoped to catch the 4 of Duo Mu and the others. Kwong Ba, in order to regain some dignity. A guy who looked like the school captain said in a low voice, "They won't hold back. It won't be long, give them a few bullets first, but don't shoot. General Kulu has made it clear that he needs someone alive." The subordinates next to them all nodded their heads in praise, preparing to seduce. A few sentences, praising the captain of the squad, Min the marshal, guessing things like a god, suddenly heard a not very pleasant sound. This sound is very special, has a rhythm, from far and near, at times of gain and loss, of adventure and panic. It's like being surrounded by a swarm of mosquitoes, so. But everyone opened their eyes wide, but there was no mosquito. Not just hordes. Attack, even Trak Mok Kwong Ba also heard this sound. They were all surprised. Both sides of the battle had smeared all over their bodies with water repellents against insects and mosquitoes, otherwise, they would have gone inside. No kilometer has been. Burn it until it's all swollen. Scary. Then the other poisonous mosquitoes contain a lot of fatal toxins. If not treated in time, they will die, not play. But being chased by mosquitoes almost. So, this is the first time since setting foot in the forest. The frequency of the sound keeps increasing, getting louder and louder. We all now understand, this sound is not a mosquito, So what could it be? When people first react, prepare to throw away. It was too late to run. The vanguard of the killer bees had appeared in the deep forest, covering the guerrillas who were besieging Trak Mok Kwong Ba. The belly is as big as the little finger, 5 centimeters long. The stinger is more than 1 centimeter long. The body has mixed yellow and black stripes. Fighting in groups, extremely flexible. Soon the whole forest area was killed by bees, densely occupied. As far as the human eye could see, there were killer bees swarming in the air. As if they had received some kind of summons, dozens of queen bees led their armies, swarming around, about Chi. Achieve here. No need to calculate, this swarm of golden bees must be at least over 1 million, encountering the fearsome Air Corporation. In the Americas, if not treated in time, sometimes only 3 to 5 animals are enough to burn a person to death. But at this moment, no one had time to react. The yellow bees had cut their heads to the face of the other guerrillas and rushed forward. This scream was probably 100% more tragic than the one who had just touched a poisonous frog. The cry was almost. That despair reminded Trak Mok Kwong Ba of the man surrounded by field mice in Kar Kar Te Lai. And this time, there was basically no space to hide. A gorilla was crawled on his face by a yellow bee, he screaming bitterly, gun in hand like. Without self-control, he exploded. The enemies he was facing were killer bees. Each one was like a helicopter that can act independently, can stop in the air, turn around. 360 degrees, guns can't do it. They can hurt. On the contrary, they also hit 2 other guys standing next to them. One of them ran out with both hands on his face, but less than 10 meters away, the whole body fell like a rotten tree. A guerrilla soldier waved his shirt to chase the yellow bees away, but how could he chase away so many bees? Soon one of them kissed him on the back of his neck, then it flapped its wings and flew away. The other guy put his hand on the nape of the neck. The pain immediately appeared on his face. The piece of shirt in his hand could no longer shake. Immediately another one rushed over, burned his chest. Next, it's the 3rd child, the 4th child, the 5th child. Suddenly, he was covered with yellow bees on his face, chest and back. His whole body was only covered in pain. Unconscious movement. And the other gorillas were screaming like tearing his intestines and liver. A yellow bee mercilessly entered his mouth, not knowing where to sting. Then he wheezed a few times, growled loudly. The sound became both terrifying and terrifying. Hard to hear. His eyes were wide and bulging, that expression, as if he had seen hell. Then that. Another guy, being stung by 3 yellow bees, gnashing his teeth to endure the pain, watched in horror as his comrades rolled around screaming around him. Then, trembling, he picked up the gun with both hands, turned the muzzle upside down towards the head. Himself, his eyes fixed on the black barrel of the gun. When a swarm of yellow bees flew by, he roared loudly, squeezing the trigger. Most of the remaining guerrillas, only needing to burn a gun or 2, even the gun can't hold it anymore, running around everywhere, shouting loudly to vent the pain of the body and the fear in the heart. Looking at the strength of the 2 sides, this is the base. The copy can't count as a battle. This is a slaughter, a carnage rather. The guerrillas were completely incapable of resistance. They cried out, rolled in pain, butt headfirst into a tree, hit by stray bullets from their comrades. It seemed that neither of them could wake them up at all. Compared to being hit by a bullet, the pain caused by biological toxins is much more intense. It's a pain of flesh and bone that makes people have to carve bones, pain that people who have never experienced before can't imagine. The 4 of them, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, were still there, just listening to the enemy's cries of heaven and earth crying loudly. It was unbearable, looking at each of them. The ambush is your enemy. Don't get up from the ambush. Some run wildly, some scream loudly, or wave like mad, and then one after another fell, convulsing in a mass, shaking, convulsing. Dozens of piles don't know if it's a dead body or a living person. Yellow bees covered their faces, literally becoming bee people. As for the yellow bees, they were still looking for holes that could be burrowed in the body that had lost the ability to move. It was almost as if they could not drain the blood of these people. I swear I won't back down. The Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not have any. The joy of being rescued, the fear. Fear and terror took over the soul. All four, because, when the enemies blocking them all fell, what they had to face was this horde of murders that seemed like demons. Trong Lap's mouth stammered and trembled, the corners of Yue Yang's eyes twitched, and Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also momentary. Not knowing how to react, everyone just stood there looking at what happened. When fear was dominating the body, all the muscles on the body contracted, curled up instinctively. It seems that only Ba Tang is completely indifferent and calm, only coldly observing, his face expressionless, but in his head, he is also being affected by the painful memories torment, his heart is spasming, knuckles white. Nightmare flew out from the depths of memory, darkness filled Ba Tang's entire vision, in his eyes now, those dead spirits were magnified 100,000 times, Ba Tang's thighs was convulsing, as fragments of memories gradually appeared in his mind, for him they were all painful stimuli. In the rain of bullets, a dark area, ghosts spilling out from the dark corners, Ba Tang seemed to see every black blood stripe one by one. They glided like the wind, coming without shadow and without shape. There are demons everywhere in the forest. That's scary. He and his comrades were all roaring. They were just trying to make themselves brave, guns in hand, hearts trembling. Each of those faces, suddenly strangely familiar, that twisted, painful face, how exactly like the gorillas in front of him now. It's Kala, he's crying. Cry what? Is this a comrade from the Blue Spider Corps? What are these black demons anyway? Tang's father suddenly realized that he did not dare to recall at all, and did not dare to look directly at that black patch. Ba Tang was startled awake. This is not the place, the people around are not his old comrades. This is the jungle, there is still a chance to escape. He stood up, instinctively grabbed Trak Mok Kwong Ba's shoulder, gritted his teeth and hissed, "Run, run. Run, run." Not knowing where to get the courage, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly to the dense bush that is a dead end, damn. Despite the thorns tearing the skin, desperately using the body to open a way. Although most of the killer bees were absorbed in attacking the dozens of thugs out there, still a small part could not. Can't get close to talking to the bad guy. The other immediately turned to chase after the people who were running away. Ba Tang is in charge of the ending, but he clearly has no way to deal with it. Deal with the hordes of fighters. Extremely flexible, waved the shirt a few times, the feeling on the back went numb, first a little itchy, then, oh dad, then. Her son, eh? The pain directly stimulated the nerves to spread. Yang turned his head to see Ba Tang sweating profusely. The Iron Man could burn his own body to play for fun. Bullets shot through him without, a voice, this time did not expect to have to cry out in pain like that. 4 people got through about. The forest was covered by bushes. Ba Tang glared and shouted, "What are you doing standing there?" Running up, Yang looked at. The face was disfigured by the pain of. Ba Tang, for a moment, was also dumbfounded. Torn clothes, fresh blood flowing, Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned around. He turned around, threw the shirt off, roared, "Run, run." A shirt covered Yang's head, then he was pushed to the ground by a terrible force. When Yang crawled up, he only saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba undressing and pushing himself away, half pulling and half supporting Ba Tang. Trong Lap ran ahead, and Ba Tang continued to chase away the killer bees, which were not very many. The yellow bees seemed to be interested only in the part of the gorillas, and they chased a short distance and went back. 4. People are still afraid but also know that, even if they have just recovered their lives, but those gorillas. Neither Yang nor Zhang Lap. Unharmed, Ba Tang was burned for 1 shot, grimacing to endure the pain. Trong Lap took out the snake cream, even though he did not know it was effective. Nothing, but right now, there's only one way to get rid of it. Yang looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ma Tang was taking off his shirt and holding it in his hand. It was not clear who had covered his head just now to help him escape from this disaster. Suddenly heard an unusual noise, the sound of people grinding their teeth, crackling. Yang turned his head and saw his facial muscles. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is squirming. It was clear that patience had reached its peak. He panicked and exclaimed, "Young Master Kwong Ba, you." Trak Mok Kwong Ba gritted his teeth and smiled. And said, "Are you okay? Have you been stung by a bee?" After saying that, that iron tower-like body suddenly fell to the ground. On his bare back there were at least 6 huge red spots, and all 3 burners were visible, almost still twitching. "Young Master Kwong Ba." Yang's cry not only startled Trong Lap and Ba Tang, but also startled all the people in the forest. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others were surrounded again, this time as a squad. About a dozen or so people seemed to have heard gunfire coming from somewhere else. Short and fat body. Gonzalez gave off a chilling air, and said with a grin, "I didn't expect you to escape Basanas's siege, it seems to be very good. Don't move, don't have doors. Move on, friends." This time Zhang Li and Yang. Desperate indeed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba has fallen. The person who is the best at fighting is Ba Tang, who is also in pain to death again and again. Their weapons are no longer ammo, this situation is still damaged. Dozens of gun-armed elements have already surrounded them. Is there any hope of escaping? Soras had been lurking in the trees in the distance from the beginning, observing the situation, and couldn't help but sigh softly, "Too bad. A swarm of golden bees can't be avoided. What do they use to find Boba? Is this the temple? I can't help but remember when Merkin introduced Trak Mok Kwong Ba to me. Who is this? His name is Juo Muchangbo, a Chinese merchant. He and the temple of Bo Ba La have. What's the relationship? He is also looking for the temple of Bo Ba La. So you're not the only one who has a clue. Listen to his voice, picture. Like you've known him for a long time, right? This is exactly what I wanted to tell you. As far as I know, there are many organizations that are secretly investigating about Bak Bala Temple, but the most important clue is the ancient scroll that I bought at auction last time. Only me and them know. That's why they are biggest competitors, and this news is thousands of times impossible. Which can be disclosed to the outside. I think, just follow them, maybe. There should also be a surprise harvest. You haven't said what the name Trak Mok Kwong Ba is. This is also a coincidence. You know, he's a merchant. Trading dogs. Trading Tibetan clams. Some time ago, I was trying to change some dogs, just then he organized a big mastiff contest in the US, so, we think we already know each other, but the contest was very unsuccessful. I had to give up and leave. Later, even the auction also failed. I was so mad, I used all my efforts to find out where the scroll was, and at all costs, I had to steal it back. I followed the trail all the way to Tibet. Guess what I found? Turns out this dog seller is also looking for a shrine. Yes, it really startled me. Or to put it in their Chinese terms, this is fate. Is there such a thing? Haven't you ever suspected anything? Of course I did. I immediately investigated all the documents on him. In fact, he was looking for a dog, which coincidentally found the right place we were looking for. He had never had anything to do with the place I was looking for before, moreover, until I was investigating about it. He still doesn't know where he's looking. Later developments even I did not expect. When he arrived, he and the experts who bought the old picture stubs were related to each other. This matter, the more I thought about it, the more interesting it became. So I immediately changed my mind, not in a hurry to take back the scroll. Over there, but following them, I want to try. See if they can bring me unexpected joy after all. Be careful, remember what that person said. Everything in this world is related to each other. Once a coincidence can be a coincidence, but two or more coincidences can be a pre-planned conspiracy. Don't step on the traps people arrange. It's ready. This matter, you can rest assured, such a coincidence is afraid that only God can arrange it. If God keeps an eye on this merkin, the god of luck is playing with me. Of course I can't escape, otherwise, there is still no one who can change my destiny. That's right. You still haven't told me. Why do you insist on finding this shrine? Sorry, I can share everything with you. The clues I found will definitely satisfy all the conditions that have been met with you, but only this point, I can't tell you. Also hope you don't ask the problem again in the future. This too. I thought you changed, but your personality hasn't changed at all, still suspicious. Be careful and uncompromising. The birds in the distance flew up in panic. Saw suddenly snorted, almost as if smelling. When he got something dangerous, he smiled faintly. So the master of the jungle has already arrived. It seems that we should stay away for a bit. Being discovered by them is not a bad thing at all. This is a deep forest, not Putumayo. Hell, why are they here? By chance or for any reason? If they saved these 4 people, wouldn't they have reached the edge of the sighing forest? Well done. After saying that, the body shook once, and had already gone a long way. Chapter 10. Fucking. Enter the trial. Primitive. KUKUER people. The battle that had just begun had already veered towards one side. The inhabitants of the old forest are like fish in the water. The body is more flexible and agile than the apes, jumping up and down between the trees like walking on flat ground. Moreover, everyone is a bowman. Whenever an arrow is shot, no matter from which direction, a drug dealer will fall. Although the wound is not fatal, the quality, the poison on the arrowhead is fatal. The drug dealers who fall often only cry out a few pitiful cries, and then lie there quietly. Sudden escape. Ha ha ha, Gonzales sneered coldly. Looks like when you got together with Basanas the injury wasn't light. Where is it? Why? Am I out of ammo too? Why don't you shoot back? This old fox in the deep forest really understood at a glance the situation in front of him, opened his mouth and spoke in English to the people in the encirclement. Shang Li and Yu Yang can't. Shooting counterattack understood symbolically. In the forest loomed silhouettes of people. The enemy was gradually encircling from 4 directions and 8 directions. Strong firepower suppressed, and Gonzales' psychological attack also didn't. Paused, he continued, what are you here for? Your purpose, we all know very well. To rob other people's property on land, that's a matter of fact. Very wrong choice. You surrender, not only can I guarantee you will be safe, moreover, we can even cooperate. After the work is done I will escort you out of this primeval forest area, and divide it by a large part. Ha, how are you interested? This is a very attractive condition. But when Tronglap and the others heard that, they were extremely suspicious. What do you mean? What the hell is this guy talking about? Shang Li and Yu Yang, I looked at him. Even Ba Tang, who was leaning against the tree, did not say anything. Gonzales saw that the people inside did not react, and added, stop struggling in vain, relying on you guys alone, you don't have the ability to swallow such a large dish. You have to know, in the forest, there was a sudden event, an arrow shot through the air, and a drug dealer in charge of the overhead guard, for an hour and then fell down like a sandbag. What the hell? Drug traffickers. Become confused, a subordinate. Reported, the Kukua, Gonzales. Horrified, what? The Kukua's place. This is not their scope, why did they come here? For a moment, in the forest, in the canopy, where? Low-lying land, everywhere you can see the swaying feathers of birds. Gonzales could not continue to threaten, but switched to Quechua to say, who is it? Fang Sak or San, we are. Mr. Belang's subordinates, Mr. Belang and others signed a non-aggression pact. They offend each other, why are you attacking us? In the forest a voice answered. Basaka, in Putumayo, you and you. Have you wounded our leader Sharp Fang? We make the blood debtor pay for his blood. Gonzales hatefully rolled his eyes at him. Named Basaka stood beside him. The tall man drooped his head in front of his sharp eyes. His falcon, weakly explained. No, we didn't do it, it was an old man blowing snakes and releasing bitten snakes. We love him, we didn't know he was Sharp Fang, we would have known sooner. Shut, Gonzales shouted at his subordinates, then shouted to the people in the forest. Misread, it was just a misunderstanding. We express our deep sympathies and deepest apologies to Leader Fang Shak, wishing him a full recovery. The satyr will protect him. In a few days, Mr. Belang will definitely come personally to apologize. There was no reply in the forest, but only the roar of a wild beast, indicating the determination to avenge their leader. Basaka nervously said, "Looks like Mr. Belang's name doesn't scare him off. Should I say the name of the big guy?" Dog fart. Gonzales' slap made Basaka's mouth bleed. You bastards. If this person gets mad, any wish will be a dog fart. Tell the brothers to be careful. In the forest we are not much different from ghosts. Where? Another arrow flew from nowhere. Another smuggler fell. Gonzales flared with anger. Shoot me hard, don't think. My people only know how to be vegetarian. The battle that had just begun had already veered towards one side. The inhabitants of the old forest are like fish in the water. The body is more flexible and agile than the apes, jumping up and down between the trees like walking on flat ground. Moreover, everyone is a bowman. Whenever they have a nose, whoever shoots it, no matter from which direction, a drug dealer falls. Although the wound is not fatal, the poison on the arrowhead is fatal, and the fallen drug dealers often only cry. Let out a few pitiful sounds, and then lay there quietly. But the firepower of the drug traffickers was stopped by the tall trees, lost all their former glory, all shot indiscriminately, causing branches and leaves to fall, but no people were seen. Arrows kept coming, and there were rocks, darts, boomerangs, spears, dancers. This ancient weapon unexpectedly made even modern people armed. Gas to the teeth had to hold his head to run away, extremely pathetic. Gonzales saw that the situation was not good, so he ordered. Retreat, retreat, regroup, break through the encirclement in the south. Wow, a boomerang made of bones skimmed Gonzales' face, halfway through. Before he turned back again, making a bloody slit across his fat belly. Gonzales panicked. Scared, ran like flying while shouting, "Support me, her son, where are you all running?" Changes are constantly taking place, making people unable to think. Shanglap, Yuyang and Ba Tang were in the center of the encirclement, but no one appeared to have been attacked. Especially Tronglap and Yuyang, they don't know that Juo Mok Kwong Ba and the Kukua have known each other since. Before, it felt like heaven descended from heaven, miracles happened. The aboriginal soldiers did not pursue too far, repelling the enemy and then automatically retreating. In the forest, an easy voice spoke again. Heard, just as the goddess of the jungle was calling, "Hurry, follow us. Since their helicopter hasn't arrived yet, get out of here." 4 years of aboriginal people with striped totem faces, feather ornaments on their heads, and dances in their hands. Primordial Chi ran in front of the 4 people. Zhang Lap and Yuyang were even more scared than before. Heaven knows what these people want to do. Although the female voice doesn't sound malicious, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba is still in a coma. Lying on the ground, Ba Tang gritted his teeth in pain. The two of them couldn't decide for themselves. Fortunately, Ba Tang is still there. Sober, he ordered, "Follow them." At this time, there were 2 strong aborigines lifting Trak Mok Kwong Ba, running like flying deep into the forest, and 2 more people supporting Ma Tang running close behind. Trong Lap and Yu Yang had to chase after. Gonzales brought along his subordinates, rioting through the forest, finally escaping the pursuit of the Kukua. We went to the place where the Basanas fell, looking at the corpses. Already swollen, completely unrecognizable, this famous cold-blooded poison owl couldn't help but let out a breath. Every body neck. They are all twisted in strange positions. Different, muscles contract and stiffen, posture. She seemed to want to tell others that they were tormented by extremely terrible pain to death. There are dead bodies. Peel off my skin, my face is nowhere to be found, my guts and guts are all torn out, some people shot and killed themselves, others crushed their teeth. What was there before that horror scene? The emperor in front of everyone's eyes. If you don't do it, you dare to keep running back. This direction again, these swollen spots on the body, these strange death positions, what are they caused by? Gonzales flipped a corpse over with the barrel of a gun, in the hole. The man's nose immediately had a yellow bee with black stripes crawling out. He immediately understood, murder bee. Why did they touch the wasp? Human, it really deserves to die. I don't know if there are any more in the forest. Looking at the corpses of these people, the number of killer bees must be terrible. Let those 4 Chinese people run away. I've been born for so many years, I'm not as unlucky as. So ever, Basaka, are you dead yet? If you're not dead, get out of here for me. You're an idiot, why would you run into all those Kukuas? Maybe you don't know, we want to cross the jungle, isn't it okay if we don't get along well with the Kukuas? Her son, now that they are in the hands of the Kukua, want to give. It's hard for people to walk. Basaka panicked and said, yes, I was momentarily negligent, I know my fault. Gonzales cursed, what's wrong with knowing what's wrong? You have to think of a way to bring people back to me. Basaka nodded vigorously, but he also knew in his mind that he wanted to take people away from the ministry. Lost Kukua, isn't that a joke with death? He's not that stupid yet. Basaka said, but I don't understand, Captain, just now there was a clear chance to shoot those guys, why? Gonzales said, you know what? General Kulu made it clear to keep those Chinese people. He glanced around, then whispered in the ear of his trusted underling, I heard they know the entrance to the Golden City. Basaka let out a startled cry, so excited that he was sweating profusely. Golden City. Since the 16th century, when the Spanish colonists set foot on this land, the Golden City was considered the greatest treasure of the ancient Inca Empire. For hundreds of years, many people have been searching for secret of the Golden City that entered the primeval jungle. The former fell, the latter advanced, so far it has not ended. Gonzales said, otherwise why are squads all fighting to act like that? Sacrifice a few guys, is it worth it for us to mobilize so much manpower? Not. Speaking of which, Gonzales also. Dumbfounded, the Mercan guy told us to hold off those guys, could he? Already knew, moreover, did he even know where it was? In that case, isn't it? Gonzales regained his composure first, he patted the shoulder of his subordinate who was stunned with excitement, thought for a moment, then came up with the idea, although the Kukua territory is extremely dangerous, they can't stay there for the rest of their life, they'll have to come out anyway, until then, we'll do this. Like this. Unbeknownst to Gonzales, his conversation with Basaka had all been lost. Soares, who was hiding nearby, cleaning up the battlefield, heard every word. When he heard the part of the Golden City, his hand twitched slightly, almost letting the queen be. In the glass jar flew away. He was puzzled, thinking to himself, how can this be, who plays this game? Brand cannot. Come on, this joke doesn't do him any good. There's a problem with our news. What? It can't be, this thing. Not reasonable at all. However, the guerrillas and drug dealers are taking action on such a large scale. So, Merkin and that fat guy Gonzalez sex can't be done to this extent. Other than that, it doesn't look like there's any other reason. Source couldn't guess the authenticity of this dialogue, but he understood, Juomu and the others. Kwong Ba didn't even know what the Golden City was. It was so dark, there was darkness everywhere. Where are you? Hell, think. Let's see, what happened in the end? Looks like we've been ambushed. What is it? What's buzzing? Oh my god. Killer bees, it's them, it's them. It's coming again. Track mock. Kwong Ba opened his eyes wide, was about to move his body a little, only to see the pain of the whole body as if it was crushed. After several failed attempts to get up, he had to give up. Track mock Kwong Ba stares at the ceiling, surprised at his current situation. The ceiling is covered with palm leaves and fresh branches, technology. Rudimentary, the four walls are all planks, on the walls hang some animal heads and deer skins, no. There is a door, only a curtain seems to be. Finished with thatched grass, the air is as hot as. The burning heat and the familiar sound of birdsong reminded him that he was still in the jungle now. But, where is this place? Ah, you're awake. I slept for a day and 2 nights. Why is the English accent so familiar? Trakmok Kwong Ba has difficulty turning his head, looking up at the curtains, and at the same time saying, Barber. The word two hadn't even been uttered yet, his eyes were wide open. Babatu now, is no longer the girl dressed in the civilized way of Putumayo, but a genuine Indian girl. Blue hair tied up. The 2 ponytails drop to the shoulders, besides there are no more jewelry, not only that, but the upper half of the body is also. They don't have anything, only a short skirt. The healthy orange-yellow skin, exuding a feminine charm exposed in front of Trakmok Kwong Ba's eyes in the most original way. Despite having gone through many commercial mourning fields, Trakmok Kwong Ba was still shocked, momentarily unable to speak a word. Babatu naturally also saw Trakmok Kwong Ba's fiery eyes glare. Her face inevitably flashed a pink color, but in a moment she calmed down. There was nothing wrong with her. Shame any more. Babatu's body is full of drawings. All kinds of tattoos. On the arms is a shape similar to a simplified dragon scroll on the Great Wall of China. From the waist to the abdomen it seems to draw a door inside with a god. Even the whole body. 2 breasts are also drawn like flower buds. Trakmok Kwong Ba silently scolded himself. Damn it, why are you looking so closely? It doesn't seem like this is an issue you need to worry about right now. Calm, calm, calm. This is just an ancient custom of the people of this region, nothing remarkable. Damn, why are you so close to me? Why can't I move? Seeing Trakmok Kwong Ba blushed up, sweat drenched his back. Babatu grinned and said, no need to be so surprised. I was originally from the original tribe. Moreover, even in civilized cities, in Germany and in France, there are also nude beaches, so as long as you are upright in your heart, you don't mind. Do you have any bad intentions? Trakmok Kwong Ba was embarrassed, so he decided to close his eyes, as if. It's like using Zen to make the 6 senses peaceful. Only heard in the room resounded a giggle like silver bells clashing. After a while, I couldn't hear anything anymore. I saw that my nose was itchy. I sneezed. Trakmok Kwong. Dad opened his eyes wide and saw Babatu squatting beside the bed, looking him straight in the eye. Me, holding a colorful feather. Stroked his face. This time it was psychologically prepared, so it was generally a bit better, at least suppressing the original urge in the body. On the other hand, Trakmok Kwong Ba slowly regained his senses and said gratefully, you saved me. Babatu pouted his lips and smiled. This tall and healthy person has a small gut. Position. That's right, my brother asked him to cure snakes, so it's okay. Our whole tribe is very grateful to you. Later, when we saw the gorillas and 4 yellow men shooting at each other in the woods, we were all very worried. But I don't know if it's you guys. This time we went to the forest just to find Basaka to take revenge. We didn't expect to meet you guys. It's even more unbelievable that you have to deal with the killer bees. The killer bees shouldn't be so terrible. Their poison varies from person to person. Unfortunately, you and the uncle look there. Those aggressive looks are both physically hypersensitive. Otherwise you two wouldn't be this bad. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said. Looks like luck. Our luck wasn't bad. Didn't expect you to be in the forest and the information was so fast, right? Do you have a cell phone? I want to get in touch with the outside world a little bit. Babatu burst into laughter. I think we have cell phones here. If there is such a thing, how can it be called a primitive tribe? We know that thanks to the tourists in the accident, they are also Asian, so they were mistaken by the gorillas. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart tightened, and quickly asked, where are they? We. How is he? Is anyone hurt? Professor Fung Tan's group doesn't fit just 4 people. Babatu said in surprise, I know them. It's just a bunch of random tourists. No one was hurt. Anyway, just a little appalled, we've already sent someone to take them away. Easy to remember. Let's see, there's a Japanese, these 2 Chinese, and half of them seem to be Singaporeans. Next. Then described to Trak Mok Kwong Ba briefly about the appearance of those 4 people. It turned out to be 4 men, Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Just to rest assured, it seems that it must be a member of the other travel organization, not the Englishman named Sean said. They. Did 4 people get lost? In his heart, he prayed silently, hoping that nothing would happen to Professor Fung Tan's group. Thinking of Professor Fung Tan's group, Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked again, that's right. Where are my friends? Babatu said leisurely, it's okay. In our Kukua territory, even gorillas don't go anywhere arbitrarily. Come on. As she said that, she flipped the blanket that looked like it was woven from Rami on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's body. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, Miss, what are you doing? Babatu showed a mysterious smile. There's nothing left to do about treating you. This time, it's all about me treating you. Are you a doctor? No, using your special healing method. Us Kukua, you recover quickly. Trak Mok Kwong 3 heads beep. Heated up, thought to himself, why are you smiling like that? Their cure, probably, isn't that the way it is? Babatu patted Trak Mok Kwong Ba's chest, his beautiful face pretended to be angrily, taunting, where do you think you're going? Why is your face redder than a monkey's butt? Twisted tail. Then she ordered again. Turn around, come on, 1, 2, 3, you use your own strength, 1, 2, 3. Trak Mok Kwong Ba struggled to turn his body upside down, and also saved himself from falling into an awkward situation like before. He shouldn't have let out a relieved puff sound, only seeing the places that were stung by bees on his back as if he had been bitten. Needles sting, both itchy and numb, and also stinging and painful. Trak Mok Kwong Ba. You're not going to puncture those bee stings, are you? Asked. Babautu shook his head. No, I just make an incision in the scarred areas, let the blood flow again. If you don't, the eyes won't heal you. Very weird pronunciation, Trak Mok Kwong Ba said. Goddy eyes. What is it? At this point, he felt that his back was getting more and more itchy, and it was a little painful like being bitten by countless ants. We Kukua people who get bitten by something, or suffer from common diseases, we all rely on the eyes to heal them. They are the best doctors in this jungle. Would you like to see it? At least I have to thank you. The doctor cured me. Trak Mok Kwong Ba just finished speaking. Babatu had brought a ceramic vase in front of him. Is this the Goddy eyes? The ceramic pot was indeed full of ants swarming in and out. The black ants were about a centimeter long, moving extremely fast. Trak Mok Kwong Dad froze for a moment, then asked, what are they doing on my back? Babautu put on a wry smile and said, them, now they are sucking your blood. They then secrete a hormone, which neutralizes toxins around his wound. That substance also promotes blood circulation, cleanses the excess waste in his body, and restore damaged cells as well. Trak Mok Kwong Ba doubtfully asked, "Is it so magical?" Babatu nodded solemnly. "Of course, we Kukua people have been protected by the god Yais for thousands of years, and have not encountered any major epidemics." "All right. Looks like it's almost done. Let me put the medicine on you." Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt a cool back, feeling like applying sunscreen, but couldn't help but ask, "What medicine are you applying now?" Babatu said, "It is a special medicine made by us Kukua people, consisting of Terneraceae, bear grass, bear claw cloud, leaves, dahlia and many other herbs. Rubbing a bite wound is extremely effective. Done, you have a good rest. I'll bring you corn porridge with honey in a while, so you won't eat anything for so long. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to stand it." Babatu opened the curtains and walked out. Zhang Li and Yu Yang sat on the altar. Wood in the distance, bored and dazed, sighing to the 107th voice. "Oh, where is heaven? Oh, it's so dark. Why am I not being treated like that? As soon as you know it, you've already burned the honeybees a few times." The Kukua. For the first time, the two of them came to the Kukua territory, hardly daring to believe it. "My eyes again. This area is a hilly area that is slightly higher than the usual forest, both. The area is still covered by trees. But at the highest place is the altar, maybe. See all the small forests surrounding and meandering rivers. Under the lush green foliage, there are more than 100 wooden houses with thatched palm leaves, with altars, shrines, places of religious activities, pointed oval roofs, looking V-shaped. All the necessary architecture of a primitive tribal civilizations have it all. What made the two of you unbelievable, naturally, is the fact that the women in the tribe are all topless, and moreover, it is very natural, with absolutely no intention of hiding or ashamed. Yu Yang and Trong Lap just saw this. The young girl with a ceramic pot on her head went to the stream to get water. On this side there were a few more people wearing food clothes and going to the riverbank, talking and laughing as they walked. Their facial expressions and movements were completely like the girls' faces, full clothes in cities. Chatting and joking with each other, with only one difference, neither of them wore clothes. Two hot-blooded young men with shallow knowledge, kept competing to see the bulging blood vessels. Trong Lap almost had a nosebleed, especially when these two guys see the most beautiful and attractive girl of the Babatu tribe taking care of Trak Mok with their own hands. Kwong Ba, every day he goes in and out of that small wooden house, every time he goes in and out. Ours did not show up. The two of them got angry and even got angry. Kill Kwok Trak Mok Kwong Ba to finish. According to the logic, Trak Mok Kwong Ba is not as young as them. It seems that his appearance is not as handsome. The two people think for a long time without understanding, and finally came to this conclusion: young Master Kwong Ba has strength, magical attraction to women. No, for all female animals, the damage range is from 8 years old to 80 years old. It is because of that natural magic that makes two ideal young men with a bright future accompany many times not being noticed by beautiful girls of the same age. The inference is definitely not wrong. That day wasn't that frog clinging to young Master Kwong Ba's head. Now that I think about it, it's almost 100% sure, that's it, a female frog. Coming to such a conclusion, the psychology of the two people in general was slightly balanced. They didn't know that this conclusion, which sounds like a myth at first, turned out to be correct later on. So predictive. He's awake, you two should visit. Babatu smiled, took the ceramic jar and walked past the two guys who were letting their souls float in the clouds. Young Master Kwong Ba, it's already taken half of the time, and yet, we still haven't. I know where I am. That's right. Besides, from what the monkey said, The guerrillas have already ambushed around the Kukua territory. It seems that as soon as we get out of here, they will immediately take action. Tang, Mr. Ba Tang is well. But he seems to get along well with the priest here, since yesterday afternoon. Bound in their temple. Hey, young Master Kwong Ba, Babatu is always by your side, you two. These two boys, I just woke up, I still don't know where I am anymore. Don't you two know that the sick person needs to rest? Please be quiet for a bit, thanks for that. Not. Impossible. Young Master Kwong Ba, the Aboriginal girls here are both enthusiastic and relaxed. You must control your emotions, you must maintain morality. In love, don't do it. What is it that makes Miss Min Min sad? Guys, these two boys. Go out, this is an order. Young Master Kwong Ba, 1,000 times. So get mad, we just want your best. That's right, that's it. The night came. As expected, Babatu was on the altar, observed the starry sky. He lay on his side beside the observatory. With the permission of the high priest, Ba Tang is the only outsider who can step up to the altar to watch the stars. Said to be an altar, actually a mound slightly higher than the surrounding area, the Kukua used large tree trunks to build a trapezoidal wooden truss on that mound, on which there were two wooden stands, like a crane. In the middle is a round disc without center. In the middle of the round disc is a log shaped like the cross. The log and the disc could move around each other, and each time it was a tribal holiday. The high priest never also walked up to the altar alone to use this singularity to observe the stars in the sky. Although Babatu did not know what Ba Tang had talked to with the high priest, anyone who was recognized by the high priest was also respected by the Kukua. She politely said, Mr. Ba Tang. Ba Tang said calmly, 5. It's been a day. In his arrogance, there was a hint of anxiety. His eyes were also extremely complicated, seemed to be extremely contradictory, and seemed to be burdened with heavy pressure. At least, that was the feeling of Babatu during this time. Hidden in Ba Tang's voice is the helpless and resigned. The original plan was not like that. We just want to peacefully cross the old forest, have given full consideration to the environmental situation. The environment is fierce and the animals are dangerous, but no one really thinks about going into direct conflict with guerrillas and drug traffickers. It seems that in the darkness there is an invisible arm that is manipulating our journey. Even now God wants to test us. Babatu said. As the high priest said, the great Chak is indignant. Who will punish those who destroy this world? But I don't quite understand it, Mr. Ba Tang. You can use modern scientific knowledge to explain the language. Has it been deified by the high priest? Anyway, he said the same thing as the high priest. That's the monk. Ba Tang mumbled in reply. The South American rainforest is a tropical low-pressure environment surrounded by circulating equatorial air. Normally, this area has nearly 7 months a year is covered by clouds. The most common weather is that every day when the sun rises, it is cool and pleasant. At noon, clouds begin to accumulate. In the afternoon, the rain poured down until dusk. But we've been in the forest for 5 days, not only there is not a drop of rain, moreover the sky is full of stars every night. Where have the tropical clouds gone? Miss, do you know the tsunami? Father Tang suddenly asked. Babatu said, I heard that the earthquake under the sea caused the tsunami. It was a disaster. Naturally terrifying, but what's with this? Ba Tang shook his head. No, there is no relationship, only the morality is the same. Together, when the fault bottom layer causes displacement, the topography of the seabed suddenly changes. First it is not a tidal wave, but the volume of the seabed increases, causing the sea surface to recede and the shoreline. The sea receded several miles or more, revealing the reef before it was never appeared. After that, the surface of the sea must restore its balance. The amount of seawater will build up into a wall of water, rushing back, the terrifying power is enough to destroy everything, even them, higher than face. The previous sea a few dozen to nearly 100 meters, engulfed, swallowed everything under that water step, and then withdrew again. At this time, the upper cloud layer is under the influence of barometric pressure. The mechanism is the same as like a tsunami. When low pressure is affected by lower pressure, the circulating air will spread around, like blowing a balloon, pushing all the clouds out of the bubble. However, once that bubble burst, clouds were around. Around will rush to fill the space with speed. Faster than ever. Until then, the rain of a few days, dozens of days will practice. Medium fell in one day. She tried. Imagine, what a sight that is. Babatu let out a low voice. Seemed to feel the danger overnight. Ma Tang continued, this type of climate variation, either long ago or took hundreds of years to occur once. But now, tropical forests have been cut down on a large scale, the vegetation on the Andes has also been severely damaged, the melting rate of glaciers has increased, the pressure regulation effect of the ravines has decreased, maybe every few years, or every year, will. If such a disaster occurs, this is the price people have to pay for each person's actions. However, you don't have to worry, I've observed, this forest is higher than other places around here, even with heavy rain. It won't affect your tribe. Babatu said, the high priest also said that Kukua will keep us safe. God Kukua. Ma Tang's laughter contained a little contempt, but his face showed no expression. He turned his face to ask, girls are descendants. Indians. Babatu didn't understand why Ma Tang suddenly asked this question again. She chirped, I don't really know about this, but it must be true. Our ancestors lived for many years in this forest, according to tribal records, from the Kakupaket era. Our ancestors have been protected by the gods and have settled down here. Ma Tang looked at the cross and commented. No matter who you are descended from the tools you used to observe the sky, your ancestors had a civilization of great splendor. This tool is so simple, but it can track the path of the moon and the sun very easily. It is easy, moreover, it has a very prominent effect in observing the constellations Dai Hung and Tiu Hung. Hearing Ma Tang appreciate her ancestors, Babatu was extremely happy, but only for a moment. She sullenly said, our tribe should have even had holy stones. Passed down from generation to generation, but it was stolen a few years ago. Is that so? Ma Tang suddenly became interested in this matter, and immediately inquired about the details related to the holy stone. It turned out that the holy stone is a round cylindrical rock with strange patterns carved. It is said that the handle, the head, and the whole body are embossed. That image is very similar to a miniature flower pillar in the most proportion, fixed, held in the hand like a simple one stone. The two talked very late. Before leaving the altar, Ma Tang still did not forget to look up at the sky again. That feathery moon was a little rounder than yesterday. Toxins in the body are gradually cleared. Eraser, those soft wounds came quickly, but also went quickly. The next afternoon, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was able to getting out of bed, walking around, doing activities to stretch the tendons and bones. There was almost nothing to worry about, even the pain was no longer visible. Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Unexpectedly, outside the door, the young leader. The age of the sharp-fanged bear had led a group of soldiers, lined up to welcome him from his illness. In the distance were the old men and women of the Kukua tribe, Babatu and responsible for the translation, Fang Sak affectionately pats Strong on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's back, excitedly said, the one who dares to confront General Kulu, must be a hero. After saying that, he pointed to his chest again. You saved my life, we are brothers, people. A house. The whole tribe cheered loudly. Trak Mok Kwong Ba gets Babatu and Sharp Fang led around the Kukua village. Babatu worked as a scout and translator, introduced by that joyful sound. Trak Mok Kwong Ba gradually understood this Kukua tribe. The average height of the Kukua is relatively short, the skin color is darker than that of other Indian races, most of the warriors are strong, the calves are short, the shoulders are broad, the head is large, the eyes are orange, and that black hair. It also has some characteristics of the people. Asian people. Their attire is relatively simple, the men wear a loincloth. As wide as the palm of their hand, they wear loincloths. Several rings around the hips, one head dropped in the front, the other in the back, looks very much like the costume of a Japanese sumo fighter. Both ends of the loincloth are embroidered by the mother or wife's own hands. Women are wrapped in a skirt from the waist down. In the tribe, regardless of male or female, the exposed parts of the body have totem drawings, in which the tattoo on the face is the most beautiful, based on different status and caste that tattoo different tattoos. Only men have jewelry on their heads, women usually braid their hair from 2 to 4 braids, men use feathers as jewelry, plug it into a fan, and also have a distinction according to caste. Men usually feather American parrots. Soldiers plant the feathers of falcons, but soldiers. Like the sharp-fanned honey bear, it is the feathers of a species of rhododendron from Central America. They live in thatched houses or thatched houses with palm leaves. The house has walls divided into 2 compartments, the front is the living room, the back is the bedroom, the rooms often have no doors, the eaves are very low, which can block the rain. Sunshade. Braided bed with branches. Trees, grass on top. When sleeping use a grass or cotton rug instead of a blanket. They do not cook in the house, but use the open-air kitchen outside. People. Kukua grows potatoes, cassava, and broad beans, and also raises large animals such as llamas, horses, but most of the soldiers went to the forest to hunt. Spider monkeys are their most frequent food. They have skilled craftsmen. Make weapons, but also make contact. With modern guns, clothes to wear. There is also a part that is woven with modern technology every day. This tribe is not isolated from the outside world, but is in contact with the outside modern civilization in a moderate and appropriate way. They take some animals out in the forest to exchange for necessities. In the primeval forest there are dangers lurking everywhere, collectors and owners alike. The specialty shop wants to have all kinds of wild animals. They all agree to pay no price low to buy those. Soldier of the Kukua tribe since childhood. Born in the forest, raised in the forest, this jungle is their home. They proficient in all methods of combat in the deep forest, arranging simple traps to catch wild animals. Therefore, the territory of the Kukua has always been impossible. Trespassing, even the guerrillas and drug dealers who have always claimed to be dominant in this deep forest must sign the treaty. Do not interfere with them. There were times when the drug traffickers had to pay a large amount of money to waste money to pass through the territory of the Kukua, but this place was already a border crossing. It was not time for them to be reluctant. They did not, never set foot on their territory. It is said that, deep in this territory, there is something scarier than the Kukua people. 100 times, 1,000 times, there is not even a single human footprint. In the tribe divided into human rights and theocracy, human rights are the patriarch, also the father of Sharp-Fanged Bear and Babatu. Theocracy is the high priest, he is always in the temple. Temple. The god, is a wooden house. Not very large, standing under the canopy of an ancient tree nearly 40 meters high. It really makes people feel awe before the noble god. It is said that after Ma Tang woke up, he said a few sentences about the variable weather, which coincided with the words of the great priest in the temple, so he was sacrificed. The monk invited him in to talk, and then there was copper. Let him go up to the altar to observe the sky. About this, even Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt unbelievable, but after that Ma Tang always pointed out. Evasively dodged and said nothing. The Kukua are very good at drinking, they using honey, water and a special type of root to brew the wine. It makes a very high concentration of alcohol, with a strong aroma. What makes Trak Mok Kwong Ba the most interesting is that the Kukua people have dogs in almost every household, very mixed, with small hairless dogs, dachshunds, mink dogs, large dogs with feelers, shepherds, and bulldogs, rank. There are even types that Trak Mok Kwong Ba can't name. The most amazing thing is, these dogs are all. If you don't bark, when you see someone coming, you just raise your eyes to take a glance, then close your eyes and go to sleep, even those famous for being aggressive like the Brazilian Mastiff. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked Babatu why the dog they raised didn't cry. Her answer was, that's a way to train dogs that has been handed down for a long time. Here they have a proverb called, dogs don't bark, is a good dog. Trak Mok Kwong Ba keeps feeling. I feel like I've heard this saying somewhere, but he just recovered from his illness and can't remember it. He came in front of a dog that looked like an Argentinian dog, patting the head of that sleeping animal. The dog opened his eyes and looked up at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, yawned for a long time, then wagged his tail, buried his head to sleep again. Trak Mok Kwong Ba curiously asked, if not barking, so what is their main function? Babatu replied, it can be used to track hunting objects, but most of the time they play with children. Their status in our village is also very high. In the village, there is a custom, if a house has an unfortunate dog that dies, it must be sent. Perform a solemn funeral for it. Moreover, they are later buried with the owner. My own person too. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked some more stories about these American dogs. The results found that Babatu also doesn't like dogs very much. Ms. I only know that there is such a custom, but why there is not very clear. In addition to the temple and the altar, Babatu led Trak Mok Kwong Ba to every corner of the village where the Kukua tribe resided, giving him a general understanding of this half-primitive, half-civilized tribe. Visiting in this Kukua tribe, Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt that his health had significantly recovered, so he tried to say goodbye to Babatu, but was refused by her. Babatu said, now your health has just recovered, you haven't felt anything yet, but the poison in your body is not completely gone. Walking in the forest for a day or two will relapse again. I have to continue applying medicine, just give it to you. Still. Also, even if you want to go, you will definitely have to wait until tomorrow to go. Tomorrow is the holiday of our Kukua tribe. Everyone will join in the celebration. If the great benefactor of the tribe, like if you don't participate, you're looking down on us Kukua people, which we are very hostile. In the deep forest, both the guerrillas and the smugglers knew very well that in this area, to get along with the Kukua people, it was very difficult to take a single step. Look at you, you're so anxious to go. Do we Kukua make you hate it? 2. Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly said, no. Yes, for the first time we met in a hurry. Too bad, there's a lot of things people don't know yet. We're in a competition team, right from Putumayo crossed the primeval forest to St. Mary within the allotted time, being we're late here, we've been left behind by the other teams, so I thought, if I can move, then I have to hurry to catch up with the other teams. Babatu pouted his lips and said, I don't care, you will have to wait until tomorrow to leave, your other friends are all helping us arrange the ceremony. It's okay. As she spoke, she said to herself, how much juice and oil can I put on you? Major, it can't be without work. What's the point of letting you go? Thinking of this, she couldn't hide a mischievous smile, making Juo Mok Kwong Ba again. One more hazy fiend do not understand how. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, tomorrow. Probably not the day of the harvest season. Man, what holiday is it? Babatu tilted his head and said, yes, saying that. Come on, tomorrow is our big holiday once a year, passed down from. It's been a long, long time, maybe like the American Independence Day. So, I think it must be, but in the words of the ancestors, this is a holiday set by the gods. Trak Mok Kwong Ba can't speak again. Babatu, reluctantly nodded in agreement, wanted to be alone to think about the problems he encountered during this journey through the forest. Babatu was also busy making preparations for the sacrifice, so he instructed Trak Mok Kwong Ba not to wander around, then let him rest alone. Trak Mok Kwong Ba recalls problems encountered in this journey. Not unprepared, they also investigated the scope of that. Forces of guerrillas and drug smugglers, also documenting dangerous creatures in the jungles of America, but, when they had to actually face those dangerous factors, all of them were flustered. Whole foot, he recalled the things Lu Can Nam had warned while training him. It seemed that those words were indeed very accurate. Didn't experience it myself, only knew the theory, even if you read it all. If you memorize it like porridge thousands of times, it's not as good as applying it in practice once. He knew from Babatu's mouth that the Kukua territory was between Putumayo and St. Mary, which also meant that they were fortunate enough to be taken a long way by the Kukua. If the day after leaving the Kukua tribe, the time has already taken half, the journey is only a third of the way, and the remaining half of the time will not complete the 2/3 of the journey. Remaining here, no, this time through the forest must be completed, must give that difficult woman Lu Can Nam. Know their abilities, even though they are. The guerrillas and drug traffickers joined hands to capture them, but they still managed to cross this dangerous primeval jungle. Until then, let's see what she has to say. That way, you can go directly to Bakbala Temple. On that vast step, the shadow of majesty. That strange air, those eyes filled with aura, was still waiting for him. Want simplicity, an ancient weapon, like a sword, but without a point, nor with a cylindrical blade. Sacrifice of the Kukua. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sits on a platform a little higher than the ground, his heart towards the serenity and comfort, as if seeing the Zkilan right in front of his eyes. In the village below, the Kukua were going in and out, busy preparing for sacrifices. On the clearing in the distance, the Kukua children were playing. They set up wooden boards in the distance, big and small, half-stick them in the mud, then filled them with a square bag inside. Mud, thrown on the wooden board, seems to see the size of the wooden board hit to determine the high and low position, playing very happily. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looks at the children with eyes full of admiration. These children have it all. Both male and female, but the Kukua children are not wearing any clothes. They are happily playing and noisy. It seems that there is no gender discrimination. Look at the innocent kids. That vivacious, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but think from afar. In ancient times, were people like that too? Wearing clothes just to fight the cold, to prevent being killed. Since when did people start to put on civilized clothes, have religious rituals, and then show contempt for this primitive behavior? They forgot their animal nature, claiming to be a species favored by angels, an existence completely different from other beings. In nature, so you have the right to do whatever you want with the creatures. Lower levels, for nature not beneficial to their civilization, also sabotage. Civilization like human. Kukua here, how much longer can he continue to exist in the deep forest? They either have to integrate into the common civilization, or they will be destroyed by that civilization. There are only two paths to choose from. He stood up, looking at the quiet old forest. Who knows, behind that silence, there are many plots and killings. Life exists because of invasion. Takeover. In this world, there's a time when there isn't a scene of takeover and usurpation. Suddenly, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was startled and turned his head again, looking at the crowd. Children are playing that game. It's so familiar, it seems that he himself played it when he was young. It's true that he also played this game in a small lake, only using a stone board instead of a wooden board, and a block of stone instead of a cloth bag filled with mud. How many years has he not played this game? 30 years, or 35 years. It's been so long, I can't even remember. The next day is the biggest holiday of the year for the Kukua people, which they call the festival. God Nadimuke, the ceremony was opened in a tumultuous noise. The Kukua gathered even in the largest clearing in the middle of the village, using wooden planks to build a stage. From the early morning, men and women, young and old, have grown up. Came around the stage, everyone was very diligent in painting on their bodies, using the boldest colors, the most intricate motifs. The patriarch and the great priest are also present. The Trak Mok Kwong Ba greeted the clan school, and the great priest were arranged to sit at the table of the distinguished guests. Babatu did not sit next to the patriarch, but especially ran over to explain to a few people, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others. The high priest is an old man, whose name is Akima. He just spoke, the person below the dance. The radio was silent as a sheet. The high-pitched voice resounded throughout the large space, and when the high priest finished speaking, Babatu whispered to Juomo and the others. Kwong Ba knows that this is the great priest who is on behalf of the entire tribe to pray to the gods. After the high priest said a long, sacrificial ceremony. When officially started, the Kukua used rhythmic-sounding devices such as wooden drums, animal bones, fruit peels, pottery, and a 4-hole flute-like instrument that blew out loud music. 4 tall and muscular people lifted one person to enter. The tribesmen in turn reverently yielded one person, bowed their heads to the ground, and there were many other people waving their arms and legs around. Dance around, follow all the way to the middle of the beach. The Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw it. The people in the middle are all wearing masks. Carved in wood, painted in red and blue above, fiercely aggressive. Together, Babatu says, the man being carried in there is Quillan. He is the one who brings the answer of the supreme god to the people of the tribe. This is the first act, called the ceremony of giving the god's name. That person named Quillan sat on the high throne, followed by many Kukua people wearing masks of different animals who continuously pulled together into the courtyard in the rhythm of the drums, receiving the blessing of God. Quillan. Each of the surrendered people performed a dance in the middle of the field in front of the masked men with wooden carvings. Simulate the behavior of animals. It represents the benefits that the animal brings to the Kukua people. Babatu. In the introduction, Quillan is conveying the will of the supreme god, bestowing beneficial flora and fauna to the Kukua tribe with the title of god. A total of more than 100 gods came out. Polytheistic people, they believe in the belief that everything in heaven and earth has a god, such as the first god who is the god of corn cultivation, called Yumulkazob, and the god who looks after the cocoa tree is called Ekchua. Among them, in terms of mysticism, there is no one better than Yinui, who is said to be the true god descending into the world. Even one of the gods with status. The highest is the dog god who also sent clones to protect Yinui. The next dance shows the god Yinui instructing the Kukua ancestors to win battles, build strongholds, and teach them how to cure diseases, make metal, farm, raise cattle, and write. Watch and watch forever, Trong Lap. Without doubt, he said, fuck, why does the more I look at it, the more I feel like the great god dance ceremony in Tibet? Yu Yang asked, what is the great god of dancing? Trong Lap said, it's like a religious activity, a dance where performers have to wear masks. Different, the division commander took me to see it once. Masks in Tibet are bigger, the drawings are more bizarre, it seems to tell some love stories except ghosts or something. I don't know if it's some ancient civilization. I have similar activities. So or not. Yu Yang said, yes, the place we call Dead Jump, we have it too. Hearing you say that, it feels real, strange. Ha. Trong Lap said, dancers like. If you worship this god, perhaps Trak Mok Kwong Ba is more knowledgeable, right? Kwong Ba young master, Kwong Ba young master. Family. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is God out. From the moment the sacrificial dance started, he was dumbfounded. Although those wood-carved masks and the masks of Tibetan drama are slightly different, that dancing position, the content of that dance, is not the Kuong model one. Tibetan or what? Although I don't like to read things that have a lot to do with religion, my mother and Tibetan theatre, both things that Trak Mok Kwong Ba was relatively interested in when he was a child. Now the umbrella. There is no music as spectacular as when performing Kung Nu, only drums and knocking on the hard shell of the fruit tree, but the dancing of the other kukua, the gargoyles they were wearing on their heads, was just like the dance. The model that he watched as a child. In that moment, that mysterious but primitive dance, almost brought Trak Mok Kwong Ba back to Tibet, West Tibet when he was a child. The land still belonged only to the great nature. The land has not yet been conquered by civilization. Trong Lap asked a few questions. Trak Mok Kwong Ba came to his senses and muttered. What, God dance? Or is it possible that this is body language that mimics self? Of course, people in antiquity learned first, so these dances from time immemorial, regardless of no matter what race, any region, they all have amazingly similar features. This is my interpretation, you see. Any. Trong Lap said, that's right, I agree with your analysis. Yu Yang again expressed disagreement. It seems a bit reluctant to say that. I heard that the Tibetans used to be a polytheistic people. The Kukua tribe also had many gods. The dance ceremony was similar to the Tibetan god dance ceremony. Based on this point, are you sure they have no ties to Tibet? Zhang Li laughed and said, you really can relate, you should know that now. Where are we? Is South America 20,000 from mainland China. That kilometer. This Kukua tribe is strangely Earth. People have lived here for many generations and resided here. Geographical location like this, almost no contact with the outside world. He said they and Tibet have a relationship, evidence in where? Yu Yang stretched out his hands and said, intuitively. Enlarged. Trong Lap waved his hand and said. Disdain no longer cares. But then Yu Yang added. From before we were ready to go, it started with a strange saying from the official, then we were chased and killed by guerrillas and drug traffickers, followed by some encounters. Which seems to be related to Tibet in these primitive tribes. These things are incomprehensible to me. Behind seemingly separate events. Hey, it seems to have something to do with it. Intuition tells me, this journey of ours, it's not simply going through the jungle. There must be something that we don't know. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was startled. Yu Yang's intuition was not simple at all. Simply rely on feelings to draw conclusions, which are made based on an opinion. Meticulous logic. Hearing Yu Yang say that, he also had doubts. So what was the game he saw the children playing yesterday? This land, is it really related to Tibet? Babatu's eyes widened, curiously looking at the two people who were talking in whispers, and reminded, focus on it, don't say it, this is an important sacrifice of that person. Next is the journey as a resident, a kukua pretending to be an old man, carrying a large bag representing heavy weight, began walking around the ring. All the kukua present stood up, following behind. That old man, Chuo Mok Kwong Ba, also stood up to follow. Babatu explained, this performance speaks of their ancestors in the past because they had to work very hard to find a place to settle down. All kukua people will never forget, life today is due to countless fathers who have exchanged blood and youth for them. Going around 4 circles, this whole clan activity also ended. The second part. 3 is a war scene, only 2 groups of kukua people wearing colored masks. Different, denotes 2 tribes, open. The first is another tribe person wearing a black mask, the kukua wearing a mask. Red in succession retreated. At that moment, a kukua wearing a statue mask, representing the priest standing, solemnly took out a piece of bark representing the teachings of the gods. Loudly resounding, in which a young girl kukua was carried out. This kukua girl is completely naked, with colored patterns on her face. Black was placed on a wooden table representing the altar. Her expression seemed extremely happy and glorious. These kukua man wearing a red mask uses a knife to make horizontal lines across his body. Young woman then put all kinds of red fruits, nuts and cereals on her chest, hips and limbs. After a while, they took them down again, sharing them with the other red-masked people. Yu Yang was surprised and said, "People. Kukua knows this too. I guess this is the Japanese Nyotemori too." This time it was Trong Lap's turn to ask, No, what? Nyotemori, what is that? Yue Yang stuck out his tongue and said, This. Hey da, either way, it's close. It's like you're watching here. Babatu explained, the black patterns painted on that face symbolized that the girl had been chosen as a god's sacrifice. It was a matter of great honor. Legend has it that, long ago, that young woman had to dedicate herself to the gods' own blood and life. I don't know since when, this ritual has gradually transformed into what it is today. People in red masks eating and drinking. After that, he rushed out to fight again with the black masked man. This time, the Kukua people wore red masks as if they were supported by gods. Their power increased, and soon they beat the black-masked foreigners. Covered with flowers and leaves, abandoned all weapons and armor and fled to death. Yu Yang looked at that performance. Suddenly felt a shock in his heart. That clumsy and simple primitive dance. The music full of rhythm, the red fruits and grains that the soldiers Kukua put on the girl's body in that simplified wall repertoire, seemingly metaphorical something. He didn't dare to say it, but there was that feeling, that implicit metaphor, chilling his spine. There was another person who was also terrified. It was Batang, who was secretly holding his hand next to him. Just the form of the dance did not shock him. What's the movement? What makes Batang feel insecure and nervous is the sound of drums and knocks, the rush of the beat as if fighting gives him a feeling of fear. Scared, he knew, perhaps in the depths of his memory, that he had heard that sound before, but when and where he did not want and could not recall. Followed by the beginning of the congratulatory ceremony of the whole tribe, everyone participated, began to dance and sing, young and old men and women. Singing together, Yu Yang and Trong Lap couldn't help but panic. Tangerine jumped onto the stage, joining the other Kukua people. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stands next to me. I can also feel the heat. Their overflowing love and exhilaration. In the distance, there are Kukua hunters herding an animal wearing a red cloth, which looks like goat, probably an American llama's. The first one holds a wooden cup and opens it with a twig dipped in water. On the street, muttering something in his mouth, a muscular man with bare hands holding an iron weapon, almost as if waiting for surgery. The guts of the animal. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked Babatu, what are they doing? Babatu smiled, releasing life, just let. Congratulations on the ceremony, and congratulate you on getting well. Oh, Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at him, feeling that this scene was very familiar. Yes, like I've seen it somewhere before. Who would have thought that the naked man was holding a dance? Gas, stabbing directly into the chest of the goat-like animal with great precision, fresh blood immediately gushed out, clearly stabbing the animal's heart. The animal was held by the Kukua's limbs, unable to struggle, contracted a few times and then fell dead. Seeing that scene, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered, this seems to be. It was a legal show. In Tibet before, he had seen a similar scene before. Is it possible that, among primitive civilizations, there is such a surprising similarity? This is ultimately what Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not hold back. Immediately asked, isn't it a reporter? Duplicate. Babatu explained, liberation in our understanding is radical liberation. First, open the llama's life hole, that is, the heart, then cut off the artery, Peel the skin and mix it into small pieces, put in the objects. Different containers, based on the position on the body, can be strictly classified into caste, and then use 3 wooden sticks of the cross to cook. Tonight there will be a ceremony to invite guests, everyone will sing a song of thanks to him. Look, everyone's already here. The Kukua people sang and danced, very lively, they brought the best dishes to treat the leader's benefactor. Use the most solemn ceremonies too. Blessings to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. That night, everyone was drinking, listening to music and dancing, and Nang Sak poured 10 bowls of wine and extended his hand to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba only. With a faint smile, his face did not change color, he drank all the 10 bowls of wine in one go, surprising Fang Sak. He was going to say, 5 bowls each, just to express goodwill, and also has the intention to divide high and low again. Did not expect Trak Mok Kwong Ba to drink alone. 10 bowls, moreover, he was as calm as not. This bravery, he knew that he could not match. And the Kukua, whoever can drink alcohol is a hero. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was naturally glorified again. Babatu poured him some wine, his eyes also had a hint of intent. Private, but do they know, not to mention that Trak Mok Kwong Ba is from the Tibetan ethnic group, just that he has been rolling in the market for many years, those 10 bowls of wine are of course just a small matter. Later, at the banquet table, Fang Sak very sincerely invited Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others to stay in the tribe for a few more days, calling on the most honored guests of the Kukua people. Babatu also expressed that, but Duo Mo Kwong Ba cleverly refused. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Not only. There's Babatu whimpering in disappointment, even Trong Lap and Yuyang also showed their faces. Trak Mok Kwong Ba honestly replied. Actually, the purpose of our trip this time was just to cross this forest, to gain experience for the wilderness survival training we participated in. As for this mess, even we had never thought of it. The originally scheduled time was only 10 days, now it's half gone, we missed another 2 days here, now the wound is healed, we need to get on the road quickly to replenish the time is delayed. Yuyang stood next to remind. However, the guerrillas are lurking around Kukua territory, just waiting for us to get out of here. Trong Lap also said, that's right, I don't know what kind of training we received this time, being chased by guerrillas and drug traffickers, let alone us, even special forces. Even if it's official, it's not certain that you can safely withdraw. Want to cross the forest for 10 days, I can't. Anyway, or should we just stay here and wait? Until the end of 10 days, they will probably come find us, otherwise contact them at that time, even if we fail again, it won't matter. Trak Mok Kwong Ba just frowned, Ba. Tang laughed coldly, here it is. Like what the police officer said. The purpose of this training, which is to deal with dangerous situations, also includes fighting the enemy. Giving up like that, not only represents a defeat, but also shows that all the training content is wasted, that we have absolutely no chance to confront with more difficult challenges, do you understand? Trong Lap countered, but now the whole dance. We don't have any basic weapons, what do we use to fight those guerrillas? Wounded this time, there is a Kukua to help us, what about next time? Next time you or Kwong Ba, Master or others, including me and Yuyang, we fall again, will we be as lucky as this time? Babatu looked at the 4 guests awkwardly, why they talk more and more, as if they were about to fight to the end. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, okay, there is no need to argue anymore, win more with less, turn the situation around, fight empty-handed between the enemy's overlapping firepower, this is also one of our training items. Until now, we have been trained in wilderness survival skills, which is to rely on these hands to create the right environment for us to survive in the wild. Completely unfamiliar school, unable to carry weapons around, we have to rely on. My head is much more This time the situation is unfavorable for us, who told us to compare weapons much with the guerrillas. As far as I know, Kukua tribe, isn't there a back entrance that can go in and out? The last sentence, he deliberately spoke in English for Babatu to hear. Babatu stammered, that's right, but that place, how is it possible to pass? That place has been called our Pasha's forbidden resting place. Yang said, I really have to go. That road, it looks like a forest. It seems that even Kukua people are forbidden to enter. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, compared to the primeval jungle with armed guerrillas setting up guard posts, which way do you think is more dangerous? Ba Tang said, they are all very dangerous, according to human historical records. Kukua, from the 16th century, Spanish, German archaeologist, American explorer, how many entered that forest but no one came out? That is the Forest of Sighs, known as the Grave of the Explorers. The last time was in 1965. British explorer Marlowe put an end to his life in that forest. Trak Mok Kwong Ba patted Ba's shoulder. Tang cheered, it's okay. Don't forget it's the 21st century, now. Here science and technology every day. How many years 196 people can't pass, but also not prove that we can't make it through. Tang's father glanced sideways at Tronglap and Yang, I'm fine. Trak Mok Kwong Ba rolled his eyes. Tronglap lowered their heads and did not speak, turned to look at Yang. Yang thought for a moment, then replied. Dai, who said you're the captain? Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled and said. Okay, let's make that decision. Nang Sak asked her sister to translate, saying. If everyone has decided to go, we can't resist either, let's just drink and get drunk tonight, Chak will protect you. Come on, empty your glass. One Kung Mother, a traditional Tibetan dance, the words dance. God, jump great God, jump det, all refer to this art form. The different sects of Tibetan Buddhism all have their own content of mother-in-law, although they are different, the main content reflects the psychology of worshipping nature. Of the ancients. Tu, also known as body sushi, is a traditional Japanese way of presenting food, directly placing food on a naked geisha. Chatting on the altar. After the night of rejoicing, the singing stopped, everyone dispersed. Babatu led Trak Mok Kwong Ba to the altar. The sky was still full of sparkling stars, only the moon was somewhat gloomy. The noble princess let her long soft hair down, her hands clasped her knees, and she sat curled up in the middle of the altar, her eyes filled with joy like a child. She looked up at the sky and said, when I was a child, I used to go to the piano by myself. This economy looks at the stars. Those stars look so far away, yet so close to me. At that time, I often wondered, what is the world outside the jungle? But at that time, I still did not dare to have such fanciful thoughts, leaving the jungle to the outside world. It was really a thing that I did not dare to even think about. Later, more and more people outside entered the forest. There were drug dealers who wanted to borrow their way through. In our territory, the guerrillas hope to avoid conflict. There are also some people who like what you call rare wild animals. I heard a lot of stories about the outside world from there are 100-story buildings, there are flying planes, there are even people going to space, it is said that fly straight to the moon. Saying that, Babatu turned her head to look at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, saw that he was listening attentively. She continued, when I was 16 years old, my husband died in the forest. Angered the satyr, heaven only knows how he died. But at that time my father said a sentence, he said, was born in the forest, raised in the forest, died in the forest. This is a man's best end. When the man was carried back, half of his body was black. It was the first time I was so scared. I suddenly wanted to leave here. I've never wanted to leave this place so much, but the rules of the clan are It is not allowed to do so without the patriarch's consent. Patriarch. Also my father, he has that power, but he firmly refuses to accept it. Babatu's eyes flashed with a wild glint. After that, I found a man who came here to buy wild animals. Slept with him for 2 nights, on one condition: he would take me away. This forest, this deadly forest that can't be seen forever. He responded very quickly, but in the end he regretted it. He wanted to kill me and then left. Back in the forest, and then stole all my jewelry, but my brother shot me dead. Later, when my father felt that he owed me, he agreed to let me out of the forest. At first they take me to Santa Fe de Bogotá, study, practice, and then back to America. Actually, my father can also be considered a civilized patriarch. He said, the outside world is changing, our tribe wants to continue to survive, we need to know more. He expected me to come back from school, which could bring great changes to the clan, but... With a sigh, the altar fell into silence for a long time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt the melancholy of the girl in front of him, taking on the mission to change the destiny of an entire tribe. For anyone, it's such a cruel responsibility, let alone such a young girl. Babatu said, I was scared. The longer I stay outside, the more scared I get. I know very well, I don't have the ability to change anything. Wanting to change an entire tribe, wanting to change our living habits and culture for thousands of years, it's too difficult. The tribe wants to have new development steps. It needs to leave the jungle, but once it leaves the jungle, this tribe will no longer have any meaning to exist. I still don't know how to do that. Leaving for 10 years, returning to the ministry. When lost, he realized that people were still living that backward lifestyle. Later, every time it was not pleasing to the eye, I would sneak away alone. This is also the reason why he saw me and my brother arguing last time. Surname. Wanted me back, but I refused, according to the rules of the tribe. Kaka, I can't marry anyone anymore. Babatu raised her head to look at the stars again. Under those long eyelashes, the stars were sparkling in her eyes. When I went to school, there were also a few boyfriends, but they just heard that I am the daughter of the tribal chief. Everyone is in the cloud. What I remember most is a guy, he asked me in horror, heard that there are tribes, why when men and women have intercourse, women will eat men, is that true? Ha ha, that's really funny, even I haven't heard of that tribe. Babatu smiled and laughed. In her eyes, the sadness seemed to appear even more clearly. She suddenly stood up, turned around. Smooth skin like satin brocade, more like a pearl in the moonlight, soft hair like a shimmering galaxy, beautiful eyes and delicate facial features, all create a charming face like the sun. Bright moon, the round breasts are full and proud, standing up in the moonlight, gently fluttering, the skin is plump. Not a single bit of excess fat. No matter from any angle, she revealed a youthful but energetic being, a fresh flower in full bloom. Babatu squinted at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and asked, am I beautiful? Trak Mok Kwong Ba nodded, although he did not say praise, but his eyes already praised. Only see Babatu. Resentful, like a little girl sulking. If I meet a man I can trust for the rest of my life, I will leave the place with him. Hey, never go back to the jungle again. I think so all the time, always. Along with her breathing, her chest kept bobbing up and down. Chuo Mu. Kwong Ba motioned for her to sit down. Babatu hugged his pillow and sat down next to him. Under the moonlight, her intelligent eyes were like 2 waves of autumn and water. She looked down below the altar, where more than 100 grass roofs were lying quietly. It was her entire tribe. On her shoulder was a mission to change the destiny. Trak Mok Kwong Ba temporarily. I don't even know what to say. Comforting others is not my job. At his school, he could only spend time with Babatu in silence. Late at night, gentle night breeze. Whose hair is fluttering, the stars are flashing, the moonlight is as white as snow. On someone's shoulder, Babatu's whole body is covered by moonlight. Her hair is as black as the night, her skin is white as the moon. She seems to have turned into a goddess in deep thought, making people can only stand in the distance and watch, look with reverent eyes. The east rose again to track Mok Kwong Ba's head, dimly. I don't understand why I'm in love. In that place where heaven and earth melt together, only. With the space of the goddess of the moon, a faint melody resounds. That song is melancholy, like a rhododendron crying for blood. A canary bird gives a child, making people's hearts soft. It's as if a pain from heaven, enough to arouse the pain in the depths of one's soul. Track Mok Kwong Ba is infatuated. I feel like my heart is also being held by that song. Sometimes I am disappointed, sometimes I feel sorry, although I am not so moved that I have to cry and mourn, but the door of memory is locked in the deepest part of my heart, his soul, which had been easily smashed by each of those tragic and dreary songs. Track Mok Kwong Ba was startled awake. Out of the dream, it turned out that Babatu was singing in a low voice, even though he didn't understand the lyrics, but music has no boundaries, where you must listen to the lyrics. Knew that song, sometimes like a gentle breeze blowing through the jungle, sometimes like a murmuring stream flowing through a mountain cave, sometimes like thousands of troops and thousands of horses are fighting, sometimes like a friendly whisper under 1,000 sparkling stars. Track Mok Kwong Ba listened quietly, as if he understood the meaning in it, as long as an epic, a Belgian. Majestic as an epic, the wrath of the lost in the world, my long way of life. Everyone seems to be floating in that magical song. The song gets lower and lower, finally the melody change, like a lullaby, that feeling, like a person who has just experienced many dangers, his whole body is tired and exhausted, finally returns to his mother's lap. Relax, peace of mind, no need to fake anything. Nothing, cannot find half of the fake, can completely relax, close your eyes and sleep for a long time. I don't know since when, Babatu stopped singing, but in Track Mok Kwong Ba's ears, that sound seems to still be flying in the 9 heavens, resonating with the vast earth. That sound is like the Sanskrit of Tay Tang, making people's souls completely purified. Track Mok Kwong Ba's heart has never beat so hard, it's been a long time. Can't go back to normal. Babatu said, only when I sing this song will my mood be a little better, all the sorrows in my heart will disappear with the song. Track Mok Kwong Ba regained his composure and asked, what song is this? It's our hymn, Babatu self proudly replied, our ancestors, with Kukua tribe origin, the glorious history of the Kukua tribe, blend into the lyrics passed down to their descendants. Track Mok Kwong Ba is too old to be curious about anything, but this time, he still couldn't help but ask, is this song, the historical song of your Kukua tribe? Can you tell me the content? Not. Babatu smiled brightly. Of course, but it's long. Very much, she bowed her head sadly. That's fine, I'm leaving tomorrow morning anyway, if I don't listen to the whole song, I'm afraid it'll be a pity. The history of the Kukua tribe reappears as fantasy in their songs, their history originates from the darkness, step out from darkness, living in caves, the dark forest blocks the sunlight, the mother's milk turns into a big river. This is a people who love deep forests, love peace, their ancestors lived in the depths, in jungles and caves, getting along well with the animals in forest, blessed with food and fire by the gods. Time passed in silence and peace, no one lacked food and drink, the crops were good, the harvest was plentiful, but, demons of the north, they bring evil, wars, plagues and hunger, they are as numerous as the stars in the sky, they only know how to kill and kill. Tired, in that battle, the Kukua ancestors were completely defenseless. In the critical moment that decided the survival of the nation, the god Nadimuke showed them the way, told them to go south. In the jungle-covered mountains in the distance, there was a flat land, where there are dense forests, rich water sources, and fertile soil. Fat, not many swamps to frighten, nor feverish with plague, or trembling with pain. So, the Kukua people carrying the wounds of war, began the tragic migration journey, using the fresh blood of thousands of people to water the streets, searching for their future home. Beyond 999. White Mountain, crossing 99,000 rivers. The blood-red sun hangs in the sky, on the green canopy are dark clouds rumbling. In the forest without human footprints, countless people died of hunger and thirst. Young people all died of old age, children also turned into grey-haired grandparents. We never stop. Don't stop for a second. The leader changed life, after 4 Khatan years to overcoming many hardships. The ancestors of the Kukua people, led by the patriarch and high priest, still steadfastly continued to move forward. In the end, they found the plain, where there is no war, no hunger. In that place, they erected a large white citadel with stone, put the holy temple on the highest place. The city has temples and shrines. This palace and stupa is getting bigger and bigger. It is the largest, average citadel. The most peaceful of all the castles in this land. This place is like a big family. Everyone lives in harmony inside. Together, days passed in a peaceful and affluent life, but then people ignored the warning of the great wisdom Nadimuke. Once fresh blood stains the steps of the sanctuary, countless accidents will fall like hail everywhere, the castle will be destroyed. Become a dead city, without a shadow of a person. At that time, in order to avenge and retaliate against the invaders from the north, the head of the tribe at that time initiated the destruction sacrifice left by Yinui, when fresh blood dyed red. All the steps of the sanctuary, disaster has fallen. When the blood and slaughter are all engulfed in history, the evil ruler also begins to fear and despair. Fourth, the great white citadel begins to return. So it's desolate, it's dark on all sides. In an atmosphere of death, civilization, once glorious, slid down the slope of doom in my hands. To punish himself, he ordered to bury himself under the shrine, in the same place as the souls who gave their lives in sacrifices, in the sanctuary to burn a 1,000-year-old lamp that never went out, guide the way for the souls who are damned in the eternal hell that cannot be borne. The great door never closes, so that the next generation can come and torment his body at any time, so that his body and soul are all damned and cursed in the deepest hell. The one who caused it disaster, punished itself in the most cruel way, but all to no avail. That citadel eventually turned into a dead city. The Kukua can't help but give up the citadel they built with blood and tears, continue to go deeper into the forest, find a new land. They will continue to search. Trak Mok Kwong Ba just listened quietly, without even having the opportunity to interject. The whole epic passage written in the blood and tears of the Kukua people was. The melodious song describes. Detailed and vivid, the blood of the curse in the holy temple makes people not cold but shiver. The whole song is like a bold historical piece of history. Mythological state. Trak Mok Kwong Ba admires his bravery and the steadfastness of the Kukua ancestors. He also understood and felt the invisible pressure on Babatu's shoulders. A stream of impure air surged up his body, constricted in his chest. He suddenly wanted to find someone to devote his life to, whoever it was. So, he drawled, "Human, it is not necessary to change anything, but to find himself. Wanting to find yourself is actually very easy. Sometimes it just takes a little more determination and courage. Want to know why I want to cross this forest?" Babatu's eyes widen, smiling wide. "Nod." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Let me tell you 2 stories first. The first one is my friend. I'm Tibetan in China, you know. There is Snow Mountain, Chomolungma Peak, the highest in the world. But my house is not there, our place is much lower. It is a very remote and desolate small village. At the beginning of the 19th century there was still no traffic. The big mountain, deep in the jungle, is not inferior to the jungle here at all." Trak Mok Kwong Ba bowed his head in contemplation. "When I was young, The situation was very complicated, the people around. Both classes are afraid of our house. The kids don't want to play with me at all. I don't even have a friend to talk to. Moreover, every family has a dog, only my family doesn't, so I can only play alone. Sometimes I think, even without you, my parents, it would be nice to have a small dog for me, but, Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, and said, my liver is so big, I also dare to go where other people don't dare to go. I often sneak into the mountain near my house alone, where there is a pack of wolves. Ah! Babatu cried out in a low voice. Juo Mok Kwong Ba laughed and said, but I'm not afraid at all, they just caught small animals like wild rabbits, mink. Just to eat. If it's not for extreme hunger, they won't touch humans. Although I didn't know it at the time, it's true that they weren't as cruel as people say. On the contrary, I felt that they were a bit afraid of me. The left leg of the leader of the old wolf is disabled. When I met him, that wolf's face already had many wrinkles. In the village, it is said that old wolves are wise, saying that children can't attack them, so when they see children, they will not run, only when they see an adult man, they will run. But, it also didn't eat me like people in the village rumored. Then I looked at it, it looked at me. Then I thought, what's so scary about wolves? Yeah, they're almost exactly the same. Only dogs in our house, the only difference is that they don't know how to wag their tails. I squatted down and talked to the leader of the pack. I remember talking a lot at that time. I think those wolves were able to understand most of what I said, just is what they want to express. We just don't understand it yet. In short, it was a very strange experience. I was able to interact with wolves that people would not dare to approach. Later, when I wanted to talk, I often went there, looking for them to talk. That year, I was only 7 years old. Babatu exclaims, ah, your liver is really big. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said. Later on me and them became very close. I considered them as my friends, they seemed. I also got along very well with me. At that time I did not know why. As long as I had a friend to confide in, I was very satisfied. Sometimes I also bring some food, or sometimes I can't go out for a few months. But every time they come, they still recognize me. Others are absolutely not allowed to approach. When I was 14 years old, the old wolf left. Go, leave the wolves, go deep into the mountains alone, though no wolf can tell me where he went, when he went. But then I understood very well, it was the leader of the pack just defeated, the first one. The new herd with dark grey fur was very strong, having been at the top of the pack for a long time. The old leader wolf leaves, he will alone to the top of the mountain, far from the wolves, towards the rising moon, quietly waiting to die. The wolves changed their leader, but Toyo 6's relationship with them has not been affected. I can still come and talk to them. They have also gotten used to my existence. It's like I was already a part of them, and so on until I was 20. Many years later I found out, deep in those mountains, there is a set. What's the name Kwei Ba living with wolves, those wolves, most likely descendants of them. Wolves have lived with the Kwei Ba people. They still keep the habit of living near humans, so it's easy for me to approach like that. So my friend is a pack of wolves. This is my personal secret, not even my parents are about to tell. Because every time I have a thought or a secret in my heart, I just tell those friends. They will help me keep it a secret, until one day, in my life, another friend appears, share secrets. 1. Capital of Colombia. 2. Katan is the year unit of the Mayan calendar. A Katan year is 7,200 long days, equal to about 20 years according to the modern calendar. Faded love. Trak Mok Kwong Ba murmured. That person is my sister, younger than me. 13 years old. If he was still alive, would probably be close to your age. You see, This is a picture of him when he was young. Babato saw a picture of a girl about 5 or 6 years old who had turned yellow. Trak Mok Kwong Ba seems to be. Always carry it with you at all times. She knows, this must be a secret buried in the deepest part of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart, or maybe was his deepest buried pain. The girl in the photo has lovely big eyes, loose bangs, pretty hair that shines like pearls, a cute white face full of mischievous vivacity, that pure smile is like. The snow lotus has just bloomed, the forehead also ignores. Glimpses the generous style of her brother Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba continued. Her personality is completely different from mine, since childhood. He was shy like a little white rabbit, except when he was with me, talk to any other boy, he was also red. Face up. When my sister was born, I wasn't usually at home anymore and ran around everywhere, but every time I came back. At home, the brothers are all very close, after all, she is my sister from the same father and mother. The little sister will bring her little secret in her heart to share with me, she will hide the best candy, the best breakfast, wait for me to come home to eat, even if it is sometimes brought out, the candy has melted, breakfast has already been eaten, broken, I've told him many times, but he still does it, taking what's in his heart. For the best share with brother. She's such a cute silly girl. At this point, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes suddenly turned red. For the first time in his life Babato realized that, no matter how brave a man is, he sometimes has to be heartbroken. My sister often tells her friends that she has a talented brother. Her brother has traveled a lot, met many people, her brother is both brave and smart. When I say these things, it is true that she is very proud. I also feel very proud to have a sister like her, who is both lovely and intelligent, naughty and smart. My sister was the jewel in the house at that time. When she had it, the whole family was always also filled with joy. At that time, I felt that my family was the happiest and most perfect family in this world. Trak Mok Kwong Ba tries to hold back. Love, even the intonation is pressed down. Actually, your situation is quite similar to mine. My father from the countryside is also a very respected person. But I am different from her. At the age of 14 I left Tibet alone to the outside world to find a way to develop, then wandered around, working part-time while earning money to go to school. At the age of 19 I have earned a decent amount of money. I am very proud to be back. Going home, proving to my parents that I was able to survive on my own. My sister was only 7 years old at the time, as cute as in this picture. I stay at home for a while, sometimes. I sometimes go to see my other friends. At that time, the sister who knew this secret of mine, asked me to take her along. Previously, my father had reminded me, something seemed to be wrong outside, telling me to pay attention to my sister's safety, but I didn't care. At that time, I knew what fear was. I was not afraid of anything. At that time I thought I had experienced a lot of life. I thought I was able to protect my sister. He also told me, as long as he has his brother by his side, he is not afraid of anything. He wants to meet your friends, if possible. He also wants to be good friends with his brother's friends. Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his hands to hug his head, drowning in mixed memories. Chaos, he continued indignantly, unexpectedly. That fate turns in the blink of an eye. It's all like a nightmare. I don't know those people. I don't understand where they suddenly came from. I tried my best to resist but it was no use. After being hit on the head by a tall guy, I fall down. I should have gotten up to chase them, but that time, I was scared. I am afraid of the pain that seems to want to break the bones, even more afraid of his venomous snake-like eyes. Those people are all extremely cruel, like they come up from hell. I open, staring blankly at his only sister being dragged away. It was useless to struggle, those people still stronger than yaks. He shouted for his brother, but his brother hesitated. After hesitating for a few seconds, my sister was dragged into the car by the other guys. I shouldn't have hesitated at all, right at the moment. As soon as the car started up, my friend, the new leader of the pack, chased after it, roared straight into the car, and got inside just as the door slammed shut. Watching the car go farther and farther away, I was startled to wake up. I started chasing after, but the car drove farther and farther away, finally disappearing from sight. As for me and the rest of the wolves, we could only watch the smoke and dust being rolled up by the other car. From then on, those people seemed to have evaporated. It was impossible to find them. Them too. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's voice is getting smaller and smaller. Gradually, it wasn't until the moment the leader wolf jumped up that I felt the courage and determination to protect my sister, not even equal to my friend, a wolf. Trying hard to train the body, just to find a cover to cover the weakness in the heart, ran away from home, just to escape the family responsibilities that I was supposed to shoulder, search for wealth, only to open the way for denying the mission one should continue. I am not afraid of wolves. Why am I afraid of those cruel people like wolves? It's already happened. There's no point in blaming myself with grief. I have to tell the whole story too. Dad, my father used all the forces he could use to search for his sister, but he was still unable to find her. I later learned that the kidnappers wanted to use my sister to exchange for the ancient Nyingma scriptures of my family, and my father, after receiving the notice, immediately contacted the authorities of the autonomous region, and Father Dalai Lama decided to donate her. The Nyingma Sutra for the state is unconditioned. To sue, now I still remember very clearly, my father just told me this: you have not done your duty as a brother. That statement was enough to torment me for the rest of my life. When I drowsily walked into the mountains, wanting to confide in my friends, I suddenly realized, no matter how much I screamed, my friends were with me all my childhood. Never appeared in front of me again. They must have thought that I was the one who led others to capture the leader of the pack, and I lost their trust. In that one day, I lost my best friend and sister. A tear quietly rolled through the gap. Fingers, in the stillness of the night, drops on the wooden floor, making a click, like a smooth lake surface suddenly rippled. The stop valve was opened, could no longer control the overflowing emotions. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hoarse and tragic voice sounded again. At times of gain and loss, that day, it was completely over. Changed my life. I can't delete. Thought, if I had been a little braver then, had persevered for a second, or had the situation changed, the nostalgia for my sister, like weeds growing in the moor, would have couldn't do what a brother should do. I tried my best to find clues, used up all. Anyway, but heaven didn't give me a chance to do it again. Although when my father made that cruel decision, everyone knew the consequences would be terrible, but as long as my sister's body is not found, I still have reason to believe that she is still alive, this world. I hate my father, because he pushed my sister into the fire, but the more I hate myself, the more I am such a coward and weak, I can't. When faced with my mother's increasingly dilapidated face, once again, I chose to hide. The time to go home became less and less. I started working while searching for my sister, searching with no leads in hand, and the whole work carried out with an attitude of almost madness. Trak Mok Kwong Ba opens the box containing the squash. In my heart, I just hate to be able to pour out all the bad things in my life in this one night. At that time, having no clue about his sister, he put the clue on his wolf friends, so he began to research with this special animal, which was given by Professor Feng Tan. Guide, he went to a realm new in animal research. Dog, he was moved by the stubbornness and loyalty of these animals. From them he learned how to be human and make friends, how to keep his promises, how to protect his beliefs. I don't know when, he let go all his previous careers, devoted his whole life to animal research. Dog, he almost frantically rushes into work just to paralyze himself, hoping to borrow this and forget the guilt in his heart. But it was all useless. Every time the night was quiet, I was alone in a dream. The expectant eyes of my sister when she was taken away by those people kept reappearing in those dreams. Brother is still. Also, my brother will definitely chase away the bad guys and save me. That's what he must have thought at that time. I know, those eyes filled with anticipation have forever returned. Become my nightmare, engraved in the deepest corner of my soul, causing me endless pain. I can't atone for this life. Want. The stronger I got, the more I worked on my physical strength. After studying dogs in university, I returned to Tibet to win the loincloth for 3 years in a row, but what good is that? The sister is still missing. Life or death, where is she now? I really hope to see him again, even if it's just once. It was my smallest wish. It was as simple as that. Trak Mok Kwong Ba mentioned here, the crust. The tough envelope was completely removed. The iron-hard man finally cried without a sound. Babatu's eyes had been red for a long time. She looked at the man opposite her with a very pitiful, unexpected look. Beneath the cold cover is a heart of such deep affection. She shifted her body, hugged Trak Mok Kwong Ba in her arms, warmed her breasts. His wet face, give him the mother's kindness, only to hear Trak Mok Kwong Ba continue to choke in a low voice. I don't just want to paralyze my muscles, my body, but also my soul. I would rather believe what my father said. Everyone has their own destiny. Reincarnation for 3 lives. Before being born in this world, one's destiny is already decided. Position. But those words are all lies. Basically, I can't force myself to believe them. Actually, it's all my fault, not only losing my sister, but also pushing a happy family away. Happiness sinks into hell, causing friends to lose the last bit of credibility with people. My heart, it hurts. Babatu took out something like a tree bark and put it in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mouth. Said, you chew, you will feel better. This is the holy elixir that the gods bestowed upon the kukua to dispel the pain in your heart, turning all the unhappy things into short memories. It will take you through hell straight to heaven. Trak Mok Kwong Ba does not refuse. This is the time when he is in need of liberation. It is better to believe in the effects of the magic potion, even if its effects are short-lived. The thing is soft and soft like rubber. It feels bitter at first, but soon becomes sweet. Saliva fills the mouth, a strange scent rushes straight from the mouth to the nose, a sense of adventure form, making his half-stunned, half-drunk mind fully awake, and at the same time, his whole body began to heat up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba regained consciousness. Immediately realizing his current situation, he stopped crying. Drying his face, he shyly moved away from Babatu's breasts, muttering, what's wrong with me? Originally intended to advise her, why became her comforter. Honestly, I've talked to you too much, and about that, you don't have to worry about your mission, just go with nature. Babatu also did not mention the tragic past story of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, just did as he said. You didn't tell me to find myself, did you find yourself? She couldn't help but be surprised. Such a quantity of medicine, if any other man took it, there must have been an immediate reaction, but this person was not only unresponsive, but on the contrary was more alert. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pondered, I think, if it is true that there is a destiny, then perhaps the Buddha hopes that I will find those rare dog breed friends, get acquainted with them, discover the value of they should too. Since childhood, they have been friends with me, grew up with me. Later on, my life will never leave them, thanks to them. Learning and awareness, they also helped me create a lot of wealth. In particular, the word. After I got to know an animal called a clam, Trak Mok Kwong Ba started to introduce. Since he was a child, he had heard a lot. How many myths and legends about the mastiff, how he later learned about it, his love story, his company, everything about him today is inseparable from the relationship with mastiffs. Finally talking about the story of the discovery of the photo of Z. Killen, and the adventure this time through the jungle of him and Trong Lap. Babatu listened and widened her eyes, surprised that the outside world and Trak Mok Kwong Ba's life was so special, and at the same time, she was even more amazed at his physical strength and iron will. This man. Finally, Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "I firmly believe that this is fate. If I knew that there was such a species in this world, but I ignored it, I would regret it for the rest of my life. In fact, when wealth and dominating power in her hands reach a certain extent, the need for material things from I have not been able to satisfy myself for a long time, but it takes my spirit and belief to make my life promote to the fullest extent, not being discouraged. Everyday trifles drown me out, then waste my life. Everyone goes through a certain historical period, but not every historical period is recorded. People can't live forever in memory, only grasping the present can make a difference. Our life has more meaning. Just more." Babatu said, "Sounds like the discourse of Western philosophy. Is this your self-realization?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. "No. My dad said it. Let's go. Time is not early. I have to go in the morning." Finished speaking, he immediately stood up, suddenly felt dizzy, felt like heaven and earth rotated, all five senses lost their senses. Babatu, who was disappointed to see Trak Mok Kwong Ba stand up, then saw him stagger and stagger, a smile on the corner of his mouth. "What a headache, your wine. This kukua didn't feel anything when I drank it. I didn't expect it to be so strong." Trak Mok Kwong Ba opened his eyes, looked at the grass-roofed roof, tiredly stretched out on the bed, recalling, "Last night when the party was over, I went to the altar with Babatu. At that time the alcohol was absorbed into my head, my whole body was empty. Strength, it seems like she and I talk a lot. Looks like I'm still talking to her sister. How was it last night? I've never talked about these things to anyone before, not even Man. Man didn't say it either, I thought he would. Never talk about this to anyone. Who else? Min Min, I wonder how the group is now. Why did they dream last night? With her, stop it. Go, should be more concerned about her safety now, unexpected. I can still think about that. Right, I told Babatu last night the purpose of this trip, didn't I? Apparently yes, why can't I remember? How can I return to the apartment? This room, why have I neglected to practice for a long time and my drinking capacity has decreased? It seems that in the future, it is better to drink less. I am not as young as Trong Lap and the others. That's right, I think I'm still crying. Am I really crying? 20 years without tears, crying in front of a strange woman. Trak Mok Kwong Ba rubbed his tense face, almost like tears still left traces on it. Are you awake? Babatu carried a wooden pot into the room with a smile on his face. As radiant as the peach blossom in March, she looks amazingly beautiful today, her eyes fluttering, her love overflowing. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was a little red. Face, last night confessed his feelings, now he doesn't dare to look at Babatu's face anymore, weird. In fact, he also had some doubts in his heart, last night, was it him and Babatu was, even though he immediately erased the mythical thought from his mind. But what is that feeling of satisfaction and a bit of fatigue? Wash your face. Babatu put the wooden basin down in front of the bed. The water was clear and bobbing. A cotton towel exuded a fresh scent squeezed on the side of the pot. It seemed that she was not as naturally comfortable as she was today. After that, the body was carefully covered. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also thought that it was because he revealed that mythical thought to his face, making people feel awkward, but who knew that Babatu only? I just want to cover the nail marks, teeth bites in those soft skin. Forest of sighs. Breakfast is some strange fruits and some food made from flour. Sitting at the large table used to entertain guests, Trong Lap whispered to Yue. Guang, according to your investigation, where did Miss Babatu and young Master Kwong Ba sneak away last night? You know, I drank a little too much, so I just saw them go away, but I didn't know where to go. Yu Yang cautiously glanced at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, then replied in a low voice, "Last night, after we all returned to rest, they came to the altar." "What the fuck are you doing out there?" "Wow, you still have to ask, but you still don't understand. Think about it, man and woman, late at night. That's that, get it? But the altar is the place of the gods, they there too. Are you there? Then tell me. I don't understand anything. For ordinary people in the tribe, that altar is an impregnable sacred place, even wanting to go up there is not enough. But think about it the other way around, because no one dares to go up there. So for someone with a special status like Miss Babatu, isn't that the best place to secretly fall in love? Even if people find out, question and ask questions, they still explain properly, what kind of song is that? It's all on the moon. I see, but, looking at the expressions on the two of them, it doesn't seem like something happened, right? Hey, thinking ability is like that, what a shame for your special status. What is a hidden head and tail? Do you know that? Understood, but you were with me last night, how can you say that you saw it with your own eyes? Older brother, what the hell do you understand? Now that's not the third-rate author, it's the most natural development. What else? After the meal, Babatu took out a scroll, and a map, and said to the four people, "Everyone, see this first, this is the most thorough map drawn by the government." Ma Tang looked at the map attentively, then asked, "Where are we?" Babatu pointed to a place on the map. Ma Tang widened his eyes and asked, "Why? Why, is this place an empty land?" Babatu said, "Because there is no way to draw a detailed map. Those who have the guts to enter this forest to survey, no one can come out alive." "That's right. You're from Ecuador too. How did you feel when you crossed the border?" "Go over the border too?" Yu Yang was surprised. "How can you feel anything? We basically don't know how we got through." Babatu smiled, said, "Yes, because in this area, there is simply no need to guard. The snow-covered peaks are the safest screens. That scary environment is enough to make those with intentions. Past the 10th of the dead, that's it. Therefore, border guard stations are usually tens of kilometers or even hundreds of kilometers apart, just need to occasionally gather into a mountain patrol team. Here, it is only the old forest instead of the snowy mountain, but this is also the area of guerrillas and smugglers, so the situation more complicated. This is also the reason why it is not possible to draw a detailed map. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, based on the terrain, made a rough judgment. Is it? Are we living here? Babatu nodded. That's right, this is where we are, even the map. At best, it's just an empty space. Don't say I haven't reminded you, Size Forest is not just to say nothing. Inside is the real primeval forest. Except for the adventurers who risked their lives to go in, there is no sign in that forest, traces of any other human being. As for this map, it's covered by elite hunters. The life of our Kukua tribe, it took countless years to draw, then add, repair, and finally complete. Okay, go check it out. The four of them put their heads together, staring straight down at the scroll from above. Babatu has just opened. One-use map. Large green patches represent old forests, blue lines represent rivers. In addition, there are many circular curves, which appear to be inhabited by other tribes. So, what do those skull images mean? After Trong Lap asked this question, Babatu nonchalantly replied, that's it, your tribe is just human flesh. Ha, the four people cried out in unison. Scared. Trong Lap stammered, yes. Is there really a cannibal tribe? Yu Yang was startled. He remembered, yesterday when watching the war in the Kukua sacrifice, for some reason, he felt cold all over his body. Today Babatu reminded him, Yu Yang immediately felt, this Kukua tribe, probably also a branch of the cannibal brother tribe. If his intuition is not wrong, the metaphor behind that sacrificed girl is cannibalism, not wrong. Babatu smiled proudly and said, could it be? What are you doing to trick you? Although the Nukak people have come out of the jungle, there are still many lost in the forest, tribes. Semi-modernized primitives like us are also considered a type, and there are tribal types that still keep their original customs completely. Likewise, there are different types of cannibal peanuts. We don't care about the small tribes, most of them are quite friendly, and sometimes there are so few people that you probably won't see them. Now I will tell you a few things. Big Peanut. From here, in the northeast is C. This is a tribe of radical primitive type. They like to pierce their lips with twigs. The bigger the branches, the more beautiful they are. We call them the tree tribe in the lips. This tribe does not eat humans. She suddenly raised her eyes to look at Trong Lap. Added, this tribe has no family unit. One woman can have innumerable husband. A husband can also have countless wives. Women have children. Then the child is the child of the whole tribe. Besides, they're completely naked. Zhang Li blushed, lowered his head and muttered. Miss Babatu must, of course, misunderstand me. Seeing Trong Lap's face, Babatu chuckled, then said, and the tribe closest to us in the southeast, the Avagajia, they follow the regime. Matriarchal. The biggest feature is the cult of monkeys in the forest, moreover women. In the tribe, they also use their own milk to feed. Take care of the baby monkeys. From here continue to the east, you will meet the Alavake tribe. They like to eat people. In wars between the tribes often eat prisoners. If it is a child, cut off their food, then raised to be fat and fat. When you want to eat, you can catch the meat to eat. Moreover, it is rumored that the children of the same clan also ate it, each one only taking care of the children born by their own women. If you go east from the Z people, you will reach the territory of the Asimata people. They must have heard of them. Headhunter clan. After killing people, they often like to cut off the victims' heads and hang them on their belts, bring them back to their tribes and hang them on high poles. There are rumors that they know some magic. It's so weird, it can turn people's heads into as small as a ping-pong ball. It's not. As far as I know, it's just that they like to sculpt some small skull figures. The craft is also very delicate. Here there is a tribe of women. Going to the north is. Come to think of it, it must be the Muke tribe. Muke, that's roughly how it's pronounced. They are a relatively civilized people. When they eat cannibals, they never eat them all, usually only eat part of it, and leave part of it as jewelry, hanging on their bodies, probably to celebrate. Thought should also. Stop talking. Zhang Lap waved his hand to interrupt. Just heard Babatu say. Being a relatively civilized nation, he still breathed a sigh of relief, unexpectedly. If you look at the map, there must be at least 20 or 3 dozen skull-shaped circles. I don't know how dangerous this forest of size still has in the end. Trong Lap looked at the white faces of the remaining 3, asked, in my opinion, or return to risk your life with the gorillas. What do people see? The other 3 looked at each other in sympathy. Babatu covered his mouth and chuckled, saying, aren't you all very brave? Why did you just hear that your tribe cannibalize people and scare you to the point of being in the clouds? Actually, I just introduced. Just a summary of the distribution of the tribes in this forest, told you to really go there. Look, guys, out of our tribe, before reaching Avagajia's territory, you go straight to the south, which is not yet the gorilla territory, then you change direction again, go home. East, passing through the narrow gap between the Alavake and Lapaniva, and then continue on towards the Putumayo River, so you can get out of danger. Until then, the twisted-tailed monkey will take you straight to this place. That guy, more cunning than the monkeys in the forest, with him following you, it should be fine. Only now did the 4 people breathe a sigh of relief. Yue Yang said to himself, it seems that the heart. Miss Babatu's condition is very happy today. If you don't scare us, you won't forgive us or what? Ma Tang pointed to the map and asked. But still, there's a long way from here to Montclair. Why is half of the map still empty? Babatu gradually faded the smile on his lips, and said with a serious face, this place is probably the forbidden resting place of our Push. This is a place where humans are not allowed to disturb, not even the best of us Kukua hunters come. That's okay, or should I say no one has yet. It is more correct to return, so no matter what. Anyway, don't come here, it's a vacuum where we don't have any information. Well, I'm sure you guys aren't that unlucky either. Trak Mok Kwong Ba realizes his sadness. Pity flashed across Babatu's face, thinking to himself, could it be her husband? Also, there is a map, there is also a guide, next is the problem of equipment, going through many obstacles, but fortunately 4 people still keep. I got my backpack, only lost my weapon, so I had to take a Kukua weapon. Replenish enough, 1 tree for each person. Bow, in addition to equipped with a special weapon. Ma Tang is good at seeing. Should hold a pepper bellows, while holding it, shake his head dejectedly. Yu Yang has been idle for the past few days, practicing throwing his boomerang. The result of his practice is that, no matter which direction he throws the boomerang, he will definitely fly in front of him in the end. In other words, no matter if you hit someone, enemy or not, it is also certain that it will definitely hit itself. Shang Lap held a javelin to throw, muttering, the day before yesterday I was holding a submachine gun, now I'm throwing a javelin, what should I do? Yue Yang smiled and said, it's not bad, it can still be thrown anyway. Look at this bone, it will fly forward no matter how you throw it. My face, I'm still worried about hurting myself. Dear. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stood in the distance and called. Okay, geared up, let's go. Trong Lap asked, young Master Kwong Ba, don't you have any other weapons? Yes, this one. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took out a rather large piece of cloth, wrapped in a bundle in his hand, like a bag in front, and explained, this is for stoning, only we ethnic minorities know how to use it. Don't underestimate its crudeness, great power. All right, let's hit the road. Trong Lap turned to Babatu again and whispered, Miss Babatu, even. Although we are extremely satisfied with the plan. This plan is yours, but after all, it is a dangerous forest of size. Do you think we should arrange for us 100 warriors of the Kukua tribe, then we will be confident? A little more than that. Babatu understood, and said, yes, I think that Trong Lap and I have met without an appointment. Then she smiled mischievously again and said, that being said, your captains and vice-captains both told me this, if we mobilize a lot of people, then your training this time won't work. What else does it mean? So twisted-tailed monkey also helps. Get you out of the woods of size. After that, you have to rely on yourself. Wow, Trong Lap turned his head to look at the 2 cadres who liked to risk their lives, met the sharp eyes of the other side, did not dare to utter a single word of protest. Babatu turned to give instructions to Monkey Tails. Twist the sentences, it's a warrior. The person is a bit short but solid, dark-skinned, high cheekbones, lopsided nose, thick lips, eagle eyes are very godly. After giving instructions, Babatu came to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, thought for a moment, then took out a piece of amber stone tied with a rope, hung it around his neck, passionately said, you put this on, it will protect. You are at peace. Remember, in the jungle, the truly scariest things are the things you don't see. Trak Mok Kwong Ba blushed slightly. He was about to take a step back when the piece of stone was already hanging from his neck, and for a moment he did not know how to deal with the love of this Indian girl, only muttering speechless. Taking that opportunity, Yu Yang stepped forward again and said to Babatu, Miss Babatu, ever since I first met you, I have admired the Creator's extraordinary talent, and we have only been together for a few days, I could already feel her enthusiasm and tenderness. I firmly believe that we met is fate, hope that we can become each other's best friends, share their feelings under the moon-shaded trees, or make an appointment to listen to the murmuring waves of the sea, to watch the twinkling stars in the sky. How long does it take to love someone? The moment I saw her, I realized that just a blink of an eye is enough. So much. Unfortunately, this time is too short. I can only bury the nostalgia in my heart into the deepest part of my soul. If this time I can complete the task, maybe you can give Yu Yang more a chance. Get used to it or not. Trong Lap gritted his teeth and said to himself, no wonder I tell stories all day long. Miss Babatu and Quong Ba's story. I'm from such a family, so I'll save my lines until now, you slick kid. Babatu was not embarrassed, lightly kissed Yu Yang's forehead like a dragonfly dripping water, smiled and said, okay. Yu Yang, the road ahead is extremely dangerous, you have to be careful to keep yourself. I accept that offer. Yu Yang was happy on his face, smiling and laughing. Said, then I am 10% confident enough to accept any challenge. After saying that, the guy looked away, breathing. He let out a sigh, curled up a piece of paper with English words written on it, and stole a glance back, clearly having memorized it for a long time. The rest of them went ahead and shouted. Up, hey, let's go, how long will it be delayed? Yu Yang seemed to have a flower blooming in his heart, joyfully chanting the slogan, stay with young Master Quong Ba, life blooms every day. Trong Lap glared at Yu Yang with disdain and said to himself, well, if there's something wrong with young Master Quong Ba and Miss Babatu, then it's called blooming. Seeing the four people disappearing in the forest, Babatu breathed a sigh of relief. What is the feeling in his heart? Disappointment, or joy, she herself could not say, only heard Babatu sigh softly. Finally they gone. Yes, they are gone. They are people with goals, life will not pass in boredom. When the traveler walking stopped, looked back, they will harvest more than those other ordinary people. The sharp-fanged honey bear also watched the four of them go away from now on. Babatu proudly placed his hand on his stomach, there, the germ of a strong man. The other was put into her body. The time and cycle have been carefully calculated by her. She can definitely conceive and give birth to a new life. In the next life, she will not be monopolized by loneliness anymore. Babatu thought so. A faint smile appeared on his face. Young Master Quong Ba, maybe one day, I will bring our children to see you, so that's it. Babatu thought. Distant praise. Babatu, did you give Quong Ba the jellies? Maybe 2 people. Was, Sharp Fang asked. Babatu did not answer. She tossed her long hair into the air. Her eyes below her delicate long eyelashes filled with morning dew exuded a smile. A giggle like golden bells resounded in the depths of the forest. Fang Sak smiled. He understood this little sister too well. Chapter 11, Forest. Lamentation, Mother. Burn of the Explorer. Track Mok Quong Ba reassured everyone. It's been 2 days now, there's no use turning back now, the only way is to keep moving forward. So far, we have not encountered any large predators. Everyone please stay on high alert, hold your weapons firmly, be prepared to deal with any possible situations. When to go, no need to be too scared, we've met the killer bees, what else? Scarier than them. See you again Sean. You've entered the forest of sighs. Saws looked at the flashing red dot, secretly snickering coldly. That's stupid, to think that is to escape the siege of the gorillas. You guys underestimate the mobility of those gorillas. They will soon catch up. That's not true, the gorillas wouldn't have thought of that, if it was led by Kukua. Road, waiting for those gorillas to react. These brats have already escaped the encirclement of our troops. This plan is very good. It seems to be the proposal of the Kukua people, unexpectedly going together. root with us in the past. They have no weapons. How can they survive in the jungle? I have to get a little closer. In the forest, the shadow of the trees rustled, and for a moment there was no sign of anyone. The monkey of the green forest not only has a bad name, he jumps in the middle of the forest as fast as the monkeys, even Trak Mok Kwong Ba has too. Hard to keep up. What makes people roll their eyes is monkey. Spiraltail pine belongs to this forest in an extraordinary way, where there are rivers. How deep is the water? How shallow is the water? What is the speed of the flow? Where can pass through? Place. Which has reefs? Where is a big tree blocking? The way he remembers it very clearly. The four of them, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, also learned from the twisted-tailed monkey a lot of ways to advance quickly in the jungle. Swinging from tree to tree, how to swing the farthest, when grabbing a branch or a rattan rope slips, how to keep balance, how to grab another branch immediately. Furthermore, guided by the spiky-tailed monkey, the way they walked in the forest. Lamentation is almost the safest, most stable part since the beginning of the jungle so far. Because monkey knows well in this jungle, where is dead land, where is the territory of giant carnivores, where is the resting place of some animals that may clash, so when you can also avoid going ahead, it can be said that it is like going through a safe tunnel. 3 hours later, the short guided tour finally ended. Twisted-tailed monkey waved his arms and legs, saying that they had come out of the forest of size, and then asked if the others Trak Mok Kwong Ba needed me to continue leading the way. Or not. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ma Tay Tang also gestured with their hands to express their thanks and also expressed the determination to rely on themselves to conquer the forest. Green. Farewell to the twisted-tailed monkey. The four returned to the goal, setting foot on a new journey. Out of the forest of size, don't understand why. Why, deep down inside, the four of them felt like they had just lifted a burden. Say whatever, the Kakua's forbidden zone for those who aren't residents of the jungle like them. I'm afraid it's more dangerous than the army many gorillas. The gorillas are human anyway. As long as they're human, they will think and act in a human way, which means there are loopholes of human. But if it is deep in the jungle that we are completely unfamiliar with, heaven only knows when and where the trap will appear, or if we encounter some animal we have never known, the scariest thing is to encounter animals that attack in a herd way. Like the killer bees last time, the four of them passed through a wooded area, encountered a fairly wide river, immediately began to build a sturdy wooden raft. Before the gorillas knew it, they had to leave their encirclement as fast as possible. The jungle here was quite different from the jungle they passed before. More trees, denser forest, countless trees fight for space to survive, but stretch their branches and leaves all the way to the river bank, which looks like an awning from the rain, leaving only a strip of light shining down in the middle of the river. Ma Tay Tang on a pole, Trak Mok Kwong Ba holds the stone given to him by Babatu. Peering intently under the sun, it's a piece of amber stone. At first glance it looks like an amber stone. Amber, at first glance, is no different from an ordinary stone at all. When touched, it feels smooth and warm. On the stone there are black patterned rings. Moreover, this stone itself also emits light. Just walking in the forest he felt, this stone worn on his body looks extremely outstanding. Hey, this is from Miss Babatu. It looks very special, you should try it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took off the stone and gave it to Trong Lap. Shang Lap took it in his hand to estimate, then traced it with his fingernails, surprised to say. What stone is this? The feeling is very light, but it seems that the hardness is very high. Ah, didn't know this stone had a special meaning. What's not here? Saying this, he raised again. The piece of rock is raised up towards the sun to observe the roving patterns on it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled omen. Modestly, replied, it's just a stone to bless or wish luck. We've only known them for 2 or 3 days, where can we get any special meaning? You say that, someone who hears it will. Angry. Yu Yang said, let me see. Zhang Li waved his hand and said, "Why should I give it to you? The space on the wooden raft is inherently not large." Yu Yang just stretched out his hand. "Grab hold of Trong Lap, then leaned slightly, stretched out his hand outside the raft, said, "What are you doing, want to rock? Why, can you still joke now? Be careful when you drop it. If you drop it in the river, you have to jump in and pick it up for me." Trak Mok Kwong Ba voiced his disapproval. Trong Lap laughed. "Don't worry, young Master Kwong Ba, I was not so careless." "Where, didn't give it to you," looked behind Trong Lap and warned, "Be careful behind your back." Trong Lap did not turn his head, but smiled and said, "This nonsense, but you also want to deceive me." The words haven't finished yet. A strong wind has hit his face painfully. He hasn't even opened his eyes yet. "Come out, the back of my hand hurts so bad." Person, the fingers holding the stone couldn't help but relax. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Yu Yang Chi. "I saw a bird that looked like a falcon suddenly come down from above. I couldn't see clearly, but I saw that Trong Lap's hand was injured. Dear, let the stone fall, the raft would have gone 2 or 3 meters." Trak Mok Kwong Ba was about to jump down and find it, but suddenly realized that the falcon had made a beautiful turn on the sky, continued to swoop down towards the stone, and at the same time, his legs were folded, before the stone could sink completely, grabbed the rope and put it on, gliding across the river, and in the blink of an eye it was gone in the woods. The whole process takes place in an instant. You all can only saw it happen, but no one had time to react. Trong Lap opening time. His eyes blinked hard. The wind that grazed his face just now made him melt. Tears, exclaiming, "Stop it, stone." When he turned his head to look, he saw nothing. Ma Tang is controlling the wooden raft so could not see clearly, and Yu Yang asked, "What bird is that? Its body is so small, it's probably not an American eagle." Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the forest, only said, "Such fan speed, maybe it's an American falcon, too, it's just that it's too fast, I can't see the picture clearly." "How it looks, it flew into the forest. It seems that trying to find that stone is impossible." Trong Lap said apologetically, "Sorry, I don't know." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, Leave. What makes me feel strange is, why did that bird suddenly attack you? Obviously it is attracted to the stone. Could it be that the stone has something special?" Ma Tang said, "It could be light. There are many birds that like to collect things." Sparkling light, just now Trong Lap raised. Looking up to the sun, the bright light of the stone caught the bird's attention. The 4 of them discussed for a while, but in the end, nothing came to fruition. On a canopy of trees in the forest, Saw's eyes lit up. The Karakara falcon was sitting on his shoulder just now, looking around, Saw's firmly holding the amber stone in his hand, smiling proudly, unexpectedly, without any effort at all. There is a stone that represents. With this agreement, I can now freely enter the territory of the cannibals. If the bow had obtained this a few years ago, it wouldn't have lost so many people's hands at the hands of those barbarians. A bunch of idiots. Why don't they stop going deep into the forest of size, obviously already out? What do they want to do? Do they also want to cross the forbidden area, go straight to that place? They don't know anything. How can that be? It seems Merkin's not wrong at all. Following these people, there will be a lot of unexpected joy. At the same time, in the guerrillas' stronghold near the Kukua territory, Gonzales angrily said, "What? The Gon, when are they going? Which way to go? Forest of size, huh? Their mother and father, we don't need our lives anymore." He suddenly thought of something, woke up in shock, grabbed Basaka by the collar and shouted, "Tell me, is the Golden City buried in the Forest of Size?" Basaka was almost suffocated by his superiors, barely able to utter a voice. "Yes, possible. Why didn't we think of that?" Gonzales let go. Basaka is now breathing. "Okay, quickly said, the Forest of Sighs is a borderland that we are relatively shy about, and moreover, it is occupied by the last remaining primitive tribes, plus mystical legends and curses, so although there are also small-scale expedition teams in there, but so far no one has come out alive. We are flooded. Barbaric man and its curse frighten, but what lies within, we don't know. Well, Gonzales propped his chin, his eyes as sharp as hawks blinking, and after a long time he spoke, but relying only on our own forces, without a map, venturing into the Forest of Sighs is too dangerous. Tell the other groups, leave them open. Road ahead. Basaka thought he had misheard, and asked, but, Captain, why should we open the way for us? Gonzales smiled mischievously. For immediate benefits, it is natural to risk life to work. If they know the secret of the Golden City is in the Forest of Sighs, then even if there's hell ahead, they won't mind. Basaka said, so, what if they discover the treasure first? Gonzales snorted. Wood of Sighs. Is it so easy to cross? Just kidding. Waiting for them to find the Golden City will cost more than half of their troops. At that time we showed up to help them deliver the goods. I don't think anyone would object. Saying that, he proudly swings the muzzle of the gun in his hand. The four of them, Juo Mok Kwong Ba, go down the river, waiting for his physical strength to recover, back to the shore and into the forest. In order to quickly escape the pursuit of the guerrillas, they did not hunt animal skins for food at all, but directly used pre-purchased mixed nutritional foods, including food for astronaut or broth. Parenteral injection directly into the vein. Repeatedly like this, it was not known how far they had gone that day, but they were not pursued by any guerrilla group. The four thought that a little hardship was well worth it. At this rate, tomorrow they could break out of the encirclement, go straight to the main tributary of the Putumayo, from there downstream to Guppy and then cross the border into Peruvian territory, advance at full speed to Pantuoja, down the Napo River straight to St. Mary. After the calculation was completed, they wandered around for a whole day. The four of them thought that this time they could sleep well in the forest. They came out of the densely wooded area, preparing to choose a spot near the shore. Stream to set up camp for the night. There is a stream in front. The surrounding mud is both wet and soft. The terrain is not much different from a coastal mudflat. Trong Lap was about to stretch his shoulders to relieve fatigue, when Ma Tang suddenly waved his hand to signal that something was wrong ahead. Four people hiding behind a tree looked out, only to see one person lying face down in the mud, one arm stretched out, one hand folded, both legs bent. There was still a trail on the ground, far away. 10 meters is a long and narrow bag of intestines. It seems that this person has crawled here, but because his physical strength could not hold it any longer, he fell down. Juo Mok Kwong Ba said to Yang, go and see, be careful, there is an ambush. Yang looked at the surroundings while walking, and after making sure there was no danger, he stepped forward, suddenly turned around and said to a few people in the forest, it's Sean. The remaining 3 people determined that there was no danger, also gathered, although the injured person was dressed in rags, but the other silver hair was recognizable at a glance. Yang turned Sean over, placed his hand on his neck artery, and then judged, still alive, but the pulse is frantic. Trong Lap touched his forehead and continued, the forehead is too hot. Ma Tang nodded, his face is red, his breathing is fast, he's poisoned. Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He picked up the sack of the other statue's intestines, which had rough edges, but he didn't open it either. Zhang Li looked in his pocket for some commonly used antidotes, but was. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stopped and said, the antidote itself already has a certain toxicity. It cannot be used indiscriminately until it is clear that people are poisoned. Yang pulled out Sean's clothes, carefully examined his heels, back of his neck and other places on his body and said, there are no obvious wounds, not bites. There's also no swelling, probably nothing to do with the insects. Trak Mok Kwong Ba doubtfully said, everyone look at his face, mirror. His face flickered as if he was smiling. Looking at the trail of him crawling, he crawled straight here. If Sean is an adventurer with rich experience, he must have known he was poisoned. That also means there's something around here that can cure him. Trong Lap looked around and said, "There's nothing here besides water, not even a single blade of grass. Is there anything that can cure the poison?" "Water." Yu Yang shook his head. "No, his crawling trajectory is obviously slightly inclined. If you need water, wouldn't it be better to crawl straight through? It's obvious that he doesn't want to get river water, but here there's really nothing else, no. Maybe the antidote he wanted was washed away by the river water. Or is it some kind of animal, already running away?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba got up and launched. The eyes looked around, saw that upstream of the river, less than 100 meters away from them, there was a herd of spider monkeys, although the monkeys were also watching a few people with vigilance, but they did not run away and disappeared, like spider monkeys elsewhere, but just standing there watching. In the herd of monkeys, there are also some birds, in addition to a few other animals, on the small river bank, but there are so many animals gathered, it is indeed a bit strange. Strange. At this moment, a wild boar came out and startled the small animals. Staggered back, but only a few steps back, they slowly gathered again. Some daring monkeys even threw things down the pig's head, unexpectedly chased the big animal back into the forest. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is even more suspicious. This river is really nothing. Why do these small animals gather in the river here without dispersing? Finally, his sharp eyes caught the magic inside. A small spider monkey, protected by a pack of adult spider monkeys, is sticking out its tongue and licking the ground. It's mud. Yu Yang even decided to reason. He followed Sean's crawl a few more steps, only to see that the color of the mud on the beach had gradually changed, from gray to gray. Gradually turned into a red paste. Quack. Yu Yang picked up a handful and held it in his hand. Trong Lap asked suspiciously, "Is this edible?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "I don't know, there is only one way to go, try it. Come on, get some water." They took out the water to dissolve the red mud, stirred it up, and then let Sean drink it little by little, observing for half an hour, seeing his breath. His face has calmed down again, and his face is less red. Tang's father immediately said, "It's effective. But why is this guy like this? How did he run here?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "We are ambush. How do you know if they're also in trouble? Wait for him to wake up and then ask." The four originally thought that the first night after leaving the Kukua territory, without being chased by the guerrillas, could sleep peacefully, but now another poisoned person lost consciousness and needed someone to take care of him. Yu Yang sighed emotionally. Looks like it's not easy to get a good night's sleep in this jungle. Night fell. Yu Yang asked, "Young Master Kwong Ba, we still have 3 days, right? Is it possible to reach St. Mary in these 3 days?" Shang Lap smiled and said, "You can still ask this question. The one who wants to be lazy from the beginning to stay where the Kukua refuses to go, isn't it you?" Yu Yang also laughed and scolded. "Don't talk nonsense, because young Master Kwong Ba's wound has not completely healed. We only stayed for 2 more days, saying that I want to stay lazy and stay at the Kukua people. ... Kwong Ba young master, let me tell you, this Trong Lap has just arrived at the Kukua's place. His eyes are already bright, his drool is already flowing, almost bleeding, orange too. Up to 28 times per minute, I see, if anyone wants to stay at the place. The most Kukua, he should be in the front row." Trong Lap said, "When did you see me turn around? If this is not slander, then what is?" His expression when he arrived. "Are the Kukua good? I saw you eating like a pig." Ba Tang's cold voice said, "Don't argue anymore, let's go, there's nothing to argue with." The two fell silent. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "If possible, escape the pursuit of drug dealers and guerrillas, no need to hide and hide, a stream downstream, the speed of. We can triple it. With all our might, we should be able to reach St. Mary in 3 days, no matter what. We have to complete this exam. We definitely can't let that old lady Lu Can Nam use any more excuses. All. We have to work together. If we can't complete the exam on time, but the teacher's team can do it smoothly, let's not talk about having access to materials related to Bakbala temple or not. This loss of face was enough for us to find a hole in the ground and hide. Trong Lap said, we are strong and healthy. They are all weak old men and women, even if we don't compete. Face, you also have to keep some dignity. Can't continue this history of failure forever. Yu Yang looked at Sean, who was in a coma. Said, but what about him? Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, give me another drink of mud, see how the situation is. Any. Yu Yang shook his head, I mean, if Sean wakes up tomorrow, or nothing happens, what will we do? Trak Mok Kwong Ba doesn't need to think. Praise immediately replied, take him with you. Neither Zhang Lap nor Yu Yang spoke, just nodded slightly. Ba Tang opened his mouth, seemed to be about to say something, turned his head and glanced at Sean once. Finally, he swallowed his breath, turned to the side, and muttered hoarsely. Yu Yang's ears can clearly hear Ba Tang saying in a low voice, getting yourself into trouble. At night, they gave Sean another half bowl of muddy water. Then nothing happened, until midnight they heard a strange growl or two. Later, when he heard that the night watchman, Trong Lap, said, he seemed to have seen something like a leopard also come to that river, but it did not come near them, so he did not know if it was an American leopard or not. Early in the morning of the second day, Sean was restored to his senses. He naturally had feelings. I feel like I've been reborn. Say something grateful to the point of tears. Listening to his agitated voice, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and others understood roughly. That day, just broke up with the 4 of us, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, not long ago. They encountered another detachment of guerrillas. I don't know if the other scout had used any signal, but the guerrillas had just seen him attack, and then captured them all alive. As for the other Mark, he was not with them. Probably at that time, he must have revealed the whereabouts of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. After that, they were taken to a secret place. According to Sean's observations, that place must be a prison in the jungle of the guerrillas, because everywhere there are scattered wooden cots. There are half submerged in water, some suspended in the air. Sean and the rest of the crew were locked there. The people of the guerrillas said they would contact the consulates of the countries. At the right time, nature would let them go, but they didn't expect it. That Sean knew a little bit of Quechua, heard from the soldiers' mouths that they were all going to be executed. He and his companions have found everything. Risking their lives to run away from prison. Unexpectedly their actions were discovered. Many people were arrested again, or shot dead on the spot. Sean ran indiscriminately into the forest, relying on his experience of camping several times to escape the pursuing guerrillas, only because he did not have the tools. When he escaped, was in such a hurry. The food problem these days had been a great test for him. First, just drink water, hold out. After a day and a half, finally he was so hungry, he had to catch some spiders and lizards to eat raw. These days have been really hard. Looking at Sean's posture right now, one could tell that the extreme hardship he said wasn't enough to describe a tenth of what he had been through. Trak Mok Kwong Ba even thought, if I only have one person, and don't have any tools, I don't know if I can. Whether he could live in this old forest for a day or not, just by eating those hairy spiders and green lizards alive, he saw for himself. I absolutely cannot do it. Sean forced a smile and said, I already know what's edible, but I didn't expect it to be poisoned. Thoughts are about to crawl in the salt marshes, but I don't have any strength left. If it weren't for you guys to get there in time, I'm afraid I'd be lying in the stomachs of scavengers by now. Yue Yang couldn't contain his excitement and asked, "What's the matter in the end? Why was he poisoned? How can the mud there be antidote?" "No, it all guides." Sean explained slowly, "Some of the animals here ate the fruit or the seeds or the leaves of a certain plant in the past. For a long time, the plants here mostly contain toxins. These toxins gradually accumulate in the animals' bodies. As for the spiders and lizards that I ate, they ate those poisonous animals, so they also became toxin carriers. As a result, if I ate too much, I would also get poisoned." Quote. He looked into the distance. There was a black and white bellied bird pecking at food. "See the crested pheasant, it also came here looking for an antidote." Crested hemorrhoids are leaf eaters. Animals of this species often choose to eat only young leaves to prevent poisoning. But even young leaves are still very dangerous, so hemorrhoids deal with it differently. Eat. Add mud. The salt marsh here can neutralize and destroy toxins. This is the miracle of nature. Everything complements each other, but also overcomes each other. Only now did Trak Mok Kwong Ba know that the bird's name was crested pheasant. Sean said again, "Thank you so much for saving my life this time, but I'm in. The gorillas are in pursuit, and you also have work to do, don't you? Just give me enough food for one day. No, half a day is enough. Don't miss your journey because of me." Trong Lap said, "Don't say that again. You have thanked me dozens of times already. We are not cold-blooded people like the gorillas. Health now. I'm still not fully recovered, no matter how rich my experience in the jungle is, but there's only one body. How can I get out of here alive?" Saying that, he immediately glanced at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Juo Mok Kwong Ba nodded and continued. "That's right, let's go together. We can more or less look out for each other. Our jungle experience. As much as you, there is a lot to ask for your help." The people of Ma Tang knew that he said that to make Sean feel secure to go with them, so they had no idea. Sean hesitated for a moment, then said, "But..." Trak Mok Kwong Ba pulled him out of the hammock. "No, but it's okay. We're all being chased by gorillas anyway. We all want to leave this forest. There's no reason not to go together, Chief. We'll go downstream from here. We'll soon reach the main tributary of the Putumayo River." The wooden raft was quickly finished. Now from 4 became 5 companions, going down the stream. 4 people talked to Sean, learned some of his stories. It turned out that Sean was originally a lawyer, working in London, earning a good income, in a case of inheritance dispute. Very thrilling. Sean was surprised to discover, in the old painting that you guys have, that contested scheme contained a map. Ancient ruins. Then he became interested in this ancient relic survey. At first it was just walk around ancient citadel in Europe. And since returning from Africa for the second time. Third, he met other people with similar interests, so he decided to give up his career as a lawyer and specialize in surveying historical sites. He went to the pyramids, the Valley of the Kings in Egypt, to the Roman Temple, the lighthouse ruins of Alexandria, also studied through Easter Island, the island Crete, this whole Amazon forest. He has been there dozens of times. It can be said that he is quite familiar. Only the upper Amazon River belongs to the territory of Vietnam. These 2 countries, Colombia and Ecuador, have just arrived for the first time. Among the places that captivated him the most was the first Maya civilization. Thousands of ancient castles with thousands of years of history, now still hidden by the jungle. Those glorious palaces are more than comparable to the temples of the Roman Empire. Egyptian pyramids, and what makes Sean most impressed is the number and scale of these sites. History engulfs an empire, but those citadels and palaces will record the history of that empire. Civilization has not disappeared, just passed on to the next generation in a different form. As for China, I've only been to the Great Wall of China in Beijing. The wall alone is enough. Tell him what civilization has stood for 5,000 years. Sean said, if there is a certain chance he will return to China. When he heard that all 4 of them were from Tibet, he said that he also knew Tibet, knew that there was Dai Zue mountain there. Sean also asked about the journey of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, and he answered honestly. Say, the guys participated in a special training, this time through the primeval jungle was a part of that training. Sean was amazed, wondering what kind of training was so difficult after all. Moreover, the number of people is so small, compared to the backpackers, they are even more crazy. Seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face reveal. Awkward, Sean didn't immediately ask what happened after breaking up with Trak Mok Kwong Ba, why the weapon was nowhere to be found. When listening to Yang tell the horror stories they encountered, and then were saved by the Kukua, Sean exclaimed in surprise, the Kukua. Yang nodded and replied, what's wrong, have you heard of them too? Sean shook his head, no, I have never. Hear it all. Trong Lap said, your voice is surprised. That's it, what's wrong? Sean said, because of that pronunciation. Do you know which god the Maya worship the most? Rain snake god. The Mayans call it Kukulkan, you guys try it. Listen, these 2 sounds really similar, I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. Kukua, Kukulkan, Yang repeated to compare, the feeling is very similar. Trong Lap said, then they are not descendants of the Indians, but descendants of the Mayans. Sean said, probably, though now. There are still quite a few descendants of the Maya, they live scattered in the tribes. Are in the minority, but most are in the jungles of Central America, or some have crossed the Andes to reach the forest. Amazon. In fact, after the fall of the Maya civilization, there were also many descendants. The displaced in the Indian tribes. Or if they have reconciled with each other, according to the laws of racial evolution, it is very likely that they have the same ancestor. That's right. What god do they worship? Ma Tang replied, they worship many gods, it seems that each object has its own god, god NGO, god company. Painting, eating, living, everything has a god. Relatively noble gods are Kukua, Karks. Sean laughed and said, that's right, Karks is god. Forest, Mayan protector of the land. Trong Lap added, there is an even more powerful god, called Yi, Yina, Wena. What, Yi, N-A, we, N-A. Sean frowned. Zhang Li thought for a moment and then said, either way, the pronunciation is weird, if it's not Yinaween, it's okay. What kind of Yinawa? Sean seemed to think of something, then showed a surprised expression, well, it's not Viracocha, but it's the god of the Incas. Wait a minute. Is it because of geographical reasons that they have merged the beliefs of both cultures? Proof again, no, these ancient peoples are almost completely isolated from the outside world. Could it be, they are a turning point in history? Descendant of that mystical civilization. Seeing Sean muttering to himself, Zhang Lap couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, what's wrong, Sean? He said so softly. We can't hear it. Sean was startled awake, said, I remember, it's Viracocha. I do know, that god is not related to the Maya civilization, on the contrary, is related to the ancient Inca civilization here. In Inca mythology, the god Viracocha is the god of water. It can be said to be a god who travels the world, although there are many myths have been exaggerated, but there really is such a god. So I've been to this land. Seeing the expressions of the 4 people who understood but didn't understand anything, Sean spread his hands out laughing and continued, that's it, I'll explain in a different direction. In the history of the Incas, the god Viracocha is the same, like Shennong in history. China, you guys. Oh, so that means there is such a person, it's just that he is too generous, so he becomes divine. After Yang finished speaking, he remembered something, and then added, and a god named Arpush. Sean stopped laughing and said with a serious face, here. He is not a god that can be casually mentioned, he is the incarnation of the sun god in hell. The ancient Maya painted the sun god as a handsome teenager and an old man with a hunchback and a long nose, representing the two sides of good and evil. This god, when in heaven, it was a lovely young man, in hell is an evil old man, his true body turned into bones. This is the god who protects the fifth level of hell. Maya, symbolizing death. God. Yang stuck out his tongue and said, "No wonder they say such scary mysterious things, so it's the forbidden land of death." Sean didn't understand, so he asked, "What did you say?" So, Yang explained, "To the west of the Kukua territory is the Forest of Sighs. They say in it is where death rests. Countless adventurers have entered but no one has come out." Sean mutters, "Forest of Sighs, Forest of Sighs, Forest of Sighs. Are you saying the Forest of Sighs?" He almost jumped up. Yang nodded, "That's right, now. Perhaps we are also walking along the edge of the Forest of Sighs. Do you know this place?" Sean said, I remember. Mr. Anlaika in our group told me, because this land is located between the border of the three countries. Colombia, Ecuador and Peru, again. Putumayo River branch the most complicated. For a long time the three countries had not yet established a clear border, so this area became the most mysterious primeval forest. Later there were guerrillas and traders. The drug is active, so the pristine state has not been. Human impact is still preserved. It is rumored that this place not only has many ferocious animals, but also the last area to have cannibal tribes. In short, it's best not to go there and explore. Trong Lap nodded, "Yes, that explains why this area is still kept in its original state." Trak Mok Kwong Ba briefly recounted the story I met in the Kukua tribe. Sean heard the part where the Kukua people used ants to cure Trak Mok Kwong Ba, then nodded. "The tropical forest is hot and humid, there are many tribal people suffering from rheumatism. I have heard that ant treatment for rheumatism is very effective, but I have not heard that it is very effective to use ant to treat rheumatism. It is just that I have never heard of using ant to cure poison, or maybe it is because poison is used to treat poison, should also." "That's right. You guys don't have to have a group anymore." Trak Mok Kwong Ba talked about hearing about Sean's friends in the Kukua group. Sean was very interested, so he asked more about the other 4 Asian friends. Trak Mok Kwong Dad only knew very little, so he couldn't say much. So in the end Sean had to tell. "For you and your family Trak Mok Kwong Ba." "How am I?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba was surprised to realize that Sean was a big fan of Asian people named Kite who organized this trip. Even people like Sean were equally respectful. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also wanted to try it once. Said. After talking for a while, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly asked, "Look ahead, is there something floating?" Trong Lap stood up and said, "What surprised young Master Kwong Ba, isn't it a man-eating fish?" "Ah, is that, demon fish too? Amazon?" "No, the Putumayo River also has demon fish." "Ha!" Ahead, a fish dragged its long tail and swam past their wooden raft, just. I saw the fish's body was flat like a plate, about 1 meter in diameter. The fins were undulating, the whole body was golden with black stripes all over. It looked a bit creepy. Sean glanced at him, then smiled and explained. "It's nothing, a kingfish. Americas alone can be considered distant relatives to the devilfish and rays. Don't look at the stripes like that of a tiger and leopard skin and think it's wrong. Actually it doesn't actively attack people, many places even keep it as an aquarium fish." Trong Lap said, "At first glance, it is really scary, the emperor fish, it should be. It should be called a tiger fish, those stripes are like tiger skin." Sean said, "It's not wrong, it has another name, a tiger fish. Actually in the forest. These protozoa, as long as the plants and animals are visible, the danger level is reduced. Halfway through, the things you can't see are the scariest. This statement is almost identical to what Babatu said. Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "What do you mean by things you can't see?" Sean replied, "For example, that American cichlid, it's there, shaped like. So, unless you want to eat it, and other animals have already seen it, either avoid it early, or have prepared to defend, even humans are no exception. But in the water, there is also an almost transparent fish, not more than a few centimeters long, with a body like a tadpole, the abdomen has cysts. They live by sucking the blood of large animals, called American bloodsuckers. When the big animals come to the shore, river to drink water or bathe, do not let the mind will be attached to them, then open its mouth to suck blood. There is another type of catfish, the Amazon parasitic catfish, which is also a very small fish. They like to enter through the alimentary canal or excretory organs of animals. Animals then eat clean internal organs. That fish makes the women of the tribes in this Amazon region extremely afraid, if you bathe in where the water is at the waist level. It is necessary to wear a special protective gear. Now in some places they are still sold, but only for use as clothing. Just a souvenir. Yu Yang didn't understand. The animals you just mentioned can still be seen. It's just that their bodies are small, so people can't take precautions, right? Sean thought for a long time before coming up with a suitable way to say it. Before penicillin was invented, just an ordinary plague would take thousands of lives. Lymphadenopathy, tuberculosis, dysentery, many diseases were once considered to have no cure. Today, we know that the root cause of these diseases is bacteria. Bacteria are a type of organism. They exist in the air, everywhere, and our naked eyes can't see them at all. Juo Mok Kwong Ba understood, nodded and said, So it's bacteria, so it's not dangerous for us. One of their essentials is the latest in antibiotics, which, if infectious, are almost self-healing. Sean frowned and shook his head. No, you misunderstood me. I just want to explain what are invisible organisms, not necessarily only bacteria. Actually, in the jungle, creatures can't see as bacteria are very many, such as bacteriophages, viruses, rickety lice, spiral bodies. There are also many species of microorganisms that perhaps until now people still do not know well. In our world, big eats small is a universal law. Variable, but in the microbial world, this law is just right or quite the opposite. The smaller the better, especially when they attack large organisms. Up to now, mankind has only resistant to bacteria, but for other species of microorganisms, effective medicine is still weak. Such an explanation finally made Trak Mok Kwong Ba understand, but made the four people even more stressed, how to deal with creatures that the naked eye can't see here and there. Sean smiled and continued, there's really no need to be so stressed. Humans have their own immune systems. If those microorganisms are so scary, then this world would soon be theirs. Then, where are the big animals? Look, those guppies swim happily. That's what nature gives us. We need to enjoy without fearing them. As the fish swam past, Sean put his hands on the raft, lowered his head as far as he could, and looked at them with his face close to the water, and then exclaimed in amazement, look, they can change into 7 different colors. This is the most dangerous species. Quote. Trong Lap and Yu Yang both lowered their heads to observe. The body of the fish was thin and flat, with spots on the top, the fish scales glittering in the sun, making its body appear full. Rainbow colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, 7 colors mixed together, sparkling radiantly. Especially when the whole herd swims through, sparkling brightly. Especially when the whole herd swims through, the nest. Fused into all sorts of brilliant shapes in the water, it feels like watching a ballet performance under water, both elegant and flexible, makes viewers feel comfortable in their hearts. all the fatigue and troubles are put aside. Sean introduced this kind of premium fish in the market. European schools can sell for up to $20,000 each. Unfortunately, my camera has been confiscated by the guerrillas. Along the river, the forest and water are very quiet, the leaves are rustling, the water is murmuring, the monkeys and gibbons sometimes huddle, the birds are fluttering against the deep blue sky, the landscape is as beautiful as a picture, plus adding an all-knowing tour guide like Sean, the four of us feel like this is the real adventure. A real tourist attraction, much better than having to hide and hide like a flood. The mouse was hiding from the cat before. Hey, that bird has a big beak. Sean pointed to a large tree by the bank. The trunk of the tree was straight and steep, the foliage was spreading like a giant umbrella. A yellow-bellied black-winged bird perched on a tree branch, silkworm's whole body in the sun, a yellow beak as big as a sickle emitting shrill sounds, as if singing a song, chanting calling for your companions. Trong Lap and Yu Yang take it as a interested, never stop asking questions. Ask, let Sean explain. Ma Tang rested his head on the hand holding the wooden raft. Coldly watching the sky, above was a cloud of bad luck. What is that? Oh, it's the American pheasant, see, they're hovering in the air to choose a mate. Usually there is only one female, so the males have to do the best to perform the best dances in order to be noticed by the female. Hey, there's something big black on the tree. It's a long-nosed bear, look, it's a mother-daughter pair, they like to live in groups. What is that black one? It's not a watermark, is it? It's a worm, no need to be surprised, little one. About 30 centimeters long, no problem. If other animals eat meat, they're lucky. The individual is up to half a meter long. Go around, don't touch it, it's a dangerous creature, why is there such a big animal here? Something. Electric eel, although immature, the voltage between its head and tail can be up to those 300 volts. Look closely, I'm afraid the red turtle. There's going to be a disaster. Trong Lap and the others saw a small turtle slowly diving into the water. Just then the electric eel went crazy. The tail swam over, the fish about half a meter long wagged its tail almost instinctively, the turtle's whole body trembled, unexpectedly it was jerked upside down, floated to the surface, and then lay motionless beside it, edge. That's a hummingbird. Good eyesight, so small that I can see it. That's right. It's a small hummingbird, you can see better with this. Sean took out a telescopic device from his pocket, gave it to Yu Yang, it turned out to be a sniper rifle scope. Yu Yang took it and smiled. Said, why did you bring this with you? Sean shook his head and replied, is this bag? Right, on the way to escape, I knocked out a guy who seems to be an information soldier, searched his body and found it. Thought there were any weapons, the result was only two useless things. This bag is very well hidden in his body, I saw his impatient expression, so I kept it. Yu Yang took out the scope and looked at it, Zhang Lap asked curiously, what else is in the bag? Sean smiled wryly and replied, I don't know what it is, it seems to be an artifact, I think the guy is very interested in it or something. As he said that, he took out something other. Trong Lap said, wow, looks weird. Too, like a stone sword, or a winged rockworm. And when Ma Tang saw that stone sword, he blurted out, it's a holy stone. The holy stone of the Kukua. One God who created all things in Inca mythology. 2. Devilfish, double-snouted stingray. The lament of the green forest. As he spoke, Ma Tang grabbed the stick. Stone, carefully touched times. The sword body is round like a bullet, the surrounding is engraved with many reliefs. The two sides of the sword are not the same, but one end is sharp and the other is blunt, looking like a chisel pierced through the sword body. The sword hilt is also engraved into twisted monstrous shape. This whole piece of stone is no more than 10 centimeters long. The diameter of the hilt was more than 8 centimeters. If it weren't for the long brooch-like part that poked through it, it would have looked more like a goose-egg stone than a sword anyway. Because Ma Tang doesn't tell others. Knowing what the holy stone was, except for himself, everyone else looked at him with strange eyes. Ma Tang lightly stroked a piece of stone that was as smooth as a jade. To be able to become like this, must have been held in the hand for many years, and the use of this holy stone is exactly the same. High Priest. Every day, the tribe has to hold it to pray for good rain and wind. Peace. Grain is plentiful, people in the tribe are proliferating. Ma Tang briefly told why he knew the story of the holy stone, and its position and effect on the Kukua people, then affirmed. Totally similar to what you. Babatu told. See, the head of the sword is engraved with the sun, here is the image of the rain god, this represents the clouds in the sky, and the upper half is a combination of the American leopard and the first patriarch, symbolizing the right to power, supreme power of the patriarch. This piece of stone has great symbolic meaning for people. That's Kukua. How did it get into the hands of the guerrillas? Sean was surprised, sighed and said, didn't expect this stone to have such a great background. What to do now? Return it to the Kukua. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. Not in time, behind us there will definitely be a group of guerrillas chasing us. Just go back for half a day, surely there will be bullets flying in the sky to welcome us. Don't play. Yu Yang also agreed, yes, we only have to get out of this forest first, leave the range of forces of the guerrillas, wait for everything to settle down. Go back and find a way to contact the Kukua. Sean generously said, that's fine, then you guys keep this piece of rock, over there. I can't do anything if I keep it. Trong Lap said, but you are the one who discovered it, right? Sean laughs, found something, obviously robbing people. Firstly, anyway, after I leave here, I will never return to this forest area again. Besides, my life is saved by you guys, a small piece of stone I still have nothing to do. As for the Kukua people who saved your lives, who knows, this is God's will. Ha ha. The 4 people negotiated for a while, deciding to put the stone in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's backpack, because if something dangerous happened, the remaining 3 people all agreed that he was able to escape. To the most destination, only Kwong Ba young master he only. Sean did not feel disappointed because he won and lost his valuables, still smiling and answering questions for Yu Yang and Trong Lap, but half a day downstream, he also began to feel insecure. Sean reached into the riverbed to taste the taste. Water, took a wooden stick to probe the depth, finally came to the conclusion, in my opinion, this river doesn't seem to connect to the main branch of the Putumayo River, right? What? Trak Mok Kwong Ba, who was leaning against the raft, turned his head in surprise. Sean said, look, although the river water is much deeper here, it's not because the river is bigger, but just because the river is bigger. Because the river bed is narrower. In the salt marshes, there was shallow water, although it was not more than knee-deep, but the river surface was tens of meters wide. Now even though the river is only 3 or 4 meters deep, it feels like a dead river. Dead river. All 4 people. The river of death is the river that flows along the mountainside, does not merge with other rivers to form a larger river, but flows alone in its own way, wriggling in the forest. The later the riverbed becomes larger, small. On the contrary, the current becomes weaker and weaker, eventually completely drying up and disappearing, merging with the jungle. A few days ago, the river's surface was vast and wide, even though it was like that. Every street has another way to turn, so I didn't think I would go in at all. Dead river. Now what to do? Everyone was looking at Sean, not expecting him to ask this question. Finally, they all looked at Trak Mot Kwong Ba. He thought for a moment, then said, now continue down the river, because Sean has not fully recovered. If you go in the forest, the speed will be slow. We can't compare to the guerrillas, we'll probably be caught up. We keep going until we can't. If you can go further down the river, then go ashore. So the four of them continued to go deeper into the forest on the quiet river, drifting farther and farther. Saws hid in the woods suspiciously, thinking to himself, what are these people going to do anyway? Should have left the forest. Breathe, why go back in, moreover go deep into the center, at speed. Here they are, 2 days later to our Pasha's forbidden ground. Had they heard something from the Kukua? Also want to find that place. Why is that? Okay, just rely on those guys. He stood at the top of the tree and hesitated whether to continue watching or not. The sighing forest was not an ordinary jungle after all, there were too many dangerous elements inside. Suddenly, he patted his body, suddenly understood and said, I understand. It turns out that they always use a compass or a compass. What a bunch of idiots who don't have one, no wonder they keep going in the wrong direction forever. But even though they don't know, the white-haired guy seems to be very experienced. Maybe he doesn't know. This brat, why is he here? What is his intention? Sean's sudden appearance, Saws, was really unpredictable, especially since this person sometimes seemed to intentionally look at where he was hiding, not knowing if he had been discovered or not. Saws muttered to himself, if they really want to enter the forbidden land, then it's not the whole body. I can't find it either, so what's the point of tracking it? No, must create 4. They make a deep impression, let's go tonight. Floating all day, before dark. Could not help but pull to the shore. The density of forest trees here is much greater than before. The leaves almost obscure the sky, even a little light cannot penetrate. Deep in the forest, each cold wind blows, making people get goosebumps. All kinds of strange sounds blend together, even Sean can't distinguish which animal it is. What's even more amazing is that, in this forest, there are countless animals, incredible plants, almost a lost world of wild animals and plants. The flora and fauna are still there, on one's own. Naturally looking for their prey, did not seem to welcome these uninvited guests, but there was nothing offensive about it, they all seemed to be very indifferent. So, Sean is still upset about the loss of his camera, because it's in the woods. There are so many thrilling scenes to keep as memories. They saw a very special herbaceous plant, with a low stem close to the ground, 2 large leaves symmetrically spread out. On the green leaf surface, there are also 2 red streaks, looking like an attractive pair of lips. Of the beauty, between the lips of the leaves is a row of small flowers like rice grains, emitting a cool scent. Trong Lap asked what grass it was, but Sean couldn't answer. They always called hot lips. There is also a relatively short tree that needs sunlight, so it can only grow on the shore. River, the body is big and fat, the lower part is as big as a drum. It looks really like a pregnant woman 7 or 8 months pregnant, and the tall red pine trees are all tangled up by vines, then drooping. Down to the fork, it looks like there are countless beard. Yang discovered that there were many ants on the tree carrying large leaves like flags and drums going back and forth, so he turned to ask Sean. He replied, those are leafcutter ants, they are animals that know how to grow and raise livestock. What, ants? Ants also know how to breed? Shang Li asked skeptically. Sean smiled and nodded, that's right. They cut these leaves, bring them back to the nest to hide in the cellar. Under the influence of heat and humidity, a type of mycobacterium will grow on those rotting leaves, and these ants will consider it as food. Eat their food. This is not livestock, then what is? Trong Lap, Yang couldn't help but feeling that this world is too big, nothing thrilling is not there. Looking out, the creature in this forest is really not few. A butterfly has just folded its wings on a pineapple tree. The tongue of a chameleon is already wrapped around it, the green grasshopper next to it, thereby escaping death. A hummingbird is engrossed in sucking nectar. But having been prowled by a bird-eating spider before, this elite hunter jumped up, spewed spider webs on the tree forks, and darted forward with incredible speed. as precise as bullets finding their target, so, the hummingbird was completely unresponsive and was already pinned down. A tattoo wagged its long and pointed tail, wriggled out, raised its head to look at the men who were clinging to him, clearly craving but could not reach it, finally had to lower its head to find it, see if there are any white ant nests. An anteater that relies on a larger body in the end has to shrink into a ball. The ball then rolled away, unexpectedly stepping on a small frankincense, also considered as Tyong lost his horse, maybe it was. Blessing. Danger suddenly descended. An American tapir ran out with a gurgly stomach, the monkeys. The big nose on the tree is constantly shaking, causing the foliage to rustle, and the mouth makes a warning sound of solstice. The animal can chase large animals like. So it's definitely not small. Listen to Sean, we all prepare for the topic. Be careful, the result is danger coming from the sky. A huge American eagle rushes down like a wind. The tapir has not had a chance to react. Resistance has been taken away. Small world. In this old forest has changed in the blink of an eye, making all 5 people terrified, because now they have made the most of their lives. The eye sees the truest side of the food chain in nature. Track Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang go. Before finding the way, suddenly Ba Tang turned his head and shouted, "What are you looking at? Find a place to camp for the night and see it." "Wait a minute," Sean called the 2 people in front of him, then asked, "Did you find anything wrong?" Track Mok Kwong Ba looked at Ba Tang, at the same time feeling that something is wrong. Zhang Lap also came up. Voice, "What's wrong?" "If I had to say anything else, it would be that the animals here are more numerous, more daring, and don't care about us humans at all." Fit said. He just laughed. "This is what's wrong." Sean's face stiffened, making the atmosphere serious, only to hear him continue. "The rich flora and fauna in the forest is true and not wrong, but because of human activities for many years, many animals have a habit of avoiding humans. Humans become natural enemies of all kinds of animals, plant. But the animals here were completely fearless, as if they had never seen anything like the rest of us. I remember. As you said, from the Kukua territory coming out from the east, you will go straight into the Forest of Size, an area not specifically marked on the map." "Not," Yu Yang said. "It's not wrong, but we were led out by the squirrel-tailed monkey. Now it should be, wait, you mean here?" Sean said, "I still can't say for sure, but this place is probably the edge of Size Forest, also a primeval forest, at least based on the reactions of these animals. It seems that there are no children who set foot on this land." Sean's intentions are very clear, even though a few days ago, Chuo Mok Kwong Ba also passed through the primeval forest, but those places are nonetheless inhabited by guerrillas and drug dealers who have been operating for many years, and the animals there know the truth. Scary of humans, but animals in. This is completely unnoticed, so this is a primeval forest in a state of near vacuum for humans. Ba Tang said, "How can we go down the stream, and at the same time follow the compass to go east and south, even if it's bad? No matter where you go, you've already left the Forest of Size. Why don't you go deep into a primeval forest without human footprints?" "Wait a minute," sweat beaded on Yue Yang's forehead, almost thinking of a scary fact. He took out the compass, looked at the rest with suspicious eyes, and asked, "Since just now we still rely on the compass, what if the compass points in the wrong direction?" Trong Lap said, "It's impossible. Even if one person's compass has problems, it's impossible for everyone's compass to point wrong. 4 compasses side by side. The direction was completely similar, but Yu Yang suddenly exclaimed, "Remember when we just entered the forest? We're being chased and run. We don't even know we've entered the territory. It's Colombia. If the direction is correct, then we should not be there." "Colombia is right." Ba Tang seemed to have thought of something, and said in surprise, "Storm. We give up. I've lost this element." Magnetic storm. Storm from what? Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at Ma Tang and asked. Ma Tang said, the surface of the sun is very active. There are bright areas or black spots that suddenly explode. Stop emitting electromagnetic currents. Fields, X-ray radiation, ultraviolet rays, light and energetic nuclei and arc rays, in which the atoms charged to form an electric current that shocks into the Earth's magnetic field. This is a magnetic storm. The equator is the closest area to the sun on Earth. The sun's angle is also the straightest. Strong magnetic storms can not only cell phone signal interference, but also disturbs the geomagnetic field, leading to the compass pointing in the wrong direction. Trong Lap said, so saying that we have gone in the wrong direction from the beginning. We are not going southeast, but east. North. So isn't that? Not only have we not come out of the forest of size, but since then, we have also gone deeper. After 2 days of wandering, I am afraid we have reached the middle of this forest. Yue Yang made a conclusion that made everyone else shiver from head to toe. The feeling of joy and excitement like traveling earlier has disappeared. No matter what, even going to the land known as the graves of explorers is not enough. What a good thing, Trak Mok Kwong Ba reassured everyone. It's been 2 days now, it's useless to turn back now, the only way is to continue forward. So far, we have not encountered any large carnivores. Everyone please stay on high alert, hold your weapons. Gas, ready to respond to situations that may occur at any time. There's no need to be too afraid, we've all met the killer bees, what else is scary? More than them. Saying that, Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at Sean encouragingly. Sean was about to force his mouth to say a sentence, yes, a lot. But seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes, he changed it to, no, just be careful, we have up to 5 people, probably not. Nothing can make it difficult. He said that, but his face could not be hidden. Everyone knew what that expression meant. Come with you guys, now. I don't even know how I'm going to die. What a shame. Yes, Trong Lap took down his bow and arrow, put his arrow in, and rushed forward, walking while saying, we have a dance. With such a high-class atmosphere, are you afraid of kittens and snakes? Yu Yang also added, the animals in. This is so stupid, it looks like you can eat a full meal tonight. The 5 people tried to laugh and joke, but in their hearts were restless and continued to go deep into the dark and murky forest. The forest of size is indeed extremely difficult to walk, just a few steps. Sean has repeatedly warned, don't go so close to the big trees, at any time there can be frogs jumping down. Last time. If you've seen poison frogs, you know it's not funny, right? The swan flower on the left, don't go that way, rotten. Don't turn left, the bush is so big. The ability to have a rattlesnake or a cobra. The Lord is very big, if there is a giant python, it will not be finished. Afraid of what? Let's get caught and cook soup. The whole group of people were shy and timid, walking with fear and anxiety, and finally Ma Tang couldn't help it. Loud voice echoes. Sean saw this and stopped talking, but after a few steps, the pile of rotten leaves on the roadside suddenly jumped up and took a bite on Trak Mok's thigh. Kwong Ba, what the hell is that? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was frightened, and swung his legs to knock the other animal away, but it was determined not to let go. No matter what, it would not fall. At this point, everyone could see clearly. It turned out that it was a toad whose whole body was disguised as grey. Sean said immediately, don't worry, it's not poisonous, it's a horned toad. Trong Lap whispered to NHAC. Guang, hey, how should I put it, how do I see it? It seems to be a toad, so friendly. 2. It really makes people both love and hate. The toad's face is very convex, it looks like it had 2 horns on its forehead. Once its rough grey body squatted motionless in a pile of rotting leaves, it was hardly recognizable. Sean did not use his hands, but borrowed Trong Lap's spear to help Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Knock down the horned toad. Track Mok Kwong Ba doubtfully asked, didn't he say there was no poison? Sean explained, probably not in the mouth, but not sure on the back. This type of horned toad has a very high attack ability, meeting smaller species, usually just one bite to swallow. Devours it, even those that are larger than it. Whether it is edible or not, it is not polite to take a bite. Aborigines in the forest call them big-mouth toads. Has anyone played the game of eating beans? That's the big mouth opening, ha ha. He glanced over at Ma Tang and continued, fortunately, it's a horned toad. If it's something else, so it's impossible to walk around here, it's best to just keep walking. It's better to be careful every step of the way. In the end, standing in front of the deep forest, which is all this incalculable danger, Track Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but sigh, oh. Saturday night. Finally found the place. Suitable for camping, followed by dinner. Look at the birds. As the animals flew around in the forest, some people suddenly remembered the taste of baked goods in their hometown, which is much better than those bland and tasteless compressed foods. Even though the weapon is very advanced, damn it. They are all clumsy hunters. According to Ma Tang boasted, if he had a sniper rifle in his hand, the mosquito thousands of meters away would certainly not be able to slip, but for this blowtorch that also needs very high precision, he just like a girl who just grew up with flowers, clumsy and clumsy. As a result, the arrow on the back was almost blown out, the two sides of the jawbone were tired and swollen. It's like being perfumed by a honeybee, and the other branch is also full of arrows. Porcupine feathers, only the small squirrel in the middle is completely unharmed, and even claps and laughs with Ma Tang. As for bows and arrows, in the process of training the four people have also practiced, but the bows they use are all made of alloy. The bowstring is nylon, in addition to supporting many other aiming devices. The arrows are also typed with reinforcement, and pure wood type, bowstring made of goat tendon, plus this type of worm-like arrow with half a feather. Basically without needing to aim, you know that the shot will be deflected. Speak in Trong's way. Lap is wrong. Wooden arrowhead. It also tilts and tilts, needless to say, what flies in the sky will still fly, what runs on the ground will still run, the only difference is. In the forest there are a few more animals standing upright on two legs, gasping for breath. Yang is always full of fear, anyway. The danger level of the toy in his hand is relatively high. As long as it doesn't hit the hunting object, it will turn back to attack the person who threw it. Fortunately, there are many big trees in this forest, so Yang is new. It's not that much of an injury, it's just that he threw his weapon several times. He all flew up on the branches of several tens of meters high. If he wanted to continue using it, he had to climb up the tree to get a high-class weapon. Several times up and down like that, Yang was as tired as any other. Track Mok Kwong Ba and Sean even more. Needless to say, Track Mok Kwong Ba's stoning weapon itself was not enough. The ability to damage, but he was still unafraid to say that his technique can be controlled accurately within a range of 50 meters, resulting in Trong Lat scornfully giving a sentence, did you throw arrows? Where does fire find its own target? Sean is the kind of person who speaks well to know, but actually has the ability to act. Compared to the others, only Chuo Mok Kwong Ba. Low, not higher, otherwise it wouldn't be enough to catch spiders to eat. The four of them were busy for a long time, and in the end, they still relied on Ma Tang's self-defense technique. Ma Tang's flying knife, the tears are not broken, and hit a stupid tapir standing still, the pig was killed. The wounded ran away for death, the remaining four people chased the interceptor, and finally caught the other animal alive. After finishing the barbecue, Sean suggested, hang the hammock a little higher, because I heard that in this sighing forest there are quite a few animals that can climb trees, in addition to poisonous snakes, lizards, American leopards, even fish. Crocodiles also know how to climb trees. At night, when he needed to appoint a guard, Tronglap unfortunately failed to draw lots and had to be in charge of night duty. Having been tired all day, everyone slept very soundly, but around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, when they were sleeping the most, they were all sick. Tronglap woke up. "Wake up, hurry up, the gorillas have arrived." As soon as they said a sentence, they all woke up. Only in the dark, a fire dragon is zigzagging slowly. Slow progress, this group must be at least 1 or 2 dozen people. According to what Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others know about the border of the gorillas, this is probably a platoon, even further north. There was also a flicker of fire as faint as the stars in the sky. It seemed that the enemy was not just a search party. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked Sean, "Chasing you, or chasing us?" Sean said, "I only have one person, how can I be honored, maybe 8 or 9 times chasing you guys." Yue Yang complained and complained, "What the hell is going on? Crazy chases us all night, it's dark like this, and the forest is so dense, how can we find people?" The words weren't finished, as if in response to the guy, there was a quack in the air. Shrill, in the quiet of the night, "Here, I'm afraid it's far away." Kilometers also hear this hiss also should. Ma Tang said in horror, "The eagle. The dog is dead," even though those guys sprayed around with a spray that could distract the hounds, but can't blame these aerial scouts. Moreover, the hammock can't be disguised. Listening to the sound goes up and down, responding to each other, it seems not only one child. The fire dragon immediately aimed in the direction. Ma Tang was angry. Said, "Damn, can't wait, we have to get out of here at once." As he spoke, he jumped to his feet, nimbly clinging to the rope to slide down, pulling with one hand. The rope noose, the whole hammock hanging from a tree 10 meters high, loosened and fell. Ma Tang rolled up and stuffed it in his backpack, continued to clean up and ran towards the river. Fortunately, yesterday they did not break the raft, but left it on the shore, so now they just need to push into the water, and then continue to go downstream. This is the fastest way for them to escape. The 4 sides were pitch black, the gloomy starlight in the sky could not shine through the dense forest, so as not to attract the attention of the gorillas, but still clearly saw the situation on the river. They use cold light. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took out 2 plastic pipes, broke one lightly. The plastic tube immediately emitted light thanks to it. The gloom changed the shape. The strange sounds and noises made the nerves of the 5 people extremely tense. Yu Yang wondered, in such a dangerous night, they don't need their lives anymore or what? Why keep on clinging to us like that? The other 3 shook their heads and said nothing. No one could explain, but all felt that these gorillas had gone mad. Finally Sean found the answer. He coldly said, "Because this is the forest of size, searching for us in the night is the safest strategy." "What do you mean by that?" Shang Lap asked. Sean said, "Listen to people saying, in the forest of size, there are still the last cannibal tribes living, so by day this forest is the world of cannibals. The gorillas don't dare to take risks, dangerously divided into small squads of 10 people one by one to find somewhere safe to gather. Only at night do they split into groups. Group, carrying modern weapons can chase the beasts and search. Now, did you understand? There's only one problem. I still don't understand. If it's true what you guys say, just killing or wounding a few stragglers, then they have no reason to risk their lives in pursuit like that. The law of the jungle is the strong man. Survival, they are incompetent. Even if they don't die in the forest, they will die fighting with government troops. It will take a long time for the guerrillas to pay attention. Yue Yang recalled and also said, "That's right, now that I think about it, they almost mobilized their entire army, must have captured us alive or something." Tronglap also said, "That's right, if it weren't for that, we would have died several times in the forest. Last time a gorilla said, we seem to have taken something, but what do we get?" Father Tang urged, "Now there is no time to think about that, must think of a way to kill that duck, if no, it will follow us forever. Doesn't seem to follow. Sean explains, we're constantly going deep into the woods of size, but the nocturnal animal in this area is not only one species of falcon, it must have encountered a natural enemy and ran away. This is also the best opportunity for us to escape, if not let it catch up. My situation is not good. Favoring the water against rowing, the wooden raft drifted on the quiet river. The two fluorescent tubes in front gradually faded. Tronglap conveniently threw it into the water, then changed two new tubes. The long wooden stick in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand stopped for a moment, the wooden raft. Deviation to the left, Ba Tang immediately reminded. The water is shallow, be careful not to run aground. By the time the water was shallow, the river's surface was also wide open. Some old trees fell completely in the middle of the shallow water. Fortunately there was light in the morning, otherwise we'd all have crashed into it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba controlled the direction, went through those trees, about 100 meters, the river bed gradually narrowed, the river bed was completely low, the banks on both sides had a low, dark area. I can't see anything, but I can hear the unceasing, bang-opa, sound. The more you move forward, the louder the cry. At first there are only 2 or 3 echoes here and there, later it becomes an uproarious sound system. Like there are many green frogs in that lowland. The 5 of them were still in shock, seeing so many frogs was also confused. Yu Yang said, why is it so hard to hear, why are there so many frogs here? Sean listens carefully. Said, it's not a frog, it must be a toad when it sounds. The cry got closer, the 5 people saw the 2 sides of the river. Countless toads were crouching on the banks, their necks fluttering and making smacked sounds, seemingly welcoming them with joy. But these toads really send chills down your spine. Every child is big. Like footballs, lest they weigh no less than 10 pounds, highlighted by the cold light, their large, glaring eyes. Tronglap said, why is it so big? It seems they have some intention. Sean said, it's the sea toad, the largest of the toad family, in Brazil has a lot, but it's not that big. I'm sure they didn't have any malice. It's midnight, I think they're performing a mate ritual. Tronglap repeated, find a life partner. Sean nodded, yes, the 2 lowlands on either side of the river have 2 populations of sea toads, 1 male and 1 female, and then they sing. So that the other side vibrates, then choose the life partner that suits you best. Pine. Usually the children will sing. Yu Yang said, it is not. It's just like singing in China, which side is the toad? Sean said, fuck, it looks like both sides are screaming. Father Tang said, now, how much do you say? What does that do? While there are people rowing boats, take advantage of and rest for a while, still have to go in the morning. If it continues like this for less than 2 days, the body will not be able to stand it. Unexpectedly, Tronglap and Yu Yang both pretended to be ready to fight. Tronglap also said, no, this. Very important, if they are all female toads, then our situation becomes dangerous. Sean shook his head, I've never heard of sea toads actively attacking humans, no need to stress. Tronglap and Yu Yang both hit. His eyes turned to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, then said, it's better to stay vigilant, otherwise you won't be able to turn back. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a pop sound, the sea toad on the left bank jumped up to attack. These monsters that are over 30 centimeters long, with a single force, have passed. At a distance of 2 or 3 meters, charged directly at the people on the wooden raft. After the first one jumped, a whole army was behind. Also jumping wildly, Sean quickly stood up, exclaiming in surprise. How can that be? Why is that? Just then, a sea toad jumped on his head. Tronglap took a javelin to throw a general toad into the water, raised his hand to signal victory to Yu Yang. The conclusion of the 2 of them once again confirmed the accuracy. Yu Yang leisurely dodged a toad that fell from above, and raised his hand as a response. The other three people couldn't talk. Everyone was panicking. Sean raised his hands and grabbed a fat toad. Another was already sitting on his lap. On his head already, Ma Tang's fists. Kicking feet, in turn knocking all the toads clinging to the water. Trak Mok Kwong Ba still had to keep the raft balanced, could only use one hand to fight. A toad was standing on his shoulder, although he was lifted, but still stuck out his tongue to lick on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face, both slippery and sticky, and still has an indescribable fishy smell, making people want to vomit. Shang Lap knocked another toad off the wooden raft, sighed and said, "The charm. Young Master Kwong Ba's is too big. Thousands of these sea toads jumped up here, scared that this wooden raft can't stand it. Lost." Yu Yang nodded and added, "That's right, we're all just humans." Accompanied but also implicated, "I didn't expect the male toads to be this hard to deal with." Behind the wooden raft were 4 or 5 sea toads squatting. He quickly kicked them one by one into the river. Trong Lap bowed his head to avoid a passing one, and continued, "Have you heard of the Frog Prince? After being kissed by the beautiful princess, the frog immediately turned into a handsome prince. I wonder if these toads will turn into a beautiful princess after being kissed." Yu Yang put his hand up. Face, avoiding the lick of a sea toad, loudly said, "I don't know, you go and try." Tang's father began to gasp and said, "So many, what do these monsters want to do?" Sean said, "The fluorescent tube is about to go out. If we go into total darkness, we will be at a disadvantage." Fluorescent tube, Trak Mok Kwong. Dad reacted quickly, picked up 2 fluorescent tubes and threw them far away on the shore. In a flash, the toads jumped towards the light. Trak Mok Kwong Ba breathed, let out a breath and said, "They seem to think that thing is like breakfast or something." After a long time, Yu Yang still asked Trong Lap, "How's it going? Kissed yet?" Shang Li immediately shouted, "Kiss his head, why don't you go kiss him?" In the forest, one person wondered, muttering, "Strange, why do they work so well together?" With qualifications, awareness and improvisation ability of them, then the sea toads would suddenly attack. Moreover, using the light source too. Shifting the attention of creatures in the dark, the ability to cope is also much higher. It seems that living in the forest for a few days has made these people even more sober. However, using sea toads to attack is indeed a bit like a child's joke. I don't know if I underestimated these guys, or the previous performance made me feel so bad. Disappointed here. Next time, well, if you guys make it out of size, we'll talk next time. After one night, sleep is not enough. After sleeping, the 5 of them were all tired, and it was not until early morning that they had a chance to rest. Take a moment to discuss the escape route. Yu Yang commented, "If you go to the south, you can probably get out of this sighing forest in a day." Ma Tang shook his head, "But the gorillas can't help but know this. They must have set up a lot of ambushes in that direction." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "If you continue to go to the east, you are indeed moving forward our target side, but the problem, then it will become deeper and deeper into the forest of size." Trong Lap asked, "What about turning around and going west?" Sean shook his head, "Is this recommendation? Okay, going to the west is still the forest of size, and I don't know how many gorillas are going from that direction. What is the point of turning back without having to find a way to die? Hey, rush to the shore, gently, don't make a sound." Tang's father told everyone to go ashore, while the sky was still dark. Walked slowly, and before long, the others heard it too. It was a human voice. They hid in the forest, only to see 2 people wearing camouflage jackets, carrying a bucket to the river to get water, saying something while walking. Just need Ma Tang to remind a few seconds later, "I'm afraid they've already met these 2 guys." The other two took water, then turned to go into the forest. Yang said, "Now, we are surrounded." Trong Lap asked, "Is it drug dealers or guerrillas?" Sean replied, "It's the guerrillas. I don't know which platoon, they're even one step ahead of us." Father Tang said, "Is anyone spying with me? Maybe they can get a weapon." Trak Mok Kwong Ba stepped out. "I'm leaving, the three of you stay here, if anything happens." There are also people to respond. Sean shook his head. "No, our forces are too thin, let's go together. If something goes wrong, we will immediately run in the opposite direction. In a jungle like this they don't dare to chase far away, element. There's too much danger here, this is something everyone knows." Trong Lap and Yang also expressed that they did not want to stay. Again. "There's no other way." 5 people immediately followed the direction the other 2 guerrillas disappeared. Just a few steps, Ba Tang signaled everyone to stop, frowned and said, "There are not many enemies ahead, at least 10, no, 20 or more, I'm afraid not. There's only one squad, everyone be careful." Yang wondered, how could they know this is the path we are forced to take? Why are so many people blocking? "Here," Sean said, "No, lately I'm afraid that this river only flows deep into the middle of the forest. If you want to survive, you have to go near the water, near the riverside where the enemy's barracks are. Very normal, luckily we haven't encountered them yet." The noise caused by the enemy troops grew louder and louder, and eventually even became noisy. Even Ba Tang was shocked. Looking up, "I don't know how many enemies there are in front. It seems that it is not easy to find some weapons." They circled around a big tree, traced the grass in front of them, and the front suddenly lit up. On a large open field, the situation could not help but make the 5 people's eyes widen in surprise. Citadel. The 5 men who estimated the enemy at most were only about 1 or 2 platoons, or 30 or 40 men set up tents in. The forest in front is now preparing to light a fire to cook rice. But the situation before them was completely different from what they imagined. On the ground, in that vast rump, there are even wooden houses built. Some people cook rice, some people make fires, some people are sawing wood, and many people are building new houses. Number of wooden houses. There were 60-70 houses, almost a small barracks, and there were a bunch of guerrillas coming in and out, not just 1 or 200 people. Yang said, "Oh my God, we've entered the guerrillas' hideout." Sean looked at the stump next to him and said, "No, this cut is still fresh, this vacant lot has just been cleared. Just from last night. This is probably a temporary command center of the guerrillas, they take this as the center. Then spread out to search the surrounding areas. Such a big battle, it seems that even if we grow wings, it will be difficult to escape. With the strength of the 5 of us, want to steal dance. The atmosphere here is too dangerous, since they haven't built the watchtower yet, it's better to get out of here as soon as possible." Everyone immediately wanted to withdraw, but Ba Tang suggested, "Wait a minute. There are so many people here, how can 2 buckets of water be enough? The 2 guys who just went to fetch water will definitely come back, they don't know we're here, we'll find a way to control it later. Their weapons. How's it going? Although this proposal is a bit risky, if you can't immediately control the 2. That name without making a sound, even a very small sound, 5 people will be immediately arrested on the spot. However, these 5 people, except Sean, have all experienced the death in the forest, and have even gotten used to Ba Tang's style of living on top of a blade. Even if they only get a pistol, it is better than holding the bow and arrow of the Aboriginal people to find death in the forest of size." Despite Sean's whispers of dissuade, the 5 hid in a bush, waiting for the 2 lone guerrillas to arrive. Soon, as expected, a few more people came, this time not 2, but 3, all of them carrying buckets of water, whistling, each of them clearly showing their color. Excited, Tang's father was about to tell everyone to act, Sean suddenly waved his hand to stop them from acting. Signaling not to mess around, he pricked his ears, almost listening to something. The four of them only now remembered that Sean also knew a little Quechua. Looking at Sean's serious expression, they were all curious as to what the guerrillas were saying. It seemed that they had a great relationship. With this large-scale search action, yes. The opportunity came and went in an instant. The other three passed through the tree, and the best chance to tame them also disappeared. The Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not take action, only blankly looking at Sean, who was quietly eavesdropping, knowing the reason anyway. Actually, why the enemy chases you is more important than a pistol. When he could no longer hear the other three, Sean turned his head and looked at the four of them with questioning eyes, as if they were looking at four ancient things. What the hell is that? Under Sean's gaze, Yang felt a little uncomfortable, so he asked them, what did they say? Sean suddenly asked, do you know the Golden City? I know. Tronglap didn't need to think. Wok Praise answered immediately. They did a thorough investigation before coming here. The content was mentioned as much as the Golden City. Of course, there's a search. Yang added, it is the Golden City that the Inca Empire built. Back there, I heard the treasure is in the lake. Guatavita is in Colombia. Isn't it already heavily guarded by government troops? Sean didn't say anything, but he didn't stop sneer, gesture like mocking. Mocked Yang for covering his ears and stealing bells. Ba Tang said, what does the Golden City have to do with us? After all, what did you hear? Sean replied, I'm not talking about the Golden Lake, but the Golden City. Who doesn't know? Golden Lake is just a place for kings. Inca throws down treasures when performing certain rituals, and the City of Gold, home of gold, El Dorado. There was gold everywhere, but it was completely covered by the jungle. People used gold to build palaces, and used gold to cast tables, chairs, and beds. The path is also lined with gold. Sean deliberately emphasized his accent, looked at the four of them with obviously eyes, then continued, besides, the mysterious Golden City that actually existed in that world, come here, still hidden in somewhere in the jungle, undiscovered by humans. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. I don't understand. In the end the Golden City has. What's the deal with us? Sean pointed at the three guys who had just disappeared and said, they say, you four Chinese know where the Golden City is. No, just catch. What did you say? Suddenly hearing such news, Tronglap exclaimed. Suddenly someone below shouted something, obviously asking, who's that? It turned out that the other three had brought water back, and were rushing to the tree where they were hiding. Yang exclaimed, it's broken, it's been discovered. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, run quickly. Father Tang said again, meet them. As a result, the two spoke at the same time. The other three ended up not knowing who to listen to. In that moment of hesitation, Ba Tang jumped off a tree branch, aimed at one and then pinned him on his back to the ground. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sighed and pointed. And how to jump down, so all five people jumped down. Ba Tang's opponent is a giant up to 1 meter tall, with a muscular body not inferior to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Ba Tang lunges forward. Immediately threw the pistol that the other guy had just hooked in his hand. He originally thought it was just 1 or 2 hits is enough to tame this guy. I didn't expect him to be that bad at all. On the contrary, hold on to both necks. Ba Tang's hand, pressing him down, the point of the dagger was only about Ba Tang's eyes. 10 centimeters swaying non-stop. Tang's father squeezed the opponent's knife arm, but the knife hand that was as strong as a knife kept inching back. His side. Tang's father glanced at Tronglap holding a javelin standing next to him, but timidly did not dare to take action, so he shouted angrily, if you are still unlucky, let's go. Tronglap panicked, used his strength to plunge the tree, and the result was a stab. Pierced through the other guy, almost pierced through Ba Tang. The blade grazed his armpit, slamming into the ground. Tang's father took a lot of effort to push the other guy aside, gasped for a few breaths, then got up and asked, "Why didn't you take action?" "Go on, I almost got killed by him." Then looked to the other side, only see Trak Mok Kwong Ba and another guy. While rolling back and forth, Yang stood on the side and didn't know how to help him. Tang's father glared at him, grumpily, "What the hell are you afraid of? You don't kill him, he'll kill us all." Saying that, he pulled out the hunting knife, when the other guy was pressed down by Trak Mok Kwong Ba, without hesitation, poked straight into the space between his head and the opponent, and didn't bother to notice the panic in his eyes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, so on. Chopped down once, fresh blood splattered all over his hair. "When you look up." I looked up, only to see Sean covered in dust and leaves standing in the distance. At his feet was the third gorilla, nodded with a bitter smile and said, "I have no problem. Go, go." Yang glanced into the forest and said, "Pistol." Trak Mok Kwong, 3 faces full of blood. Stood up, said, "Leave, there's no time, they're out, run away." Shang Lap, "What are you doing, running away? In the forest of low figures. Clear, I don't know how many names have been shocked." Shang Lap stood behind, panicking, muttering, I killed him, I killed him." Father Tang said, "You don't kill him, he will kill you. A few days ago in the forest, didn't you also kill countless people with guns? Is that person?" But he also knew, using a submachine gun to shoot people indiscriminately and stab someone to death with a knife, those are 2 completely different things, so he just calmly reminded me of such a sentence. "Didn't say much." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Tell me again, what did they say?" Sean replied, "The guy who fought with Ba Tang said, 4 Chinese this time. Can't escape. The guy who wrestled with me said, I'm not afraid of you guys running away, but just afraid of dying in the forest, then. We don't know anything anymore." The guy who fought with Ba Tang asked again, "Is the news accurate or not? Do we know where the Golden City is?" When I heard this sentence, I signaled to you guys not to take action for the time being. Then, the name he attacked said, confirmed to be correct. It seems that some general directly gave an order. At this time the guy the first defeated added a question, asking why this time a certain captain did not come. They also said a few more words that the Golden City was definitely in this forest. "After all, you guys," Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "believe it or not, we don't know where that place is. Moreover, entering the forest this time is completely different. It was all a surprise. Based on our initial calculations, it was absolutely impossible to get here. Now what we want, just to get out of this damned place, has absolutely no intention of finding the Golden City or something." Sean calmly glanced at Juo Mo. Kwong Ba said, "No need to explain, I believe you. You guys are not like people. Lived in the forest. If a bunch of people who have never been to the forest know their location. Body of the Golden City, isn't that a good joke?" Yue Yang resentfully said, "Whoever spread such malicious rumors, just one sentence has pushed us into this dead land. We have to make it clear. This is the only thing that can be done, or else will we be chased by gorillas forever." Ba Tang said, "Okay, the center is just. Their temporary coat of arms is over there, you need to turn your head around and you're done. Think if they'll listen to you." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Is it possible? Is there any possibility that someone else is using us to attract the attention of the gorillas?" Sean shook his head. "It's not that simple. First of all, want to let the high-ranking figures in the gorillas believe in this matter. The ability of those people is definitely not ordinary. They know for sure that you guys can't stand it. Confront the gorillas, because whoever it is, as long as your answer doesn't satisfy them, there is only one way to die in the end. Moreover, do you know what the Golden City means? With the gorillas having assets in the Golden City, gorillas can buy more weapons, recruit forever, have enough power to overthrow the government. In power, can form a new government. If they really believe you know where the Golden City is, let alone you're in their territory, even if you're in the corner of the sea, the guerrillas will find you no matter what, about equal. The people who spread this rumor have really given you a blow for life. After all, what is it? From the moment you set foot in the forest, everything makes people think without understanding. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also vaguely does not understand. What? Yu Yang said. It seems like they didn't chase, it's really strange. Ba Tang said quickly, never mind, now. We can't stop, run as far as we can. At the scene where Ba Tang took action, dozens of guerrillas surrounded him. One man who looked like a commander knelt down next to the body pierced by Trong Lap, observing for a long time, spit up his nose, and then spoke in Quechua to a standing one-eyed man. Edge. Look, are they? The one-eyed man picked up the tip of the knife, looked at it for a while, and then said, no mistake. Okay, this spear is already shiny. Up, definitely used by people often, moreover, can stab. Pierced through Akasu's body and plugged in. Falling to the ground, with such strength, who else can do it besides cannibals? Speaking of the cannibal tribe, his face turned pale. The commander also shook his head and said, 2 platoon leaders, a 5th-class soldier, and the other 4 Chinese can't clean it up like that. Especially the cut of the throat knife. Gura, cut your throat, then cut your muscles again. And the tendons in the neck region, almost completely cut off. His head, except for the moon sickle of the pig-headed, what kind of knife can cause such a deep wound? But, why don't they cut off the head and take it away? A name that looks like. The deputy commander standing next to him asked. The one-eyed man said, perhaps for the sake of prestige, 3 people, 3 different ways of dying, the cannibals are warning us that we have invaded their territory. I don't know what the background of these cannibals is. I was looking for a kukua to be a scout but they turned me down. Ugh, no wonder how many benefits we give them every year. The commander replied, forest of size first. Now it's still a forbidden land of the kukua. For the cannibals living in the forest, the more respectfully they stay away, the more they fear it is reasonable. The commander is checking. The cause of death of the 5th-class soldier who was killed by Sean suddenly let out a scream of terror. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. Kana's trachea is broken. The trachea is a soft tissue. I have elasticity. I didn't expect it to be crushed by hand. This method, almost comparable to professional assassins. What tribe did it? He stood up and shouted. How many people stand here as mothers? What? Wait to die, immediately return, strictly monitor the surrounding movement, holding. Maybe a weapon for me, these killers appear like ghosts. In the future, when you go to get water, there must be 10 or more people. Go up together. Remember, do not leave this barracks during the day, the search is only done after dark. 5 people panting slowly. Step, indeed no one has the strength to continue running. Ba Tang said, it is true that he did not chase. Sean said, not chasing after is not a good thing. Even the guerrillas are afraid of the cannibals in this forest of size, don't dare to openly conduct a large-scale search in broad daylight, and also have to build barracks to protect themselves. Now 5. We humans, unfortunately, encounter cannibals, won't it become a breakfast plate? Yu Yang said, since I didn't go to the forest, I told you that nothing was wrong, but someone secretly played a trick, causing us to be chased and beaten like this. Trong Lap said, young Master Kwong Ba, do you think the people who chased us last time in Ka Te Lai did not game? Juo Mok Kwong Ba said, if it's us. Them, last time it was because they wanted to force us to join them, so what is the reason this time? Besides, where have you seen that person until now? This has too many questionable points, let's not should guess indiscriminately before there are full clues. We've been running since yesterday, so let's eat something, find somewhere nearby to rest for a while. Yu Yang wondered, strange, we've been running for so long. Why is it still so dark? It should have been morning long ago. Ma Tang raised his head, looked at the color of the sky, and suddenly jumped up. Her son. The torn house still has a rainy, cloudy night. Looks like it's going to rain heavily today. We're lucky too. Trong Lap grumbled, it's only raining once, let it rain, you don't have to be so angry. Father Tang said, you understand what farts are, you? Do you know what rain in the rainforest is like? How? You'll know how terrible it is in a moment. Dark clouds roll in, you can clearly see them constantly spinning. Raging, like a great sea that is raging with waves, underground currents boiling with fury, and more fierce, the sky is cloudy. Dark, causing people to feel oppressed, frustrated to the point of difficulty breathing. No time to hunt wild animals anymore, the 5 people had to take out fast food, boil water to cook temporarily. Just like at the beginning, there was a strange noise in the forest, like there was something in the bushes, the number was not small. Flood. The birds in the trees suddenly stopped singing, the monkeys who did not understand the name suddenly disappeared, the already dark forest became darker and darker, just hearing the wind would make the trees fall, rustling from within that dark area. Fast food has been stuffed into the mouth. But try to ask who has the heart to eat anymore. They all looked around. In my heart a sudden feeling of insecurity. What is it again this time? Cannibal tribe, guerrilla army, or is it something else? Chapter 12. Hong. Hoang, hand. Thuong. Half an hour later, the rain reached an unprecedented level. Water spilled. Roaring as if there were countless waterfalls pouring down, water flowers splashed on the ground, forming a mist of water, up to more than a meter high. 5 wanderers, above their heads is the pouring water of the Pacific Ocean, and on the ground is a cloud of dust. Advancing without a destination in the forest shrouded in darkness, now they. No longer thinking, but just looking for a place without rain, no, a place. Can't see the water. Super hunter. Food was brought to the mouth slowly again. Descended, slowly pulled out the personal knife, the 5 of them did not have a gun, the fighting strength had decreased a lot, it was useless to run, relying on the direction of the sound to find out. Judgment, they were surrounded. If it's the cannibal tribe or the guerrillas, I'm afraid the 5 of them wouldn't even have one chance to fight back. Now just hope this is a pack of wild beasts. 5 people may even risk their lives once. A pair of glowing yellow eyes, the face of a feline animal peeked out. It cautiously poked its head out of the grass, then half of its body. Then the whole body. The black hair is as shiny as silk, slender body like a teardrop, majestic posture full of pride. The animal coldly looked at the 5 upright prey with a questioning gaze. They were his food. From the moment they met, it was decided by fate, he was an American leopard. 1, 2, 3, a total of 5 American leopards, forming a siege, cornering 5 people of Chuo Mok. Kwong Ba in the middle. All are pure black, excluding the tail. The body of each child must be more than 2 meters long. They are the owners of the deep forest. On this South American continent, the black panther is also often used as a symbol for royal kingship. An American leopard can even butcher a crocodile that is many times larger than it. If not in the deep forest, there is still a mutant beast that is so powerful that it makes people shiver. It can be considered that the American leopard is almost the end of the food chain in this land. They have explosive power that is scarier than tigers and lions. Physically superior to cheetahs, with all the advantages of animals. Cat, acting in the night, climbing trees, swimming in the water, in the deep woods, no circumstances make it difficult for them. 5 people leaning against each other in a circle, the shiny sharp knife firmly held in hand. Those American newspapers seem. I also know that the blades reflecting that bright light can hurt me, so I don't rush to get close, but slowly move in a circle, watching my prey like a cat and a mouse. Low yang music. Cursing voice, damn dog, aren't they animals that go alone? Where did 5 children suddenly come out at once? Sean said, throw all the theoretical stuff you read in books in the trash and then, in the natural world, nothing is impossible. This is clearly a family hunting, 2 females, 3 males, probably a couple. The leopard husband took his 3 children to hunt. They have shown their faces to surround us like this. It seems that they are sure to kill us. Are you ready? Be careful. They are animals that can attack from many angles. That's different. The American leopard, unlike other species of the cat family, is only good at attacking the throat of their prey. They have extremely strong jaw and lower jaw muscles, sharp fangs like 2 blades that can directly bite through both the skull of a hunted animal, even able to bite through the shell of a sea turtle, just need to be bitten by it, at least to tear off the flesh, not play. If they had guns, then there was absolutely no need to fear these beasts. But now in the hands of 5 people only 5 hunting knives, compared, the knives are more difficult to use than the claws of those American leopards. The 5 have fallen into an absolute weakness. Moreover, apart from Sean who doesn't know how, the 4 people Trak Mok Kwong Ba all understand very well. They don't have any experience in hunting American leopards, only God knows from which side the monsters will attack. Trong Lap said with a trembling voice, young Master Kwong Ba, you older brother, aren't you very good at dealing with animals? See if you can. Can you make peace with these guys? Trak Mok Kwong Ba hit people, half jokingly said, me. I can only talk to wolves, but these guys have a bit of a big body and brains. A bit small, the ability to explain fear. That it's not as good as wolves, and since we're overseas, they won't understand no matter what I say. Shang Lap lamented, I haven't eaten anything yet, why am I being eaten like this? Yu Yang suddenly said, young Master Kwong Ba, can you tell which 2 are the 2? Doing what? No, mainly I want to see, are the eyes of the 2 ladies a little more gentle or not? But this time, the argument about strength. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's attraction to their women seems to have lost its spirit. The 5 American panthers just glared, 10 eyes exuding bloodthirsty nature, fangs in 5 wide-open mouths emitting a cold light. A leopard suddenly rushed forward. It was indeed lightning fast, only to see that black vortex straight at Trong Lap. Trong Lap quickly waved his hand, only could raise it. The knife threatened. The leopard immediately turned around in the air, flipped back to the outer circle, continued to turn, then it turned out to be fake. Pretend attack for exploration, but after leaping, the other leopard did not return to its original position, but went parallel to another. In the middle of the encirclement appeared a gap. Sean said in a low voice, hold. Stay strong, they are scaring us, leaving us open. If anyone panics and runs out, they will be surrounded and attack. The memory of the 3 Grey Wolf brothers was still fresh in Trong Lap's mind. He couldn't help but sigh, why now? Wild animals have all become so smart. Sean shook his head and said, this is the tactic they use when hunting herds of cows, sheep, and deer. It can be said that it is an accumulation of experience, but it is not counted as a reward. Where's the smarts? Ba Tang's eyes showed fierce light and said, again. How dare you treat us like cows and sheep? Let me show you what's good and bad. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to risk his life. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hurriedly intervened, don't be impulsive. You can't do it alone. He knew well that if it was only 1, 2 American panthers, maybe the 5 of them would still be able to take a chance, but now that there are 5 in front of them, it is absolutely impossible to fight, just can't, just use your mind. But these American newspapers didn't give them time to think. This time, The two children jumped up to greet Yu Yang at the same time. Yu Yang was still. Prepare to swing the knife, black body. The other guy rushed over. The guy panicked, took a step back, but the five people were pressing their backs to each other. Everyone wanted to back down, and in the end, no one could back down. Losing that pair of sharp fangs, only a few inches away from him, Yu Yang, despite the danger of losing his entire arm, raised a knife to poke the leopard's mouth. Unexpectedly, this was still just another blow of the monster. Halfway it stopped again. Yu Yang's knife stabbed out. Didn't hit the target, but there was still a second one that opened its mouth to pounce on his thigh. If hit it right, it's definitely that leg. Bye-bye, Yu Yang already. During that panic, Yu Yang withdrew his leg, leaning on Ma Tang beside him. Ma Tang swung his knife to cut the American leopard. The leopard grabbed the leg of Yu Yang's pants, tore a large piece of it, and then turned around and returned. There was another one standing in front of Ma Tang, wanting to jump forward. He had to pull the knife back to protect himself. Rushing like lightning, retreating like electricity, strict encirclement, sudden attack, this herd of American leopards cooperated very closely, leaving the five people surrounded by mental uncertainty, high tension. This time it was 3 leopards, 2 diversions, one attacking from the side. The target was Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba swings a knife to repel 2 children. In front of him, at the same time dodging the third one's stroke, reaching out his left hand and slamming the soft belly of the beast. A play. The monster rolled around on the ground and then stood up like it wasn't there. What happened? Shook the feathers, then leisurely continued back to the encirclement. After that, the 3 of them went up together. They looked like they wanted to rush to Trong Lap. Suddenly changed direction in the middle, moving to attack Ma Tang. Ma Tang had experienced countless battles, and suddenly had to fumble with his hands and feet, hastily swinging his knife to protect body. Not even a leopard's fur can touch a stalk. Just like. So how many times in a row? 5 leopards stop. Turn around, stand still. Sean took the opportunity to say, they are probing us one by one, starting with humans. They consider the weakest. Zhang Li glanced at Yu Yang, showing disapproval and said, why start with me? Ma Tang coldly asked, why didn't you attack me? Sean seems to be thinking too. At this point, he hesitantly forced a smile and said, this thing. Or maybe it's because I'm too skinny, I don't have any meat. Quiet, Trak Mok Kwong Ba said. They've stopped. Looks like they're preparing for an official attack this time. I wonder who their target is. The 5 black leopards rushed at once. The speed was faster than the arrow. All attacks are aimed at hard to predict places such as the wrists or thighs of 5 people. Trak Mok Kwong Ba each has a knife. Some dodge to the left, some dodge to the right, or crouch down to avoid the leopard's clutches. Only heard a cooked sound. It turned out that it was the 2 guys Trong Lap, Nhac Duong. The black leopard had not yet charged, and the 2 people's heads collided with each other and swelled up. Ma Tang waved the knife straight. The black panther in front of him froze in midair, quickly sank down, aimed at Ma Tang's young thigh to bite. Ma Tang quickly kicked out a kick. The force was not very strong, but also avoid the slap of the animal. That leopard immediately rolled around, growling inside mouth, beastly surging, swinging its claws and slamming it. Now you're right there. In front of it, it was Yu Yang. As for Yu Yang and Trong Lap, after being hit on the head, 2 black panthers took advantage of the opportunity, stamped their feet on the ground and then dived up. The child rushed towards Trong Lap slightly to the right, while the other one jumped to the right. When I went to Yu Yang, I went back too. On the right, it seems that the 2 beasts are already aiming for Yu Yang's arms. Kill at the same time. The other 2 are glaring. Stared at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Sean, not giving the 2 of them any chance to rescue. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shouted, they want to fight. Deputy with Yu Yang. At the same time, his body also tilted to the side too. Yang has a space to take a step back. Track Mok Kwong body. Bar just moved. The Black Panther in front of him suddenly rushed to attack. Track Mok Kwong Bar quickly raised his knife to catch it. And Sean and the remaining Black Panther are now in a position of resistance. Both sides are not open. Move a little bit. Track Mok Kwong Bar was above and below, causing the Black Panther in front of him to keep jumping from side to side, still unable to find a chance to counterattack, and at the same time pulled Yue Yang. Even so, the leopard that attacked Yu Yang's young thigh still didn't politely slap it on Yu Yang's thigh. On it immediately appeared 3 bright red streaks, fresh blood oozing out. As soon as they smelled the blood, the beasts became more and more fierce. They bared their fangs, as if they wanted to strike again, failed, and then continued to slowly advance. Just like that, jumping up and down, one more turn, on Ba Tang's clothes, Trong Lap had a few more. Dare, Yu Yang was injured, Track Mok Kwong Bar and Sean were not injured yet. Hurt, but also very stressed, not daring to ignore at all. Yue Yang gritted his teeth to endure the pain. Ba Tang and Track Mok Kwong Bar raised their eyes. Look at each other, we both understand clearly, if we just let. They attack like this a few more times. I'm just afraid that all of them will become food in the stomachs of these Black Panthers. Fruit. However, after the second attack, Yu Yang was no longer the only one injured. Although Ba Tang's knife cut the skin of a black leopard, it was only a skin wound. Even if it was not, there was blood too, but that leopard got mad and scratched his arm. The flesh was torn, just a little deeper to see the bones. God does not love them. Dark clouds come more and more, heavy. Pressed against the sky, deep in the jungle, the scene was pitch black. The eyes of the 5 Black Panthers that have undergone evolution, emit dazzling rays of light. In the dark night, as dark as sparkling rhinestones, but bring people boundless terror. Sean said, these super hunters have a habit of standing staring at their prey for a long time. Their eyes are always on the prey's eyes, as if looking into the depths of the enemy's heart, causing the prey to automatically collapse, revealing a fatal flaw. The air has almost frozen, time has also stopped. The 5 people who are being surrounded gradually hear the sound of their hearts pounding. When the blood rushes to the temples, the eardrums also begin to resonate, the fear boils over. Bouncing, in the confrontation between humans and. In this report, those natural-born assassins clearly have the upper hand. Even a strong person like Track Mok Kwong Bar can. Rendered powerless against the terrifying natural attack. Everyone is secretly calculating how they will die. At this moment, 5 Black Panthers without appointment but at the same time moving their heads, from the direction of movement of those 5 pairs of eyes, can recognize, the newspaper is looking sideways at something. The air contained streams of information that humans could not detect, but the keen senses of the Black Panthers were not ignored. Without any warning, the 5 Black Panthers suddenly turned their heads. They disappeared into the night, as suddenly as they appeared, and now there were only 5 victims left with sweat and clothes. The faces of the 4 of them, Chuo Mok Kwong Bar, also fell. Followed the Black Panthers away, only. With Sean still steadfastly holding a hunting knife in his hand, saying, "Don't be negligent, just afraid. This is their enemy's ploy. Looking out, I saw only a dark and gloomy area. Who knows when the 5 pairs of bright yellow eyes will suddenly appear again." But the 5 people stood there for 10 minutes, and there was still no movement in the forest. Even the wind stopped blowing, the whole forest seemed to have been destroyed. They used glue to fix it. Finally, Sean couldn't hold it any longer, slumped down, and let out a breath, said, "Looks like they're not coming back." Zhang Lap asked in surprise, "Obviously they have the upper hand, why did they suddenly turn around and leave?" Only now did Ba Tang raise his head to look at the endless black curtain stretching above his head, muttering, "Because it's going to be heaven." In Ba Tang's heart, An unspeakable worry arose. The storm may come. Make the beast sense danger and abandon the prey it brought to its mouth. What is it anyway? Tsunami, earthquake, volcanic eruption or what? Back to heaven. Yue Yang looked up at the ink-black cloud, as if the big sea changes color and swirls the island. You can even faintly see the rolling black waves, never before. He saw a dark, dense cloud and such deadly, white night, white night. It should have been light a long time ago, but the surroundings were still darker than night. The sun was separated from the dark clouds, all that remained was the immense endless night. Without a sound, the clouds parted like a ferocious beast bared its fangs to scratch the sky. Blinding white lightning quickly filled the wound, and then peeped down, using his silver sword. I cut into the ground. The only light of the white night, unexpectedly strong like that, the light that shines makes the whole forest a gloomy color. The shadows of the trees are like trembling beasts, almost wanting to uproot their roots, get up and run away. The 5 people standing there also saw the pale, bloodless face in the eyes of their companions. After that, there was a thunderous rumbling sound. From afar, it was almost like a fierce wave crashing on the shore. Even stronger than a fierce wave, the thunder boomed above the head, but it was painful to hear. The ground also trembled accordingly. Like the opening gun of the contest, along with the thunderous thunder, the world began to spin. Change. The first drop of rain hit the ground like a horn and issued an order to charge, and thousands of its compatriots also followed and fell from the torn sky. Before and after less than a minute, there was water everywhere. The water had taken over the forest. At that sound, 5 people heard the word tep, split, split turned into tep tac tac t t t t t, and then the word t tep tac 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 t t t t t t t t t t t t t t c t t c t t c t t c t c t c t c t c t c t t t t t t t t t t t t t t t t t t like there are thousands of waterfalls crashing down at the same time. His clothes were drenched, the water drenched his hair, and then trickled down his face and neck, and soon the vision turned dreamy. Imaginary lake. Ma Tang is not sad. Wiper running on his face, shouted loudly, "Go quickly, find a place where you can avoid the rain. Hope can be found today." Trong Lap said, "It hasn't rained for so long." "That's it." Ma Tang said, "This is not rain with thunder and lightning, but rainstorm. Its true power has not yet been revealed. Treat the wound and then go quickly. Otherwise, you'll die in this forest." The 5 men casually dealt with the wounds, injected them with antibiotics, and then began to make their way through the pitch-black forest. This time their enemy wasn't armed guerrillas, nor insects and beasts hidden invisible, but rain, a great rain. Countless raindrops fell, gathering in a stream on the foliage. At first they could be seen falling like a curtain of pearls. Later on, the beads were nowhere to be seen, but only the straight pillars of water connecting the canopy with the ground. Old trees. The sky high is now like reeds in the wind, as naked as hungry people stripped of their clothes. Some plants have slightly large leaves, damaged by rainwater, with hundreds of small holes in their leaves, looking like a hand-shaped sieve. The feeling of being hit by rainwater is not pleasant at all. Each drop of water is like an airgun bullet, falling down. Head, down shoulders, down arms, insteps, any part of the body can clearly feel the power coming from 9 heavens. Rainwater falls on the muddy ground, forming small holes. The mud absorbs water, becoming soft like new buffalo manure, soft and medium on foot. Slippery, feet sunk a few inches deep. When pulling out both sticky and tight, every step must be prevented from slipping and falling, and must be careful not to lose shoes. The 5 of them staggered, like 5 drunks. Sean's silver hair was stuck in clumps on his face, and he kept rubbing his face, muttering, "This is a big rain." Father Tang looked up again. The rain was so heavy but the clouds were so dark. Changed, the whole sky was almost covered by a giant mysterious rock. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's raining heavily. I'm afraid the real heavy rain hasn't started yet." At the same time, in his heart, Ma Tang also wondered about another problem. Why should those Black Panthers leave? Is it because of the rain? Was it raining then? In the cloud every now and then flashed a flash of light, purple, red or blue, making a small halo suddenly become invisible. Should be colorful, but no lightning strikes, like in the womb of that cloud mother, a new life is being conceived, preparing for the moment of birth. The most important bloom, it is moving with emotion, as if it wants to cut heaven and earth and come out. Stormy white night. From the time when the dark clouds gathered, the grey shadow that appeared and disappeared in the forest suddenly noticed that the leaves of the tree where he was standing turned unusually bright red, on a branch in the distance a small green spider. In a hurry to collect nets, he quickly took out the queen bee hidden in his body, only to see the animal was constantly crawling up and down in the jar, flapping its wings and shaking its stomach, obviously extremely confused. Somewhere in the forest, suddenly bloomed a bunch of red maple flowers. Flaming, Saws finally changed his color, muttering, "Let's find a safe place to hide." Yes, but the other daredevils have to follow the orders of heaven. He turned his head to look, then continued, "All the ants have come out of their burrows too. It looks like the situation is worse than I thought." The altar of the Kukua tribe. Fang Sak led all the brave warriors of the tribe, kneeling below the altar. The high priest put on a colorful vestment, held a staff in his hand, and raised his face to pray. All the rest of them fell to their knees, chanting with the high priest an ancient mystical incantation, imploring their most revered god to ease his wrath. And Babatoa led all the women and children into the house to pray and light a special incense. Made of roots, waiting for disaster. Quickly go away to do the smog. Not only the Kukua, in fact, almost all the tribes in this jungle are conducting rituals. Similarly, it's just that one tribe doesn't know about the other. Command camp of the guerrillas. The people living in this deep forest all year round understand God's will many times better than Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Seeing only the character that looks like the other commander, he was so angry that he gave the order. "Hurry, all gather your belongings, and retreat immediately. Ignore the wooden houses. That dead dog. Tell everyone to stop. Immediately retreat from this forest." Dead dog. Really, I'm just afraid that it won't be in time. Why didn't I think of this issue when I entered? The weather is damn, changing so fast. Why are we so unlucky? Fat Guy Gonzalez, you're an idiot. No wonder you didn't join the action this time and gave it all to us. Next time I see you, I'll definitely peel your skin off. A squad leader came to report. There are still 3 search teams that have not returned yet. The other commander shouted, "Ignore them. We can't even take care of ourselves now. Let's go now." Before he finished his words, the first raindrop fell on his head. 5 people were soaked like chickens in water, legs high and low, half walking, half sliding in the slippery mud. Even the person who has the best balance control ability on the tree is Trong Lap, who also doesn't know how many times he fell. His whole body was covered with mud, and then rainwater poured white and yellow spots, the situation of others much worse than him. Yu Yang's eyes are like being behind a curtain of water, can't see clearly what's outside. He can only follow the vague shadows of people walking around in the forest. The only good thing is, the animals in the forest was no different from them, so there were no wild beasts. Surprise attack while it's raining like dump like this, Yu Yang said. It's raining heavily. Going like this is basically impossible to distinguish the direction, in my opinion, or can we find somewhere to think of a way to set up a tent? He had to scream hoarsely, to drown out the heavy rain around him. Ma Tang shouted back, "No way. We don't have any tents, and besides, even if we did, do you think we could build it?" Trong Lap shouted, "Then can we cut the tree and build a floor?" Sean shouted, "It's useless, I can't." Can you build a lane that won't be entered? Where's the water? The sky suddenly lit up. The power lurking in the depths of the clouds seemed to found an opening to vent. Tang's father raised his head and shouted, "Besides, if you set up a shack now, it's like plunging yourself to death." Shang Li shouted back, "Why?" Father Tang pointed to the sky, shouting, "It's here. Thunder, take a good look. This could be the biggest thunder he's ever seen in his life. Don't go anymore. Find a place where there aren't any big trees. We'll just have to lie down in the mud to avoid lightning. Say it like that, but look out, there's a place around. There are no big trees." Dark clouds in the sky, suddenly shaking. I turned into a prehistoric beast. Dozens of kilometers wide, tens of kilometers long, slowly advancing from east to west. In the blink of an eye, its abdomen had spread out 10,000 blue tentacles, slamming down on everything below, just a blink of an eye. After the eyes, many of those arms suddenly disappeared, as if nothing had happened, leaving only the burning ground and the smell of smoke. Right at the moment when one thought it was all gone, those purple-blue tentacles suddenly reached down, plowing this land up. It roared indignantly. It was absolutely not a scream that any creature on the ground could emit, a roar that could make everyone life must be terrified, making the earth tremble with fear. Wherever those tentacles touch, it's like an item play in the hands of the child, all deformed. Ooh, a giant tree up to 100 meters high, 8-9 people in diameter, fell straight down in front of 4 people. Unexpectedly, the giant of the forest, even using an electric saw, it would take half a day to saw it. This fall was only lightly touched by the other tentacle, already weakly collapsed like that. In the past, Yuyang, Tronglap couldn't understand it even when thinking about it forever. There are old trees that at first glance are still lush and green, full of life. Suddenly dump things in the middle of the road like so. Now it seems to have a solution. Answered already. After the tentacles fluttered, it was immediately followed by a series of deafening growls. If not immediately turned on the ears, that growl can make people feel as if their heads are going to burst. No, the gas smelled strongly of nitrogen. Tang's father suddenly remembered something, and quickly shouted, "Quick, before the lightning strikes, throw all the knives. Anything metal, throw it all away. Lie close to the ground and don't move. Don't let the spider lightning strike." 5 people hurriedly tried to throw the 5 knives as far as possible. Sean's knife just left his hand and was hit by a lightning bolt. They were like accumulated energy, enveloping the knife in the middle, forming a large blinding ball, slowly moving towards the woods. That ball of light is about 2 meters in diameter, looks like a pearl, illuminating the dark forest as bright as it is daytime. The 5 people lying on the ground gaping. Despite the rain falling, this special natural phenomenon appeared at such a close distance, making people roll their eyes and tongue in surprise. Tronglap said in a daze, "What is that?" 3 Tang and Sean replied at the same time, "Ball lightning, that's ball lightning." Ball lightning looks like a giant jellyfish. Floating in midair, blue tentacles unceasingly stretched out from its body. Wherever it passed, 10 meters around it, all of them seemed to be burned in red fire. The ground cracked, the grass was on fire. Another big old tree blocked its path. Ball lightning gently enveloped the trunk. Only heard a loud clattering sound like a broken wire, and then a bright red light flashed. The old tree could not escape its fate of destruction, fell, bang, to the ground, and burst into flames at the same time. The ball lightning also disappeared, leaving only Sean's knife, which was burned into a monstrous sphere. Thousands of tentacle arms slam into the ground again, countless. The fire broke out, the whole forest seemed to disappear. City of Purgatory, and all creatures in this place must receive the punishment of burning in the hot fire. The terrifying thunderstorm lasted nearly half an hour before it could move its huge body away from the area where the 5 of them would track Mok Kwong Ba. The 5 finally know what the wrath of nature is, the spirit. That fierceness, any creature in this world can't compare. All. Like a medium battlefield. Baptized by the fire of war, the ancient trees reaching to the top of the clouds were knocked down by lightning. Everywhere there was fire, momentarily extinguished by the heavy rain, leaving only the smell of burning and the swirling blue smoke. In some places, so. The fire was unexpectedly getting bigger and bigger. The fire and the rain were like two giant beasts. Both want to suppress the other side, temporarily struggling forever. Neither side will accept the other. Sean also saw very clearly. An ant was struggling to crawl on a leaf that was swaying in the rain and wind, soon being washed away by the rain. The air reeked of nitrogen, making it difficult for people to breathe. Everything around them is a mess. Ma Tang struggled to get up from the mud, picking up the knife that was still lucky to hold. Picked up after his accident, put it back on his waist, raised his head indignantly. Looking up at the blue sky, at this point, the incessant rain made him feel a little headache. Finally, Ma Tang fell down again, like a wild dog just defeated in battle, sighing sullenly without any life. Let's go, we have to find a place to hide from the rain, or else I can't stand it, no more. However, in this dark forest, it's pouring rain, so follow. Which direction now? Which direction to go to avoid the area damaged by lightning?